welcome. Go ahead, take a seat. We ran out of office space here, so we're making do. Listen, I don't know if anyone's kind of told you what we're doing today, but we're just gonna have a chat. And honestly, I would prefer to call you by your real name, if that's okay.
Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar Canellis Colocha. Actually, no, we're just gonna stick with Mixwell.
Okay.
Listen, I know that you auto-dub a lot of your content into English. Are you planning on doing that for this interview?
No, this is my normal voice, and I will use it in English. Also, you're a highly respected journalist, Avali.
Thank you. Now, during your time with Counter-Strike, you played for more than 15 teams in 8 years. Was that because you couldn't make friends?
I actually have a lot of friends, but it's hard to make friends in gaming because people are like you, like rude.
It's kind of personal. Did you ever think that maybe in those 8 years that you were the problem? Was it hard for you to leave Counter-Strike for Valorant? Or does being from Catalonia make the idea of separation come easily?
No, it was really easy. It was really easy because I was tired of playing Counter-Strike already and I wanted something new.
Because you aged out of it?
No. How old are you?
That's a very weird question to ask a woman.
No.
Did your mother teach you your manners?
I think women and men are the same.
In what way?
I can ask you anything that you can ask me because we're the same.
When's your next monthly cycle?
But that doesn't have anything to do with your age.
Hold up. We just said that we can ask each other the same questions as man and woman.
I'm gonna answer them.
All right, well, let's move on. You recently became sponsored by Red Bull. I can see it on your shirt.
Yes.
Is that because being over 30, drinking it is the only way that you could stay awake?
I'm not gonna get rage baited by that.
It's fine. Why do you think that's a rage bait?
Your attitude.
My attitude?
Yes.
This is just the way my face looks. Now, Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the esports scene. By majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
It does mean what?
Sorry, I didn't auto-dub it. Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the scene. But by majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
Oh. That's a lame one.
Your mom is lame?
No, my mom is not lame.
That's incredibly rude. She gave life to you.
Yes. But no. I mean, it's a lame question. It's a very lame question.
I'll be sure
you can do better.
I'll be sure to let our writers know.
Yeah. Do it because...
Look straight into the camera and tell our writer that you just don't think he's doing a very good job.
You probably chat GPT the question or something. You need to, I don't know, do your research.
You're the owner of Club Otakar. I'm glad that you could come to EWC, but why didn't you bring your club with you?
Because we're starting. We're new. We have only a Valorant team and we need more to compete in the rankings and everything.
Is that just your way of saying that you're broke?
Yeah.
Did you turn to team ownership in the hopes of being less unsuccessful?
Less unsuccessful?
I mean, can your club beat any team that is not named LK?
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. You did your research there.
Thank you.
We can. We've done it.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about you.
Okay.
Right? When you retired from gaming to go into streaming, was it tough to transition from a job playing video games all day to a job playing video games all day poorly?
No, it wasn't.
A challenge frightens you?
No.
Now, we have had our fun, but I do have one final serious question for you, if that's okay. When you eat oatmeal, do you prefer it to be lumpy or do you mix well?
I don't eat oatmeal. I just eat tortilla.
Tortilla?
Yeah, it's like
I live in California. It's like we almost invented tortillas.
No, but not that kind. I lived in California as well, but you're talking about something else.
I'm talking about like Taco Bell, right?
No. You mix the eggs.
No, you get this from the supermarket. It's flat, it looks like a Frisbee, you could chuck it.
No. That's the Mexican tortilla, it's not the Spanish one.
Who came first?
Yo, I'm done. Can I leave or no?
Yeah. Well, hold up, we still have a couple more. This isn't even your floor! Guess he doesn't mix well with others.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, one, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short. Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world. I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family. I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I'd buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Timo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Timo, what would you do with $75 million? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is $75 million? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the $75 million to buy some skills.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC recap. The Esports World Cup, okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind, that's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage at Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
League of Legends is back at the Esports World Cup, where the best teams in the world will face off in Paris for an intense week of esports competition. A chance of international glory, a piece of the $2 million prize pool, and to earn valuable club championship points. Here's how it's going to go down. This year, 16 teams from around the world will fight for the ultimate crown. First off, we have the winners of every major region, invited straight off the back of their home leagues. The teams who didn't have to ask twice. And then, there are the ones who did it the hard way. 9 teams clawed through the online qualifiers just to get a seat. No invite, no shortcut. Some massive names had to grind for their place the brutal way. Nobody here got an easy ride. Finally, there are the title defenders making a return to defend their trophy. But EWC, nothing is given, and the format only makes it more demanding. First up, the group stage. 4 groups of 4, double elimination, best of ones. Yes, 1 bad draft, 1 slow start, and you're fighting for your life. For the defeated teams dropping into the elimination bracket, it's best of 3s to survive. No second chances. Fail to show up here, and you're booking a flight home. Out of the group stage, think you can finally breathe? The pressure's only just starting to close in. 4 quarterfinals, best of 3s, single elimination. This is where it gets brutal. The schedule's tight, prep windows are shrinking, and these teams are fighting their own limits. 1 mistake here, and you're done. The 2 fallen semifinalists get 1 last shot at the podium, 3rd place decider, best of 3, before it all ends with the grand final. 2 teams, best of 5, everything on the line, total war. And then, after all the triumph and tragedy, all the upsets and comebacks, one will lift the EWC trophy in front of the roaring French crowd. Survive the grind, dodge the choke, claim the throne. This is the Esports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
まだ見ぬ新境地目指していこうドキドキしようよ準備快適早くまだまらないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
We are live from one of the most famous monuments in the world, and what better setting for the greatest esport, the biggest names, and the brightest stars in gaming. It is the Esports World Cup 2026, live from Paris. Digon here, alongside Ox and Jack Spectra. Guys, we're in front of the Eiffel Tower.
You know, I loved Expedition 33, so it's really cool to see that they built one of the Lumiere monuments in real life.
Oh, the 11th time, Ox, and it just keeps getting funnier.
It's so funny every time.
All right, let's turn our focus to the competition here at hand. It is League of Legends at EWC. We have invited 16 of the best teams from around the world. They qualified in from their splits or through the open qualifiers. We've put them into 4 groups of 4. As you can see on your screen here, many different teams, all different groups, and only 2 can make it out from each group to make it to that playoff stage. And when we think about these groups, Ox, you know, there's always the conversation about the group of death. Which one jumps out at you?
I feel like, looking at Group C, there's T1 BLG, and then if you're not them, you're pretty dead.
That's not a group of death, though.
That's a definition of death.
And on your
I think Group A is the group of death because each and every one of those teams can make it out. You can make an argument for D plus Gia, you can make an argument for G2. You could even say Furia could make it out. And that, for me, is the group of death, that it's so close between all these teams. Does it have the best teams in the whole tournament? No. That's not what group of death is.
Do you believe in G2?
Okay, but they have one of the best teams in the whole tournament.
Oh, guys, you are skipping the current MSI champion who just won Hanwha Life Esports, Lion Gaming in that one, MIBR Los as well, and then, of course, missing out on JDG, that young upstart squad. I feel like Group D is pretty stacked.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, super impressive performance at MSI from Lion.
Right.
And you know, HLE as well, I guess. But I think that one's going to be an interesting one. I think everyone looking at HLE, their performance at MSI, it wasn't super smooth sailing. They really LG, but it wasn't completely smooth sailing. But expectation is they're in terrific form to perform again here.
And then, Jack, we kick off the tournament with Gen G and KC, the biggest fans, about to show up against the rating title defenders.
I mean, if KC were to make an upset happen, what better place to do it than here? I mean, this is their home arena with their home crowd, and they're going to have a massive advantage in that.
They are against Gen G, though.
They are against Gen G. So it's a tough battle to fight. I'm not going to lie. It's not easy, but
it's a tough one. I think Gen G, I'm really excited to see them play. Ultimately, they have struggled this year compared to other years. At first stand, obviously getting knocked out in a 3-0 was very rough.
Yeah, actually,
to MSI.
This year against EU doesn't have the best record, so maybe KC can do some magic there.
All right. Again, they are playing for their lion's share of one of the biggest prize pools in all of esports. $2 million prize pool, $600,000 going to the winner, plus the MVP, and that opportunity to etch your name in history alongside Gen G and T1. Dan.
I mean, I played pro for 4 years, and I never saw a prize pool 10% of that size. So it's crazy the amount of money these players can win here.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, calm it down. I know what you're going to say. I know.
These players are a bit better than you, Jack, is all I'm saying, you know?
We will dive into all of that in just a little bit. And of course, we have the club championship points that lead to the lion's share of the money of EWC. And we have the video standing by right now to take a look.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Ginny here at the Totem, and I am joined by the reporters of the Club Championship. So every single one of you is going to give us a little bit of a rundown. We got Chris, Trav, and Glitter. I'm going to start off with you, Chris. How are things going, and what can we expect from your stage?
Well, Dota, to be honest, has kind of been business as usual, been going through the motions, getting through the group stage. Today is when we have actually started the survival stage. Relevant of that, though, we did have 4 teams top their group, and Falcons, one of those squads, managing to get through, guaranteeing themselves some Club Championship points. So that's something to keep an eye on. Another notion, though, today, we got the first 2 teams coming up in this survival stage. Team Liquid, currently down in their series, not looking too great for them. And for Virtus Pro, they're 1-1 in their series. So both those 2 teams could go out today. Considering where they're at in Club Championship status, that is a massive, massive result if they go home today.
Absolutely. And then from you, Trav?
Yeah, so we had Fatal Fury last week, City of the Wolves, which was a big, big thing for Na'Vi in general. So it was Dark Angel who managed to take the 1,000 points home, which is huge for them as well, because they're one of the competing teams in the Club Championship. Second place as well, Virtus Pro have got a large array of teams across it as well. So them getting those 750 points was huge for them. And then Reject as well, coming in 4th, getting 300. So they had a week for those organizations. We're on to Mobile Legends Bang Bang this week, the Women's Invitational, and that has kind of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works. Falcons back again with a couple of rosters. No surprise there. They're investing heavily in Stage 4 this year. And Team Vitality off to a flying start.
Yeah, they're the title defenders. I know that for sure. They only managed to get 250 points over in Valorant, so we'll see how that's going to play out for them. But Apex is a very interesting one, Glitter.
Yeah, very different from what you guys have kind of been seeing on your stages. When it comes to Apex, it's obviously done, and the winner was Unlimit. Now, that's important because Unlimit is not participating in the Club Championship, so those points gone out the window. But the teams we are paying attention to are Team Vision and Sentinels in 2nd and 3rd, who did manage to get some points on the board for their club. However, now we're going into week 2, and looking forward to that, we have Free Fire, right? Now, this is kind of where my stage ties into your stages a little bit more, because this year the teams that we're looking at are Team Falcons and Vitality, funny enough. Now, Falcons won Free Fire in 2024, however, they did not last year around. And Vitality even outplaced Falcons last year in Free Fire. So now those are the teams we're going to be looking at, and Falcons actually are a team that are expected to do very well this week. So we'll have to see what that means in the end for our Club Championship, but it's going to be exciting.
It sounds like the teams that we are keeping our eyes on this week is going to be Sentinels. They're also competing on the League of Legends stage for us. We also got to keep our eyes out for Vitality because, of course, they are in the running. Virtus Pro with a lot of teams across a lot of different titles. And for us on the league stage, AGAL. This is their debut here at EWC. They have a lot of teams competing. We're going to see how this week pans out. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as yes, we've got the big one here. It is League of Legends live from Paris. It all kicks off with Gen G versus KC, Gam versus T1, D plus Kia versus AGAL, and we close our best of ones with Hanwha Life Esports up against MIB Arlos here on Stream A.
exciting mix of some teams that we saw at MSI, some teams that we didn't, and a lot of cross-regional matchups going up against each other.
I'm just happy to be here. It's my first international, seeing like the best teams in the world.
So cute.
Bro, I don't know. I'm so excited. Just hope you doesn't get solved.
Dude, it's going to be so fun. I'm so glad you could be joining us here, Jack, as we have some of the best teams in the world rolling up right now for our opening ceremony, which will be coming to you in about 10 minutes as we set the stage for the Esports World Cup 2026 League of Legends. And there they are, the reigning title defenders, Gen G, who come into this as maybe skeptical favorites. They are so damn good up against the home crowd favorites of Carmine Corp, playing in front of the big Parisian crowd.
To me, both of these teams have something to prove. With Gen G, it's defending their title, but also coming from a year which wasn't super clean.
I mean, I think it's clear when you look at KC for me that what they showed at MSI was not what I'm used to. You know, they took G2 to 5 games in winter, in spring, and I feel like they have so much more that they can show. And I really hope that they can show a little bit of that against Gen G today. Even if they don't win, if they put up a really good fight, that speaks volumes to how they can do in this group.
Meanwhile, over at the B stream, we will have Team Secret versus Sentinels. Sentinels, a fantastic story there. The 5th seed from the LCS up against Team Secret, who surprised everyone over at MSI with some of their results here.
Yeah, I think ultimately the LCP, there was high hopes for them. Didn't deliver in the play-ins where we saw We Love Deep Cross Gaming. But Team Secret Wales came off with that massive series against Top Esports, and it was a situation where going into that series we were worried it might be 0 wins for the region. Big upset there, and really shone for the region in that matchup.
All right, well, let's dive into today's Crunchyroll story of the day. It is the reigning title defenders, Gen G, who are a bit wounded moving into EWC because they haven't done as well as they normally have over the last 3 years here, Ox.
Gen G have set this standard where they will dominate domestically. Yes. And then even then, when you look at recent years, they've been on top form when it came to MSI. They won last year's EWC. And then this year, LCK Cup was going so well for them. They were just dominating, had lost a single series. And then the big upset.
Yeah, what happened there, Ox? Suddenly they did a lot worse.
Yeah. You know, some region.
Some region?
Some team.
I think they're playing against that region today.
You know, maybe, perhaps. But the struggles didn't stop there because they came back in the regular season, didn't have that similar level of dominance, finished 3rd. And then the road to MSI, weren't able to get it together, lost against T1 3-2, and so didn't attend MSI to defend their title. They do attend EWC to have a chance to defend that title. And we have a little bit of a comparison.
That is a crazy difference.
Yeah, pre-first stand, 90%, over 90% win percentage. And even though post-first stand still looks pretty good, what we've come to expect from Gen G is just so much more.
For sure. I mean, I think this is the time where KC could take them down, because when you look at Gen G, you always have this feeling of they are the favorites coming into it. But this is the weakest Gen G has looked in, what, the last 2-3 years, right? Like, it's been a while since I've seen Gen G not make it to MSI, not be the best in their region. So if there was a time for you to make an upset happen, I think it's right now.
I think that's even the thing is, obviously Gen G have struggled to get those same results at Worlds, but they still get to the knockout stage, and we still see them coming into Worlds as expected to be heavy favorites. So it's weird coming into a tournament where we just don't view them that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this team stacked full of stars, studs, all battle tested as well. So very unique that they're not firing on all cylinders, but we do know what will be firing on all cylinders throughout EWC League of Legends. It will be the Parisian fans, and standing by right now with Gennaro is KC, Heartbeat and Soul Kameto. Jenny, take it away.
Kameto, thank you for taking the time to join me ahead of a banger matchup. KC going up against Gen G. Are you a little nervous?
I'm a little nervous, but it's early in the morning, so I don't feel it much. I'm chill right now.
Okay, it's not gamer hours just yet, which actually maybe will come into your advantage. But in general, when it comes to KC and the group that they're currently in, you got Sentinels, you got Team Secret. Are you thinking you're going to make it out? How confident are we?
I think We are going to make it out. Of course, I'm confident, but I think we need to be a little humble after what happened into the MSI. We got beat by Team Liquid and T1. So this tournament is great to gain confidence back.
Do you want to talk about what happened at MSI?
Yes, of course, it happened, so why not talk about it?
All right, so in terms of then the expectations for this tournament, because you're talking about using it to gain the confidence, what else has been the goal for KC now that we're at EWC?
The goal for KC has always been the same, to lift the trophy at the end. So sometimes we don't, and it's hurtful, like the last MSI, and we will use this tournament to come back stronger.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Enjoy the court stream. That's it from us. Back to you, Digon.
Thank you very much, Ginny. As you see, the stretches are going on there for KC. They're warming up. Big Busio, the pride of North America, now part of this French outfit.
That's some wingspan right there.
I know. It's a lot here. It's Calist as well. I went outside to take a look at the line of all the fans coming on in. By far, that AD carry in Calist had the most jerseys out of all players. There's a lot on his shoulders coming into this one.
For sure. I mean, they have a huge advantage with the home crowd. And when I look at this matchup, how I really think about it is, let me paint you a scene, Ox, okay? Ruler, Duro, they're going to be playing the Estral Karma, pushing in bot lane. They're going to kind of be winning the lane, probably. I think, in general, Genji are going to have favored lanes. But then Yike, on the Jarvan, on the Vi, he EQs over the Dragon Wall, he avoids the ward, he ganks them bot lane. And they only need that one gank to get going. And that's when I think we can start to see that KC, they get a stable early game where they're slightly ahead, they get into the team fight portion, because it's really team fighting that we've come to see from this KC, that they can make it work. But it's a tough task. I'm not going to lie to you. It's Genji team fighting. But Genji, they can be shaky. They're not the most clutch team when you think of the best Korean teams.
And you know what worries me? It's a best of one.
That's true.
In my region, they don't know what best of ones are.
No.
That's the specialty of the LEC.
True, we had best of ones in winter. This is our comfort zone right now.
But when you think about some of those players on the squad here, Ox, from the LCK lens and the global lens, who jumps out at you as one that needs to perform if KC are to make an upset here?
I mean, I feel like so much of the MSI meta has been that jungle support pairing, and Busio has been such a phenomenal pickup for this team. Was the strongest support when he was in NA, came over here and has just continued to put great results in. Him and Yike pair up really well, and I think with how the meta shook out at MSI, with a lot more weak siding of bot lane, not the only strategy, but it was a lot more about those map movements, seeing things like the Camille making that impact on the top side of the map. I really want to see Busio look to do that and look to lead the charge and catch Genji off guard. I think you need to set the pace of the game against Genji. If you let it play out slowly and let them slip into their comfort zone, suddenly Chovy's got a 30 CS lead, he's Chovying, right? Keen's chilling, Ruler's just going to get into the late game. You cannot let that happen.
But I think, for me, when we're looking at this matchup, at MSI, it was really the bot lane and jungle of KC that really struggled and was really disappointing. So I think they need to step up and have a really good series. And I can see, like, Busio and Yike has been so pivotal to their success. And when they're on, they make the whole map bleed. And I think Yehu and Kana, they're going to be stable no matter what. I don't think they're far behind. I mean, Yehu against Chovy might be difficult, but I think it'll be chill.
I was about to say, we saw a lot of that in the LCK last year.
Pretty stable, at least. But it's really up to the support and jungle for KC to make havoc happen.
Yeah, again, going to be a fantastic matchup here, which leads us to how you can participate at home. It's time for the EWC Pick'ems. Head on over to the EWC website and get in there, make an account, and make your picks, which is what we're about to do right now. As an analyst desk, I know that we have a couple of other analysts here, but you guys will kick it off here with our Group B matchups. So let's start with the one on the B stream, Team Secret and Sentinels. Dan, I know that you know so much about both these squads here. You know the ins and outs of all the players. Go ahead, give us your pick.
I think Team Secret are a fearsome opponent in best of one. I think they came up huge when it came to MSI. I think they should be a team that you have confidence in. And if they come out swinging, I think they can catch a team like Sentinels off guard.
Jack?
I agree. I think Team Secret should be the favorites going into this one. And, I mean, it depends, right? It's a best of one. It's always going to be high variance, but that's who I would put my vote on.
You're giving prep time to Golden Glue and to Huhi and to national team substitute mid laner for EWC, Dark Wings? That's crazy. Give me Team Secret. I think they are the ones that are moving on there. And then our match here on the A stream, Genji versus KC. Dan?
KC. You know, we're in France, right?
We are in France.
There's a huge crowd for
There
KC.
is a huge crowd.
It's a best of one, which obviously does favor the... It's Genji.
Okay, if you're
Genji.
playing for points,
it's definitely Genji.
I would say there's a higher probability that Genji wins. But if you're for the love of the game, KC, we're in Paris, we're in France, the city of love.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's saying if you want to lose but feel good about it, you go KC.
No.
That's kind
If
of
you wanna win.
kind of what I heard.
No, I think that's what you said.
Probably Genji.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard. I mean, look, one of these teams went to MSI.
That's true.
One of these teams
Just
did
don't
not
look
go
at
to
their
MSI,
results
Dan.
at MSI.
What happened to MSI? Yeah.
I mean, well, at least one of the teams went to MSI. That's the only thing I got. I don't know. It was embarrassing what happened to KC at MSI. I'm not gonna lie, but hopefully, I think they've taken learnings from that. Right? When you have a really tough loss and then you have time to prepare for another tournament, I think we kind of saw it last year with EU having a really disappointing MSI and then having a much better EWC. And I think KC can replicate that. And I just frankly don't think that the level that they showed at MSI was their normal level.
I think so often as well, we see, you know, in previous years prior to EWC, you'd have an international, it wouldn't go well. It'd be a long time before you get a chance to try it again. But now with the fact that MSI wasn't that long before EWC, they had time to sort of make learnings from it, but time now to test them out at the EWC and show that they've grown from that rough performance they had in Daejeon.
Yeah. I think I asked you earlier who needs to step up for the side of KC. Who do you want to see step up for the side of Genji, given the fact that this team has a history here of struggling in international events, but EWC was one where they continued on from that MSI.
I think for me, when we look at the year as a whole, I think the bot lane has not really been in the same form we typically come to expect. I think the soul lanes have been pretty solid, but I think Ruler has struggled a bit, especially as he's a player you love to play towards. You love him on those hyper carries. It's been more for mage meta. We've been abandoning the AD carry more. I think he's struggled with that. He is not the biggest mage player himself, and I think Duro, compared to last year, his debut in Genji, he was phenomenal. I don't think he's hit that same level of form, so I think if the bot lane can step up, I think Genji will easily be able to right the ship and be a top contender for the title.
I completely agree, Ox. I mean, my selfish request would be to see Chovy completely pop off, just because it's like the first time I get to see him live, you know, it would be crazy.
It's a safe request.
You know, like it would be really cool to see, just because I've watched him do such crazy things for such a long time, and he's grown so much as a player. The fact that he can both outlane you, outfarm you, outgank you, out-teamfight you, he can just be this kind of perfect player. And if I get to witness that today, peak League of Legends, even if we lose, I won't feel too bad about it.
All right, as we set the stage for this matchup, let's get to know the KC players just a little bit better with the paddle quiz. Let's go ahead and send it over there.
Great. AGC? A support? Support is kind of easy. Maybe now it's harder, but it's kind of easy. AGC is also
Now
easy.
it's not easy support.
Yeah, but before
easy, I agree. For now, no.
I guess ADC is kind of easy, but ADC has to play mages, so it's different.
ADC is usually playing only auto, you know?
Yeah, you're right. I gave it to you. ADC is easier. I would change my answer. Jungle? Bro, it's not easy. Are you stupid? Jungle is the hardest role in the game.
I know it's hard, but in solo queue, so easy. For win to jungler.
No, it's not. In solo queue, it's hard, and everyone will flame you. Every game you play.
Jungler always 1v9.
No, yeah. No. But if you don't 1v9, they will flame you. Every day, people will say you are bad. Very bad.
And play better.
Yeah, I guess. But ADC is easier. ADC is fun as well.
Yes, I agree.
My Kalista is insane.
No.
Okay. So easy. Again, so easy. One. Shaco, bro.
Why
everyone is saying
Shaco?
Yumi. I understand Yumi is cringe, but everyone is saying Yumi. She's not. It's so easy to play against Yumi, and when you have Yumi, it's like fine. But Shaco is disgusting. No one likes Shaco.
For me, it's kind of same thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's for my team, Shaco is soft.
Yeah.
Enemy Shaco is
So hard.
soft.
Yeah.
So hard.
Yeah.
And Yumi, it's same thing.
No, enemy team Yumi is so easy.
Not so easy.
I think it's easy.
No.
Okay, and we disagree. So easy, Kana. Oh my god, this is the easiest one. Mid?
Yeah, wait.
You! What do you mean? I said yike.
Why? Why you write to yourself?
I can believe I'm the funniest, right? It's allowed. That's allowed.
No.
I think I'm funny. I think Yo is also funny.
Yeah, you is also funny.
Yes, but
I agree.
I gotta be.
I agree.
Look, he agrees. Coach.
Oh.
As a coach, who would be the best?
I'm thinking about the top player.
Khalid, yes. I mean, he's the youngest, but he's not like he's smart about the game, and he's actually good at like interviews. He's good at telling what he thinks, and yeah, I think he will be a good coach. But he's still young, so he will play a lot. Item.
Item?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know exactly English name, so.
What did you write? You have to translate that.
It's lighter. It's fire.
Fire?
Yeah.
Oh, like a lighter?
Yes.
Oh, not bad. I brought machete. Because
Machete?
Yeah, so I can like.
Okay.
Yeah, you like it?
Let's imagine. Okay.
Yeah.
If you have machete and then kill animal or something else.
Yeah.
Then, how can you eat?
I will take sticks and I will do fire with sticks.
I don't think you can do.
I can.
No, it's hard.
Nah, I can. Lighter, yeah, that's try hard. Cringe. I like my machete.
Next one.
You have no job?
Yes.
At all? You use
I don't have.
only league? Same for me actually. So I will be homeless.
Yeah, me too.
No, we have to write something.
Yes.
You can't watch. I don't know if I spell it right though.
It's right?
Yeah, police.
Yes.
I got psychology, like something with psychology to do. I think it's interesting for me. So,
what is it?
Like sports psychologist, kinda. Like Clem and UN, you know?
Ah.
But more like, yeah, going into like emotions, understanding people. And you wanna be police?
Yes. How can I say?
You wanna like catch the bad guys?
Yes.
Ah, yeah,
Like
okay.
you.
The criminals. Yeah, you don't like criminals. You want less criminals in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, wait. Let me see. Who do I want?
Only in case.
No, anyone. Any player. You can replace me with any player you want. I know exactly who I want.
What is the shy boy? I'm you.
What do you mean? You want me still?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so nice. And how you want to shy? Sorry, Kana.
No, it's fine.
Kana, I'm sorry.
You know why I take you? You know why?
Why?
Because you are in solo queue, so bad guy. So I wanna help you.
You wanna help me?
Yes.
Oh, you help me become better. You're so nice. And I'm sorry.
And you?
I mean, the Shy, he's like so cool, you know? So famous, the Shy. This is Shy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
And there's Gen G, chilling as per usual before the match, trying to stay calm, cool, and collected here at the STC Arena as they kick off one of the biggest tournaments of their year, the reigning title defenders, trying to bounce back from that disappointing beginning of the year, but hopefully we'll be able to do well as we take a look at some of the groups here at EWC presenting League of Legends for 2026. And there's the Alistair. More cowbell, always great.
Bringing the vibes. Love to see it.
The French crowd already ready to go for it as the players still queuing up and getting themselves prepared for the action. Let's take a look at Group A. There it is. G2, AGAL, D plus Kia, and Furia. Not an easy out here in our A group.
I think this, for me, is the strongest contender for the group of death. It's either this one or Group D, just because of the fact that it's so difficult to say which two teams are actually going to make it out. I could see G2, I could see D plus Kia, I could see AGAL. I could even see an argument for Furia, you know, like it could happen. And just with the fact that it's so close between these teams, it's going to be neck and neck the whole way.
I think Furia, even though they didn't have the performance they wanted at MSI, I think played better in the games than the scores indicated. So definitely a potential dark horse for this. But yeah, there is 4 teams in this group I think you can make an argument for. It is going to be competitive, and it's going to be down to the wire, I feel.
Especially that Furia roster where their name was made here at this tournament last year when they defeated Cloud9 and started the whole resurgence of Brazil, CBLOL standing up. Now let's take a look at Group B. That is this matchup here, as it is Kana and the rest of KC looking to upset Gen G with Team Secret and Sentinels doing battle over in the B stream.
I think there's a clear favorite for this group, but I think for the other three teams, we're looking for a bit of redemption for KC. They should probably be the second place team in this group, but I think they can't sleep on Team Secret or Sentinels. Team Secret especially really showing up at MSI, so a bit of danger for KC, but in front of the home crowd, you expect them to get a boost.
Yeah, it would be incredibly disappointing if KC doesn't make it out, but at the same time, there's no free wins here. They have to work for it, and they have to show up much better than they did at MSI, because if we see a similar form from them, honestly, they could lose to Sentinels. They could lose to Team Secret, so they really have to step up from what we saw before.
That's right. Team Secret looking to be the footy of last year this year and are poised to do so based off that MSI run. Now, over at Group C, this is yet again another contender for a group of death, as it is BLG, T1, MKOI, and GAM. That's stacked, Dan.
This is a tough one because I think there's two teams who really you expect to be making out in BLG and T1. GAM Esports, I mean, they are coming, they've always been a team who bring that aggression and look to try and challenge, especially when it's best of ones. I think we'll get an exciting match, but I just don't know if they can go pound to pound with BLG or T1. And Jack, I'm going to tune you for MKOI. What do you think the chances are?
Well, it's not zero, but it's an incredibly uphill battle. I think
you can see it on his face. You can see it on his face.
Here, but it's like, I don't know. The thing is, we haven't really seen MKOI ever do really good at internationals. Like, they've always, even when they were the first seed from Europe, I've yet to see them show up how they have in Europe in an international. I think the copium you could have is like G2 has shown what we are capable of. So if they can try to take those learnings, I think Melstead is a fantastic coach for this team. If he's instilled those values into them, it could be an upset against T1. G2 broke Gen G. Can they break T1? I mean, it's kind of coping to the max, but I think that's the only way out for them because I don't think they're beating BLG.
I agree. It is coping to the max.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see what the pride of Toronto, Jojo Pune, has up his sleeve here for that group. And then finally, Group D. This one might be the most evenly matched, maybe? Lion Gaming, Hanwha Life Esports, JDG, and MIBR Los. That is the combination of Los from the CB LOL with MIBR participating here at EWC.
I think obviously everyone's eyes here are drawn to HLE, the winners of MSI. But to me, Lion should definitely be qualifying. And honestly, I would not think it that crazy if they actually qualify above HLE. You got to remember, the series between these two teams was super close at MSI, went to 5 games. And Lion, especially in this best of one scenario, I could see them coming out with the edge. Their preparation was really good when it came to MSI. They're a team who know what they're doing on the meta, know what they're doing on the patch. I think they may struggle late in the tournament against some of the top teams, but they have shown that they can match up, and Inspired has been such an engine for this team, leading them to some great moments. Unfortunately, not able to get that best of 5 win up against HLE, but doing a lot of good work.
Yeah, I definitely think it's HLE and Lion that's making it out of this one. It's an uphill battle for MIBR Los and for JDG, but I don't think Lion is going to beat HLE another time. I'd be surprised. In a best of 1, who knows what's going to happen, but I definitely think HLE is my number 1, and then Lion number 2, and then JDG number 3.
Oh, that's fascinating. I love that JDG roster. The young kids from the LCP now getting the opportunity over at the LPL. Very excited to see if Hongkyu and Junjia can rekindle that magic that made CFO so fun to watch in 2025. Speaking of fun to watch, it has been fantastic to watch here from Paris. Guys, a different site for us here at EWC. How's your experience in France been so far, Dan?
It was absolutely fantastic, getting to see some of the scenes, some of the sites, the Eiffel Tower, the food as well, bakeries, just absolutely phenomenal. The vibes did kind of go a little bit downhill last night, though, after a certain incident up against Spain. But generally, though, I mean, it's just been phenomenal. It's a beautiful city, and great to be here.
Not for MKOI.
I mean, it's been a first time for me here in Paris, and it's been really, really wonderful as well. I can completely echo what you said, Ox. The food's been delicious, and overall, just super happy to be here. And we even got to see the Eiffel Tower together, huh?
We did. That was so romantic.
Gonna make the Expedition 33 joke another time, maybe?
You know what? I might just.
I'll
save it for later in the day.
Save it for later, or maybe never again, Dan, as we wrap back in one more time into our very first matchup, our Group B matchup, Gen G, KC. One person to be the MVP. Let's predict who the MVP of this match is going to be. It is a best of 1, so we've seen throughout Worlds, best of 1s, anything can happen.
You know,
I think it's going to be Busio. For me, like, we sat down in the LEC podcast with Busio and Calist, and Busio made it very clear that what separates KC is that they have tactics. Other teams have strategy, but they have tactics. Now, what does that really mean?
What does it mean?
It was kind of a buzzword, not gonna lie. He was kind of waffling.
He's yapping us. He's yapping.
But what tactics meant to them was these more finer precision things, that they think about the smaller details than a lot of other teams, and that they don't get too lost in the overall picture. Don't miss the forest for the trees, right? That's the one.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Gen G have something as well.
Okay.
They have this thing, it's called Chovy.
Okay.
And we actually have a saying in the LCK when it comes to our player of the match. When in doubt, Chovy. It's very reliable. It works very often. So it's a safe bet for me. I think there's a good chance he's going to pop off.
Yeah, I'm just interested in that matchup down on the bottom side of the map. As you said, it is a Duro versus Busio matchup, and I like your shout out for Busio because he's the type of player where he's not afraid of going 0-8 because he could go 8-0 and really affect the game here, Jack.
I hope he's going 8-0 and not 0-8.
If you went 0-7, that just means you stopped trying. That's why you got to go 0-8.
Yeah, I mean, we have that Hylissang supports. We've always had it with the same with Mickey, right? Our greatest supports in EU have always been willing to take it a step forward, even when maybe they shouldn't. But I think that's always been a strength for our region. And I think it can be a strength today because, as we highlighted earlier, one of the weaknesses from Gen G was that bot lane. So I think in the 2v2 matchup, I'd be surprised if KC can really dominate, but I do think once you get junglers involved, Canyon as well can be inconsistent. I think Yai can then try to find those angles, and that can be a good avenue for success for KC.
I think a lot of the picks as well that we've seen, like the Camille, Pyke, that have been more popular, these are picks you have to play with confidence.
Yeah.
And there are going to be times where you just get exploded and die, and that can't throw you off, because you ever play Camille and you're hesitant, you will lose. That's a pick where you can dive into the backline, jump in, ult, and then almost immediately die, but you did your job, and that was successful. Pyke in a similar vein, so I think the main thing for me from KC is that they play with confidence, because even if they lose, they have a second chance. As long as they're confident in the game, it will put them in good stead for the tournament as a whole.
Now, friends, we are waiting for the teams to pile on in for that amazing opening ceremony that we have set up for our group stage matches. And because it's been slightly delayed, it's given enough time for the fans here in France to pack the house. Everything's starting to be completely filled. The bleachers starting to open up as well. And with our co-streamers live on site right down in front of us, it is such an experience for the fans to be so close. I mean, look at all of these screens right there. I think one of the fans were like, we're so close to the stage. I've never been so close to Chovy in my life. It's been such a great experience here for our fans.
One of the fans, I thought, Jack, you said that, didn't you?
What did I say?
It was Jack.
Jack was the one who said that. I've never been so close to Chovy, you know?
One of the things that we did get to do with Jack was we got to take a picture with Faker.
Okay, I mean, I got a picture with Faker.
Jack had the biggest smile that I've ever seen anyone have. Yes. It was awesome.
Okay, it was like the highlight of my day, the highlight of the month, maybe the year.
Maybe the life?
Maybe the life, honestly. I'll need a picture with Viper as well, maybe Ruler, maybe Chovy. There's a lot of players that, I mean, I've looked up to these players since I was like 11 years old, you know? Like, these have been the front runners, some of the greatest players to ever play this game, and just being here with them, being able to look at their games and being so close to them feels like a privilege and a gift, and I just want to be grateful for that, while also trying to get some pictures so that I can remember it forever, you know?
You know, I get it. I remember my first day on the LCK.
Yeah.
Were you a little fanboy?
I mean, I feel like obviously at that point I'd been casting for a while. I'd seen a lot of pro players. I was like, you know what? I don't get that like sort of fanboy vibe anymore.
Yeah.
And then I saw Faker the other end of the cafeteria, and I'm just like,
aura,
that's
like,
crazy.
If you have not seen Faker in person, it feels different. Like, I always try to remind myself that even the best pros in the world, they're people too. They're people just like us. But Faker, I can't. He's different. He's built different.
Yeah, and we'll get to see Faker and the rest of T1 later on in the day. Y'all, we are just about ready to head on over to the stage for the third edition of EWC. Who will etch their name in history alongside T1 and Gen G? Will it be one of the squads from the LPL? Will Korean dominance continue to reign supreme? Let's find out together for the opening ceremony of EWC 2026.
Paris, bienvenue à la maison. Welcome home. Guys, il existe beaucoup de ligues de champions, mais une seule ligue des légendes. Et nous y sommes. Things are about to get started. Ian, how are you doing?
I'm doing incredible. You know what? It is an unbelievable time to be a League of Legends fan. How are we doing, Paris? All good? Fantastic. Listen, the confetti had barely settled on the floor at MSI, and the best players in the world were already hopping on a flight from South Korea to Paris for the Esports World Cup. This is going to be epic.
Et vous le savez, pas de repos pour les braves, no rest for the wicked. But I feel like we've spoke enough, you know? Like, I think it's time to abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Ouais, enough talk. Let's bring out the 16 teams onto the stage.
First up, a LPL powerhouse, it's JD Gaming! Built for pressure, always dangerous when lights are on them.
Please welcome Lion! North America's top seed, determined to prove they don't just belong amongst the world's giants, they can beat them.
Le rêve d'un homme, 5 génies du jeu, what's the color? Carmine, go! Could this be the year KC reaches the top of the world at home in Paris?
Let's keep moving. It's MIBR! South America's representatives playing fast, fighting hard, and fearing no one.
We've got some boos here. Next up, welcome to G2 Esports! Europe's leading force with incredible talents. They carry hopes of an entire region on their shoulders. Au sommet de l'Europe, vous les connaissez, ce sont les G2 Esports.
Bienvenue, Furia! Fueled by the passion of Brazil and capable of turning an entire game on its head in a matter of seconds.
Next up is a big team, Hanwha Life Esports, HLE, fresh from lifting the MSI trophy, arriving in Paris with the hottest momentum ever. Ils sont venus chercher un nouveau trésor à Paris.
Tough team to beat, indeed. Let's now welcome AGAL! China's fearless challengers, already proven against elite opposition, and capable of shaking up this entire tournament.
Welcome, DK! An organization with a huge international record. Ils vont représenter la LCK fièrement. Ils viennent pour retrouver une gloire d'antan, mesdames et messieurs. DK!
Please welcome Movistar Koi! Tough old crowd here in Paris, but they're not afraid of them. They bring that famous Spanish fire with a nation behind them and the best in the world in front of them. Come on, guys.
Billy Gaming! The MSI runner-ups who almost touched the trophy and surely have a revenge to take here in Paris. Parce qu'à l'EWC, on ne vient pas pour être deuxième.
Here we go. T1! The most decorated organization in League of Legends defined this game for more than a decade.
Next up, we have GAM Esports. They will probably be representing Vietnam on the international stage. The odds have never scared them. Est-ce que le Shonen GAM peut continuer à Paris à l'EWC?
Coming onto the stage, Sentinels! The North American side, whose return to League has brought them all the way here to Paris.
Et bienvenue à Team Secret Wales, the APAC contenders with experience, with confidence. Attention à ne pas sous-estimer Team Secret.
And finally, the team to beat, Gen G! Last year's Esports World Cup winners, the title defenders, return to this stage to prove that victory was not the destination, it was only the beginning.
Devenue une référence mondiale, bien au-delà de la Corée du Sud, les Gen G sont là pour conserver leur titre.
A crowded stage, packed with the best in the world, looking to make history once again at the Esports World Cup. And we start off with a ruthless group stage.
Best of ones, anyone can fall. Bienvenue au group stage de l'Esports World Cup League of Legends.
Faites du bruit!
I am the arena. I am the slaughterhouse. I am the cathedral where empires are born. I am the grave where their thrones are torn. When the crowd pour in like the Seine under the Pont Marabout, heroes are minted in my light. Mythologies whispered into the long night. I choose no sides. I keep no score. I only hold the silence before the first roar. I've watched new faces being carved into gods in a single day, a single fight, a single flash of brilliance that rewrote every record in sight. I also saw them fall. Kings, egos, names, all crumbled by one bad call, one missed spell, one doubt that was never meant to dwell. I have watched brilliance take over, mastering the rift by the speed of thought, a moment of perfection that cannot be bought. I held the breath before the kill, and caught the long exhale when the final one fell. I am the beast who cradles legends in my glow, and the same one that swallows them whole. And yet, I am still here, waiting for the next souls brave enough to walk my stage, to take their places beneath my gaze, to rise or to fall, and to seal their fates.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for our first best of one with Gen G taking on Carmine Corp here, and Genji with the home ground disadvantage moving on to the Rift for this one as the defending winners of EWC last year.
There's so many storylines packed into our very first best of one. You have the defending winners of the Esports World Cup, as mentioned, against the home crowd here, with Carmine Corp being in our host country of France, their home ground. And we have Genji coming off of a struggle. They did not qualify for MSI. There's a lot less tape of this team right now because they did not perform in our last international tournament. So struggles there, but on the other side, KC also really underperforming compared to what they looked like domestically in the LEC at MSI. So two teams trying to dig their way out right now of a bit of a hole.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty, right? Obviously, the play-ins at MSI was a difficult one, right? There's one team that makes it out, and unfortunately, T1 was in that group. So that was a rough time. The real problem, though, is that they weren't able to even get through Team Liquid at that time. And so after both of the LEC representatives were eliminated by North American teams, I imagine there is a chip on their shoulder as they make their way over to Paris for EWC. And we'll see whether they can get through Gen G here. This group is a rough one if you're not Gen G. If you're Gen G, you're probably pretty happy about being here. And we'll see whether KC can be the team to follow them out of the group as well. With 4 groups, it is double elimination, so there is at least a little bit of leeway. But best of ones, man, anything can happen.
Absolutely. And that is, I think, if you're a KC fan, what you are hoping to bank on here. There's no fearless in this part of the tournament. It's
well,
just,
there is.
Yeah, but
the best of ones.
It's best of ones. So effectively not. And as a result of that, if you have one good read or if you have one bad read in the case of Gen G, you get an early game rolling, anything could happen here. We do have a pretty snowbally meta. It has been all year long since the introduction of role quests. The AD carry has been the central focus. It has been getting ahead. But speaking of AD carry, we've had the rise of the mage meta in the bottom lane with champions like Mel, for example, really taking over. Ziggs being quite relevant all year long, as well as even some of the Viper eclectic picks like the Vel'Koz making their way into the bottom lane. So if we have a really unique read here for either of these squads, who both of them have shied away from the mage meta compared to the rest of the teams from their region, there could be something that comes out strong here. Ryu and Gen G have had that additional time because they did not go to play-ins. They did not play through MSI at all to prepare for this tournament. We're playing on the same patch that MSI was played on. Lock is still disabled. So there is a chance that we just see the same type of meta that we saw at MSI just prior, but maybe some new ideas coming through here from Gen G.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting, right? Because I think both of them have the Ziggs shared. I feel like every AD carry has played Ziggs. Like, that's just normal. But both Ruler and Kalist, like Kalist hasn't played a mage on the bottom side of the map all year long outside of a Ziggs game, right? That was at MSI. That was just before they went home. So I don't know whether this is going to be an indication of there wasn't enough time to see all of what KC had prepared, but him and Ruler just don't tend to go that direction. So maybe this is going to be an easier matchup for them because they get to just stick to their comfort zone and actually play the shooty champion.
What's really interesting, too, between these two players is Ruler hasn't played it as much this year since it hasn't been as meta, but one of his most played since returning to the LCK has been that Corki pick, which is also Kalist's currently #1 played here this season. So a large shared pool there in that pick, but the Ashe pick both players are famed for as well. It's fallen out of the meta quite a bit, not necessarily, especially in the LCK, picked up as it was a few months ago.
Yeah. And this is another really fun matchup in the support position, right? Busio has been absolutely incredible. And Duro has had a little bit more of a slower year this time around. This could be an opportunity for Busio to really come out and show his strength. I think the Bard pick is going to be a huge one between these two players as well. And if I was a Gen G fan, I would be a little bit scared of Busio getting his hands on that one. So probably going to be seeing that one on the ban list as we get closer to Champion Select for this first game of the tournament.
One of the matchups we haven't talked about too much, but I think is really critical as you see it on screen here, Yike versus Canyon, is one that I really have my eye on because I think Yike has been incredible for this squad. You know, he's sitting at a 68.5% KP for his team. Pretty strong performance on the jungle as we finally do have this draft coming. Canyon, hit or miss a lot of the time this year, and if you miss in a best-of-1, that might just be the end of you.
No, exactly right. And we'll have to find out as here we are into the draft for game number 1. Orianna, Poppy, and Nocturne all taken away. The Ziggs has been banned as Ruler's like, no, we're going to shoot, okay? We'll see whether they have anything else in mind as Boostio immediately slams the Camille, the most popular pick of MSI on this exact same patch. And we'll see what the answer is going to be here from Duro, because I love this, right? It kind of blocks the Bard pick that we were just talking about from ever even really happening.
Yeah, it's a really great way to start a draft and to make a clear statement here.
Oh dear.
Syndra,
That's
very
a fun
early
one.
on in the draft here, alongside Canyon's iconic Lee Sin. And it's a very early lock, as if Gen G had a different idea about this draft from the get-go.
Yeah, and you look, Chovy stone cold right now as the Anivia is getting hovered in our region. That's a flex pick all over the place, but I have a feeling that is going to be heading into Yehu's hands, who we haven't seen face off against Chovy in maybe ever, but definitely for a very long time.
There's a lot of single target lockdown now in this draft between the Camille ultimate, and now even with the Cassiopeia coming down, and the ability for the Nefiri to get on top of a single immobile target, like Syndra, for example, feels fantastic here. They have a lot of great team fight power here, as well as scaling. We'll see what this third pick is going to be here now for Gen G. The Syndra technically could be played in the bottom lane, but I think incredibly unlikely here for Gen G.
Yeah. The Cassiopeia as well could be played in the bottom lane, but it's not BLG, so maybe not actually going to happen this time around, as we were talking about Kalisz champion pool quite a lot, but he might have been cooking something up, as there is the Ambessa, so locking in the top side of the map here for Gen G. Ambessa feeling like a better pick when you can just ban away Renekton in the next round of bans, and that is precisely what they're going to look to do here. There is that Renekton.
Yeah, so they're going to want to protect this pick. Instead of going for a support counter pick, they want to have a strong duo and keep that relatively hidden. I think this is the correct choice here for Gen G, since they can now protect this top lane pick. Again, I guess we didn't mention it, but the Camille could also be going top lane, but very unlikely in this meta. The Shen will come out as a ban here as well, interestingly. I'm expecting Duro to potentially be playing that one in the bottom lane into the Camille, as we see the Vayne to protect this Ambessa further.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I was actually expecting a Mel ban, right? Mel and Camille together have been kind of the premier bottom lane when that Camille is locked away, but not going to be considered here. Just trying to protect Keen as best as possible, as Pantheon going to be taken away as well.
Some really interesting bans here. Must be some scrim reads coming through, because we don't see Duro playing Shen or the Pantheon all too often at all, really.
Yeah.
And you know, you see the Shen pick, and sometimes you're thinking a hyper carry, and they do need damage, and they need it badly here, because the Syndra doesn't necessarily have that consistent damage output, so we are looking for a very strong scaling pick for Ruler. The Leona pick here first into the Camille feels fairly safe, and maybe we see something like an Ezreal to come in here for Ruler. In terms of that damage, very commonly paired with that Leona. Obviously, the Ziggs is banned.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what this is going to mean for the rounding out of the KC composition. Looks like the
Gnar seems pretty obvious, right? I'm surprised we saw the Vayne into the Ambessa rather than the Gnar. The Gnar a lot more common, especially domestically for us in the LCK.
Not to mention it's counter, right? Like, we all know, and definitely Gen G knows, that counter really does like the Gnar. Has for many, many years. Boostio going to let us know exactly where this Cassiopeia is going.
Is it
as he's looking to lock in maybe an 80 carry or maybe something else.
You could play the Mel here, but you already have that Cassiopeia late game damage. Something with a little bit more punch could work out, as the Kai'Sa fits the dive, but instead they're going to deny this Ezreal here, which is great follow-up to the setup they already have here in this draft. So let's see what the response is going to be here now for Ruler. Varus is available, but I don't think it necessarily suits what the rest of this composition is set up to be here for Gen G, so expecting something a little bit different here. Jhin,
okay. So this just means that Gen G really does just want to play fast and loose through the top side of the map. Ruler can just hang back and try and pick up waves where he can and follow up on the crazy skirmishes that this composition will be capable of. But man, this is a huge treat, right? We get Canyon's Lee Sin in Game 1 of EWC 2026. If anyone needs an introduction to this guy, he has probably the best competitive Lee Sin play of all time.
I would also say, if you really want to have a lot of fun, you could probably just search Canyon Lee Sin and then click images. And you'll see a lot of really funny Photoshop there as well.
You will definitely see those.
I think when I look at this draft, the player I think has the most agency is Kalisz, because if he gets caught by any of that initial CC, even though he has Arcane Shift, the follow-up is so simple, right? You have the Ambessa ult, you have the Syndra Scatter the Weak, right? So if you get caught by Leona, get slowed, you get caught by another piece of CC, it doesn't matter how mobile you are on the Ezreal, you're going to be vulnerable. Same with the Cassiopeia, who's very immobile as well. This composition from Gen.G is oppressive, especially from ahead, because it is just so easy to link those CCs together and have Ruler take somebody out from halfway across the map. But if it falls behind, loses map control, it falls apart like a house of cards, and that's when the scaling composition that is on the other side can really shine here for KC.
Yeah, exactly right. I do think that Gen.G have really picked for like high octane, right? Like they want to be coming out of the gate swinging, and I'm really glad to see that because Gen.G have been known as a slower team just generally, and this time around definitely looking like they're operating a little bit more quickly. That being said, the gameplay does need to reflect that, as here we are onto the Rift for game number 1 of EWC 2026. Seeing whether our winners of last year are going to be able to come out the gate swinging, or whether it is going to be KC to immediately start off the tournament with an upset.
It is what everyone is looking to see here now. As Chovy was a Syndra player in his early days, especially back in his time on Hanwha Life Esports, where it was the premier mid lane pick alongside Orianna for many, many months in 2021, but it has not been one of his go-tos since it has been much less meta recently. So excited to see what his form is going to look like right now. When you see it this early in the draft, you could see Gen.G were planning to build towards something like a Syndra Jhin setup, but also a lot of lane dominance potentially for this Syndra pick, depending on how many of these orbs Chovy can hit.
Yeah, we're seeing actually Yehu finding so many of these noxious blasts onto Chovy. Hits 3 in a row. And as you can see here, Chovy not quite finding the cues. And so Yehu able to get a really good shove here in the early stage of the game. Great engage here from Busio here towards the bottom side at the same time. Gets the heal out already from Ruler and Duro, who look like they're shaking the rust off here just a little bit to start off EWC. KC, having been in MSI, have played more recently, but this is a great start for them as Gen.G just trying to catch up. That's a great hook shot to come on through from Busio, but Shield of Daybreak going to be there from Duro to help avoid any sort of danger.
Yeah, Aftershock as well. Level 2 hit first here for KC. See if Busio can make anything of it. The cooldown comes back here, but they're just going to play it safe and patient. Chovy forced the back, meanwhile, in the mid lane. Yeah. And really great laning phase here from Yehu so far, who has just pulled ahead substantially.
Yeah, 9-12. That is not what I was expecting. Well, 9-11. I tried to like do it a little bit early. CS didn't actually come on down, but still, very, very nicely done from Yehu so far in this game. As Busio finds a bit of an angle towards Duro, taking some cheeky Mystic shots here, and KC really making things happen. 300 gold, the advantage.
Yehu, with teleport advantage right now, could look for just a few more bursty trades here and wind up finding himself in a huge health advantage to further that lead. Chovy kind of in trouble here, as Ruler's back will not be stopped.
Yeah, Kalista not able to get over there with the Mystic shot, so they will just be able to crash this wave and get themselves a pretty nice back. Looking on the top side of the map, Keen getting pushed in, but is able to farm pretty comfortably, as we're going to see here. And Kana is playing with a lot of respect. They haven't quite seen where Canyon is right now. We can see that he is clearing things up towards his top side of the map, as Yike will be able to grab this Scuttle Crab before Canyon finishes his off. But I think the Gen.G are going to be looking towards this Lee Sin to make things happen for them, because these lanes are not going as well as they expected.
Yeah,
I think
it's not easy to set up unless you hit that scatter for the mid jungle here into this Cassiopeia. So he will hit this one, but Canyon's not in range to follow up. Busio also has first roam up here with Yike, and Duro is struggling to get any sort of control as Kalista's coming up as well. KC, oppressive early game.
Yeah, they're going to have a man advantage here as well, as Chovy in a decent position. Busio taking a lot of damage as Canyon had landed the Q, was looking for an angle, but the miasma goes down. And Yehu will be able to stop this one. Ruler now going to move on forward as there's a flash Zenith Blade from Duro. They get the W down, but that's first blood over to Busio and an overextension for Genji.
Insane greed from Genji. You gotta just let your jungle go. Ruler's so far away, and the engage there to try to sandwich was just completely shut down by an instant flash response from Yehu. Pulls and isolates Duro as a response. When you Zenith Blade in like that, you are stuck in the exchange. You're not getting out, and it's a pretty surprising turn here, considering when you look at the minimap how far away Ruler is in this exchange. He's also trying to rejoin his squad. Duro gets pulled. He pulls effectively himself in here with a great response here by Yehu with the flash, and it's basically a self-pick practically here for Duro. He's sent himself
gift,
deep in,
if you will.
Yeah.
Just kind of threw himself forward there. Not going to be end of the world, but is definitely not good for Gen G fans. 1,000 gold, the advantage now for KC, as Kane is going to go aggressive towards the top side of the map. In the meantime, bottom side, Ruler trying to find an angle, but it's Busio that goes forward. The flash out, Canyon is making his way down as KC almost killed Ruler before any action has really happened. And there it is, Canyon will land the Q. That's going to be Resonating Strike to come on down. The fourth shot there just for fun, but immediate revenge here for Gen G.
It was a really nice opportunity if Canyon isn't there to make that play. I don't think KC were able to read the situation with that control ward there in the brush. That the Lee Sin was down there, and they kind of set them up. Canyon said, "It's a bait. I'm out here, the bushmate." And that's an early kill here now for Gen G in return on this Lee Sin. So now we find ourselves 1-1. Stemming the bleeding here of this Gen G early game as Yike on the other side of the map tries to take some camp.
Yeah, it does have a level advantage here. As Canyon wanting to lock this one down will be able to even that one out as Busio in a great position to go aggressive. Decent little control ward here as the teleport will be coming on through. That's Duro making his way over by the looks of things. Never mind, it's just Keen making his way back as Duro doesn't have the unsealed spellbook. Busio going to get caught out of position here though, taking a lot of damage, but Yehu making his way over. The Twin Fangs are starting to hurt as Duro trying to get himself out of there. Kana with the Mega Gnar though, and now Keen could be in trouble. He gets thrown back into the wall, but there's a public execution. The Gnar is going to get taken down, but there's a petrifying gaze as Yehu goes ballistic, and 4 of them hit the floor.
Pretty disastrous exchange here for Gen G ultimately, but they were able to get some back here, and it's a lot of money over to Keen here. He picks up 2 kills. And when you look at this fight, it's on a knife's edge, right? Busio's he's pretty squishy, right? He's not very durable on this Camille, so they think they actually have the damage to burst him. But then Yehu at level 6 shows up, and Kana has Mega. So KC are very confident they can take this exchange. Keen plays this incredibly well, though. Kite's back here, has the ultimate to come through as they isolate and blow up the Gnar. But then Yehu says it's fish in a barrel. Chovy trying to offer some damage back, but I would say at the end of the day here, it's a favorable exchange for KC.
Yeah, not too bad. I can't count at all. I don't know why I was talking about 4 people hitting the deck, but that's absolutely fine. I'm sure that I'll figure it out after my brain actually comes to France. Canyon now going to be taking his red buff as Busio was just poking his head in. Does get some vision over here, and keeping their eye on where the Lee Sin is always going to be very valuable. The game has been evened out though entirely. The gold completely even. Kills even. And Gen G back in a better spot than they were a little bit earlier on. But Yike is still going to be able to come on over here and grab this dragon. And no one taking any grubs just yet. As we can see, there is Kana in the area, but he's not exactly going to be taking it. It's not a jungle.
Dragon will go over as Duro will avoid this True Shot barrage, but this back will still be delayed. It's an early mountain here, heading into Cloud, so we could have
Earth, Wind, and Fire in order?
That's when I'm casting with you, it feels like it happens half the time.
It really does.
And you could see in that last exchange how well Gen G's comp can work pick-wise if they get that initial CC. They didn't have the damage to kill Busio that time around, but it is going to be very scary if they can keep lining that up in future fights. As Ruler is going to come up here to this top lane here, and Kana will have to respect it. You see the ping from Yehu as he's going to push bottom lane in response here as Yike tries to grab at least one of these grubs. KC playing the map fully.
Yeah, and it's going to be Yike securing one of them, but now he needs to get himself out of here. We'll be able to just front flip over. Let's grab his doggos back, but that is going to be Gen G with the grub advantage, 2-1.
And let's see how much Yehu can get on the bottom lane. Like completely unanswered right now. Pushing that wave is going to get a plate here. and will be able to get a lot of extra free farm. He has a pretty significant lead over Trophy gold-wise right now with the kill he picked up earlier on, and he's going to be the biggest winner here for KC as they get one grub and evacuate, as the dive onto Kana is not going to go off here. He's looking for a little bit of damage onto Duro, though.
Yeah, the Eclipse actually putting in a whole lot of work alongside the Aftershock to keep him alive, but still going to be going for a reset now at 50% health. Has certainly been playing fast and loose as good old Duro so far this game. Couple of deaths already.
Well, I think it's perfectly fine that Ruler finds himself down 10 CS here, down 200 gold into Kalist, because he has that cull, and he is playing Jhin in a pick-based composition to where he's going to have a lot of agency later on, even if not ahead right now. I know a lot of people see that Dirk and probably think, well, that's not going to be too valuable here since he's behind and they're not leading the charge, but it is going to be Ruler much more relevant, much more set up later on. I'm more concerned about Yehu's lead because he is online early.
Oh, yeah.
Well, will be. He's still sitting on his Catalyst right now, but will be online early.
Yeah, gonna have that 400 gold advantage at least for now. I think the most important thing is that Keen is kind of going nuts so far in this game. Couple of kills already, 1,000 gold going to be his advantage, as he was the one that grabbed a plate towards the bottom side of the map. I believe got the one on the top side as well, which has really helped extend the lead for the Ambassador. And we know Keen's pretty good carrying games on this champion. And we'll see whether that is what Gen.G are going to be able to leverage in order to get themselves a lead in this one, as things have slowed down just a little, at least for now. Yeah, and it feels to me like Gen.G probably do have a fair bit of pressure on them to make things happen in this mid-game, as KC with an Ezreal and a Cassiopeia are probably feeling all right, letting this one go later, as you've mentioned earlier on, as Canyon looking to move on over, as Yike not going to get tagged by the Lee Sin. Canyon still just moving in. Yike will give that ground away.
Because he lost his escape there. Yike is not necessarily interested in recontesting just yet, so I think they are going to posture defensively here on this mid wave for now, and he'll just go back over to Raptors as we kind of reset back to normal lanes with Ruler and Kalist, as well as Keen and Kana there on the top side. Keen having a huge lead feels great for what the late game side lane is going to look like, as we do have Busio looking for a potential angle here if Ruler steps up too far.
He does step forward. There's the Hextech sweep. Doesn't actually throw down the ultimatum this time. And Ruler just loses a bit of health. Will be able to back away. Teleport in from Yehu as he's looking to try and create a little bit of an angle for himself. And takes the turret shot and walks away. Sometimes you just got to test the waters.
I think the next big pivotal point in this game will be the Herald and who ends up getting control of it. Since we've slowed down massively here, next Dragon will be about who has Prio, but we might not necessarily see a big team fight there, but I think the Herald is where Gen.G really need to make a strong stand. They do not want to give that over to KC and allow them to scale up further, as we do have, again, a bit of a 2v2 here in the mid lane with the supports roaming over. Busio with level 6 advantage, very scary.
Keen gonna have that first roam down though, as Kana is still underneath this turret on the top side of the map. So Gen.G with the prio advantage will be able to claim control of the river. Now Busio looking to clear out some vision here as Gen.G get the scatter. Oh no, that is, yeah, a Busio no more. As if you get caught on this Camille, you just do not have the health bar. Yeah. And in the meantime, what just happened in the bottom lane? Kalist just killed Ruler.
Yeah, it looks like he just straight up bonked him.
Yeah, that was a solo kill. We're gonna have to check out what happened there.
Barrier expended as well, and he still died. You can see there the summoner spell cooldown right next to his death timer. And,
I guess.
Yeah, it looks like probably just a empowered. Let's see. Stops his back. He's down low, and then Kalist puts the waves, and Ruler greeds, and he's got. Okay, W doesn't even connect actually. See how this really breaks out, just hits a Q, and then W into a shift.
There it is. Does have the barrier there.
Oh, that was tricky.
Beautifully played.
Wow, Ruler did not respect. And Kalist puts him down. Now, that lead is pretty significant. I said earlier, nothing to write home about. The call will even it out a little bit, but now, starting to really, really feel like Ruler is on the back foot here in this one.
Yeah, now Yehu and Yike moving their way in. The flash in is going to get respected there by Ruler. Does at least put that flash to work that he didn't use in that last exchange. In the meantime, Yike over here on this Dragon. Double Dragon would be very, very nice for KC if they could collect it. They are going to stick on it for now. The rest of Gen.G are moving over. Canyon moves in, finds a Q onto the Drake here, as Ruler does have the curtain call up and available.
Yeah, Ruler, arguably, even though he's behind, a lot more relevant in this fight if he has this setup, and right now he does. There's a TP commitment as well from Keen.
Yeah, Connor is not here quite yet, as Duro going to make his way forward. They get the chain CC, public execution into the backline. Yike is already dead. The Drake is going to get secured as Canyon will go down. That being said, Gen.G are winning this fight. Down goes the Cassiopeia, and that was a wash. KC on the floor.
Yeah, I think a little bit overzealous there were KC for this fight. As we look at the initial setup, Canyon has control of the Dragon, Duro's on flank, and they don't have full vision. They still want to contest, and then Yike becomes the target here, is burst down, and that means that there's no smite here. Canyon is able to get in there and secure at the last minute. Yes, they focus him down, but it is at a heavy, heavy cost. As unfortunately for Kana, he cannot join the fight, cannot be relevant. And Gen.G just completely smashed them there with a snap engage. And this comp has so much setup, so much CC that can link together. And Yike was the victim there. Despite having the escape, you know, if you do end up getting caught, if you can't get out, you will just blow up.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Yehu threw his petrifying gaze to no one.
Yeah, that didn't help.
He was preaching to the choir on that one, I'm pretty sure. And so no one going to get scared of this snake. We'll see whether he can find an angle in the next one, because now Chovy does have 600 gold advantage, a little bit more than that. Blackfire Torch now in hand, as well as Kalist looking for Ruler one more time. There's the ult in from Yike, and I don't think this Jhin is going anywhere. Does at least try to barrier something, but that is not going to work out. And KC do at least do what they do best, which is killing Ruler at this stage of the game.
That is seeming like that has been the best game plan for them thus far. As Kalist will buffer this stun, they're looking for the chase on him. I don't think...
Yeah, Shield of Daybreak does calm down. Kalist is just gonna die.
I don't think he
7 seconds on the ulti for Chovy here as well. They might be able to find an angle towards Yike.
This might just be free Herald here on the pick, and Kalist a little bit aggressive here. This time it's his first time, I think, being a little bit too far forward, a little bit disrespectful, and thought he was out there, but gets slowed by the Solar Flare. As Duro's just going to hold the wave as they look for that Herald top side. So a big win here for Gen.G, who already have a significant lead, and they're looking to snowball it.
Yeah, Canyon should be able to take this one down. Although, yeah, who was thinking about moving on over, it is not quite going to work out. So there goes the Herald. Going to get picked up here as Canyon thinking about throwing Shelly towards this top side. Does get some control vision down, but he is spotted on that ward. KC will just back away.
This will be a lot of resources needed to defend this turret. I think they're just simply going to have to let it go. Chovy does have 2 grubs here to work on the final parts of its hit points. As Keen is looking for a little bit of aggression on the bottom side.
Yeah, the Naba was nowhere near as okay. Hextech ultimatum comes on down. Scatter does break the ultimatum here, and Chovy just walks his way out with those Swifties. In the meantime, towards the bottom side of the map, some crazy things are happening. Canner is just going to get last hit by Keen, and Duro going to scare the doggo away. And Gen.G really in this chaos of like a late mid game starting to pull ahead.
The support cross map from Duro ends up being much better here. You look at the KP for Duro right now, he's 100%. He's 9 out of 9 compared to Busio at 4 out of 6. So they're both being really incredibly impactful, but in this final moment here, they're not able to get the catch onto Chovy. He backs away. But on the bottom side of the map, Keen cleans up house again. 1.7 thousand gold. The largest lead here in the game is on the Ambessa. And KC is starting to find themselves very deep in the hole. What was once a small gold lead for them is now 2,700 in the deficit.
Yeah, first turret going on over to Gen.G, certainly helping out on that one with that turret falling down on the top side of the map. But talking about top side, I mean, that is the massive advantage that Gen.G has for themselves. As they go in once again, Deadly Flourish. Kalist does find Ruler on the other side. Mystic shots are connecting. Oh, the interruption. No hook shot for you. And Busio will be taken down. Canyon going to be able to claim that one. Okay, curtains are being called here as Yike is just going to flip himself over towards the Brambleback.
But they get a pick, and they get the juggler out, and there's just no defense of this turret right now. Canyon and Ruler should be able to whittle this one down as Duro's looking for an angle here on Yahoo.
Yeah, Mega Coning over as it is a Chemtech Rift this time. The ulti comes through from Keen, holds the snake in position, and he will just dash his way around. Decent petrifying gaze this time though, as Keen will have to get himself out of there. The poison's still ticking down. The Gen.G will keep their top laner alive. I say that. It is going to need to be flashed here as he gets a big old shield. Another one comes in. This champion's kind of ridiculous as now Canyon moves over, finds the Q, takes down the snake, and the teleport in from Chovy for good measure to make sure that he can head on towards a rampage in this game. Gen.G with the answers, and Keen somehow still alive.
It's the macro game that's winning out here for for Gen G as they link their CC together on these picks. And I was leading into it before it even started to happen is that Chovy had TP, so if he comes down here, it's never the fight I think that KC thought they had. They thought they were able to re-control with Yehu's great defense there under the turret. I mean, Yehu's having a phenomenal game, right? From his laning phase here to some of these early fights. Sure, missed the Petrifying Gaze in that critical team fight, but there were a lot bigger issues there. Here gets the outplay, and with Busio coming down, they're like, okay, maybe there's an angle, maybe we can make something happen here, but Chovy is backing uncontested, has TP, and beyond that here, it's just a huge outplay. King gets the shield, Duro has the stun, Duro practically immortal on this Leona, Canyon shows up, and Chovy's here, so there just wasn't really ever an angle. The margins were thin, and KC thought they had an angle, but this might actually have been the final nail in the coffin here of this early mid, and Gen G are running away with the game now.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Kane had like 1 health or something like that. We'd like to say calculated, but man, I think that it was a little bit more luck that came in there. The Ignite was ticking down, and yes, Ambessa can get a whole bunch of different shields, especially now that Eclipse has been done. But still, if I was a KC fan, I would be feeling a little bit frustrated about the outcome of that particular situation. 5,000 gold. Close to the advantage here as Gen G really starting to run away with this one, but it was so competitive at the beginning of this game, right? Yeah. And it just feels a little bit frustrating that KC haven't been able to get things together at this stage.
If we look at some of the hopefuls, right? The Copium angle for KC in this one.
Oh, give it to me.
They got 1 dragon early, right? So they were able to buy some time. They have a composition that scales incredibly well. Kana is massively behind, but given time, will be able to, if he has a few opportunities to set up some Narbars, be able to get into this game. What they need to do now is stop major objectives from going over, like the Baron, right? Stop the inner turrets from getting picked off. Chovy gets too much alone time and gets a turret, that's a problem, right? They need to be able to defend their base as best as possible, their structures, and deny Barons, and just otherwise let the clock work for them. And I think that's their one potential window back in this game, but any more mistakes, any more overextensions, any lone Nars getting picked off could be the end of this one, because I think you really are hanging by a thread in this game here for KC.
Yeah, Chovy just taking over 100 splinters as well here in this game. It is a frightening moment. Does have the Forbidden Book as well with 10 stacks on that Soul Stealer as Busio looking for an angle, doesn't find it, as Duro and Canyon pretty mobile at this point in time. Kana does have the Mega Gnar. They are in a little bit of a choke point here, like a crush over that wall into an ulti could work for a setup, but the rest of KC not really in the area, as they do need to, you know, do their homework, clear out these waves, get things in order. Keen now looking for the snake in this bottom lane as the miasma just gets thrown to Narnia. The Petrifying Gaze is going to connect there as well as Keen doesn't hit the ulti, and there is the ult from Yike to get the doggos in there, and that is the Ambessa going down. What will it cost them is the question. It looks like maybe a plate or two.
Yeah,
still 100% worth here for KC.
These are the exact types of situations that can get KC back into this game. Just play defensively, match rotations, and when you see someone has overextended a little bit, make that commitment. Look, in Keen's defense, he's 2 levels up, right? He's like, this is a solo kill angle. He sidesteps the ultimate here. Busio comes down, and there's just too much damage. Unfortunately, the shutdown goes over to the Defiri instead of going over to that Cassiopeia, but it's still a big win here for KC.
It is. And that gold lead actually does deteriorate just a little bit, right? Under 4,000 at this stage. Not insurmountable, you could say. That being said, early days, Rift Scuttle are going to go over to Canyon here. 3, 1, and 7 on this Lee Sin. Does have 2 items completed, but the same can be said for Yike, who does now grab some Nerf Treads as well. It's going to be very nice into Chovy especially, who is now just trying to bully Yehu where he can. These Dark Spheres are now starting to land. Feels like he's got his eye in at this stage of the game, especially sitting at 4-0-2.
Yeah, looking very strong as he gets to the goal difference over time here, is really starting to stack up. There was that dent made on the pick onto Keen that you referenced earlier. It's Chemtech Soul. So Gen G, you know, if they get this soul point, it's relevant, but again, not back-breaking necessarily for KC. They're still hanging on by that thread. And I think for Yike, it's just always try to find out where Canyon is and match him and just sit back and get any minion you can. You look at Yehu in the bottom lane catching that wave, that's where he wants to live. His Rod of Ages is almost done, right? That'll put him actually significantly ahead in terms of experience over Chovy. Obviously, didn't build that item on the Syndra. And he is scaling. He is going to be more relevant. The 2-item spike hit for Kalista a while ago. Looking for 3 eventually in this game to then be able to help out-team fight Genji later on, as Busio maybe found an angle, but that's a Leona.
Yeah, Megaton going to get Yahoo over here as well, as Callista's moving on in. Canyon should be able to get over here, and does have the makings of his GA as well with that BF sword in pocket. He's going to be doing a lot of damage here as the Doggos block the Q. And Genji with 20 seconds left on this Drake, wanting to take control of the river and grab themselves Soul Point.
Kana is backing, he has TP. I just don't think this is where you want to, this is not the hill you want to die on if you're KC. Is Soul Point here for Chemtech when you have so many more opportunities later on in this game, if you could get to those later on in the game moments. So I think they are just going to simply let this one go. Yehu again is just trying to farm it out. He has his rod completed here. He's a level up on Chovy, close to 16.
Yeah, actually getting to a point where they could potentially find one of these angles. Does have that dash cannon as item number 2. But Genji, they will be able to get on top of this. So this is not going to be that fight that they're going to be going for. Well, instead, just make sure that that level 16's gained. Get an item or 2 more onto Callist. And then pick that battle when they find it. True Shot Barrage picks the gap between Ruler and Canyon, as Yike going to get flashed on. Canyon not going to be able to hit the Q, as Yike does manage to go untargetable in the nick of time. Teleport going to bring the Ambassador in there as Ruler's moving over. Deadly Flourish, and Busio just dies. And the Petrifying Gaze not going to work onto Keen this time. He is not afraid even after that pick from earlier, as the kick pushes back Kana, and he is just eliminated. Canyon now trying to work out which target he wants to go for. The public execution onto the Snake will be the end of Yahoo. And Genji are just taking them down one after the other. The Megacone going to be able to get the Doggo out of there, but this could be Baron, and this might be even more.
I think this is even more. I think that was the final moment of this game in terms of relevance here for KC, and they were hovering on Duro so much, constantly trying to get a pick on them, constantly trying to find an angle where they had a man advantage, but I think that was not the battle that they should have taken. And Genji has looked for the outplay, as Yike cannot get access to this pit. He's gonna die trying.
No, they were waiting for him, and he had to go for it, right? I think this will be a back-breaking Baron when it is used to just push all these waves in, but let's have a look.
So Duro's in position to actually challenge, and they say, okay, you know, you used your flash and your ult, we're gonna actually try to punish, but that's a Leona. They can't get access here. The Hextech Ultimatum has no follow-up. They can't get access. Keena's cutting them off on a flank angle there as well, and this Cassiopeia is just frontlining, forced to flash away. The kick here as well. Just a cherry on top, not even necessary, but it looked damn cool, Atlas, and KC are in trouble.
Busio is very, very dead, as Chovy in the 1v2 is just going to murder him. And now Canyon fishing for that Q. Yahoo is just going to have to run away, and he just gets kicked into the wall. Petrifying Gaze doesn't work, and the Deadly Flourish comes down. Man, the pick capability, single target for this composition, if you're ahead, is just absolutely devastating, and we're seeing it in full effect right now. The inner turret going to be falling down, as Yike have to deal with Duro, who's moving on over there. Eclipse and the Aftershock makes him near immortal as he just looks for a dive. Speaking of dives, my goodness! Okay, Soul Flare not going to land, but Keen is doing so much damage. Canyon makes his way in, and the Deadly Flourish lands. Public execution, max range from Keen. And Genji, yeah, they are just letting everyone know that there's a reason why they won last year.
Chovy's not even going to get to put his death cap together. He's got his fully stacked Bajais. He doesn't need the death cap to win this game right now, as there's a stun on the Callist.
Oh, yeah, able to Arcane Shift away. But still, I mean, Yike is just taking so much damage. Every sphere that lands from Chovy is just absurd damage. As Kana gets in there with an ult, he brings back 2, but immediately he is put down. KC, I mean, Yahoo just a little bit too far up here, takes so much damage. Scatter the Weak, he's going to connect, and a max range Zenith Blade will be the end of the Snake. He will be taken down, but Genji will reign supreme, and it is only this Ezreal left standing. He's going to have the kitchen sink thrown at him. Canyon tries to escape the wrath of the Fountain, but he will go down, but so will the Nexus, and Genji will take the first game of EWC.
A pretty close early game from KC, some great laning from Yehu, but ultimately it was the map reads and better play from Genji, and Duro, who was so relevant in this game, constantly finding picks. Getting that pick on the Callista in the mid lane was one of the big moments for Genji to start taking over the game, but he just baited them into so many bad fights. He knew he's Leona, he knows how durable he is, And KC started to fall apart at the seams, and what was a close game very quickly became one-sided.
It really did, and I was so ready to believe that this was going to be so much closer, right? When the laning phase was looking better than expected.
Ruler kept dying.
Yeah, Ruler got solo killed by Kalist towards the bottom side. It just didn't actually mean anything. And Gen G just played better from the mid-game onwards. We're a little bit more coordinated, had that macro down, and that's what we kind of expect from this squad, the ability to just sit back and play the map better.
And Gen G is known to be oppressive from ahead, known to play the map better when they are ahead, but also showcasing in this game, when they're not that far ahead, they can still take control so quickly. All it takes is one mistake, and Gen G are everywhere.
Yeah, they're going to be the top dogs of this group as well. And hopefully KC can bounce back. They are not out just yet, as of course there is a lower bracket in every single group. And it is now time to head over to the stage and hear from Chovy.
Thank you guys. League of Legends at the Esports World Cup begins just as it ended last year with a Gen G victory. We're standing by with Chovy. He knows this trophy all so well. We've of course got Maddox here, our translator. Crowd loving a bit of Gen G here. Let's begin with the obvious question here. You come as the title defenders. How driven are you to raise that trophy once again, this time in Paris?
이제 초비 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 이제 타이틀 디펜더로서 이렇게 파리에 다시 오게 되셨는데 여기서 다시 한번 우승을 도전하는 느낌이 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 전년도 우승자로서 여기 파리에 또 오게 되어서 좋고 이번에 우승하면서 다음 예에도 또 올 수 있도록 하려고 합니다.
Yeah, it's definitely good to be back on the stage now in Paris. And that being said, I'm really driven to lift the trophy once more.
À quel point effectivement vous avez envie de revenir chercher ce trophée puisqu'ils sont les gagnants en titre. Et bah ça fait du bien d'être de retour à Paris, j'en suis ravie et évidemment j'ai envie d'aller pour ce nouveau trophée. And my question for you Chovy is gonna be, I feel like it's been a long time since you last played Syndra. You arrive in Paris, first game on stage and you're already just farming and doing amazing. So what was your secret?
이제 파리에서 이렇게 플레이를 하신 지 상당히 오래되셨음에도 불구하고 여러분들 팬분들께서도 이렇게 좋아해 주시고 정말 좋은 경기를 계속 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 좀 그 뒤에는 좀 어떤 것이 있는지 궁금합니다.
네, 마지막 질문만 다시.
그 뒤에는 어떤 것이 있는지 궁금합니다. 그 경기력이나 이제 팬분들의 사랑을 받는.
일단 올해 디펜딩 챔피언으로서도 잘하고 싶고 또 우승하고 싶다는 마음도 있고 무엇보다 팬분들이 항상 응원해 주시는데 저희가 항상 잘하는 모습을 보여야 한다고 생각을 해서 열심히 연습했고 그 연습한 게 오늘 좋은 결과로 나타난 것 같아요.
Yeah, definitely it's the motivation to lift another trophy and of course the love of the fans. So I think that drives me to perform better and that showed us in our game.
Comment est-ce que j'arrive à être aussi fort dans cette game d'ouverture? Et bah tout simplement l'amour des fans et l'envie également de soulever forcément ce nouveau trophée. Donc merci à vous encore une fois.
Chovy, great start. Congratulations. Maddox, thank you very much. We're just getting started here. We've got a long day of league coming up. Let's keep moving.
Thank you very much, Ian and Lou. Maddox with the translations, and it is Chovy getting the job done here. Gen G kick off their EWC 2026 title defense of League of Legends with a victory against the crowd favorites KC.
And look, we got to talk about the elephant in the room because they interviewed Chovy, but Yehu was gapping him in lane. Like for the first 15 minutes. That was a really, really big gap for KC. And when we talk about like what our expectations were for this match, that was like the one matchup where we were like, ooh, it's tough for KC. So I really want to emphasize that the takeaway for me this game is that the KC mid lane can compete with the best of the best.
Yeah, I think for me, there's definitely signs of life from KC. And the early game, there was a lot of opportunities that I think they just mis-executed on a little bit. I saw opportunities for them to get ahead of Gen G, but unfortunately, when you make a mistake, you slip away. Gen G just dominate from that point onwards.
Yeah, they definitely do. But let's take a look at those early moments here in the mid lane where Yehu was showing off that pedigree and that resilience that he's grown into over the last year.
I mean, this is like, if you remove the nameplates here, you'd think this was Chovy. This looks like Chovy laning phase, weaving in the autos, dodging the Syndra Qs, dropping the minion aggro, still getting all the CS.
How about one more?
Yeah. This is a laning phase styling on him, just one-on-one masterclass here. It's beautiful from Yahoo.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's struggling in this matchup, and he has always been a big highlight throughout his career, has been laning strength. So Yahoo, who we've seen lane against Chovy many times before when he was in the LCK, having such a strong performance early on, that was an initial tool that we thought maybe Casey could capitalize on.
Then over on the top side of the map, around 6 minutes, that's where our next action happened here. As it was Kana and Keen going head-to-head here, but it wasn't just them.
I mean, the thing is, all of this kind of leads into Yahoo's early laning phase. You can see the fact that he has the level 6 while Chovy's still stuck at level 5, and that's what allows KC, even though Busio gets really chunked, to continue clicking forward. Yahoo can zone them away and take over this fight, despite the fact that overall Gen G are playing much better, and Keen kind of outplays here to make it a more equal fight for Gen G.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't get the stun into the wall or the follow-up wall-up, so this ends up being a 2-for-2. I really think if things had gone a bit smoother, the connection from Kana onto Keen was better, that was a 3-for-1 trade and a big lead for KC. So going into that, it was the right fight to take, but just a little misexecution let them down.
Yeah, just a bit there. And then at 13 minutes was our big next inflection point of this Group B matchup.
So I think the target selection here from Duro, who had a fantastic game, by the way, was just excellent. It's, you know, obviously contesting the Dragon, the junglers are main focal point. This flank here, Neferi, not an easy target to pin down, but he's immediately there for the follow-up, the layered CC, and we look on the other side, Canyon, also being focused down, but look how long he lives. He gets the Dragon, buys more time, and by the time he finally does die, the fight is clearly won for Gen G.
And it's so sad to see this, because you could see that KC, they had the ingredients to make it work. They had a great early laning phase. Kalist got a solo kill on Ruler, and he was kind of styling on him, right? But then you just get out team fought once, you start to fall behind a little bit, but that's Gen G's comfort zone. You know, they're probably the best snowballing team in the world. You know that if they get a lead, they're not gonna throw, and they showed why in this game. They just choke you out, and it was so depressing to see as I was cheering for KC.
Yeah, a classic Gen G masterclass of, hey, keep it close, keep these fights close, and then one big one, never let them back in the game. As we are still in the game over at Stream B right now, Sentinels and Team Secret going head-to-head also in this Group B. The winner will play against Gen G as we take a look at that live, and it is 10-7. Sentinels up 3K on Team Secret.
Yeah, Hambak having a great performance so far on the Lee Sin, and you know, I saw this very vocal Sentinels fan over here at Stage A when they came out. It was Digon. Digon was really cheering loudly for the team there.
That is a very fed Lee Sin. Holy, 2,000 gold lead just on him. I mean, this is starting to look like Canyon in this last game.
No. It's time. Bro talent, baby. That's right.
There we go.
Hero Hambak is on full patrol here as he's leading the line. But as we know, that Lee Sin needs to translate that lead into other lanes. And if you want to finish watching this matchup here, you can head on over to the B stream. Sentinels for the LCS, that 5th place squad taking on that LCP leader for the right to play against Gen G. The losers of that matchup will play against Karmine Corp in best of 3s. So in our opening match and winners match, those are best of 1s. The elimination match and decider matches, those will be best of 3s.
And I think with how Casey played, you know, definitely in that matchup between Team Secret and Sentinels, I would not want to go down there, risk a tournament position on that best of 3. Obviously, Gen G a tough opponent, but in the best of 1, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I think Casey, with what they showed now, for me, they still showed a really strong early game. They showed potential. I'm just not sure about Busio on the Camille. He was making a lot of mistakes, and I think as well we saw it at MSI against T1, where just I feel like you're not getting the early lead that you need on this Camille, and he's constantly kind of like going a bit too deep.
Yeah.
I think we just need to see him either on the Enchanter or a more classic engaged support.
You know, I said that you need to play with confidence on picks like Camille and Pyke. I think it's my fault because he had a bit too much confidence.
It's your fault.
A bit too much confidence in some of those plays.
It's your fault. As we have a special guest and a special announcement after this short piece of content, so stick around. We'll set you up for the next matchup after this.
we're here over at the KC booth where there are a couple of activities that you can partake in to enjoy some of your downtime at the event. So let's head over and see what we got. First things first is the claw machine. We already have one winner, but I'm not gonna lie, that is rough. And if you're just like me and you're horrible at the claw machine, can't win anything, there is, of course, some face painting, body painting, so that you can represent your favorite team at the event. And then we'll do see how flexible I am. If you somehow manage to have friends IRL that you actually can compete against in a 1v1, you can also join the booth, have a competition, see who's actually better mechanically. And of course, don't forget to put your name down on the wall, leave a little signature, maybe a kind message to your fellow fans and teammates. Or if that's none of your business and you don't enjoy any of that, then we have this beautiful merch store where you can get the newest jersey, which I personally do really think are quite sick. And if you're tired, have spent all your energy walking around and are done with today, you can enjoy the beanbags, get with your community, because 3, 2, 1... Let's go KC!
We book Esports World Cup up.
Of all teams in Paris, Sentinels look the least likely to belong. They earned their spot the hard way, grinding through the NA EWC qualifiers, defeating disguised Cloud9 before sealing it all with a commanding 3-1 win over FlyQuest in the final best of 5.
Sentinels will not be denied a win again!
I'm here to be like the international teams that we don't get that many chances to face.
Now they have their shot on the world stage. They carry North America's flag, but the gap between online qualifier and global contender is a brutal one to close.
There is more pressure, like especially playing on a big stage. We do have some players that the first big international tournament.
They didn't fly to Paris to make up the numbers. If Sentinels are going to prove the doubters wrong at the Esports World Cup, it starts now, under the brightest lights in the game.
And there it is, the reigning world champions and the pedestal that holds up all of esports. Faker and T1 and the Circus have arrived to Paris. They are looking to put on a show up against Vietnam's greatest esports organization. It is GAM Esports, and joining me on the desk alongside Wadid and Trouble is CEO of GAM Esports. It's my boy TK Nguyen. Welcome, TK. How's it going, brother?
What's up, guys? What's up? Great to be back here at EWC once again.
Yeah, man. It's so awesome to have you. I kind of wanted to lead off with this question of the amount that you've invested into esports here for Vietnam and now collaborating with EWC, how has that relationship been like?
It's been amazing. We're very thankful for EWC. Not only are we a club partner this year, but we're one of just a few from Southeast Asia and the only one from Vietnam, so we got to represent for our region, you know what I'm saying? So it's been a lot of fun being here. I've been here for 3 years now. The first year as a guest, just going and enjoying. Second year we competed, and then this year we're back as a club partner.
That's amazing news. And you also said you're collaborating with the team later on?
Yes.
What party?
So if you guys are tuning in, you guys might be watching this live right now in Ho Chi Minh City. We are doing a watch party with Gen G, the reigning champs that you guys just saw, and us, GAM, in Ho Chi Minh City and in Seoul. We're doing one actually at one of the top nightclubs in the world, number 68 to be exact. Because we want to not only play the game, we're here to change the game. So shout out to everybody at the viewing party. Hi guys.
Yeah, that's cool. And now back to the game. I have one question because you're
Yes.
about to play against T1, one of the greatest team in the LCK, probably the world. How prepared is your team right now against T1?
You know, we've been anticipating this, such an amazing moment, not just for us to be able to go up against the reigning champs, but also great for esports in general, especially in Vietnam.
Yeah.
We have so many fans, T1 fans in Vietnam. I know.
True,
but
true.
you know what? Hey, this is EWC. Anything can happen. It is a best of one, which means we got a chance, y'all. So we need all of you guys to root for us, the underdogs, baby.
You guys have been the underdogs
Always.
this whole time. But you're always the favorite dark horse, the favorite underdog.
Yes.
And you say it's a best of one.
Yes.
Any team has won against any team in a best of one, but you've had some very critical changes in your
Yes.
roster.
Yeah.
The big pillar that's called Levi is gone. So talk to us a little bit about how the roster has formed around Drakthar.
So I know, shout out to Captain Levu, we miss you. He's been such an iconic figure for esports in Vietnam and throughout our region. So he retired last year, but Kiaya, who's been with us for the last 6 years, he stepped up and he's now our captain. We brought in Taki as well. We have a new head coach in Naul, and we look forward to putting this team together of some superstars that you guys have seen playing on the international stage all together here and representing at EWC.
So how do you describe your team as a play style? Do you go really aggressive in the early game or do you play with the macro wise?
I mean, it is definitely VCS style. We're always going to be a little bit aggressive. We're always going to kind of shock you guys with some fast-paced action. So tune in because it's going to be a lot of fun, y'all.
One thing that you've done a lot lately here with GAM Esports is do a lot of vlogging, and you've been very authentic and transparent about the journey. I remember following along in the LCP, trying to make it to MSI, falling just a bit short, and then bouncing back here to make it into EWC, that whirlwind of emotions. What's that been like being so authentic and just open to your audience?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about our GAM fam, right? GAM doesn't mean anything without the fans, without the community here. So we're just very honored just to be here to represent for our fans, but not only the fans, even if you're not a fan of GAM, but you're a fan of esports. You know what I mean? You will be, right?
Will be, for sure,
just like she's gonna be, right? So
I already am for many years.
Oh, okay, see, that's what I'm talking about, baby. So look.
How could you not?
Right? So, hey, we're here, we're representing, we're gonna do our best to put on a show. We're always gonna let you guys know what time it is, baby. It's GAM time.
It's GAM time. Before we get to GAM time and T1, we have a special announcement right now. Let's go ahead and toss to that.
최고를 향한 길에서 승리는 시작일 뿐 나를 초월한 더 큰 명분을 위해 다음 세대의 꿈을 위해 내가 정의하는 최고를 위해 도전은 계속된다.
So there it is. It is Faker, the game ambassador of EWC, joining EWC and strengthening the bonds of esports even more. I mean, what has Faker meant to you and your journey throughout esports? Because I know that, you know, we knew this our time in LA, very different life, and then you've gone in there following what esports, what Faker's created for esports.
I mean, Faker is the GOAT, and it's like no better ambassador, not just for esports, but for gaming in general. So very excited to have him on board, and we hope he sticks around for many, many years. So shout out to Faker. And shout out to T1 and thank you for what they've done for this sport.
Yeah, that is awesome. Again, congratulations, and we'll have more about that in the upcoming days. Actually, we have an update from the B stream. Sentinels have defeated Team Secret, and so they will be the ones moving on to the qualifier match against Gen G. That does mean Team Secret and KC will do battle later. Obviously, Team Secret, one of the LCP
Team
squad.
Secret, let's go LCP, baby. We got to represent. We got to shock the world together, y'all.
I know, so we'll see how they do in just a bit. Let's dive into the matchup here, GAM and T1. And we'll start with T1 here because we've been talking about GAM a little bit.
It's all right. Let's show some love to the world champs.
We did. What jumps out at you about this version of T1 and where they're at right now for people that haven't followed along?
I mean, I think T1 in the MSI especially, I think they struggled with the consistency. I think the meta is all about picking up your favorite matchup into the laning phase, because if you get the lane priority, it's so much easier to snowball the game. But I think they most struggle with the top lane. I think Doran had a kind of rough time throughout the MSI because I think he was having a hard time just because of the counter matchup, and also I think he couldn't really figure out what is his favorite matchup. So I feel like this time around they need to figure out what's their favorite pick, what's their comfort zone, because they're on the same patch, they're on the literally same champions. So I think this is timing that maybe T1 can bring up once again with their legacy.
And I feel like Owner and Carrier are going to have to play two big roles. Because Dorn struggles yet again. Kiaya is an absolute freaking legend. So it is going to be a tough matchup. And he can't bring out the Gwen out of nowhere. So I feel like Owner's going to have to step it up and probably support a lot more towards the top side, or even try to snowball the other side of the map. I mean, Paze has had a mind-controllingly good MSI, and he still couldn't get the W, so that says a lot.
TK, when you have these types of matchups, especially against someone like T1, where do you feel like your strength lies as GAM Esports, especially against T1?
I mean, I think when you go up against someone like T1, there actually isn't much pressure. You just got to enjoy the moment and just have fun. So I think it actually helps the team because, you know what, we're the underdog, so hey, what can we do to shock the world?
Who do you want to be that steps up? If there's a player that deserves that kind of MVP recognition for GAM, who would that be here in this matchup?
Well, I'm looking forward to my man Drakthar because he's not only replacing the one and only Levy, but, you know, this would be a major win. So these guys, they're excited for this, for sure.
Obviously, we're here in the STC Arena in Paris. How has the crowd been so far for you, the reception of the players and GAM as a whole?
I mean, this entire setup is crazy, guys. I mean, the energy behind us. We actually bought a drum, right?
Okay. Wow.
We borrowed a drum from the Vietnam Culture Center here in Paris.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that we could be like, you know, hyping up the fans here. But the KC fans are crazy. I gotta say that. I'm trying to match their energy, but it's like, you know, me and just like a few of us. So we outnumbered, but that's why we need you guys. Yeah, basically, right? But it's okay. We're gonna always be the underdog.
How about for you, Adid? How about for you? How's this fan audience been?
I mean, I think the interaction between the fans and the players is so much closer than any other event. So I feel like it's such a great chance to meet up your player and like say hi to them because they're literally there. And also, I went to the stream B as well. Like, they're literally in front of me playing the game. So like it was really great experience. And again, I think having those amount of fans around here is such a great experience as an esport fan and as an analyst. You know, it's just amazing.
Trouble, we got 30 seconds before we head on over to the stage. Who you think is going to step up here and be the MVP of this matchup?
Okay, I'm getting a very strong stare on the right side. But you know what? I've always been with the underdog story, and I always supported the underdog story. So I think for this one, it's a best of one. And anything can happen. So I'm looking at Kiaya, my goat in GAM, to lead the team to potentially 1-0 versus T1.
Let's go.
All right, there we go. Group C matchup starting right now. T1 and GAM Esports.
Woo!
Bon. Petite défaite de Carmine. Pour commencer, mais il y a R. Il y a R parce que dans un shonen, il y a des underdogs, il y a des défaites et il y a des légendes. And talking about legends, we're about to welcome the team on stage. Everyone knows who I'm talking about, and who better than Tyler One to help me welcome T1 on stage.
Woo! We are pumped to be here, Lou, and I am pumped to be in Paris. This is gonna be a show.
This is gonna be a show indeed. Regardez-le, il est déjà prêt dans les starting blocks pour atteindre et évidemment accueillir son équipe. I know you're here for a reason, Tyler. I know you want to welcome a specific team, but I'm gonna have to introduce their opponents first. Do you get it? Should we go?
I understand, yeah.
You
We're ready.
for it?
We're ready. I am
get
ready to see these Titans battle it out at the Esports World Cup.
Let's get it. La première équipe, elle nous vient du Vietnam. C'est GAM Esports. The Vietnamese squad is ready to be all odds here in Paris. Ils arrivent avec la casquette d'Underdogs face à l'une des meilleures équipes du monde. Mais ils n'auront pas peur. Ils sont prêts.
And now, the real reason we're all here. The undisputed greatest League of Legends team of all time. T1!
Les champions du monde en titre. 6 championnats du monde à leur actif. Et ils viennent pour le WC à Paris. Mesdames et messieurs, are you ready for it? One more time, faites du bruit!
What an incredible introduction there. T1 introducing T1. It's an absolutely beautiful time. It just fits. Yeah, I've replaced Wolf. I've got Ox up here with me to go through T1 versus GAM. And I'm really glad that TK isn't actually here on the caster desk because he doesn't get to intimidate us into thinking that GAM are going to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely T1 pretty heavily favored, but I will say one thing we've consistently seen from T1 this year is the circus.
That is true.
And also, I know GAM, especially a lot of Vietnam teams, very aggressive, and I know that T1 are just going to dive into that. This is a high kill game. I expect chaos, but probably at the end, it will be GAM's Nexus, which is destroyed.
That is probably what's going to happen. However, this is a really fun team, right? And Kiaya has been around for a really long time and has an extraordinarily deep champion pool. And attacking Doran has been how teams have been able to take down T1 so far this year, or at least at MSI. So maybe they can actually get through that way. And I was thinking back, right? Because I knew I know Levy left, right? And then Drakthar came into the squad. And I was like, where have I heard that name before? He played in the Kesper Cup in 2024. Wow. He was actually there for Team Vietnam. And I was like, oh, that's where I've seen this guy. And he was playing with Pun, actually, from Team Secret, who are here at this tournament. Ares was also on that team as well, who is here on GAM. And so we actually have a little bit of tape over in Korea as well, and probably actually played against at least a couple of these players on T1 right here. So maybe he can utilize some of that experience in order to get a little bit of a leg up over T1 in this particular match, because it's a best of one. TK actually did say it pretty straight when he was talking about the fact that surprises can happen. And maybe Trouble was onto something there as well with her GAM prediction. So we'll just have to see whether they can find an angle here, because it will be an uphill battle. But as they said, they got nothing to lose.
And that's the thing as well, with it being a best of one. We've seen upsets happen in best of one. Quite a lot of times, it's a bit harder to get it in a best of 3 or a best of 5. But you just come out all guns blazing. If you're aggressive, catch them off guard, it's definitely a way to punish.
Yep, and whether it be the LCP or the VCS, as there's the man himself, they have always been a very aggressive region. And so maybe they can just get that snowball rolling before T1 have really even started the game yet.
I remember as well Taki, who's on this roster.
Yeah, he's been around for a really long time.
He was on Saigon Buffaloes at MSI 2022, and actually they went super aggressive against T1's bot lane at the time.
Yeah.
Got a lot of early kills, so I'm interested. I expect aggression. That's the main thing I'm looking for to come out here. But where it's going to be on the map is the big question mark. We've seen at MSI, the meta shifting up a bit. A lot more teams leaning towards the top side of the map. But then HLE coming in and saying, hey, even though we have Gumayusi who's so good in the weak side, Zeus who's so good at playthrough, they just put the eggs in the Gumayusi basket to win the tournament. So interested to see how that develops here. Yep. And obviously draft is going to play massively into that.
Well, speaking of which, we're there right now as we have a final band to come on through here for GAM. And first pick will go over to T1 here. Of course, the winners of the very first EWC, but lost that title to Gen G last year and desperately want to reclaim it here in Paris. The initial ban of the Akali does show that they really do want to give Glory some respect. And it is interesting as Glory is coming in over Ares here for the first match. I was going to say game one. There is only one game. It's a best of one here for our group stage at EWC.
Is it fearless? It's a best of one fearless?
It's a fearless best of one. Yeah. Wolf was weird because he said that it wasn't fearless, and I'm like, dude, it's still fearless.
Yeah, it's still fearless.
It's just a fearless best of one. It's fine.
There we go.
Oh dear. GAM made the error. They made the error, Dan. It's a problem.
It's dangerous. A lot of cost here. I can understand things like Owner's Nocturne and Carrier's Bard, big priority picks. But the question is, what is worth giving over Faker's Orianna? They go for the Cassiopeia here for Glory.
Do you know what I'm getting flashbacks of? Do you remember that DK versus T1 game?
Yes.
Where Showmaker got entirely embarrassed on Cassiopeia and then basically never played the champion again.
He's at this tournament, so
yeah, that was the Orianna situation. It's not a great matchup. You do generally get a little bit outranged, but the Neferi going to come in through as well. We did see this combination played by KC just before, and let's see whether GAM can find a better angle with the Snake Lady into the Metal Ballerina. As Owner and Faker looking to round out the last couple of picks here. We'll see whether it is going to be jungle top lane, which we have seen quite a bit, and that looks to be the case, as the blind Gnar to come through for Doran would be an interesting one, as there is still quite a lot up and available. They still will lock it in, though.
Yeah, it gives obviously Kaya the chance to respond to that. I mean, the expectation since they were first pick is he was going to get counter pick anyway, so just wanted to grab this before it goes to the second round of bans. And usually you'd expect a jungle in this situation for Owner to match here. A lot still available for him in terms of picks. I feel like obviously something like the Vi, you don't really want to play into the Neferi typically, but Owner has a lot of confidence on the pick. I remember when Vi first was played in Pro, it was Owner who was actually leading the charge in it. I'm a bit unsure though, because when we first saw Neferi come into Pro, it was as a Vi counter.
Yeah,
so
and I feel like a lot ofVis have now figured out the tech, right? We've seen a lot of like Q flashes into insta ults to make sure that the Neferi just never has a chance to go untargetable.
It's kind of like the tech we saw in Xayah. You know, Xayah was often picked into the Vi.
Oh, okay.
And
Kiaya going for the scary matchup.
Yeah, not a fun time for Doran in this situation. We asked the question, which lane do we think GAM are going to play through, look to punish, and I think we have our answer.
Yeah. And honestly, if I was GAM, I'd be very happy to play through Kiaya as well. This guy has been really, really good for an exceptionally long time. And Doran has been struggling a little bit in recent weeks. So looking forward to seeing what he can do here as we're going to get into the bans one more time. The Lucian going to be taken away from Pays to start us off. And we're going to be looking towards the bottom side on both teams to see what is going to be removed. Now, Cassiopeia theoretically could still be flexed. Ladies and gentlemen, Artemis could be playing that one towards the bottom side, but I don't expect that to happen.
Yeah, you also have a lot of AD damage on the top side for GAM. I mean, you have enough for T1, right, with the Vi and the Gnar, but having a Vayne Neferi means if you go mage bot lane, you're still feeling really comfortable in terms of your damage profile. We've seen Pays, though, be pretty excellent on picks like the Mel.
Yep.
And actually, Syndra going to be banned out here from the bot lane off T1. So a lot of respect given to Pays' very wide champion pool.
Yeah, well, I wonder what that actually means as far as where GAM are going to be going with their bottom lane, because it might be a setup for a Mel.
We did see the Syndra into the Cassiopeia in the bot lane, I think, at MSI at some point.
Oh, that's true.
And I think it's difficult because when you play Cassiopeia, a big struggle is getting into range of the target. You have the damage, and Syndra can just knock you away and make that a problem. So maybe that's a bit of a clue, but we'll see what GAM look to do here. I mean, here's the difficulty. A support pickup here means you don't get counter pick for support, which is obviously nice, but it does keep that Cassiopeia
Yeah, holding
flex
the flex,
available.
I think, is really important. And I think if they do lock support here, we'll know that they are willing to flex it.
Yeah.
Let's see what Artemis does want to take away here. 5 seconds to go. We'll get an idea. And they're going to have support counter pick, and it's going to be the Jin.
Okay, so revealing the flex, prioritizing that counter pick, trying to make sure Ataki can get a good matchup into carrier. I think makes sense playing it safe, but loses a bit of that flexibility that we were talking about. Now for T1, what are they going to go towards in this situation?
Melpike.
Melpike.
It's just going to... Right, it's Pace carrier. They're just going to do it.
They definitely could in this situation. They could also just go for things like Caitlyn Lux.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wait,
Well,
Talia Pantheon and T1 going to do it? Are they going to take a leaf out of CV Max from 2019's book?
That'd be a throwback.
That would be crazy.
That one still holds a place in your heart.
Rent-free, man.
In your brain, definitely.
I think I wake up in the morning and I think about it, but instead it's going to be the Shen. This is something that Carrier has played many, many times. 6 seconds to go, still making up his mind. Please play Pantheon. It just feels like a beautiful bookend to the story, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be the Shen locked in. And, I mean, it could be Orianna bot, but it's probably just going to be that Talia Shen. We did see Viper play the Talia in the bottom lane a couple of times at MSI, and it worked out quite nicely. So that is going to be their option here. Now, Taki, what do you want to play into the Shen of the bottom side? And it looks like Pyke Jhin is going to be the choice from GAM. And man, there is only damage. There is zero durability on this team, and I would expect nothing less from GAM Esports.
This is exactly the vibe we were looking for.
Oh, yeah. This is just like crash and burn or shine bright. You know, there is no in between at all.
Absolutely not. So I expect aggression out the gates here from GAM. I feel like T1, top side, a lot more standard from what we've seen from them. The bot lane is interesting. A bit of a mix on, as you said, from the Talia Pantheon. Shen, the taunt, not as reliable as the put it click CC from the Pantheon, but pretty reliable, especially in Carrier's hand. But also the double globals with that Weaver's Wall, with that Stand United, a lot of map impact. Once you get to the point of the game where bot lane establishes themselves in the middle of the map, you can really just open up anywhere and look to challenge both side lanes in this situation. It will be interesting to see, though, if they can try and alleviate some of that pressure towards the top lane. If Doran doesn't fall too far behind, you can then enable Carrier, enable Paze to maybe put some pressure towards there in the later stages of the game.
And, you know, there are some sneaky champions on GAM's side. I feel like this is going to be a hard game for Owner to play, right? Like, how do you find a target for your cease and desist when everyone is just going invisible all the time? Could be a little bit of a frustrating one, but once he does get someone locked in, difficult for them to get away because everyone is squishy. Everyone is a pick target.
I will say the Unraveled Earth value here, a lot of short-range champions.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of dash champions. It feels like Jhin is kind of okay, standing way, way back.
Yep.
But even if Jhin starts ulting, you can send the Weaver's Wall straight at him to interrupt.
Oh,
so
that's true.
I think Paze has a lot of potential with this kit to make things happen for T1 here.
And make things very frustrating for GAM as we are close to loading up onto the Rift here for our second game of the A stream. If you didn't know, there is another stream going on here as well, which has different games throughout the day. There is just so many matches. And so we need to just have an extra stream going to make sure that we get them all done in the short time that we have here. But it does mean there is a huge concentration of video games that are getting played. Gen.G already taking a victory here on this stage. We'll see whether T1 can follow them.
Yep, so the other match is BLG against MKOI, which is the other match in this group.
Yep.
Winner of that will play the winner of this, and the losers will also play Expectation. You know, we said T1 Expectation winning here. Expectation of the matchup is BLG.
Yep.
But if an upset happens, we'll obviously spice things up.
It certainly will, and we'll get some MSI rematches potentially there at the same time. And then some complete unknowns, as MKOI and GAM were both not at MSI, and so haven't really been able to check in with them over the last few weeks. So we'll see what they've got cooked up for us. Already, GAM with an absolute smorgasbord in this game as far as the champions that have been locked in. And we'll just have to see whether they perform well on them.
GAM were pretty close to making it, going 2-3 against Relove Deep Cross Gaming in the LCP playoffs. So win far away, just missing out. And I feel like for those teams who didn't make it to MSI, who have a second chance at the EWC to try and make something
He's so intimidating, isn't he?
Oh, the eyebrows.
Yeah.
The smolder, it's beautiful.
Oh, man. TK, he just tells so much with just a look, doesn't he? And also so much when he's ever given a microphone.
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't need the microphone, but oh, he makes good use of it.
Oh, he certainly does. That guy is a content machine. But we're still waiting a few seconds to get onto the Rift here, as I believe there has been a slight delay on stage. No idea what has actually happened. We will keep you updated if we do get any information. If they do feel like we're allowed to know, you know? Because sometimes we're not.
Oh, that's the drum he was talking about.
Oh, that's the drum he was talking about. There it is.
So sick.
So they got that from the Vietnamese embassy, right? Is that what he said?
I think it's cultural center.
Cultural center. There you go. Faker, what was that? That's Doa. He said that.
Yeah.
Remember him, Eric Blomqvist?
I do remember.
Yeah, he's got the most famous esports line of all time. And it was that.
I mean, it was a pretty sick line. I wonder in the moment if he was thinking like,
this is going to live forever.
Probably
yeah.
not.
Probably not. I would assume not.
He probably
look at the cleanse. Look at the moves.
He probably finished that and thought, you know what? That was a banger line. Hopefully, I get a good one like that next week.
yeah, probably. I would assume that. Or it was Doa, and he was probably just thinking about something funny to say afterwards, and didn't really think about that line very much at all.
Have you actually seen like what happens after that moment in the game?
Yeah, don't they just keep talking about something else?
No. In like the gameplay, so Faker actually gets executed by the tower.
Oh, really?
Like pushing the tower, he gets executed. And you know what else is funny? Both teams had a Shen.
Yeah, they had a Shen that didn't ult. Yeah, no, I know. It was a different time.
It was a different time.
That's why we're releasing League Classic, to see what would happen if that game existed now.
He's just pushed the tower. Like, it's just crazy. He made like the most iconic play of all time, and it's just crazy level of play. And then he's hitting the tower, and he's probably, I don't know, he's just thinking
maybe
like, wow,
he's just
that was,
celebrating.
He's
yeah,
like, that was, and then he just dives the tower, and it's like,
what you gonna do?
You know,
what you gonna do? Sometimes you perform the greatest mechanical feat of the time. You just need a bit of a break. Maybe just hands off keyboard at that point.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need to do anything here. It was also Game 5, which at that time, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 was like the time of blind pick. It was the greatest thing in the history of League of Legends. The fact that you get to a Game 5 and then all of a sudden it's utter chaos. That's why there were 2 Shens and 2 Zeds in that game.
I love how far away we are from that, because now we have the most bans possible in Game 5 with Fearless, with 5 bans on each side. Back then, nothing. Clean slate.
Do you know what we should start doing? We should start doing best of 7 Fearless. Last game, if it ever gets there, is blind pick.
I'm down.
Because that would be such like whiplash, wouldn't it? Like from like there's 800 champions banned and now none, and you can pick anything ever. But ladies and gentlemen, I just got word that we are ready to get onto the Rift here, and you can see Pays is furiously clicking, and that means that we are on our way. Let's see who can do it, T1 or GAM here for the second match of the A stream. As Glory swims out of base. Look at these skins, man. The hot dog and the crazy pink snake. I haven't seen that one before in game.
I haven't. I've seen the hot dog about 1 million times.
Yeah, 1 million times.
Because everyone uses it, including me. It's a banger.
It is. Okay. It is, of course, Darkstar Jhin. The only skin that anyone uses ever.
There's some champions where it's like you have one skin, and that's all everyone uses. And then some, it's like, they'll just use the newest skin, whatever looks cool.
Yeah,
like Rumble's a one-skin champion.
It is. And it's Rumble in the jungle.
Well,
because you throw pineapples.
If he's in the jungle.
I know. You're talking about Super Galaxy. No. Rumble in the jungle is the greatest Rumble skin, and I will hear nothing about it. As Faker and Glory doing battle here in the mid lane. Being a little bit frustrating there is Glory so far, as Kiaya having a good time level 1. We've seen this. The level 1 all-ins from the Vayne have been pretty good so far, and Doran going to be respecting it for the moment.
Oh, man, good start from Glory here. We saw Yehu against Chovy.
Yeah.
They'll get a really good start on the Cassiopeia. So if Glory can do the same here, and the top lane matchup going good as well, this could be a great start for GAM.
Oh dear, the Taunt is going to connect towards the bottom side of the map though, as Taki taking some damage. Going to need that passive to get that health bar back, and does get it, as there is no ward in that brush for T1. So they will be backing away yet again. The Bone Skewer are going to find that minion. He really wanted that minion.
He got it.
That minion was the target, and it was locked down. Oh, Owner is coming over here. They do have vision on him. Drakthar is also making his way into the river.
Yeah, he's actually looking for an invade. He still has his topside camps up, but he wants to challenge. Bear in mind, he has red buff here as well, and Owner just using his Q. He's in a bad spot.
He really is. Drakthar is going to grab those doggos back again, and there is the passive shield, but it's not quite going to work. They get the ward over. Doggo's still getting frustrating, but look, it's just going to be a denial of the red, and the flash forward! Oh! And that's going to be first blood for Glory! Solo killing Faker!
What a play from Glory. The lane was going good, but to get the solo kill, and that means Owner, you're not getting any support from the mid laner. He's getting forced out. What a start for GAM here.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, TK. I didn't know. Maybe this is what was going to happen all along, as that is 2 camps stolen away here by the Doggo, and that's another interruption to come on through. This Nefiri, I mean, Doran might just be straight up dead here. Owner is coming on over because they know this could be an absolute disaster. That is Kiaya grabbing the kill. The flash for the condemn. It's a double for the Bane. And Gamma 3-0.
What a start and what a play. Drakthar moves in to punish a low health Doran, and Owner trying to save him just gets punished too. Artemis and Taki, seeing this all happen on the top side, must be so overjoyed with the start the rest of the team is able to get.
Yeah. And we were talking about this before. This is absolutely what has to happen for GAM if they want to win this game. This composition is so snowbally, and if it doesn't actually get that rolling, it can look a little bit awkward later on, as Carrier, nice little taunt here, gets himself the aftershock to keep him alive. And now Owner trying to get into this river, but really doesn't want to be here, as Drakthar is so incredibly strong with that pickaxe already. He's dead again. Oh my goodness, Gamma absolutely destroying them.
Draktar's just dominating Owner right now, and he keeps using the W early for the extra AD, the extra damage, because he's so confident in the 1v1. And Owner just getting caught out again. Glory might find...
Yeah, these Twin Fangs are landing. That's the poison ticking down. Glory's also very close to dead as Faker walking forward. Oh, he needs to be more scared about this one. He still has flash. I think he's going to have to use it. Let's see whether it's actually going to be enough, as there it is. Drakthar underneath the turret. Going to get pushed back, does dive away. But GAM, I think they're still going to be moving forward here, as Faker moving back in with about 50 health. I'm getting anxious, as both of these mid laners are so close to dead. Drakthar going to front flip out of this river, as Carrier moving over here, trying to create some normalcy here in this game. So GAM, 2,300 gold in the lead at almost 5 minutes into this game, as that is the Bone Skewer onto Owner. Gets the smallest little Vault Breaker to get out of the way of the stun. And he will be okay for the moment. Man, T1 just need to slow this game down, and they need to slow it down now.
Gamma just not giving them a chance to. This breakneck pace, this constant invading. We get to see this earlier play from Glory, just hitting everything he needs there. The Noxious Blast just catching him in the flash in to get the last bit of damage in that auto.
And just no response at all. Look at that. Just ice cold.
Laser focused.
Oh, damn. Okay, well, Gamma here to play in this early game. We'll just have to see whether it's enough, as even Yankos is losing his mind.
That's a Yankos reaction that I expect. Now they're looking for potential dive onto Doran. Gaia's level 6. Doran hits it, but he's not got Mega, nowhere near. And Nefiri's so good at dives, in fact, you can drop the tower aggro. If Doran doesn't sense this, he might be in big trouble.
All right, well, Drakthar is going to go in, and Doran, no flash up and available, and Kiaya is tumbling after him. That is going to be the hop on the minion wave to get himself out of there. But the problem is, he's out, but he's also losing all of the farm that was left underneath the turret. He's going to lose the next wave as well. And T1, they're going to try and answer with a Drake. I just don't know whether dragons are going to be all that relevant here in this game, with how much Gamma pushing this lead.
Yeah, it's such a rough spot, and the trade doesn't feel great. It's going to be over 1,000 gold lead in favor. Okay, and now they're looking to challenge, though, not giving them any space.
Yeah, that's going to be the Drake going down, as Owner down to about 50%. Gets back into his jungle, but Drakthar is going to be right there behind him. See whether he can actually claim this Gromp, as Faker gets himself that Command Protect to deal with this extra burn damage coming on through from this poison. Glory is just shoving this wave in whenever he would like to, though, and the Bone Skewer going to get charged up here by Taki. He does have a level disadvantage against Carrier right now, but isn't too worried about it for the moment, just making sure that he gets those roams out as best he can. And Artemis just dealing with Pays towards the bottom side.
So, even though the gold lead is still massive, it's now 7 minutes, not 5 minutes, which is still not great, but a bit better. It's the top side of the map that has that massive lead, so I think 4-T1, if you want to make some plays back in return, looking at the bot side, could be an angle. That feels kind of bad because obviously you have globals on the bot side.
Oh dear, there's the shockwave coming through. Faker will be able to lock down Taki. And even though Glory yelled at them, T1 didn't seem to mind too much. So finally, T1 are on the board.
Just that quick, that easy to do. Faker finds a great shockwave. Although in the 1v1 without that tool, it just means he's in a tough position.
But he does have friends moving over. Pays gets that Weaver's Wall out. The taunts there. There's the flick back, and Faker grabs another one. Drakthar now going to have to get out of there because T1, they've got the gang together, and they're looking way better now.
Big thing there, didn't include the top and jungle where the biggest deficits are, and just using those proactive tools from T1 to make those plays. Taki just trying to play with so much confidence, not respecting the shockwave, and now seeing a return to live.
Yeah, Carrier moving over here one more time. There's a taunt flash to come on through. Cease and desist comes down, and Drakthar finally gets up into the sky, but it's not going to keep him alive. And they get the shutdown. It goes to Carrier. We'll see how well he can use that gold. Is now Taki going to try and transition towards his top side as Kiaya doing his best to kite out Doran. He's running in a weird direction, but he's got his friends making their way over. The Wallop is going to get flashed by one, but not by the other. As that's a great stun from Taki, but it's just not enough. And now T1, they've completely evened out the game. The gold lead is gone. And I guess it was just a little bit of a show at the circus at the beginning.
2,000 of that gold lead just wiped away by T1 with those proactive plays, really understanding well what they had to do. And the fact they took out Drakthar, you were talking earlier about the adaptations that Vi's have to do, how you have to flash onto the Fury before he can respond. This is an example of Carrier doing that on the Shen. The flash taunt doesn't give a chance for Drakthar to react. He's dead before he actually goes into that W. And then here in the chase down, I love how Doran plays this because he bounces and knocks Kiaya towards his turret, and then he just goes in the brush. He knows the only way they can turn this around is if they kill him, so he just buys time for the rest of the team to get there. Taki gets a phenomenal stun that forces Ona's flash, but isn't enough to save his top laner. And T1 back to back to back just get a handful of phenomenal plays to get them back in this game.
I wasn't expecting it to be that swift. You know, the comeback here for T1. Again, with maybe,
I feel a little bit robbed. Like, if you pay for a whole circus performance, you expect it to be a bit longer. This feels like just a little introductory act.
Yeah, it really was just the intro, and then we get the League of Legends afterwards, when a lot of, like, some of the T1 games are just circus the whole way, and then they find a way to win. This was, just a pre-show circus, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, what we're going to get as we get back to career a little bit later on, but that's a sneak preview. T1 now just going to be teleporting back towards his bottom side with Pays making his way back down. Artemis going to be going back home. That means the T1 should be able to grab themselves some plates here as the rocks go on down. And Pays, I feel like he's been having a really good time playing all of these weird picks on the bottom side of the map, doing his best Viper impression here for T1. And I still think that T1 have the best bottom lane in the world. It's just sometimes weird stuff happens in the game.
Their 2v2 has been very fearsome. Obviously, this combination is not one where you're playing specifically for the 2v2 unless there's a misstep from Taki. But Pays now with the Ludens, so much wave clear available just to free him up or just stop Gam from having any pressure there, and allows Carrier to move around the map and kind of do what he wants. You can see him moving towards top lane. This is the one lane where Gam still have a sizable lead. Doran's still in a bit of a rough spot, so T1 definitely aware of that.
Faker got solo killed and now has the most gold in the game, by the way. I don't think that's very fair. As Ona is going to chase down Taki. There's the cease and desist. Going to eat the stun as the Weaver's Wall is there as well. And there is nowhere for this Pyke to go. Just bullied in his own jungle. As now Glory going to have to be really careful trying to poison this minion wave so that he doesn't lose too many plates. But one of them is still going to go down. Drakthar is going to dive in, looking for an angle towards Faker as he does avoid the taunt quite nicely. Will be able to stop any more of those plates from falling, but the damage had already been done, and T1 moved to a kill lead.
Just seeing how T1 are linking up on these plays, so effective here. And you can see initially, it's a Pike. Pike, not the easiest target to pin down, but Ona says, we can do this, I can make this happen. Carrier's trying to get in range, but it's this Weaver's wall from Pace that even bumps him back to just guarantee that he goes down. Now, Gamma's starting up the Dragon, but T1 are here to respond, and they're collapsing in. Taki might just be dead again.
Oh, able to dash away. As Drakthar, he is in a lot of trouble. That untargetability now on cooldown. And where did the Pike go? I have no idea. Wait, where did the Nefiri go? He's also trying to do battle with this Dragon and is taken out. T1 finding another great team fight. Pace is going to get taken down though, and Glory sinking those fangs in. And that is going to be Ona taken down. Gam able to fight it back here around the Dragon. And Doran hanging out towards his top side, happy to have a little bit of time to himself.
This is a situation where we see when the top lane, when Kiaya joins in on the play, the difference he can make this Vayne. I also think T1, they put a lot of resources into Taki, into Drakthar, didn't have answers for the DPS of the Cassiopeia and the Vayne. This was a bit unfortunate for Drakthar. He's trying to stick around for the Dragon, ends up going in, gets bumped, and then Ona punches through the Dragon to kill him. But in the meantime, no mana on Faker here, and no real response, no CC available left for Glory and Gaia. They just charge down Ona, and it's a reminder that even though we saw those great set plays from T1, you cannot disrespect the carry potential of these solo lanes of GAM.
Yeah, exactly. And if they don't manage to get that initial salvo onto at least the Cassiopeia or the Vayne, then the DPS discrepancy between these two teams is kind of astronomical.
Oh, yeah.
So once those cooldowns are down, I think the smart money is on GAM in these later team fights, and we're seeing there that they do make that one work. Cease and desist comes down, though, as there is the flash. Miasma not really going to be helping out, though, as he sidesteps, and the flash away from Ona is going to keep this Vi alive. All right, from the Death Chamber to immediately killing someone.
That was a delicate play, if I'm being honest, but pixel-perfect precision from Ona there to dodge away from the ultimate allows him to get the kill and get out. So good moves there from T1 once again. Now we're seeing Carrier trying to make a move up here for Kiaya.
Yeah, Kadem on cooldown for now as the final hour is going to get popped as Carrier decides not to invest the flash. And does manage to get that dodge field down. Still actually dancing around this battle quite nicely as the Silver Bolt's really frustrating.
That was
will be able to get a lot back.
That was a game of chicken right there because Carrier knew that Gaia had flash and didn't want to commit his, wanted to bait it out, and Carrier was like, no, we'll just hold it there. That sidestep there from Ona was just flawless.
Beautifully played. So T1 with the kill advantage, 1.4k in the lead as well. And this is a composition that will age a little bit better than what the GAM comp does have. Pike is one of these champions that feels notoriously awkward moving later on into the game.
I feel like the T1 composition generally easier to play. You have like a more robust front line, but I will say that comp is, you know, as you were saying before, all burst. And dealing with the Cassiopeia Vayne scaling may be a problem as this game goes on.
That's a good point. There's not a lot of tankiness, but there is a heck of a lot of consistent DPS. So maybe that'll work out here as GAM. We're going to push Ona away. They will be able to do so once again. Glory may not be so lucky as... Oh, the shockwave flat from Paze to collect the Cassiopeia. That was cute.
You know, I've seen so many champions.
I've seen a Trundle do that
as
most
a ball
famously.
Delivery system, but Talia is new.
Yeah, that's a cool one. But anything works if you've got a flash. And that is going to be that chase down as now GAM trying to make that cross-map play towards Shelly. They should be able to grab her.
Yeah, I think the response from T1's correct. Put pressure on mid-tower. Don't fight it when you don't have your mid laner there. Give up the Herald and get mid-tier 1 and some pressure. Bot 2, I think T1 pretty happy with how that panned out.
Yeah, 2 turrets for a Herald feels pretty good.
I said mid laner, bot laner. It's just he's on a mage.
No, I think you probably get away with it.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That is something that is just... Make it 3 turrets.
Triple tower pickup. I mean, the whole point of taking Herald is to get towers.
Yeah, I love Shelly, but I don't know whether she's worth that much.
No, I don't. Honestly, if GAM managed to get 3 towers with Herald...
That means they've taken an inhibitor.
That would be impressive, but also that would just be matching what T1 did. And considering pre-5 minutes, there was a 2,300 gold lead for GAM. We're at 16 minutes, and it's a 3,600 gold lead for T1. Oh, there's the Shen ult.
Oh dear, Doran gonna make his way in. Is Kiaya trying to do some tricky stuff here? And Carrier does at least buy a little bit of space by putting down the field, and Paze is going to show up. The seismic shove goes to Narnia, but it doesn't matter. That means Kiaya can't get over the wall, and that means the Vayne is dead. Nice little pick here for T1. And with all of this extra tempo, I think that gold lead is only going to expand even further than this 4,000 mark.
I feel like in the gold discrepancies, the last bastion was that top lane, but now Doran with the lead. No leads anywhere on the map for GAM right now, despite that strong early start that they had.
And I mean, we've seen this happen throughout almost all of Faker's career. Teams find early game advantages, then afterwards it just doesn't really work. It feels like any iteration of SKT or T1 has been very, very good at restabilizing as you get to the mid game. It hasn't often been at this level though, because that deficit was massive for that time in the game. That is going to be the Cloud Drake secured here, but the cease and desist does bring Owner over. He takes a lot of damage. Miasma, a lot of value, some money given over as the death from below does come on through. But the Weaver's Wall is going to separate the team. Artemis now on the other side, but he is left alone. And T1 unable to really get the chase down here as the Rift Herald. Okay.
You know what? I don't think they're getting 3 towers with this. That's my hunch.
You know what? You might have spoken too soon, as we're going to get into a replay. We're just not going to watch the drifting. It's fine.
The smite, they try to go in with the damage of the smite. Just a little miscalculation. Goes to 1 HP before Draktar picks it up. But then this punish on the Owner, and they kite away with the Miasma. Pretty beautifully done by GAM. And we're back to life. How many towers? 0. 0 towers with the Herald.
Hey, she's still alive. Okay? Look at her go. There's one turret that's there. You know, it's got Carrier. No, Carrier. Carrier.
Oh. No.
That's
we're gonna
let me
count. It's 0.
Okay.
0 turrets.
Yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
Just need to verify.
Yeah. No. I'm glad that you can count. I failed to do so in the last game. That's okay. At least we've got someone here that can do it on stream. Okay, Carrier now coming on over to try and defend this control ward. Taunt not going to connect there onto Taki, just barely able to get over the wall with that dash.
I feel like Taki has been playing with fire a lot this game, sometimes to his detriment, but sometimes able to bait out some big abilities.
I am impressed by his consistency though. Always going in. As Doran does hit Mega, Artemis is over here as well. As Draktar does get stunned, Ona moves in. That is going to be the red buff, I think, taken away there by Ona.
Yeah, Ona able to grab that one. I honestly thought when I saw Draktar coming over, I'm like, well, that's GAM's red buff, but not anymore. And
it's supposed to be.
It is. You feel the pressure mounting up. Oh, TP flank coming in right now from the Cassiopeia.
All right, Faker going to get caught out here by Kiaya potentially, but Carrier is on his way. There's the taunt flash, as Carrier might be sacrificing himself unless he can get out. The Condemn actually going to be helping him escape, but the ulti from Draktar should mean the end of the Shen, and the shutdown is locked up by Taki. Faker able to walk his way out, not curtains for him just yet. And in the meantime, there is a Gnar being frustrating in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we've seen this many times before, teams trying to collapse on a Faker. This time he does live.
Oh dear. No. I think he will cease and desist. There he goes.
Yeah, so the answer back, they get that kill mid. They also manage to get a lot of plates in the bot lane for Doran, who now has 1,000 gold lead in this top lane matchup.
Feels a bit wrong based on what happened earlier on in the game. But feels right if you just think about what T1 have done throughout, this year especially, but just in general.
Just a pretty heavy commit here. I actually think Faker not having the shockwave is the only reason he actually survived that engage combo. Now they're looking for him again, though.
Yeah, they're going to yell at him. Doesn't manage to get the stun, but Faker is still going the wrong direction. The Twin Fangs are coming on down. The flash over the taunt is beautiful, and the shutdown comes in for the Cassiopeia. Now, the Bone Skewer is going to land, and Carrier is in a lot of trouble. The Weaver's Wall is going to come on through, and he does manage to get over where it was getting set up. Nice flick back from Paze as well, but Ona going in might be a little dangerous, as GAM still have a lot of damage represented over here. The problem is, that means that Doran is in the bottom lane, and he's just going to take that turret.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is, the Vayne wasn't even involved. And yet we're just seeing Doran constantly in the side lane making this happen. It's a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
I do think they need to respond and answer to that.
I feel like there might be a macro discrepancy between these squads right now on display.
Yeah, I think we can see while this play's happening, some good moves from Glory to get onto Faker. But you can see in the bot side of the map, that Doran is forcing the Vayne away in the 1v1. And if that's happening, you're in a bit of a rough spot.
TK's still psyched about what's going on here. He just, he's blind to the gold advantage the T1 have put together. And every time Gam managed to pick up a kill or two, the hope is rekindled. And honestly, at this point, I mean, 3.3k, it's not exactly anything worth writing home about. And the next Drake going to be up in 30 seconds time. T1 could grab themselves Soul Point off the back of that one. But Gam could also find themselves a team fight. We'll see whether they can as we have a look at this very topsy-turvy gold graph. As Gam off to a great start, that has since tipped over, as we can see here.
Looks like a slide.
Yeah, Kiaya might also need to slide away from what's going on here. Season Assist comes down, Shockwave is going to be in there, and yeah, there wasn't a Vayne.
So, will they be able to make a response from this? They are looking towards the Baron, but I don't think they have the numbers there. And again, this is a super squishy composition. If you start that Baron, you're going to get massacred.
Yeah. Not much of an opportunity to do that one unscathed. And Owner is just going to come on over here and take this Dragon. We'll do the third here for T1, setting themselves up for that Soul in 5 minutes' time. And he's going to help out there with the threaded volley, and down it will go. And we'll be able to lock that one up. So gold leads abound here for T1. And I just want to go back, you know, to that time where Gam were in such a great position at the very beginning. And
those are good times.
They were good times. Things were looking competitive, and it's starting to slip away here with the Vietnamese representatives. Still, it's a decent little route as Bone Skewer is going to come on down. Carrier not actually going to get enough help here from Pays, and Death from below is going to come in. The resets are coming down here as well. Let's see whether Taki can get another one. For the answer, looking like a no as Owner. Ball breaking forward. Another deadly flourish is going to land, but Faker not in any threat at this point. And so T1, they do lose Carrier. Doesn't look to be the end of the world, and he is spawning again in 6 seconds.
Oh, that was so close there. And I think if they'd gotten Faker there, maybe that's when you start talking about something a bit more significant. We see the play here. It was that deadly flourish when he's against the wall and doesn't get out of the way of it in time. The follow-up from the Pike is there, and then here, you can see Paige starts to move a little bit to try and cover from the Jinnel, but the Pike execute is there.
Yeah, really nicely done. So a bit of extra money there as well from the ulti out of the Pike. Taki still making moves, making things happen. 3-3-2 right now on this Pike. As T1, I mean, it is 24 minutes into the game and they haven't started a Baron yet. This is not the T1 I know. But they are hovering around the area. Problem is, if T1 started, that's exactly what Gam want. And that might be their only way into this game, honestly. And so maybe T1 need to ignore the voices telling them to just do Baron.
I will say it is the territorial Baron. In terms of the 3 Baron types, this is not the most dangerous one, which is the Hunting Baron.
Ah, yes, true.
Which is, it's been talked to town recently. Don't mess with the Hunting Baron. So this one you can mess with.
It can't hunt you very far, though, because it is relatively stationary.
It is pretty stationary. But remember, this is what I'm looking for from League Classic. You know when you could, like, pull Baron with Blitzcrank?
Yeah, Baron with the tiniest health bar of all time. Oh, man, I missed it so much. It was so cute watching the show, man.
That was peak.
Oh, brilliant. And also, did you hear, like, all the new champions that are being added? So Akali and Mordekaiser into the game. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay, that's a little bit of inside, though, because we do have
there's a lot
game
of people
going.
who've expressed, like, some sort of just deep-rooted love for Mordekaiser.
I know. And not all of them are Brazilian.
Yeah.
Which is interesting to me. I thought I was the only one. Okay, Pace in a little bit of trouble here as Taki bounces forward. There's the shutdown, but he might be taken out as well. And there it is, a 1-for-1 trade. Pays for Taki. Glory yells at nothing, but the ulti comes on through. The shockwave comes down, but it's flashed by Drakthar. And now, bunch of these buttons on cooldown. Maybe it is time for Gam to find an angle. They are not going to be fighting the Baron. They are just going to pull themselves back.
That is a play where I think T1... Drakthar in trouble, maybe.
Yeah, Doran is going to move on over here.
So I think that was a play that kind of shows you cannot disrespect Gam. There is that pick potential as they managed to get Pays the big shutdown. But some pretty chaotic follow-up to this one. This play initially was good, but Taki ends up getting chunked so heavily before he gets that initial kill. And then I was kind of panicking when Drakthar ulted here, and I'm like, oh! The flash out was pretty good to save him from that situation. And they also get Faker's flash So Faker's Flash King down, definitely something you can punish. He doesn't have a Seeker's Arm Guard yet. Maybe that's an avenue when we look towards this next Dragon fight. If you just kill Faker off the bat, T1's composition, they are ahead. They have a lot of damage because of that, but they don't have the most DPS. If you kill their mid laner, maybe that's an avenue into the game.
Yeah. And I mean, DPS is exactly what GAM have in spades. The problem is the durability is not quite there.
Doesn't it feel crazy to say that this composition is DPS when it has Jhin on it? Doesn't that just hit you a little bit?
It does, but I just ignore the Jhin. And then I notice that, like, you know, there's even a Pyke in the bottom lane, but Vayne Cassiopeia are enough by themselves. But they're also then augmented by everyone doing damage, even Jhin a little bit.
At least it's the Jhin, but it's not the Storm Razor as well as the Ghost Blade and the Rapid Fire. He's got the LDR.
He has gone third item LDR. It's not my personal favorite, but it's fine. And I will be getting a lot of work done. Probably going towards the Infinity Edge as item number 4.
I would hope so.
And the Jhin will be doing a lot of damage there. Also has Swifties. I do really like that. Being able to get into position quite comfortably. And is right now just picking up some waves here in the mid lane is GAM. They're on the Baron.
They're trying to pull them away from the Dragon. Obviously, would be sold for T1 if they can get it, but they're trying to force him to contest them here at the Baron. And again, this territorial Baron not doing a ton of damage. The abilities are quite telegraphed, so...
Oh, Kiai is making his way over. There's the teleport in from Doran. And this should be going down. That is going to be secured by Drakthar. They might give him up for the Ghost, but they've taken the Baron off the rip. Keria finds a double taunt, though. That is gigantic. Kiai trying to keep himself alive, but the damage is being done, and T1 saying no one takes out Baron.
What a swift punish there. And I think T1 happy to slowly approach. Shockwave flashed away from. They don't rush into it. They know that GAM had the members there, but the cleanup afterwards means they get soul, they get a ton of gold, and Baron buff this year is weaker than ever before. I mean, look at that Baron power play. Minus 2,200 already.
Yeah.
I think we're putting this in the not worth column.
I'm going to throw it there as well. There is also going to be a soul picked up at the same time as they lose an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor. And yeah, losing a fight after a Baron is absolutely devastating, because then not only do you lose the Barons, but you also then lose your entire base. It is very problematic, and they won't have very many of them to try and pull back in this game. The only positive is that at least T1 can't get it.
Yeah, that's something.
They now have Cloud Soul, though.
Yeah, and that extra mobility, honestly, pretty hard to deal with. Especially, you know, if you throw the miasma down, that extra movement speed is just going to get you out of it quicker. That passive movement speed that is available with that.
Oh, not to mention, like, Keria with Cloud Soul. Like, Shen with Cloud Soul is kind of crazy, because you just book it immediately after joining a fight.
Yeah.
All right, well, T1 now just going to be looking for this one to flash forward. And the Stands United has come in, but it is not going to stop Taki from taking out this Gnar. That is a little bit taken out of the wind, a little bit of wind taken out of the sails, sorry, of T1 here as they go for their push on the bottom side of the map.
And it'll just disrupt them, slow down the pace of the game a bit, but...
Wait, first GAM turret. There it is. Some bounty gold.
Oh, Paze is coming. Oh, with the channel.
Yeah, okay, there's the delivery. I thought Standard United had actually come in before, but it actually didn't, I guess, because here is Keria now.
That seemed pretty easy, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Cease and Desist is going to get blocked here, but he does close the distance, finds the Vault Breaker, and Drakthar, he does get Owner pulled away, but then the Flash is going to finish him off, and that's a solo kill, actually, for this Vi.
Owner's just so fast. You know, after he ulti gets cancelled, he just runs him down with the Cloud Soul. 2,300 gold ahead in that jungle matchup. 7-4-4. Owner, after a not ideal start, able to bounce back massively this matchup.
He really did. GAM just unable to keep that same level of aggression. Or they did, but T1 were able to punish it, and now they are well and truly on the ropes. Second inhibitor is going to fall. Only a couple of plates left on that bottom side. Shockwave is good. Pulled back and destroyed here by T1. Taki now looking for a bit of an angle. I mean, these resets could be possible because these health bars are getting low, and the curtains are being called. Bone Skewer, the flash doesn't quite work, but the fourth bullet will, as it takes down Keria. Pushes away T1, but the base is in shambles.
Why is it always the supports? You know, they're the always the ones left in the wreckage.
They don't have a lot of money to buy the items that keep them alive, nor do they have any levels at all.
They're also just selfish, you know.
That is true. That is true. All right, T1 still in a phenomenal position though. 5.2k gold in the lead.
I can see the future. I think this is a dead vein.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's see whether that is going to remain the future, and it looks like it's not. So he's
that was one
change his fate.
Yeah, he changed it. Good job. This is a dead vein, actually. Sorry, I guess I saw.
You did. You saw a different future. Sometimes you just don't know what you see.
Yeah, not much outplay potential there, if I'm going to be honest. That was pretty straightforward. But then here, Ona ults and it gets cancelled. But look how fast he's running him down. And the Fury is such a hard target to pin down. But you can
so
just
cool.
out-piece him.
It's like right-clicking is a dash. It's very annoying. As there's the shockwave after the dash cannon. Faker, really nicely done for that pick onto the Cassiopeia, who did not quite hit the ulti to land any of those stuns. So T1 looking pretty good right here. Oh, that's very cute. Get a kiss cam? No, we had one of those here at EWC. All right. Glory and Artemis catching waves here in this mid lane. We do have a push from the bottom side as well, coming out from Doran. Trying to lock down this last remaining inhibitor turret.
Seeker's arm guard now for Pays. Tricky target. They go for Faker.
Yeah, they're just looking for the all-in as they do manage to avoid the seismic shove. Doran is just kiting this one out though, and there is the shockwave once again. Taunt comes through. Glory does go golden. It's a 3-man ulti from Doran though, and a godlike buy comes in, piloted by Ona, and they just wipe them out. The ace for T1. That's going to be the end of the game, and after a brilliant start from Gam, T1 just obliterate them.
Absolute decimation. The ult from Doran, who's had a pretty quiet game other than being in the side lane. He just grabs 3 members of GAM and presents them to the rest of T1. T1 will take that first Nexus of the tournament. And after a little bit of a rough 5 minutes, a very decisive rest of the game.
Oh yeah, and man, a very classic T1 performance here as well, starting the show at exactly the way we wanted them to here at EWC for 2026. GAM certainly looking good in those early stages though. See whether they can keep themselves alive in the tournament, and we can see some more of these crazy comps.
I'll be honest, that first 5 minutes for GAM, some of the best performance I've seen from any team this whole year.
Yeah.
What happened after though? Not so ideal. So I think if they can kind of work on from 5 minutes onwards,
yeah,
they've already nailed that first 5 minutes, but everything else maybe just needs a little bit of work. I will say though, they kept trying to find angles in, they kept trying to challenge, kept trying to look for opportunities, never gave up in the game, looking to challenge T1, but T1 just kind of felt a little bit inevitable after they made those big comebacks, and the team play, the coordination, setting up those picks to get that goal lead back in their favor just felt really smooth from T1.
And now it is time to throw it on over and hear from the stage.
Thank you guys. I'm super glad and honored to welcome Keria, the prodigy, on stage. Keria Sunso Signi Chikaeo. Congratulations for this victory, of course. What I wanted to ask you is that you were facing a Pyke in this game, and we know that it has been your go-to champion for quite a while now. So what are your tips for being a great Pyke?
사실 파이크가 캐리안 선수의 시그니처 픽 중 하나인데 이제 이번 매치에서는 상대방 선수가 이제 타키 선수가 이제 고르게 됐는데 사실 그래서 어떻게 보면은 파이크 전문가로서 좀 팁이 하나 있다면 파이크 팁을 어떤 거를 좀 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 좀 파이크를 잘 알아가지고 상대하기 좀 편했던 것 같고 많은 유저분들이 또 파이크 할 때 팁 같은 거는 그냥 잘 숨어 다니는 거인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's been very comfortable because I know that champion like so well. So that being said, my advice to the people to play, Pyke, I think, yeah, just to hide. Yeah, hide everywhere. Try to not to be seen.
I think it's a very good advice indeed. Donc il affrontait un Pyke dans ce match-up et on le sait, c'est un de ses champions du moment. Donc est-ce qu'il a un petit peu un conseil à donner? Bah effectivement, c'est un agent que j'aime, un champion pardon que j'aime beaucoup. Donc effectivement, faut tryhard là-dessus pour être fort.
All right, so you enjoyed a very successful start here at EWC. You're coming right off the back, no rest from MSI, here to Paris. It wasn't the tournament that you hoped for in South Korea. What were some of the lessons that you learned from some of the other teams that were competing at that event?
예, 일단 오늘 순조로운 출발에 파리에서 하게 되셨는데 지난주에 바로 MSI 일정을 또 소화하셨잖아요. 그래서 또 MSI에서는 좀 아쉽게도 좋은 성적을 거두지는 못했지만 그래도 MSI에서 이제 상위권 성적을 거둔 팀들을 좀 보면서 배운 게 있다면 좀 어떤 점이 있을까요?
일단 MSI에서 저희가 좀 일찍 탈락했지만 그래도 상위권 팀들이 계속 경기하는 거 보면서 저희가 또 EWC에서 어떻게 하면 잘할지 계속 연구하면서 경기를 계속 받고 결승전까지. 그래서 그냥 상위권 팀들이 지금 메타에서 어떻게 잘 게임을 풀어나가는지 잘 보면서 이해하려 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, definitely we got knocked out early. So that being said, we try to pursue to follow the meta and how we followed the game through the finals. So we just watched through and analyze how the other teams analyze the meta. So yeah, I think that in that way we try to adjust as much as possible.
Effectivement, le MSI s'est pas passé comme prévu. On a été éliminé assez vite, donc ça nous a donné l'opportunité d'observer et d'analyser et de s'adapter aussi à la nouvelle méta pour revenir évidemment plus fort pour le WC. Thank you very much for joining us, Keria and Maddox, Kamsahamnida. And before we get to the next match, stay with us because we're gonna head to the next game in a few. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou, and again, Maddox, Ian, for the translations, as it is T1. They brought the circus here in France. I know Cirque du Soleil exists, but what better way to enjoy T1 than this?
I don't know. In the talent room, everyone said, oh my god, there's no way T1 is going to bounce back from this early game. But we from LCK Global, we knew that T1 has this kind of circus once again in the early game. Even though GAM had such a great plan throughout their draft, I feel like T1, they still got their skills.
Yeah, they do, but you have to tip your hat to GAM Esports, who came out on fire. It was a fantastic dream start from this risky draft that they picked, and T1 countered back with yet another mage on the bottom side of the map. It's just so fun to watch how things are evolving here at EWC.
Yeah, I think it was really great idea to pick up the Casio and the Vayne top as a counter as well, because I think T1 is really struggling to find out the favorite matchup once again. You know, I think it was the issue in the previous tournament as well. So I think it was really great synergy from GAM, but it didn't really work out throughout the mid game.
No, definitely not a great start here for T1. GAM will play later in a best of 3 against the other opponents from the B stream who end up losing there. Welcome back, Degon, alongside Wadid and Trouble. And Trouble, this early game, I have the whole world kind of holding its breath on like, wow, is this happening?
Do you want the censored version or the uncensored?
I want whatever you're gonna give me.
This Vi champion is shit, okay? Level 1, absolutely invadable, and the CEO told us he's expecting great things from Draktar because he is the one stepping into the shoes of Levy, who's been leading the team for so many years, and he did exactly that. Putting pressure into the jungle means that Owner is not allowed to help Faker in this interaction in the mid lane, which means now Glory gets the solo kill, which then frees Draktar further into the jungle because there's no backup from T1's mid. So he continues the invade and bleeds it into a top lane double kill.
Not gonna lie, I've seen this situation so many times as well as a T1 supporter, you know, because this is the thing that they had in MSI as well. Owner getting invaded and Doran was already getting pushed into the top lane, and it kind of snowballs again throughout as well.
Just a crazy start there. And when things go wrong for T1, who's the man to answer it? It's Keria down on the bottom side of the map, affecting all over the place. Lane is Rome. Rome is lane, you know?
Yeah, I think even though T1 draft is all about the early game, they couldn't have the successful early game. But I think they still had the chance. They had so much CC, especially from Keria, his positioning. His playmaking was on the key. And I think with Pace picking Talia and Shen, them having such a great synergy on top and mid, like literally everywhere. It was really insane synergy. And I think, again, Keria on the playmaking champion.
And we asked for that, right? We
Yes.
said, hey, MSI, top lane didn't go that great. Maybe Keria should follow up and play for the top side or feed towards down bot side for Pace. He was mid to jungle to top, and GAM was disrespectful. They knew the whereabouts of Keria this entire time. But that's why I love GAM, man. They've got pedal to the metal, and that's it. They only have one way, and that's forward.
Yeah, I mean that's how it works nowadays throughout this meta. Because I think even though you feel like you have such an insane lead in the early game, there's nothing much you can do about it. I think the first item power spike is still the same. I think you have to wait until you actually get the second item, then I think you can feel the lead. But I think T1 was always really smart about when they can actually take the fight. And I think even though they missed out some early game plays, they still had a chance. And I think Kara and Pace did such a great job on that one as a duo player.
Yeah, and then that led to the final replay that we had here from that game. It was the aggressive call. Not a lot of options here by GAM, but you thought that maybe on this Baron call they might have been able to fight it out here, Trouble.
Yeah, I feel like they just pulled the trigger off of that really quickly because Draktar takes a lot of damage. He sticks way too close to the wall and he ends up going down. So a 4v5 is not really in the cards, even though that they see Fakers over in the mid lane, so it would technically be a 4v4. They don't want to take the risk. But this was the start of the end. This is what opened the inhibitor. This is what gave T1 the soul. And with that, they just ended up taking the game.
And with that, yes, again, the soul. That was basically the last fight. There were a couple more there as we take a look at the Group C bracket. It is T1 moving on after a close one at the start by GAM Esports. They will play the winner of BLG and Movistar Koi. We have a look live right now into our B stream with Group C. It is super close here in terms of gold as we take it all on in. 3 Drakes to 1.
Let's go, MKoi!
I mean, this is group of death, you know. You have literally T1 and BLG and MKoi in the same group. And I think, as you can see, this game is all about chaos. Again, MKoi is starting the Drake here, but I think BLG also can fight back.
Yes, very chaotic, 15-13. This Drake is super important. Who's it gonna go to? Jun in there, it gets tempered, faded. Now MKoi forced to back on up. It does get taken away by BLG. They have the Ocean Soul, and MKOI's chances are getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah, they're looking for an opportunity right here for a struggler. Perhaps they found the Nautilus.
Oh, here we go. Ulti on the back line. Alvaro picks up the kill on. Alvaro gets himself out, but Elyoya has gone a little bit too deep. Into the back line goes the golden left hand. He forces the egg out of Jojopyun, and it does look like that might be the end of the action. There is no magical journey to get on out. Flash over the wall by Jojo. He stays alive. Jun barely gets the kill. Does have the GA as well, and it is MKoi routed. If you want more of this action, you need to head on over to the B stream. What a play there by BLG, and maybe that is our matchup, BLG and T1 in the decider match.
I don't know, that was such a banger team fight. I think MKoi had such a great idea about fighting the Soul Drake, but they lost the Drake, they lost the momentum, and it was such a great team fight overall from BLG.
This was unfortunately something we've seen from MKoi in the LEC. It's kind of like they missed the moment, but they're still eager to fight, and if it's just too late, the moment's gone.
All right, well, if you want to see the conclusion of that one, head on over to the B stream. We got some content for you, and we'll set you up for AGAL versus D+ Kia.
Ginny here at the Alliance Vault with Declan, who's going to give us a little bit of a rundown as to what we're seeing here at the MLBB.
Yeah, so we're in MWI now, day 2 of the competition. Day 1 was a bit of a spicy one, to be fair. A few of the expected favourites getting through. One of the Falcons teams climbing through the upper bracket. Vitality, the reigning champions at the moment, doing really well as well. They just flew through their competition. But we look back at last week, Fatal Fury. Obviously, we had Na'Vi and Virtus Pro do super well, and they're both at risk today. They're both in that elimination bracket, so they could be going out of the competition.
Thankfully, that is not necessarily applicable to our stage because we don't have them competing, but it is good to know where these teams are currently standing. That's it from us for the Club Championship Point. See you guys later.
Jak się ma co? Mieć.
For me, mid's just easy. ADC is also easy, but I'm like on competitive, maybe not so much.
In League, I think it's ADC because you kind of just need to hit and do damage. People just say most ADCs is just dumb because they just need to hit and do damage, so they don't lose a lot of brain. So this is for me.
I'm on mid again.
Support.
Mid because I don't know, I find it fun to play. It's like my second role, and when I'm out of field I always have fun and I find it easy.
Yeah, support because when I start to play in competitive, I play support. I started playing support, but now I'm in ADC, so support if I choose another role. Tem que ser esse.
Tem que ser. Mel.
Yumi.
Mel is just, I don't know, it's just a bad design of a champion. She doesn't work, she should not be on the game.
Yumi because it's a support, but just enter into ADC or, I don't know, into jungle or other person, people just say when you play Yumi, you don't play League, you are just waiting and do other stuff, and I think Yumi is a good choice.
Gigo.
Juju.
I can't say it's me, so it's Gigo. He's always saying like dumb stuff, and I'm always laughing.
I think it's Jojo because he always laughing about everything, but he used a lot of sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of funny.
Passion.
Special.
I think Brazilian players are really passionate about the game, like casual, pros, so that's it for me.
Kind of the same thing, but I think in Brazil we kind of just like to play a lot of champions. I think you can see we play a lot of stuff and try new things. For me, it's kind of special because of that.
I have no idea.
I think I have a good one.
A knife.
Knife?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I might need it. I don't know if there's like animals, I don't know, might be useful.
I think of League of Legends, no? Oh! I choose Zonias because you can stop the time and just wait for help.
That's a good one. I'm not sure if I can write it right. Psychologist.
Doctor.
I used to study for this actually. I don't know, League just happens in my life, so I was like, yeah, let's try League, and it worked.
Yeah, I choose Doctor because I like medical stuff, and when I was young, I liked to watch series about medical stuff, so I think it's Doctor.
Como eu use?
Carrier.
I'm a fan, so not much to say. I think he's really good.
Yeah, I'm also a fan, and he wins a lot, so I think it's just the right choice.
And welcome back live from Paris. It's the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends as we take a look at D+ Kia, the qualifier from the LCK in the 4th seed. They take on AGAL, last year's finalists, looking to rebound from a disappointing start to their years. It is a story of redemption for both of these squads. It is a Group A matchup, D+ Kia versus AGAL. Welcome back to our analyst desk. Degon here alongside Wadid, now joining earlier caster, now analyst. It's Wolf, an LCK classic here. Welcome, brother.
Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to see if D Plus can continue their momentum. In terms of Esports World Cup this year, they've actually had quite a lot of it. It's been their most successful thing they've done this year. Their run through the qualifiers is why they're here and why a lot of people are hoping they will carry that momentum forward in an otherwise relatively disappointing year.
Yeah, I want to see how they adapt on this kind of new meta because AP Mage bot lane is the thing, and I think you have to be really proactive in the early game. And I think it's all about Showmaker. Once again, D Plus Kia, I think whenever Showmaker is on form, they look really scary with the creativity. So I feel like it's one of the great moments if you are a biggest D Plus Kia fan here.
Yeah, and that's what got them in that third place spot for the EWC qualifiers after a good start at LCK Cup, getting to play in the in-person finals, falling short to B&K FearX. They then go into the regular season and it's 5th, but it was the ingenuity in the top lane, the Alawi, the Tristana, and allowing Shiwu to cook a bit there. On the opposite side for AGAL, their run last year was so awesome. It was fantastic. They ran through 3 different LCK teams and fell just short in the finals, that 3-2 loss to Gen G. But this is a team that's stuck together and looking to rise yet again.
I mean, I think this team, for me, has always been one of the most exciting new squads coming out of the LPL as a real strong force, right? Flandre and Tarzan have such a history, but you look at Shanks as well as one of these new heroes of the LPL. Hope as well from his JDDJs wasn't able to find that much success there, but doing much better here. And Kyle, we all know from the LCK, so we're all big fans of him. I love this roster, and last year I thought they were going to get it done. I was fairly sure they were going to win Esports World Cup. They trashed Hanwha, they destroyed T1, right? Weren't able to get the trophy there in the end, but ultimately, I think this team comes in as a force to be reckoned with, and D Plus needs to respect them.
Yeah, but there's some question mark on this roster because I think it was kind of shocking that they are not appeared in MSI, and I think it's all about, again, jungle and support synergy between Tarzan and Kyle. I think when they're on the form, they're really creative on being aggressive in the early game. I think you have to mark on that one, otherwise they're going to roll the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was this tournament, kind of like for Furia and CB LOL, where AGAL stamped their claim of being like, hey, we're a world-class team, and we're just a couple of plays away from being in that upper echelon with the BLG, T1, Gen Gs of the world. And so their fall off since then has been a little bit tougher. There has been more competition over in the LPL, more teams stepping on up, almost all of them here at EWC. And again, just trying to find that consistency, whether that is through Shanks, whether that is through Tarzan. It's so fun to see the mirror images here of D Plus Kia and of AGAL Wolf.
I think Tarzan going up with Kyle is going to have to be the way. You could see here in these results, like we're first in the China qualifier, similar to D Plus, finding a lot of success specifically towards the Esports World Cup. So hoping they can make a good run here.
Yeah, final thoughts here with Did before we head on over to the stage?
I mean, I think it's different version of T1 versus BLG. You know, it's all about the actions, it's all about the gameplay.
All right, AGAL, last year's finalist up against D Plus Kia. Let's send it on over to the stage to set ourselves into the game.
Bonjour Paris, comment ça va tout le monde? We're about to move into our 3rd serving of what is an all-you-can-eat League of Legends buffet at the STC Arena here at the Esports World Cup. We've already seen the big hitters come out swinging here, Lou. We saw, of course, last year's winners, the title holders, Gen G, start things off really strong, as we predicted. And then the crowd, of course, was on their feet for one of the most decorated legendary teams this scene has ever witnessed play the game. T1 off to a phenomenal start too. Let me just check. Any T1 fans in the building real quick? T1? I thought so.
Effectivement, vous l'avez vu, la LCK brille sans surprise à Paris. Gen G, T1 on top. Et comme on dit, jamais 2 sans 3. So is South Korea coming for the three-peat? Or is it time for China to shine? I think it's time to find out.
LCK looking for a hat-trick at the World Cup in Paris.
La première équipe, it's a legendary name that returns to the international stage. It is DK! Ils veulent rouvrir le livre de leur succès passé sur League of Legends et rendre Séoul fier.
A name renowned in the League of Legends scene returns to the international stage, chasing another chapter in their decorated history. And their opponents, AGAL! They arrive carrying China's hopes, armed with confidence, discipline, and the belief that they can upset any team standing in their way.
Un concurrent solide qui nous est venu directement de LPL, peut-être pour faire chuter la première équipe coréenne à Paris.
It's one of China's fastest rising contenders, one of Korea's most storied organizations. Only one of them starts their EWC campaign with a statement victory. Paris,
faites du bruit!
Korea versus China, and it couldn't be any better with a matchup that we did not get to see at MSI because both teams fell short. One against KT in a 5-game series that went the distance, and one against BOG, which was a disappointing 3-0 in the lower bracket, thanks to WE trouble that AL was not seen, or AGAL in this case, at MSI.
I see something that both of these teams have in common. I'm looking at D+K and I'm seeing 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Yeah.
That's where they end up. I'm looking at AGAL and I'm seeing 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. So they're kind of in that top 5 really strong teams. We've literally seen AL last year in the finals right here, falling short 1 game off of winning it all. But this year has been super tough for all of them. They just cannot crack, not even the top 3.
I mean, yeah, it's been a big change, and I think especially on AGAL side, right, as well. You could say that for DK, it's been a while in this position. Remember the last internationals, I scroll down, was 2024 Worlds, where we last saw them in the Kingen roster. On the other side, AGAL, they lost Tabe this year. And I think the biggest change up for me is the fact that they don't have that direction, that insane drafting that we saw last year that we were talking about non-stop at the Esports World Cup.
That is something that has been, I feel like, a point of conversation in general. It's like Tabe made sure to keep them together, and then he pieced out. And then there's just so many question marks, right? Like, why do you keep... He brought the team together, kept it together, but now he's no longer there to facilitate
Maybe
that
he
craziness,
got bored.
right?
I mean, Tabe changes like the wind. No, because he comes on board. He has these little projects, and then he just disappears. He did the same thing with BLG, and he's like, okay.
Give me a harder roster.
That's right.
That's too easy. And then he went and called Vampire. I get it.
I mean, I completely get it. But it's not. We're not here to talk about Tabe. Obviously, AGAL versus DK is only going to be a best of 1, which for a lot of people at home is a shame, but it is just going to be showing you who is worthy enough to move on. I mean, today is just going to be quick sticks, right? Like our first day, we're already going to have someone eliminated. We need to find out who the best is as we're about to go into draft and see what this best of 1 has to offer in the same MSI patch.
Well, the best part here is that one of those teams is going to face whoever's lost on that bracket as well. And this is kind of like the 2 giants already of the group. So good luck to whoever's in the lower bracket, who's going to be facing AGAL or D+Kia. It's going to be a pretty tough one.
Yeah, it will be the loser of G2 and Furia, as well as a quick reminder for you in this Group A. The winner will go on and verse the winner of that matchup. So, I mean, again, we could have a G2 or Furia versing one of these guys. It's a really hard group. I think it's one of the hardest groups because...
Like the MKOI group is pretty tough as well.
Yeah, that's also pretty tough.
They've got T1 and BLG.
Yeah, and...
and GAM.
Yeah.
Who almost beat T1.
Their early game wasn't bad. And remember that lower bracket as well, that's a best of 3, which I absolutely love. And so is the matchup from the lower losers bracket, the second qualifier of that same
We're just getting the quick games out of the way sort of so we can structure the teams a little bit skill-wise off of that best of 1, and then we're moving straight into best of 3s later on today.
So are there any picks as we go into draft, and that's about to pop up on your screen, any picks that stand out big? Because I feel like so far Oriana, which has been taken away with the Nocturne, has been my one to watch, with the Ziggs now banned away from DK.
I feel like we've got cooks over in the top lane. Flandre brought out things like the Rek'Sai and the Yorick last year, and then he bled out internationally. And see, he's picking Ilaoi and Tristana with Exhaust over on top side of the map. So I feel like top lane is going to be a big point on the map where we can look at to see all those weird picks coming out. Because we already have like a lot of weird picks in the bot lane now with mages, but can AL keep up with that?
That's the biggest question, isn't it? As we revisit one of the most banned in MSI in the end, which was that Poppy. It's going to be taken off the board as a final ban here from DK. AL have first pick. Even being on the red side here, they chose first pick. That Casio today, I mean, that has just been picked 100%. from what I've seen, Trouble, every single game so far. Cassio has just been that solid mid laner that, again, we continue from MSI.
I feel like there's two picks currently in the mid lane. Cassiopeia is pretty much the queen of mid because the counter picks is just not that strong for her. And Anivia top lane. Anivia top lane is pretty free for a lot of those.
It's a great flex as well, right?
Exactly. One is flex into 3 roles, not even just 2. And 2, I don't think there's any counter picks to Anivia top lane, at least. Well, these two might have found something because they are chefs, as we mentioned.
And go deep into it. I mean, the Jace might be a future side pick as well. Also technically a flex, but for now we're going to assume this. But it's also is Shiwu as well, right? This pick constantly taken away from him. They say don't give Shiwu Jace. Well, it's been given over by AGL in this best of 1.
However, Flandre is one of the best Yoriks in the world. And we do know that Yorick does really, really well into ranged champions. That's why I fear that DK might have an ace up their sleeve in terms of flexing that Jace even in the jungle or mid.
Okay.
So we'll see. Well, mid is not going to be the case because Showmaker has locked in his Syndra, but it could potentially be something like a jungle. If not, I'm pretty positive that a Yorick could come out right here for Flandre.
I do also think, just on the note of the Syndra before we move on, into the Cassiopeia, it has been one of the most popular options. You have the range. Also, jungle pairings right now, these bruises work so nicely when you have this AP heavy mid. Vi is going to be taken away as a potential one of them to partner with it from Tarzan, at least the hover for now, but with the Cassiopeia, this feels likely, yep.
And we do have a lot of range on the side of DK, so Vi does amazingly well at closing down that range with her ultimate, but also unit follow-up. I really like the Ezreal coming through from Hope, one of the best Ezreals in the LPL currently. So locking that in, making sure that you can follow up artillery-wise on top of the Vi ult. And it is going to be a Camille hover right here, not quite the case as we'll be flicking through. It is going to be a match in the jungle, however, and Lucid is gonna pick that Shinzao. I mean, it works well. This champion can buy so much time to isolate the Vi when Tarzan dives in.
All right, with that getting locked in, let's see what the band's follow-up are, because again, we have no bottom lane here from DK and no top side, which again, you're assuming, I mean, Shiwu, it's his most played in the regular season. It didn't have the best win rates, actually.
Not going jungle
33%.
anymore, and
no,
I don't think Showmaker's playing that, Jay, so...
But it has been a champion I've been associating with the top laner of DK for a while now. Olaf going to be taken away, so giving him a bit more comfort in this lane. Maybe trying to pigeonhole that Flandre plays a tank. I mean, as you said, this guy's got such a strong champion pool. There's so much range on it. But in this comp already, it does feel like they could be pivoting towards the front to back to absorb the range that DK's already built up.
Yeah, so far you can see how DK wants to work with. You've got the extra range from the Syndra and the Jace, and then you've got the Shinzao to pretty much build that shield between your carries and opponents, and it works so well versus Vi as well because it isolates her very well. So I'd love to see right here KL. I think we talked about this earlier on. Leona was one of his best champions, and Flandre's Yorick, very importantly, getting taken out right here, which is an excellent pick into Jace.
Yeah, it is indeed. Where will Flandre go with this final ban as the Camille support was taken away?
As well.
Yasuo,
the
okay.
BB special.
I mean, we might as well just go through the whole champ pool with Flandre sometimes, I swear. A guy might rotate full circle to the OGs who knew him back when he played Lucian top.
You can just open the client.
Yeah.
You don't even need to type top.
True.
You just have the whole list right there, and Flandre plays it.
All right, well, Bard's going to be taken away as well. This is normally a pairing with the Ezreal, but maybe they're assuming that we're going to go Kate Bard or Ziggs Camille. Could have been the option for DK. So are they pigeonholed going to be the biggest question. What do they want to add for the range, as Jhin does go really nicely when you have Jace Syndra.
And it also sets up for the whole composition. It builds up range, playing versus Ezreal. He's a heavy hitter in the early game as well. Playing into a lane with Ezreal, can play around the creeps, but it's not going to be the case. It did flicker to another very heavy hitter, which is the Misfortune, but both work incredibly well here. However, with Jhin, you're a little bit more safe in terms of staying away from Vi range.
There's that Leona question mark. The engage with
I love
Ezreal.
that. I love that.
The roam with Vi as well. I mean, the CC layering on this comp already is really nice.
Carries,
yeah.
Syndra, Jace, Jhin, you land an ult on any of them, and it's a pretty free Leona game.
What's going to be taken into the Jace? Shen, a nice option, locked in for Flandre. Also, the globality that comes from it as well when you have this Leona and Vi being able to sync up. Seems quite nice here from anyone's legend. Yeah, that's the biggest question. How do we round this out? Support needed. It's not a mage bot lane here for DK. There's actually no mage bot lane. Which
I mean, technically, if you want to, you can go Braum. Braum Jhin is not necessarily the greatest duo, but it does help a lot in terms of playing defense, so you can build that range that we talked about. Trundle support, okay, not the greatest. However, Leona W has a lot of defenses, which you can yoink away with the Trundle. And you could go Aftershock with Leona, but if you go Aftershock again Trundle, very happy with that one. So it negates a little bit of that early pressure of going too deep with Leona. However, you still have the Shen to fall right on top. So even if you steal all those defensives, I think that Leona will still be able to stay alive a little bit longer. I like both those compositions. I think for D plus Kira here, they're trying to create space for their carries to stay away as much as possible from AL's carries. However, on the other side, they've got such great gap closers.
They really do, and a bit of submarining from the Shen as well makes an easy engage. So I like Trouble that you talked about the space needed. DK definitely want to keep them at arm's length here, while anyone's legend look to send it. A bit of Lila coming from the BO1 from AGAL. As EWC only on day number 1, but our games have been so good so far. You're recalling the GAM best of 1 we just had versus T1.
Oh, they went crazy.
On the ropes a bit in the first 10-15 minutes. Let's see what happens here, because it has been a while since we've seen these teams. What, over a month now? MSI has been a lot of practice time, a lot of learning time for both D plus Kia and AGAL. But let's see if they can finally redeem themselves. Disappointing fallouts in their respective playoffs. KT in a 5-game series. And AGL didn't stand a chance against BLG, who went on to qualify for MSI through that lower bracket. It was WE that ruined their hopes. It was WE's dream run that got in the way of AGAL. But EWC is a different tournament, a different story, as we welcome you back to Summoner's Rift to see if DK can play at arm's reach.
Biggest question mark here for me, what happens to the Vi? I feel like whoever's heard me cast for the longest time, they know I'm a big hater of Vi. B1, I'm just going to defend myself.
Hate Vi B1.
Vi B1.
You're going to have to defend yourself.
Because she really ends up being a naked Vi that just dives in on her own and there's just no backup. There is backup here, like a ton of backup. The Leona, the Shen, the Ezreal with artillery, the Cassiopeia, so it's great. However, she's still not a very strong champion level 1.
True.
We saw in the T1 versus GAM game, once that Vi got invaded on one side, she lost her entire side, she lost her mid laner, she lost her top laner. It kind of snowballs. So I want to see how AL are actually going to defend a potential early game invade into Tarzan's jungle.
I mean, maybe it's going to be a bit of Shen action. We are getting into game. But maybe Flandre has something to say about that as we're finally here. Short pause. I'm going to hope there's no more later today as well. Grass taken here for the top side as well for Shiwu. So see what he can do up against Flandre, who...
Remember that defense we're talking about? Suddenly Cassio, Shen, everyone's just
That's what I was saying. I'm
right?
like, I mean, Shen level 1 as well. Depends what he takes. But no, but Shen damage early is disgusting. Like the base damage of Shen, I feel like it's still egregious.
Unless he levels Taunt and then he's kind of cooked for lane.
Yeah, but Taunt, when you also have a Cassio, is probably just going to twin fang you.
All right, playing it safe.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay for now. We're going to lane. So, as we talked about, it's going to be about how DK can position themselves around in these objectives. I think a lot of the time, we're going to be watching these lanes play out, especially solo lanes here, Trouble, and how DK get through, take advantage of it, and then Lucid can help take over as well with his heavy skirmishing.
We literally saw this matchup earlier on as well. The Syndra into Cassiopeia. It was actually Yehu versus Canyon. And Yehu played a very, very aggressive early game where he actually landed every Q and walked Canyon down to the point where he forced his TP. And we do know that Shanks can be one of the more aggressive mid laners that we have over in the tournament. Showmaker's playing in really clean, really easy. However, Shanks is going to land the Q. He's trying to isolate Syndra right here. And if he can manage to force that TP, it's huge.
Full engage though on the bottom side as well. Career turns it on its head though. Heal up. Deadly Flourish going to be dodged away. KL also burns the heal to get out. The difference is Barrier was used from Hope, so small summoner advantage here for DK.
2-for-1 right here. However, I feel like Trundle is probably going to be the target for the AJL bot lane for the time being, and especially pre-6. And without the heal available, that means that there's no more defensive summoners other than the Flash onto this Trundle. Flanter, unfortunately, for now, has to play underneath his tower, especially when you're playing Shen. Unless you can close the gap
versus a pretty long-range champion that Jace is right here. It makes it really difficult for Shen to actually play in the early game. Lucid will be pathing towards the top side of the map, however, so you could potentially see a case where Shen gets poked down by the Jace. There's a massive wave currently gathering underneath Shen's tower. They could potentially be just checking after Skullcrab to maybe see how chipped that Shen has got.
The only thing I hate about diving a Shen, though, is he has steadfast presence, and he has
just bait it.
Oh, bait it.
Just bait it.
I like the logic, okay. Just bait it. I just hate diving a Shen.
You can't sleep, just sleep.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
So foreheaded, so smart. Lucid is up top side, as you kind of
he's in bait.
elaborated. He's going to go for some deep vision. Raptor respawn is on the horizon, so that ward will pay dividends here for the back that's probably going to come from Tarzan momentarily, as he's a little bit behind, trying to find an angle on Showmaker, but Showmaker playing mega passive with Lucid making his back as well. Pillar off the back, by the way, if you're wondering. Onto Hope.
Oh,
Shadow Dash not too bad. Pulls out the sword for a little bit, and Siwu takes a chunk.
I actually wanted to see what Lucid was going to die on his back. I feel like we saw from Inspired, he bought double Crystal instead of Crystal and Longsword. And that's because he was actually planning to fight as Carrier.
Blade, hang on with that W up as well. The Eclipse burst, helps out the flash to kill. Hope finds first blood. Lucid's coming in to help out. He flashes with the wind, becomes lightning, doesn't find him with the Audacious Charge. The knock-up from the 3 Talon Strike is close to finding its mark. Deadly Flash dodged away as well. Kael with the fancy feet walks it out after success.
Oh, but Kael with the clean 2 versus 2, and we said it, 3-6, Trundle is the target. Down for bot lane, there is no cleanse, as Tarzan and Flandre, they're surrounding the TP.
Okay, that TP a bit egregious. Siwu's going to jump on him, but you know he's going to die. Flandre even flashes out, don't think he needed to, but AJL now on the board in 2 ways.
That was so smart from Tarzan. He literally did his Raptors and made his way through Fog of War in his jungle. Flandre calls the TP and Tarzan instantly responds.
Egregious from Siwu up in that top lane. And Tarzan getting on the board in a big way. We look at the replay. I think this will be bot first because I thought this Trundle had a lot of 2v2 pressure trouble, but I was wrong.
I feel like people don't understand how crazy good Leona versus Ezreal is. Leona allows Ezreal to proc his W, Q, and E at the same time, plus the extra damage is coming from the Leona passive, which is insane. This Trundle is extremely squishy. And then KL with exquisite footwork to dodge every route.
Yeah, here it is again.
I mean,
that
was
TP.
unfortunate. But you know what was worse? Flandre's flash.
You know what? I understand TP, like the wave is in this slow pushing state. Siwu wants to get the push in.
Yeah, however,
Deep
Tarzan
vision.
was pinged
Yeah,
by DK, so that was a bit disrespectful. Just a teeny bit.
just a bit. So, egregious mistake here from the top laner. Not going to net too much because there is a 10 CS lead here for Siwu, but again, getting Tarzan on the board in a big way, getting closer towards that Sundered Sky. Right now, Jungler's doing their second batch of the clear. As AGAL light started the Dragon here, but I think it was just Kael wanting to get that control ward. I think Pillar started the Dragon off here from career, so Kael has to back off.
No, I think Kael was just trying to solo it. He just wasn't feeling like it.
Yeah, the classic Leona solo Dragon.
And here it comes again. Lucid has been hovering those Raptors for the longest time.
Oh, level 6 as well. Tarzan going to bump on in. A Vault Breaker to get the shield out. Lucid has a level advantage, and that ward is paying dividends right now.
He needs his Raptors to get that level 6, but Shanks is stuck underneath his tower, which means Showmaker will respond first. Lucid is literally sitting around trying to bait Tarzan, and it could potentially be just a 50-50 here. If Tarzan can manage to get the Raptor, he can fight, but he doesn't.
Tarzan going to jump in, still level 5, you're right. Lucid takes it away, and the problem is trouble the range here. The mid pressure from Showmaker, Shanks can't join. And, you know, Siwu also having top pressure as well. It's not like Flandre can stand United out.
Career, no flash.
Good burst here. Career getting low at level 4. Here comes Kael once again. Shield of Daybreak was on cooldown. Smash holds on to the 4th. But AGL, their solar lane's doing decent enough. And the bot lane is doing very well.
The bot lane is doing very, very well. The fact that Career chose this particular champion for the post-6 effect that he has versus that Leona. He's not getting that pre-6,
no.
So Hope and KL have recognized what their win condition is, and they're permanently just fist fighting bot lane to try and get advantages. So far, the advantages have been great. 600 gold up onto that Ezreal, up in CS, perma pushing that bot lane, which actually allows a little bit of freedom for Vi to play towards that bottom of the map, knowing that they constantly have pressure, and even if they don't, Flandre on the top side with his level 6 ready to assist.
I mean, again, it is the flexibility, right? Also, KL can play towards Tarzan, vice versa. And I love that you pull the Shen into the equation as well. As Tarzan starts this off, that Shen ulti is up and available, so...
With Lucid backing right here, to probably completely Stunner and a couple more items. Oh, sorry, he's... Oh! I am loving... No, he changed it!
What happened?
He was going for Titanic Hydra and he changed it. Now, the reason why I love Titanic Hydra onto Xin Zhao is because you can proc your knock-up super fast, especially versus slippery champions like Cassio and Ezreal. However, if you're not ahead, it's a hindrance to your fighting power because you get Sundered Sky much faster.
I also think in our program, I mean, Sundered Sky is still just one of the most broken items in League of Legends. His career, nice stop on Flandre's back. DK overloading the top side of the map. There's only an Ezreal in bot as KL is roamed near top. And hovering the Shen side of the map. Really nice play here from DK. They're also going to get grubs off of it as well. So it does feel like, again, they know where their bread is buttered, and right now that is making sure that Flandre can't do anything.
I feel like they're happy as long as this is happening, especially since topside is sharing plates. There were 3 members taking down those plates, now there are 2 members. Whilst in the bot lane, it is just Hope, solo plate gold in his pocket, plus 869, was just 600 1 minute ago. So I feel like they'll be really happy just feeding that gold into Ezreal. It's only Shen that's falling behind, and they don't necessarily care too much because his power comes from his ultimate and his participation. So for now, they'll be extremely happy from the side of AL, and Tarzan is just looking to hover around ball.
Meanwhile, while the guy that got all the gold from DK is in a lot of trouble, here comes Tarzan waiting for the cease and desist. Bolt Barrico wakes, gets hit, and there, cease and desist finally comes on in. True Shot Barrage, a snipe down, and Hope just takes it with ease. Hits every shot, and AGL have number 3.
Q played that as well as he could, cancelling the Q, trying to get closer to the tower. But Tarzan's got too much CC. Previously from that, Hope lands everything. He does ease forward, WQs the Jace as well, so they land everything. There's too much, and the second Q that pushes Jace further away from his tower is what solidified that kill.
Tarzan so far, 2 out of 2 for the impact score.
Reinforced, 9 minutes in.
Yeah, he's big. I mean, again, it really is hope for the rest of the world right now. KL found out with the kill of a career, only level 5, not that he could do anything anyway. As you know, before that overloading play on the top side, that put Siwu ahead. But he's 0-2 and 0. Might have a CS lead, but as you kind of mentioned, the Shen can just coast. Now back in this lane with a bit of support from Tarzan. Might be more than that here. The Siwu has to be careful again with no flash.
Tarzan doesn't really have ult, so Siwu would have to grief it just a little bit and walk up too far whilst the wave is pushing towards him. I don't see it. I think it's more of a cover out here from Tarzan, making sure that Flandre can push out that way because it's in a very weird position right now to not get ganked from Lucid. However, luckily for them, Lucid's over on the bot side of the map. He's looking to finish his own Sundered Sky, which he's closer, but
Tarzan,
not finished with yet.
I mean, he wants to break the freeze here. He really just wants to, like, get him maybe on the return of the slow push here. Let's just see. Wave pushes up, Tarzan goes, no, never mind. Flandre probably just sends him away. But Wave in a pretty good state here for the DK top laner.
They are poking, they're pinging Lucid towards the top side of the map, so they are aware that Lucid just finished with the bot side, but Lucid is where Lucid has been the entire game. He's at 5 Raptors.
Yep. He's going to make the long way around as well. Maybe try and get behind Flandre here. There's only a ping and a pixel brush in River as Lucid thinks against it. Deep control ward placed at the very least with the wrap around towards that top side is now thinking about what he can do in the mid lane, but Shanks is way too fine.
Look at that Ezreal goal. He's 1.3k up currently. Gain another tire plating in the face of Career and Smash.
And you know what I love so far? Like, Hope has had a lot of interaction with Career, but his E has never been used because if he ever uses his E, Trundle just pillars, and that Ezreal's not getting out without flash.
Has been aggressively on Jace.
Yeah, I mean, but that's fine. That's a different champion, I will say. But it has been really nice to see Hope baited reaction as Tarzan spotted out for the cross through mid.
Oh, no.
What happened? What are you upset about?
I think his Raptors just got stuck.
Oh, okay. I was looking, I heard the old no, and I'm like... Oh.
They're not there!
No. Tarzan spending a lot of time covering for these lanes. Will get his red and clear upwards while Dragon is up in 45 seconds. That's going to be the next objective with AL already starting off with 1.5k gold lead. Early game has been pretty well favored towards them, while DK really banking on these solo liners to get towards that first item ASAP for the next fight.
I'd love to direct everyone's eyes on the bot side because Hope is the one with the gold, but look at all the visions around him. Not only are they covering for him, there's like 7 wards, some of them deeper into enemy territory, some of them over in the river, keeping Hope alive, allowing him to build that 1.7k goal. That's disgusting. It's 12 minutes in, and they're fighting for Dragon. They start stacking them right here, then AGAL can actually build up a really good win condition, forcing teamfights earlier from DK.
With that bot pressure that he's had, you can see how deep the wards are in this red side of the jungle. It's kind of littered at the moment. So AGL playing with full information that DK are hovering around this red respawn, and AL drops an even deeper ward. Meanwhile, see we're up in the top lane. He's going to find himself first turret blood here in this game. So gold minimized a little bit here, because again, it is about these solo laners. As Showmaker going to show up big, Miasma down, Petrifying Gaze going to slow down. Scatter the Weak though saves his life. Unfortunately, Showmaker was not looking the right way.
I wanted to see the progress on the Dragon, because I'm like, if they haven't started it yet, Seoul was just backing from topside, so they could potentially look for a fight without the Cassiopeia ult available on Shanks. But AL are just going to play aggressive, so to make sure that they contest, that no one contests, this Dragon from the side of DK, and other swaps are coming through with Jace taking over the bot side.
You know what's crazy right now is that Hope does not have a bounty on him. Somehow, some way, Hope just doesn't have a bounty being almost 30 CS up and 1,600 gold up. Yeah, DK fans going to be molding about that a little bit. As just like they will be with the double dragon start here from AGAL. Herald up in a minute 10. DK doing their due diligence, hovering around the top side of this map. I mean, Smash will match the mid push coming through on the bot lane of AGAL. Not a minion will be missed here thanks to Career. So that Jhin also Hexfire Optics picked up. First item across the board really outside of Career. And Titanic was picked up in the end, so you'll be happy, Trouble. I was saying Sundered Sky is still so broken, but you know what? I'm happy that Lucid went outside of that.
Yeah, the only issue is that it's just a bit more expensive, so it takes a lot longer to build. As
He was found KL. This is a deep back. He decided back here after dropping all his wards. Tarzan in the vicinity. She was going to chase it up. Shield of Daybreak turns into Solar Flare. The Shen ulti as well onto 2. It's going to be a numbers advantage. Career going to come in way too late. She was first to drop. And next up onto the Xin Zhao, who flashes the way. Lucid running for his life while Career has to pick up the pieces. KL flashes too, but Scatter the Weak coming in into a choke would be nice. As Finder drops down, Showmaker might have changed the play. KL the next target while Tarzan tries to deal with the Cinder from the mid lane. Vault Breaker in, but out instead. AGL disengaging the fight while DK at half HP still want to chase on up. They need Smash. He might be low, but here's the Xin Zhao with the Titanic Hydra. Is it enough? Almost trading his life. Lucid dies to the last shot in the end. It's messy. It is Lila as Tarzan has to run for his life while the rest of his team scatters.
Hope Lila's into melee range of Xin Zhao and just gets one shot. They were running backwards, they were kiting, that Ezra was doing so much, and then he decides to E forward. And Hope dying. Is Hope dying in general for AGAL? Because sees all the gold that they have.
Let's start here.
Watch this one more time. It's a great re-engage coming through from AGAL because they have the Shen ult, so they get numbers advantage eventually. And then you suddenly see Tarzan chasing Showmaker over on the bottom of the map. And look at Leona and Ezreal. They're doing a great job. Leona gets re-engaged, and then Hope is into Trundle for the extra damage. And when it dies, that's where DK came around.
Showmaker, that flush from the previous fight, now going to be punished now. Turns into a 1v1 with Lucid versus Shanks. Trying to get away with his Twin Fang up and available. Wind becomes lightning, not going to be tagged by the audacious charge this time around. Shanks wiggles his way out after the kill, and Showmaker being hyper-aggressive and with a sick outplay in the replay, might I add, is still going to be punished in the end by Shanks.
Yeah, solo kill coming through from Shanks. This Cassiopeia heading towards the 2-item power spike really, really quickly right here. Up a couple of CS, but that solo kill pretty much solidifies the lead with about 300 gold. Now, let's have a look at the replay on how this happened. Showmaker overextends, and Shanks straight up flashes with a miasma. Once you connect the Q, he says E, 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 until you kill someone.
Oh, that was kind of nasty from Shanks as well. And then in the end, Lucid chooses not to follow this up. Remember, Titanic not Sundered Sky, so no extra healing. And I guess as well was just worried about getting Noxious Blast and then Twin Fang to death. So nice from Shanks, catches up on a bit of gold that through the laning phase he was down on. Showmaker in the dirt a little bit here as well. His flash timing going to be closely monitored by AGAL. Well, they are looking for it.
Very closely monitored, apparently, as they're bringing KL over on the top side. Now, this is the difficult part. They do not have a tower over on the top side. So the only one they can send there is Shen. But they want to have Shen to match the Jace. So they can actually mismatch that. Cassiopeia will be very, very sad.
So we might get a fight with his ulti imbued. The only question is that Herald going to be reset as Tarzan gets over the wall? Hope is joining in. That's the big carry from AGAL. They claim River for themselves. Reminder again, it does just feel like AGAL using some of that pressure that's come through from Hope to push them away. 2-item Ezreal. That would have helped as Herald goes down.
I feel like that was the scary moment for DK, the fact that Ezreal shows up with the 2 items. That's all he needs to start fighting, and he's got them way early than what you usually see on an Ezreal, where they get them at about 20 minutes stacked up as well. He's got about 16 minutes in game, those 2 items, so they're backing off for the time being. DK, you see, even though it's LCK versus LPL, it's been very LPL-esque gold graph. And one thing that has been biting AL is sometimes that their aggression is a bit too much.
Oh, really? Let's recall the BOG series.
Too strong.
Oh my God. Simply in their last best of 5, you can say the exact same thing. Good poke here from Siwu that came through. They're now gearing up 3rd Dragon here. It's a big one for AJAL. DK need to stop it. Shen ulti on the top side of the map to be wary of as Showmaker starts walking in.
I'm looking at that ward. That was that blue buff where Tarzan is, and that could be a pretty big ward. They get a lot of information on what's happening behind the scenes for AGAL. And AGAL, they're going to have to walk in blind if they want to fight this.
They're going to walk into the poke, but Siwu misses some of it. Dragon going down fast. Vault Breaker in. Tarzan can't get the steal. Instead, summons the Herald. Dragon goes down to DK. Engage from Kyle. The poke from Hope. Arcane Shift. Showmaker almost dead. A missing shot to take his life that he'll narrowly dodge away from. But Dragon down to DK. They stop the boat rolling. If boats could roll. DK now on the defensive passes. AJL try to use the pressure that's coming through from Herald to try and get some gold out of the play.
AJL forced themselves in the mirror completely blind. They isolate 4 members of DK and they get the numbers advantage through that. However, they do lose the Dragon, which is very, very important. Dragon stacking was the one thing that was going for them, and it has been stopped, at least for now, from DK.
So, in the grand scheme of things, big win here for DK. But GAL still, they're around these 2 items. I mean, gold is actually 500 in DK as well. I don't know why I'm selling this like I'm scared. I think it's simply because of Hope. It does feel like Hope versus Siwu in this game, Trouble. It does feel like that's what it's coming down to.
Long-range poke champ versus long-range poke champ?
Yeah, a little bit. With a mixed bag of Showmaker in there as well, with what Smash can do when he opens up. That's our observers telling us a Barret is now spawning here. Flandre's ulti is down, so as he hovers in the bottom side of the map, it will be simply a TP, not an ulti, to join any shenanigans they have at the top.
And for now, it's going to be pretty chill. Next Dragon's about 3.5 minutes away, so they're just going to look to push out those side lanes. For Cassiopeia, you're looking for 2nd item for sure. This is where you really want to start team fighting. I feel like Wadid was talking about this on the desk in the previous post-game after the T1 game, where he's like, you know what, T1 just know their power spikes, and they know exactly when they're going to start fighting. So I feel like AJL can learn a little bit from that one. It's like, you know what, we can actually chill. 2nd item on Cassiopeia is so potent, it gives us so much power. So if we wait for this, we can actually win fights much easier. So far, they've used Hope as the angry guard, as Tarzan.
Cease and desist under turret. Here comes Shanks as well to add to the damage. Miasma down. Showmaker flashes out. Scout of the week won't work though. Here's the trade-off from Lucid. Pops out the ulti as well. Tarzan would be in trouble. He's under the turret, but he pops back in. The poke from Siwu is not enough. Lucid will flash on out of there. Get on out of there. But now Siwu's isolated. Flandre flies in. It's a big mistake here from DK, but the deadly flash from Smash with the last order to come through. It's it enough. Hope over the wall adds in his contribution while AGAL are fighting the front side with fire. Flandre and KO getting the CC down, and Smash flashes out as well. Hope has got them CC'd off, so the career can't add anything in. The turret is yet going to be standing until now. Career puts the pillar up, and Flandre gets tagged on in, but AGAL smack DK into the dirt.
Avengers assemble! AL kept coming from everywhere on the map. What a great start on the dive, which wasn't necessarily followed up by Shanks very well because he has to tag all those creeps. The Miasma doesn't go down early, which means Showmaker gets to flash and overextend. And then when Lucid goes in, it's suddenly a 1 versus 3. Siwu's gonna TP up there, but then there's Flandre marking the tower. And then it's just full-on numbers advantage from the side of AL.
And Smash really wanted to get in, get that last auto. Career pillar up.
But
he ultis for Tarzan.
Smash walks up, sees that Hope is behind the wall as well. He's like, I can't walk up to do damage.
It was a lot of DK trading their lives for influential kills in the fight, but it was maybe 1 or 2 too many. And AGAL rather, anyone's legend, A massive fight here. But the game's not done yet. Dragon up in a minute 30. Baron now the contentious part. Lucid's looking to face check, but Tarzan has found Siwu. There's a solar flare from afar. Siwu in trouble. Taunted with the stand united. Flandre has been on point so far. AGL now have a numbers advantage in front of Baron.
This could be a Baron angle right here. That's why DK are really keen on pushing that mid lane wave and potentially threaten that mid lane tower. However, again, AGL taking one of T1's textbook. They're going to play it slow. They're going to take the entire top side of DK, grab some vision, and potentially threaten through that fog of war now without the tower in the top side.
I can't shift away from the deadly flourish. That topside pressure you talk about is rolling in now. Shank's got a deep ward as well, from what I believe. I think that's his control ward that they put down towards blue. DK on the defense here. The 2,000 gold lead that's now starting to prove it. It is all about this Dragon. Third one here. The AGAL adds as much emphasis as the last one did here for DK. As mid turret might just be dead. With an Essence Flux, well, not as much damage as I thought, but still close to dying. As it is going to be this approach for the Dragon that we got to study next.
And I feel like the story of this game has flipped on its head. Siwu suddenly 0-5, only 75 gold from a 1.5k gold lead. Has to make the J somehow work. The TP is going to come through from Showmaker with a rocket belt in his pocket. So 2 items Syndra walking in. They definitely do not want to give soul point to AGAL. However, Flandre and KL are
the scatter's good. Curtain call as well. Smash might have an opening, but KL is in the way. Vault Breaker out to threaten. Hope at half HP, and Showmaker adding the poke on in, as well as that 4th shot almost connecting, makes Dragon a little riskier.
DK are still going to try to take their chance here. They do not want to give that. Siwu on the other side.
He needs to come in now, though, I feel, as well. Scatter the Weak is a 2-man. Showmaker with the Deadly Flash. Solar Flare, he's going to proto belt away from it. Tarzan jumps on in onto Lucid. He pops the ulti as well. This could be a great fight for Petrify engage. Locks on down. Kale turns it into engage. Down goes Siwu. Scatter the Weak to stop the fight, but Ceases was still available. Showmaker in trouble. Tarzan jumps in to end his life, but the Xander's Blade follow up with Shanks getting the Twin Fang. Hope's still alive. If only a breath, if only a slimmer, he will stay standing. Flandre, an unbeatable frontline here. It started beautiful for DK, but AL picked the angle.
Their team fighting was beautiful. KL and Flandre guarding like proper dogs in front of the gate, not allowing anyone to get anywhere near Hope and Shanks. They only have 2 carries. If they lose one of their 2, their DPS drops significantly in team fights, so they need to make as much as possible to help them survive, and that they did, and that's Soul Point.
Give me a replay. Hot damn, that was a fight. AGL come out on top again. They're on Soul Point. And the poke, the pickoffs here were great until Flandre just got in the mix.
Look at Flandre. He's playing guard towards Ezreal. Then Hope throws the ult, gets caught by the EQ from Jace,
Shanks.
but that petrifying gaze from Shanks literally stops the rest of DK from approaching forward. The second Showmaker sees an avenue. Tarzan blocks that as well. And then Flandre and KL kept on re-engaging.
I don't know what Vi saved cease and desist 10 seconds into the fight, but props to Tarzan. I mean, I don't think Showmaker was expecting it. He already used his proto belt to get away as well, and he couldn't build any more space. So even though Tarzan dies, Showmaker gets forced to play out the fight until he dies.
The classic where you type in Solar to your teammates. Vi still has ult?
Oh, what?
Question mark, question mark, question mark?
Yeah. So now for Showmaker, I mean, he has no Seekers. Shanks does. And so the biggest question is, who is going to stop AGL now that they're running Soul Point? Baron still in contention, but we saw how DK wanted to play out the fight. Smash does have a 3rd item now, so maybe that range is more influential. Mid turret is going to fall as we come back from the replay.
Very nice. They saw the numbers advantage. They pressured them through the jungle. They see that only Hope is in the mid lane, so that tower is pretty much not defended at all by AGAL. They take that one down. That's very important, especially when you want to play for potential flanks. Maybe something with Lucid or where Career can pop up a pillar through Fog of War and catch someone off guard.
Yeah.
That could be their angle. However, the story for DK is that if Showmaker's doing well, then DK is very happy and they're playing well. He's not doing that well. He's 1.1k down. He's got solo killed. He's 0-3. Suddenly they started with Siwu on that Jace. 1.5k gold lead. Now he's down 400 gold to Ascent, who's 6-1-4.
I do want to add the caveat that I feel like Smash, if we get on a 5v5 in the past, he's been the reliable. I mean, as a carry, the 5v5 carry, maybe not the best split, people could argue, but I think Smash is an 80 carry that people have watched through challenges on T1 coming up to the LCK. He has been the person they want to see with a gold lead who can stamp over the game at the 25 plus minute mark.
The only one who barely has one.
Well, that's right. But also a Jhin with 3.5 items that soon will be a rapid fire cannon. His damage is getting quite severe for a team that has a Shen and a Leona, sure, but a team also that has a bit of diving ability if Smash is left isolated and alone.
He has he has generally been the one untouched in fights, so Smash could do
That's what I mean,
a bit of damage. I feel like DK as a composition, they do have, again, that front to back. I feel like Shinzao is so deceptively tanky. That champion, especially with ult up, can create so much space for such a long amount of time that Smash can do a lot of damage here together with Showmaker. It's just been a case of them not being necessarily in formation, like Jace flanking. Do you really want to be flanking with Jace right there, who can get really easily re-engaged on? Siwu not necessarily the best positioning to follow up with his team, and Showmaker has not necessarily been also in sync with the rest of them. So let's see if DK can actually pull a proper team fight together.
Thanks. Can dodge away from the Deadly Flourish. DK move out of their position around this Baron pit. Stand United is up and available for Flandre, and he's now taking a 1v1. Let's see what can Siwu do in the 1v1. I don't know. Dusk and Dawn is hard. Taunt also comes out. Takes a bit of damage. Flandre thinking about going back in a TP flank. They're going to go for him instead of this Baron. Shanks coming in to make a 2v1. The flash from Flandre. They didn't need Shanks. He just solo killed Siwu for a 0-7 Jace.
It's not that they didn't need Shanks. It's that Flandre said, get off. That's my solo kill. You've had yours. But really important, right there, Flandre technically wastes a flash, which he will not have in the upcoming fight for Soul. And it's very, very, very important, especially if you want to catch those super long-range champions that we've been talking about, the Syndra, the Jace, the Jhin. You're going to need that flash available, and I feel like Flandre here should not have burned it, especially with Shanks coming through.
Yeah, I can agree to that. So will it cost them? What do they get as we come back from the replay? You know that Baron's probably not going to start. She was up in 10 seconds, and from it as well, it's a good point, Trouble. We'll see if it costs AGAL in the upcoming potential 5v5. Dragon in 40 seconds, that's the big ticket. And right now, we're going to see if that's going to be a fully completed Zhonya's Hourglass for Shanks. GA picked up by Tarzan as well. Bandlepipe's not there yet for the top lane Flandre. Hope on 3 and a bit items, but he does not have that Serelda's Grudge.
There's also a Black Cleaver picked up from Lucid on the other side. It's going to help a lot with the Jace and the Jhin.
Tarzan angle on a ward though. Level 16. The Vi wants an angle. Lucid trying to clear the ward, but he cannot stay to chat. Rooftop Barrage not bad as well. Misses shot, not going to connect. When comes Lightning, Scatter the Weak. Shanks is slithering past it. No fear whatsoever here. With the Seeker's Arm Guard, Curtain Call is there. He's going to get tagged on out. When does he go? Golden is the biggest question. Scatter the Weak. It's going to be now, but face checking. Kale getting low as well. Solver on the spot. Petrarca down as well. Lucid jumps back in. Psychotic man to get the 1v1 now. Smash is kiting it out as Tarzan is deep. Season says Scatter the Weak as well. DK losing their mid lane fast. And the problem we thought was going to be the Snake, but it's this Shen as Tarzan re-engages. The pillar helps Flandre. Howdly doodly, that's a triple kill for the AGL top lane.
Flandre saves the day, but Hope and KL are just them. The way that we're dancing around Siwu and Showmaker overextending to catch the Ezreal was absolutely breathtaking. AL are clearly the better team fighters in this best of one.
And hot damn, are they gonna regret seeing this Shen on Summoner's Rift for their BO1. Flandre is just a madman. 10-1-4, 14 out of 18 KP.
Just have a look at the Ezreal first though, because he walks up, Shanks a bit too confident, gets caught by the Jhin W, tanks everything, uses that Seekers perfectly on the Scatter the Weak, but look at Hope. He gets caught, the W lands here by Lucid, he'll jump back, Hope is caught between the two teams, and Siwu suddenly spawns behind them. Showmaker pushes forward, and Tarzan presses R on him again.
Yeah.
Hope and KL played that so well to bait DK super deep in this fight.
I feel so disingenuous actually looking at the replay for Flandre. He kind of missed every shadow dash. He didn't really do much. He just autoed
man, I tried, man. I told you, look at the Leona
God.
better.
He got a triple kill, but hot damn, Flandre just walked.
What a whack cost.
I feel like it's such a crap caster there.
Okay, man. That's why I said look at Leona and Ezreal better. It's fine.
Yeah, Hope is doing outrageous damage, but Tarzan's ability to re-engage, playing on the edge with GA was crazy. AGL, 3k gold lead, Soul in pocket now.
I just feel like Tarzan has a grudge versus Showmaker.
Yeah.
He just saves R the entire fight. Showmaker's trying to make the play because his team is actually struggling in those team fights.
True.
He tries to overextend to make the hero play, and Tarzan's like, nope, I still saved my ult for you.
Now, everything back up and available. The fight will go on as Baron. This might be thought about a little bit deeper this time, but AGAL aren't starting it just yet. Wave's getting pushed out. Flandre with the ulti to move. And Tarzan, he's the one who's been the receiver of this Stand United each time to enhance the engage rather than to save a target.
Siu does not have TP. I feel like this would be a great time to push the next wave for Flandre and actually start threatening the Baron. They've got extra numbers advantage. They've taken the blue buff. I feel like this is a perfect time to try and bait a fight, bait Siu to walk out of this lane. They don't necessarily have to fight this. It's either you bait the Jace and push bot, or just take the Baron for free.
They just do it so quick with Shanks, though. That's all they need. Lucid knows, walking into position. The Baron's setting up at 10k now. TP going to be coming on in. KL also with an angle himself. Lucid the one on a ward, poked out by Hope. Flandre's now come on in with his TP. With that TP, a massive, mighty shield stands. Where's the damage going to come through? Not from Smash for the time being, that's for sure. Baron is just going to drop. DK can't find an angle in, and now AGL look for the fight, but DK have to run for their lives. Baron down, and the power play begins.
That was beautiful. DK had to make a decision. Do we transfer Siu into this fight and try to find the team fight, or do we lose the Baron and at least defend bot lane? Well, they did defend bot lane because Flandre TP'd out of it, but they couldn't find an angle to get into this river on top side. There was no vision. AGAL have closed all doors to that objective, and now with the Baron and a 4,000 gold lead, I feel like they've got a better team fighting composition. They've got the engage, the disengage. It's just so easy to play from here now.
I feel like it was an interesting laning phase, but it does feel like, again, that Hope lead overflowed to the rest of the map. Tarzan finding early objectives as well. Setup was beautiful. DK now trying to climb back through objective gain. That bot lane turret going down, but meanwhile, what does it cost? Top turret and all its entirety of plates with mid as well. Inners both going down. AGL getting a storm of gold as they run through approaching the base.
Top lane, mid lane, both tier 2s gone for AGAL. Only one outer tower, only one more defense outside of that base from DK remaining, and AGAL have no will to take that one as they have two cannon Baroned up minions over on the top side of the map, and DK have split up in two groups trying to defend that, but they're both falling at the same time.
Trying at the very least. Plate's already being taken. Bot wave is a nonchalant wave for the time being. Next wave coming in. Baron for another minute 15. This aggression won't stop. DK might have to make a move. A Scatter the Weak is not bad here on the Tarzan. Solo play now thrown out with True Shot Barrage dodge. Tarzan for the flash. Volt Breaker in. Cease and desist. Rooted down. Smash can't play. Petrifying guys might miss, but it might not matter. Scatter the Weak came through, and look, Flandre's in the middle taking no damage. Where is it? Showmaker needs to land every single thing, and Shadow Dash connects yet again onto Chris. Scatter the Weak is good with the pillar as well. Tarzan jumps back in. Volt Breaker doesn't connect, but neither does Petrifying Gauge. Probably saves the life, saves the game of DK, but for how much longer? Baron doing all the work. Nexus turrets under threat. AGAL take another body in career. Shadow Dash forward. Shanks jumping in behind enemy line. Showmaker gets his unleashed power, but Hope jumps forward. There's no more fuel in the tank. DK have been taken down, and AGAL stands strong in their first game of EWC 26.
Absolutely beautiful team fights from AGAL. That's what made them dominant last year in the LPL. That's what made them dominant in EWC last year as well. And suddenly they seem to be finding their form over and over again. Fantastic early game win conditions with that bot lane. Incredible mid game to collect every kill possible on the map whilst using Flandre. And then the patience on the Shen, knowing that eventually they'll shut down the... and it will just be smooth sailing. And it was. They were just the better team fighters.
And what was so annoying about that game is every fight I thought, oh man, Flandre is carrying, and then you look closer and you're like, wait, Flandre is probably just unkillable.
Not only unkillable, but he's such a threat damage-wise as well.
Yeah, even if he misses,
it's dusk
like,
and dawn, it's over.
Wait, Shadow Dash only has a 6-second cooldown now. That was a great opening game. Oh, so much bloodshed. I mean, that felt like we're at, a pub brawl for quite a long time. But DK unable to get their setup. Shiwu had a rough day here on this Jace. One of his most played, not one of his most successful, to correct myself from earlier. And now the biggest question is, how will they do in that lower bracket? Because on the other stream, I believe that G2 versus Furia is G2's success. Yep. So DK versus Furia will happen, and G2 versus AGAL will happen as well in this
Moral.
Group A.
Probably. Yeah.
Will.
G2 versus AGAL in a best of 3. That's gonna be super fun. I feel like seeing AL come back like this, especially the way KL and Hope were playing not only in lane but also in team fights.
Yeah.
This is the thing that we were lacking at the start of the year when Tabe was no longer part of the team. I feel like a lot of that synergy and the way they wanted to play the game sort of fell apart. They lost the way they wanted to play those fights, and suddenly it just clicks back together. I feel Tarzan had a phenomenal game. Flandre super patient. Shanks with the solo kill. He was also very responsive.
As on stage stands by Flandre after an insane, well, annoying Shen performance.
Absolutely insane it was. The breakout team of last year's Esports World Cup, AGAL, get off to a phenomenal start here in Paris. I'm here with June, our translator, Lou, and of course the man of the moment, Flandre. Lou, it's safe to say that a big part of that performance was down to this man.
And once again, congratulations for the victory, of course. You know, you've been around for a long time now. You're a very experienced player. I want to know how it feels, you know, still to be able to like carry your team like this in important plays also on the stage.
所以大家好，今天我们非常荣幸在巴黎这样美好的地方，要看到我们很棒的选手。那么刚刚呢，就像我们主持人所讲的这样，我们的选手今天的比赛非常棒。我们想要您跟我们讲一下您现在的感受，是否在打完一个如此精彩的比赛之后，还是同样的很兴奋的心情吗？
是的，因为我们今天算是。用我们自己的体系，然后我们大家配合也非常不错嘛，然后我们顺利赢下比赛，也对我们大家都是增长非常多信心的，我觉得特别好。
Yes, absolutely. This is an amazing match. I think we did really well. We collaborated with each other, and this match gave us more confidence.
J'apprécie beaucoup la réponse humble de Flandre qui dit effectivement on a eu parce que je le félicite pour sa performance de dingue individuelle qu'il a eu évidemment, et lui répond ça a été un effort d'équipe, on a très bien collaboré ensemble et on a été trop fort finalement.
We saw a lot of that confidence last year when you finished second place, the silver medal, and I think to a lot of people you were like a surprise team that shocked a lot of the teams here. Do you think that surprise factor has gone now because you've had some incredible performances since then at other tournaments, that the teams here see you as a true threat going into the next games?
那么我们知道去年您的成绩也是非常棒的，然后呢给大家一个惊喜，是一匹黑马呢以第2名的这个结果呢达到了最后比赛的成绩。但是今年的话呢，您的感觉是如何的？是否我们大家可能不再觉得您是一个惊喜，而觉得您对于很多其他的团队来讲是更多的是一个很巨大的威胁？您对此是怎么看的呢？
对此我主要还是更多关注于我们自己团队上的问题吧，就是我们也是会有失误，所以要看我们接下来怎么样调整，怎么样减少嘛，然后肯定也希望减少失误，然后能够走到最后的冠军嘛。
Well, I'm carrying my team forward, so this year I think I will focus on my team's collaboration, our tactic, and hopefully we can improve the difficulties and we challenge ourselves, and hopefully we can have an even better performance than last year to win, to be the champion.
Ouais, effectivement, la question de Yann, c'était l'année dernière vous avez fait 2e à l'EWC. Qu'est-ce que vous en avez appris un petit peu? Est-ce que vous avez l'impression que maintenant les gens vous voient comme une menace alors qu'ils vous sous-estimez l'année dernière, et là clairement bah oui, je pense qu'on est devenu meilleur, on a essayé de focus un petit peu sur notre tactique etc pour avoir encore une meilleure performance cette année à l'EWC.
Thank you very much. AGL wants that trophy this year. They take another small step towards it. A long journey ahead still to come. Thank you.
谢谢您，让我们共同期待着您的美好的比赛。
好，谢谢，我们会继续加油的。
Thank you. Pleasure.
June, you were brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we did have some brilliance there from Flandre, both in the interview and also on the Rift, showing the power of the draft, how clutch it was here against E+ Kia.
There were a lot of questions that we had going into this draft about whether the Shen into Jace was the right call, but ultimately in side lane, Smashed was able to make a global impact on the map and had so many of those critical moments there in the late game to close it out. So many huge taunts, and I think he was a huge part of the win, but generally speaking, D+ took a lot of risks in their draft, and it just did not work out.
Yeah, on the other side, we had Trundle support, which was kind of weird choice. It doesn't have synergy with Jhin as well, because you can't really chain CC with the pillar with the Jhin W, because it doesn't mark it up. So I think it was really a huge question mark towards this draft. But also, again, I think Shen was also high risk, but I think the way how they played it out with Tarzan in the early game, it was just insane.
Yeah, I mean, look at that goal difference. It was very, very close throughout until that 23-minute mark, and that big team fight broke it all open, and AGAL take the victory.
I think it's important to note that obviously AGAL were here last year. They nearly were able to take the win, right? They were almost able to be the winners of EWC 2025. A lot of these players have a ton of international experience now, right? Whereas some of these players on D+ are still incredibly young, right? You look at Career, you look at Shiu, who had a really rough time, and some of those team fights wasn't able to make the impact. I think that experience does matter, and AGL did look like the veterans in this game.
And as you saw there on your screen with the Group A bracket, it was G2 getting the victory over Furia. It was a early lead by Furia over on Stream B, but then G2 came storming back, and there's one happy face here about that one.
No, I mean, I heard G2 actually smashed them in 24 minutes, so like it's kind of insane in this meta, because you can always bounce back with the team fight, but like ending the match in like that early, I think that's kind of insane.
It also does mean we know that it is Furia, right? No, it's not. No, it's not actually Furia in the same group that will face off against D+. We actually don't know that matchup just yet, so I'm mistaken about that. Different groups.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. Let's take a look at this matchup here as we start with the bot lane and how aggressive it was, but not as impactful as it could have been.
This was a risky choice, right? It's really hard to get Flourish on Ezreal, and then some sidesteps here in this from Kael also just really ruined their day, because Lucid's coming down here to actually try to make this into a 1-for-1 here, and Kael just kind of breaks their ankles, gets a second sidestep here, and you just see the difficulty of execution for this draft for D+.
And also, like, I don't see the reason why he picked a Trundle in there, because he's not playing jungle Trundle. It has a huge spike. It's support Trundle. It doesn't have damage. I think whenever you play into Ezreal, Leona, you always getting threatened by them getting one shot.
Yeah, let's take a look here at 20 minutes, our next inflection point of this matchup between AGAL and D+ Kia, where on the top side of the map, Showmaker gets caught, and then eventually D+ get whittled down.
If you look at the rest of the D+ members, they're pretty far away, right? But they still want to turn this into a win. They want to try to turn this around, right? A lot of turret aggro picked up here. Shanks takes a lot of damage. And Lucid's like, look, I got Crescent Guard. We got TPs coming through. But it's just a slow trickle here for D+ trying to salvage the play. And it was somewhat disrespectful, I think, to try to actually turn this one around, because if AGL play it well, it's never going to be your fight. And this is one of the big cementing moments in this game for AGL to pull ahead.
Yeah, this is the aggression that we were looking for from AGAL. I think mainly Tarzan and Kyle, when they're opening up the map, their aggression and the chain CC is on point, and I think DK could have a chance against this team.
Yeah, and then finally, you've seen a theme here of a couple of these critical shots by Smash going wide. We've got our Drake fight that popped up here, and here was another opportunity for Smash to put him away, and he misses. Shanks lives and turns the fight around.
It looks like in the beginning of this fight, this is unlosable, right? But they missed the shot. Zonius comes out, right? And then some wonkiness happens, like Shiu's Shock Blast here, a complete whiff, right? Hope is able to buy space, flashes, shifts away. They bought so much space. And you can see in these moments too, like if you hit your shots, if everything lines up, if the scatter goes through and the follow-up is there, this draft can absolutely work, but it's just too many conditionals. AGL had the way easier win cons, and they just outplayed them time after time. And I think this type of risky drafting is what the D+ coach is known for, right? CV Max loves to really throw a wrench into the gears, but in best of ones, if it doesn't work out, you don't get to go, well, I'll go back to standard later. Now you're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's why we won for some target CCs, you know. I think in theory, you have some control with the pillar, you have some long snipe with the Jin, but at the end, if you miss the skill shot, it doesn't work at all. And I think this is one of the reasons why D plus Kia didn't have consistency in the regular split in the region as well, because I think they always bring up some fresh idea, but it doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, AGAL able to capitalize on those missed skill shots and allow Hope to glide around and get themselves to that victory. 1-0, they move on to the uppers. In the lowers, it will be that Furia versus D plus Kia later on today. But we're not done yet for our best of one opening matches. Our final one, it is MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, newly crowned Hanwha Life Esports. We'll be back right after this.
Is the director of the train, the conductor, I suppose. He steers everyone in the right direction, keeps you going where you need to go, and he'll always be that voice of reason.
It's great playing alongside him. He's a very vocal player, doesn't sugarcoat anything, really. Will tell you exactly what he's thinking, and he knows exactly what each player needs to do and what their role is, and he vocalizes that very well, so.
He just know that what's the most important situation gonna be. Let's say just second dragon is really important, then he just shot calling this game changer, so everyone just be ready.
He's a very objective guy and he will not sugarcoat your answers, so having that just sense of direction always in game and outside the game is invaluable.
He's great to be around outside the league. He's very passionate about football with the World Cup going on. He's got a lot of opinions on that. We share a similar sense of humor. Easy to get along outside the game.
He's a funny guy. Someone who is blunt and comes from a different European background and not something that I grew up with. So he brings a new perspective on so many things, and it's fun to have him around.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Esports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers? Not that I am. Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind, that's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage at Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends, and there they are, the reigning MSI champions, straight off the plane from Daejeon and into Paris. Up against them is MIB Arlos, the proud representative from CB LOL, looking to make an upset for the ages. Welcome back to the desk. Degon here alongside Wolf and Ox to break this one down. 3 best of ones down and dusted. What are some of the quick takeaways so far as we have our final best of one, Wolf?
Some of the games have been, I think, a little bit more competitive than people thought, just looking at some of the favorites, right? Like T1 had a pretty rough early game. We did see Carmine Corp have a really strong laning phase going into that matchup against Gen G. So Hanwha Life coming to this series as favorites, still feel like you got to be respectful, you still got to be careful.
I think we obviously talked so much about having a clear plan when it came to best of 5s at MSI, but in a best of 1, you really need a clear plan and you need to be able to execute when it comes to that. If you're misaligned when it comes to draft or what you're doing in game, you don't get that second opportunity to go deeper in the series, and we kind of saw that today.
Definitely not. And when we think about Hanwha Life Esports, who did lift the trophy over at MSI and come up, we have to start at the beginning of the year as an LCK Cup squad who finished last place. Not, oh, they missed the playoffs, or oh, they lost in the quarterfinal. They finished dead last and then found their way moving on up. So a story of redemption here to ultimately defeating BLG in that finals best of 5, all 5 games. It was a banger.
I mean, they lost a lot of games on the way there, though, right? I mean, it was in my opinion, it was probably the hardest one MSI in MSI history because of how much they faced, like how they were pushed to the brink, nonstop, constantly actually being forced until those final games, right? And playing against every region as well on the way there. So probably a little bit of exhaustion, right? But I think a lot of lessons learned that they could take into this best of 1 where they're already favorites. But I think for HLE, it's trying to actually get back to dominant form and not just winning barely by the skin of their teeth, which is how they lifted that MSI trophy.
I mean, that's the thing. Regular season for HLE was super dominant. Great performance, came into the road to MSI and got a really clean route just straight to the tournament. And I feel like before, you talked about the LCK Cup, trying to gel after Peanut had left the roster and bringing in Kanavi took time. But also, as you said at MSI, it wasn't completely smooth sailing. The first team ever to win MSI from the lower bracket. I think it showed a lot of resilience, a lot of adaptation, but also that it wasn't just a straightforward path.
Yeah, and it felt like every single player had their moment from this kind of glow up from the beginning of the season, Ox, to now. Who has impressed you the most out of that 5-man roster of Hanwha Life Esports?
I mean, for me, it's got to be Zeka, right? I think last year, Zeka, for me, was really struggling to get to grips with Fearless. I feel like his melee play was still phenomenal, but when champion pools are being stretched with majors, he was struggling, but I feel like he's such a complete player right now in terrific form. I feel like he could bring any pick out, picks that, you know, last year or in previous years, I'm like, is this a Zeka pick? I don't think there's any pick that I wouldn't say Zeka could just bring out and I'd be satisfied with.
On my end, it's Kanavi, right? Like Kanavi, I think was a player we all respected, but his style wasn't working for for Hanwha Life Esports at the very beginning of the year, hence the 10th place finish, right? But he was able to tone it down, but also convince his team to trust him. And we saw this evolution through the LCK regular season for rounds 1 and 2, where it was all Kanavi all the time. Constantly follow Kanavi, got to go aggressive. But then when we got to playoffs and we got to MSI, it was a completely different story where they could do that, but didn't have to do that. And they actually grew in so many different directions with Zeka's champion pool being unlocked as well, as you mentioned, Ox. So I want to see what the next evolution of this team is right now, because at MSI they were challenged a lot. They won in the end, but we didn't have a definitive style for this team just yet. Maybe that emerges here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as they take on MIBR Los, which is the combination of MIBR and Los now participating under one banner here for the Esports World Cup. And this CB LOL representative, it's so fascinating because the CB LOL has had so many different teams pop up just this year, with Loud kind of stepping up, you had Red Canid stepping up, you had Furia, and now you have Los, MIBR Los here at EWC, all different proud organizations finding success this year. It's very exciting from the CB LOL region.
It's super cool always seeing these different teams, especially coming from the LCK perspective, where so often we just see the same teams again and again. And the fans from the region are always so passionately getting behind these rosters. It is a tough task for your first match going up against HLE, but I think when you go in as the underdogs, you just have to try and do your best, play your game, and not be too upset about whatever the expectations are.
I mean, my experience with these teams coming from the South American region is that no one gives them any credit. No one says they have a chance, right? They just come in as underdogs, and they usually actually overperform people's extremely low expectations, right? I think this could be another of those situations where Hanwha looks still a little bit vulnerable, right? I mean, look, they are MSI champs. I don't want to take anything away from them, but it was hard fought every step of the way. A lot of weaknesses were exposed, and if the preparation is good and better than HLE's in this one best of one, I'm not saying I would predict it, but who knows? We've already seen some closer than expected games here today.
Well, one thing I know is that when there is EWC, there's always an opportunity to talk to the man that leads the co-stream for the proudest region in all of esports. We're talking Brazil. So that means we have Baiano joining us here on stage at EWC Paris. Baiano, brother, how's it going, man?
I played against Hansam.
How are we feeling about that one?
I think they're a little bit tired from the MSI, so maybe we have a chance. We have really good players on MBR, so of course they're really good. They have Zeus, Guma, Yuzi, they have Zeka, but maybe they are tired, so I think we have a chance. I mean, it's BO1, you know, so we just need one game, one really game, good really game, and we have a chance. Let's fight.
I really love the hopium that's coming out, because I had a conversation with the players as well on Monday, and they said, you know, we're taking this very seriously, we're doing a lot of prep, we are very confident because they had such a good bracket run. Do you believe in them to make it out of groups?
Yeah, like I said, BO1 is really good for us. We have a chance to make a really good game, early game, mid game, and maybe win. For us, it's really good anyways, because only the experience playing against these guys is really good for us. When you come back to Brazil, our team is better, like our players are playing better. So yeah, I trust them. Let's do it. We have people cheering here, Brazilians here, everywhere. So let's go, guys.
Vamos, Brasil!
Thank you very much, Ginny and Baiano. Always great to see him at every EWC, leading the cheers in charge for Brazil. Looking for an upset, again, with a bit of a mixed roster. Feisty in the mid lane, a former Brion product, and now getting the opportunity to lead the line here at an international event. So exciting to see that for him.
Yeah, really cool to see. I did want to talk a little bit about something that we've seen because of this MSI win for HLE. Now we have Zeus is the first player to have won EWC, First Stand, MSI, and Worlds. And Zeka, if they win in this tournament, can match that, which is just absolutely insane achievement. The cool thing to mention as well, Zeka won all of these tournaments on his first attempt.
First try.
So with this, you know, isn't his first EWC, so won't be able to do that here. But still a great track record, I think. And just shows these players the achievements they've been able to get, the legacy that they have.
I mean, just from going from winning worlds and being the patch guy, right? People were saying people discredit him. Not anymore, right? Now he's won everything, basically. He's got just one trophy missing.
Yeah, Zeka has been writing his name in the history books. Let's see if he's able to do so yet again in their first matchup. It's MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, when you talk about surprises, we could look at last night, Spain.
I'm not rooting for the UK tonight,
Okay.
for England tonight. This is not happening.
Sorry, pardon! Pardon! Je suis anglais! But what I can say is, if we see a big surprise in this next matchup, it could be the biggest upset yet.
The biggest possible indeed. The two last teams hitting the stage for one game, une et une seule. Mesdames et messieurs, on commence par MIBR. One of the most iconic esports names in Brazil. They're carrying the passion of their region here in Paris. Peuvent-ils le faire face aux géants venus de Corée?
Their opponents, Hanwha Life Esports! They arrive here in Paris as the reigning MSI champions, carrying the form, confidence, and expectations of the tournament favorites. For MIBR, this is an opportunity to announce themselves against one of the world's best. For HLE, this is the next step in an incredible month defined by international success.
Pour HLE, c'est un match censé être trop facile, mais MIBR peuvent-ils surprendre les favoris? C'est parti!
International success, that's what Hanwha Life are coming off the back of after winning MSI in 5 games. Now looking to add another title as they begin their run here at EWC. My name's Jake, also joined by Jack.
Jack and Jake, baby.
Jack and Jake, and we are taking it with first pick coming from the Snake, because Cassiopeia is going to get locked in.
That definitely could happen, and I just want to say it's a pleasure to be with you, Jake. It's my first time casting a non-European, my first international cast ever.
Hey, big day.
I mean,
it had to be with me.
It had to be with you. I think it might be one-sided, but as Wolf was saying, right, KC had a really good early game lead against Gen G, and I feel like, you know, if they pushed it a little bit further, we could have had an upset there. T1 had a fantastic game against GAM, and
outside of the first 15 minutes, because GAM had a big early lead.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, GAM had a fantastic early game. That's what I meant, exactly. There was nearly an upset there on the table. So I do think that if MIBR Los has been watching that, and then Hanwha Life, I think it's very common that we see this, where a team slightly slumps after they've just had a good tournament.
Yeah.
Because you kind of have this, like, one, it's really easy to not stagnate, right? But when it's always harder when you come in as the favorites versus coming in as either neutral or the underdogs, because the burden of expectation is on your shoulders, and I think that can be something that weighs on Hanwha Life's backs. But at the same time, I feel a bit silly for saying that, because they're players that have so much pedigree. Like Ox was saying, that they're pretty used to the pressure at this point.
Yeah, they are. And again, you know, that pressure comes around to a guest CB LOL team, a team that's come in not as one of the partnered organizations. The only guest team in the CB LOL made it all the way to EWC, which is such a feat. But now as MIBR Los, can they cause an upset in a best of one? What do they got up their sleeves? Because this is a team on the other side from Korea that is known for their amazing draft. I mean, I think their drafts are so flexible, so versatile.
Yeah.
Zeus comes out with this like Swain top. Oh crap, what are we gonna do? You know, Zeka has all these melee assassins that historically, even before his Worlds win, he started becoming known for. Now his flexibility has outranged that.
Yeah.
Solo lanes are crazy from Hanwha Life, and I feel like that's what helped them win the MSI title.
For sure. I think the fact that Zeus can play a really good weak side and just chill, like we saw in Game 5 against BLG, he picks the Dr. Mundo, it's a really bad matchup into the Aatrox, and he goes down, what, 10 CS at 20 minutes, you're completely fine.
Runs the game.
And then he takes over the team fights, right? And the fact that he can both do that, and he can play a hard-winning matchup and take over the game, adds so much consistency to their game, because now you can either have Gumayusi on more of a pivotal carry and play for him, or you can just leave him on the 6, leave him on the Jhin, leave him on the Ezreal, like we've seen them do a lot, and just play up towards Zeus.
I was talking to Widid backstage, and I'm like, you know, who do we think the best mage bot is right now?
Player or champion?
I mean, player, I think.
Player is Gumayusi.
I mean, that's right. That was the answer that came back to me.
Actually, it's Viper. For me, it's Viper.
Well,
but I love Viper. I'm
that
biased.
from the top teams, that's the versatility we talk about, and it's not like Mage's bot have been a thing heavily outside of MSI, but we are in that MSI patch. We've had a lot of time, and HLE have had so much time on that patch and so much tournament time that they're coming fresh off of it, only a couple of days off their giant win. We're about to get into pick and ban. Reminder, 26.13, we're still on. And no one's asked yet, but I will remind you that Locke is still banned. He's not available. That's why you won't see him at this tournament, which is a shame. You have to wait until summer.
Is it a shame? He seems so broken. Like when I played against him, he seems so broken.
He's so broken, but the skill expression is
The skill
crazy.
expression is cool. He's definitely a cool champ. I think the design is very cool as well.
It's amazing, yeah. It's good for first timers because first timers always jump in with that leap, you know, like very easy to int.
Yeah.
Once again. All right, here we go. You know it's starting up, Jack. You know the center camera means that we're going to pick ban, don't you? You know the angle. You've been in broadcast enough now. You know what this means.
I know what this means. I mean, I'm curious to jump on what you said about the Mage's bot lane, because we haven't seen too much of it. I think we saw 2 games, but it's mostly been Ezreal and Jhin that's been traded in the bot lane. And the thing is, they play kind of the same. Like, Ezreal, Jhin, they're still casters, and they're just going to be sitting back, farming waves, not being that proactive and not that aggressive. So I do think that this meta really suits Gumayusi, and I'm curious to see if MIB or LOS want to play into that meta or if they want to try to make something happen of their own. We've seen, for example, MKOI, I really liked when they said, we don't care about the range supports, we're just going to put Alvaro on engage. And I do think when you're the underdog, playing outside of the meta and just sticking to your comfort can be really, really nice.
Agreed. Let's see. What angle is it here for MIBR Lost? They're going to be first pick as their Akali's the final ban. Orianna goes with it as well. Seemed like a fish here from MIBR to get that Orianna first pick. But remember, the Cassiopeia that has been picked up pretty much every game so far as the priority is open.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be quite snaky business here. Unless they want to go for something else. I mean, teams have been willing to trade the Syndra for the Cassio, and they're actually going to go for the Jarvan first pick. That makes me think that Hanwha Life will probably just want to pick up the Ezreal, have a mobile carry so you don't need to worry about it. Or they might go for the Lucian instead, a much more proactive early bot lane that want to try to get ahead. But we've seen Guma quite well on the Lucian Milio, so we'll have to see if that's what's being locked in here.
See if it does get locked in as well. Maybe support pairing, maybe jungle answer, Jack.
I think a jungle answer, like probably a Xin Sao. Oh, they choose to take away the Syndra. So Syndra priority over the Cassio. Normally I thought we were seeing the Syndra because teams just thought it was a really nice matchup scaling into the Cassiopeia later on. But Hanwha Life just think it's good enough to pick very early, and I assume it's going to be a jungle answer paired up alongside it. And if it's the Naafiri, you have a really, really good damage base from Hanwha Life, but you're lacking a lot of that front line that you'll need to get later on.
So let's talk range, let's talk pairings. Cassiopeia feels like a no-brainer. Do you go AP solo laner as well with the Jarvan like the Rumble here? Or do you just lock in Nautilus and get hard engaged? The answer seems to be the Naut here, kind of foregoing the potential of the Rumble.
Yeah, now it makes me think that Hanwha Life are just going to answer with support. They could also choose to take their top laner, ban 2 for Zeus, and do it that way. What I like about taking the support is that you're probably always going to have a good bot lane matchup. You can also flex that Syndra later on.
So what do you want? Not Rakan here, what do you want?
I think you want Leona or Alistar. I like both here. Alistar provides a lot more tankiness. The only thing is Alistar can feel quite bad into Cassio because if she gets that miasma, you can't combo. But as long as you're able to play around that, which I think Delight will be able to do. He's shown quite good prowess, and if you can get a good flank going or just get that engage going, it also just nullifies the Nautilus a lot, because if Nautilus ever hooks in, Alistar pops the ulti, Alistar combos Nautilus, and Nautilus always dies first. So it makes it quite a bit harder for Ackerman to try to find that engage and try to set up his team for success.
Is Zeus going to be going something like a tank this game? I see the Vayne ban, normally fishing for
definitely
like
needs
a
to
Gnar
be either a tank or a bruiser. I don't think he can get away with going another squishy champion. I mean, you can have Alistar as the solo frontline, but it's a lot more difficult to play than if you have something like the Ambessa, like the Gnar, that can also semi-frontline follow-up.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, LeBlanc also the ban away. What are they thinking about here?
So they think
Syndra bot, they think.
Yeah, they think it's Syndra bot most likely. And they choose to take away the LeBlanc. I'm assuming, I didn't think it was that good of a matchup into the Cassio, but I can see how it can be good quite early on. But I feel like as Cassio gets tankier, it should get easier for her. But we've seen Seka do quite nasty things on the LeBlanc and absolutely style on his opponents. I think it was against G2, I remember that he was styling on us with the LeBlanc. So a good ban here from MIB LOS.
As Renekton's going to follow up as well. Maybe it is that Ambessa you talked about, Jack. I mean, I see Renekton ban. I say it is an Ambessa angle through and through here. Or maybe even the Gnar, but...
I think Ambessa and Gnar both make sense here.
Yeah.
It's interesting that they choose to keep the Cinderflex for last. It makes sense, but, you know, typically I feel like we see Zeus getting that counter pick on top, but they choose to invest 2 bans into him. It does still mean, like, you have the Gnar blind pick. It can be vulnerable. We'll have to see what Cest plays into it here, if he can cook up a really good pick.
I mean, is it going to be Tristana is my biggest question here, right? Because that has been one of the more aggressive, hyper-aggressive angles for a top laner to play.
It could be. You do have the front line in the Nautilus and the Jarvan, and they're setting up for a hard AD top laner with the 6. And you have a lot of kill threat with this Tristana. I mean, this is going to be a game where we are all in watching top lane. It's all going to be about top lane. Bot lane is just going to be farming. Unless Gumayusi pulls something crazy out here on last pick, I think top lane is the name of the game.
Because there is almighty scaling throughout the board, even the Tristana for sides later, but we can talk about it as the comps are rounded out. For now, I want to see where's this Syndra finally going. Is it going to be bot towards Gumayusi, or are we going to get a Syndra to Zeka?
Oh, Seraphine. I mean, that would be a Seraphine bot lane for Gumayusi. You have a lot of team fighting power on this Hanwha Life comp, but a lot of damage on the MIRB loss as well. I do think, though, in a straight back 5v5, front to back, I do favor Hanwha Life because they have so much shielding from the Seraphine, so much healing. They have a tanker front line with the Alistar and the Mega Gnar. So I do think if it gets to that 30-minute point and MIBR loss doesn't have an early advantage, they can't have that split pushing threat from the Tristana, it's going to be tough for them. So we're really looking at the Tristana to get a big lead early game so that she can be the split push threat, be the difference maker in the team fights.
It's going to be an interesting team fight at that regardless as well. Let's see how MIBR go through that top lane. As you said, it's going to be all about Zest here. Zest is going up against the light, and Jack, I was looking through the history and I was looking at like, well, where has Zest been, right?
Yeah.
And I see this little caveat in 2022 summer, I believe it was, where he played a series versus Nongshim on Gen G 2022. He played with Ruler, Lehens, Chovy, and who was the jungle? Peanut was the jungle.
Wow.
So, you know, Zest has been around obviously through Gen G challenges as well. And you played against him.
I played against Zest.
Recently.
I played against him in 2024. He was in EU and he got rank 1, I remember, in solo queue.
And
he was very impressive.
Right?
Yeah, I played against Feisty as well in the Spanish league. He played for Giant X Academy.
Yeah.
And he was always really, really good in scrims and definitely gave me the vibes of a really good aggressive player. Kind of the stereotypical like Korean coming to you, just better mechanics, outhands, diffing everybody. So I do think that like Zest, to me, seems like a player that he's both willing to take this gamble and try to kind of stomp Zeus in the 1v1, and I could see him taking it as well. There's very little counterplay for this Gnar early on. You're just kind of trying to survive in the early laning phase, and I think it comes a lot down to the junglers and how both top laners play around it, because if we can just get that isolated 1v1 for Zest, that's going to help him out massively and maybe allow him to snowball that game.
Let's see, can the CB LOL take a game against the MSI champions? Technically, Jack.
Yep.
MIBR loss, undefeated. Okay.
That's true.
They've come together, added MIBR to the name, and they have not dropped a single game.
That's true. They're also undefeated at this EWC right now.
That's right.
But so is Hanwha Life, so.
But Hanwha Life did drop games recently. We have no idea about CB LOL. Who knows?
That's true. That's true. It's going to be the Doran's Helm for Zeus here to just try to survive that early game, and the Exhaust on Tristana that we've seen quite often when you pick these really high volatility matchups.
Do you like the lethal tempo in this lane as well? Because obviously it accounts for Gnar's going to try and match the duel early, or?
It's quite interesting actually that he decides to go for that. It makes sense because he just wants to try to match the power that the Tristana has in those long elongated trades, and because he won't be hitting the wave too much, he won't be able to keep the grasp proc stacking consistently. So it makes sense for these later on skirmishes. I do think the biggest thing that I'm looking at if I'm Zeus is trying to get that plated steel caps. I think once you get the plated steel caps, the game gets a lot easier, but already Zest took a pretty bad trade and is down to half HP here. So Zeus was able to outplay him. You can see that Hanwha Life invested 2 wards up in the top lane, and that's probably why Zeus was able to get that early game trade, because you really want to play around the bushes, avoid that minion aggro, and be able to snowball off of that.
Zeka's getting pushed in the meanwhile as well. We just have this triple picture. Top lane, Kanavi. Can he do anything here with the opportune moment? Boomerang dodged. There's top lane again, reminding you all will be our focus. Kanavi moving into position, but Zest, I would assume, has rocket jump for now. Kanavi still coming in. Zayas got to go mega, looking for the stun. Boomerang there, and yeah, he's going to dodge away from the Dark and Daggers from Kanavi and just get himself out of dodge.
The thing, though, this is really, really bad for MIBR loss because you really need this top.
Stun!
Flash! Oh, no!
Zayas just schools him!
Oh my god, and that's why Zeus is Zeus, baby. Like, this man, you can put him on a losing matchup, he will still find miracle plays like this one, and it's how the team plays around him as well. The early wards, the gank from Kanavi to be able to set him up for the trade. And Zeus wants to continue trading. He knows that he needs to try to get a lead in this matchup, but Zeus knows with the Meganar. He lands the stun. I mean, he spaces him out, trying to zone him up.
Just the edge of the hitbox.
Flashes on him and takes him down, and this game is off to the wrong foot for MIBR.
Auto, poison, Zeka dead! Feisty solo kills. Meanwhile, we look at the bottom lane, and Gumayushi has just killed Duda.
It's laning kills all across the board. I didn't think there would be 2v2 kills in the Seraphine Ziggs bot lane matchup. We'll definitely need a replay of that. And then Zeka dying to Feisty as well.
Yeah.
I want a replay of both.
I think we will need it.
Yeah.
So opportune moment here for MIBR loss in the mid lane, but the rest is going pretty one-sided towards Hanwha Life. 600 gold lead at that as well. Which replay first? Mid.
I mean, both mid laners here
no mana.
Are on the edge. And I'm guessing Feisty just... But he's so low mana, he actually kills Zeka here. I guess he flashes over the Zeka EQ, maybe.
Because Noxious Blast didn't connect.
He hit
Scatter the
level
Weak.
4.
Oh.
And then he gets the auto attack.
The auto and then the
burn. Wow, that was more damage than I expected. I'm not surprised that he died there. We'll have to see. So he gets flash comboed by Delight into the stun, into the Seraphine root. Yeah.
That was clean. Delight, insane turn in the bottom lane. But I think we need to bring it back to square one while mid is very good here for loss. I think top lane, a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
You said top was all about that Tristana.
Yeah, so my previous win con for MIBR loss was this Tristana. And I think, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but I think that win con is gone and dusted at this point. Now, Gnar already has the Ruby Crystal, he has the cloth armor. I don't think Zest is going to be able to consistently be able to really chunk Zeus, get plates like you'd want to, unless Curse or Ackerman is able to get involved and get him ahead again. So it's more just going to be about Feisty, be about Curse, playing around this mid, especially since the fact that Zeka has no flash. Curse is level 5. Once he gets that level 6, that's a prime target that he can look for in that mid lane.
6 now achieved here by the Snake. Good Scatter the Weak here from Zeka. He'll just pace away from the Miasma. As Curse is in the vicinity. Level 6 coming up here for Zayas with the Mega Knight. He's got an angle. Exhausted, but what will he find? Needs a stun up. About to go to Mega. There it is. The timer wasn't found in time. So Zest is going to survive and live.
And that was so close that Zest needed to burn the flash there. If it took one more auto attack to get the second W reset, Zeus would have been able to ulti, but Curse is coming in. There's no ward for Zeus.
Gets a stun up and uses it on the minions. And just runs away. Zayas not going to overextend here. No TP. He'll walk back to lane while Zest looks for a hard push.
But it's really clever and intelligent from Zeus here, as they're actually looking for a bot lane play.
And it's a great angle as well. Good dredge line to hold the play up, but with a pop-up in the air with the pulverize, Ackerman sent back. The headbutt's perfect. The trample even better. Ackerman thinks, can I flash over the wall? He doesn't want to burn it. They try to predict it. An auto, a bounce, the flash auto from Guma. Seraphine, 2-0.
Ackerman, he tried to get out, but a really good play by Delight. Wrapping around them, get the combo, get them into Gumayusi. And Dudu, without any mana, is not able to try to help his support out.
I like it, Jack. Called him Dudu.
Duda.
Duda.
My bad.
I believe. I saw that as well.
Rough.
It was hard for me because I look at that, I'm like,
Duda.
Talking a lot about Korea today, and I'm seeing Dudu on my board, but I'm not seeing actual Dudu. Ackerman here. Set up from a nice play. Angle from Delight.
Yeah, really good wraparound from Delight. Able to get onto Ackerman. And Gumayusi, he gets the double Q. And it's just pretty easy. Like, it's a good flash from Ackerman. He holds it at the last second, flashing the Seraphine Q, but we're not done. Cess jumping in. Ackerman, Curse right here.
You said it needed to happen. Here it comes. Curse looking for the roam as well. Going to go into Meganar, though. 3 members top first here for MIBR. The engage, so Hanwha Life are here to support the pop away. Zest is out of there, but he's abandoned the rest of his team. Zayas gets on the board, and Curse gets the hell out of top lane.
And Zeus, he's just too tanky. He's able to buy enough time for his team So he doesn't go down, he takes down Ackerman, and he's now 2-0, 700 gold up. Absolutely destroying this top lane.
Well, the fear as Guma gets flashed on him by Duda. No, he just satcheled instead, excuse me.
Yeah, he satcheled forward.
I was like, that's a bit of distance.
Seka's here.
So,
Seka's here.
How does Ziggs get out of this? He's going to take some plating. He's going to put the minefield down. Bouncing bomb, scout of the week. Zeka's here. Unleashes power. And Duda is in the dirt, 0-2.
There's some nice attempts here. He tries to get Gumayusi low, but Seka with the roam is able to pick him up, and now Cest might be in trouble again. He wants to break this wave, but the light is in the bush.
Can the rocket jump be buffered? Zest is like something fishy in this top lane. He doesn't want to go too close. The wave in a horrible spot. Kanavi's moving up as well. Delight flash pulverized, bops midway. Zest still gets out though, but the Trample's going to find the sun as Kanavi has the ult. He launches the daggers instead, and Zeus autos for the kill. Not only is top going poorly, it is going absolutely perfectly for Zeus.
And Delight gives him no counterplay. I mean, oh, scary there for Seka. Ends up being fine, but Cest, he buffered the Delight combo, but still Delight held it. As they're now TPing for the grubs, the light is back on the map. He's looking for the flank. He might even find it.
Because he's not spotted out. He's got a blast cone there as well. He's gone deep into the blue buff. Is he going to shadow top lane again for Zeus for the respawn is my question, Jack. But into grubs, he's got a lot of angles.
Yeah, I mean, Curse might look for the grubs here. Does Ackerman want to fight?
Dredge line, but Ackerman's by himself.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 grub for MIBR loss and 2 grubs for Hamwa Life. Oh, and it resets. Well, he smited it. It's fine.
Now, of course, 2 went over to Kanavi, but Curse got the last one. That's why the logo popped up on the screen. But, you know, as Zeka comes down again,
oh no, again?
I think Duda needs a break. He's got flash. Beat drop. He flashes in into Guma instead, but Encore on the ground. And Guma will move to 3 kills as well. Bayana was hoping that Humble Life were tired, but I think they've found a solution for that, Jack. They'll just have a quick BO1 instead.
They don't look tired, and Seka's roaming more on the Syndra than your average Sylas. He's everywhere on this map. As he shuts down Duda 1 more time, and now he's already back in mid lane, TPing, stunning up Feisty, dodging the Nautilus hook.
Ackerman's going to get the auto attack down. Petrifying Gaze with the slow. Zeka in a bit of trouble with the Twin Fangs. Noxious Blast follow-up. But the kill's not found. At least Zeka, after teleporting back in, is a bit low. As he levels up, that'll heal a bit, and passive from Delight will get his health back up as well. There's a jump on. Zay's in a bit of trouble. No Mega Mart to rely on as well. Zest jumps back in. Zay's getting on out. Lethal Tempo's great. Setting up with the satchel and the explosion. Zest gets a bit of damage down, but no kill either.
I do wonder there if Zest chose to exhaust Zeus immediately. He maybe could have tried to burn the flash. Oh, Ackerman, I don't know if he wants this.
X-Flash away in the nick of time. Delight was looking at it. Scatter the Week comes through as well. Orbs are down. Zeka thinking about the angle. Dredge line not going to connect. And now over the wing, there's Curse. If he can find the angle onto Zeka, Ackerman needs a dredge line. A heroic angle as Kanavi stealing away the Raptors. It's a 3v3 through the mid lane, but Humble Life now no with this deep ward. They're not going to take it.
Yeah, Feisty has no ultimate. They're going to have to back off unless Ackerman not able to find the hook. And with that, it's going to be just Curse farming up the top scuttle. And Humble Life remain in full control of this map. You can see their bot side vision. They've set up such great wards. We keep seeing Delight able to get full deep vision, making it so hard for Curse to do anything. 0 kill participation in this game, and a lot of that has come from all the wards that Delight has invested and how intelligent the Hanwha Life solo laners have played around any sort of ambush from Curse.
It's been an intelligent game, it's been an explosive game. It feels like an insult that it is currently 7-1 versus Brazil, but I will say, I mean, they put up a good fight at first, but top lane falling down. Jack, you initiated the conversation about how important it was. Dredge line's going to connect here. Depth charge as well. Feisty in a good angle. Miasma down, but they don't have the kill. Kanavi's here to stunt their growthers. Delight gets knocked up into the air. He goes into the Unbreakable Will. Good stun on the Curse, but Humble Life, they're taking more damage here. Feisty's getting some DPS down. Dredge line only onto a dog. Kanavi thinks about the re-engage. Guma's coming in. Remember the man with the most gold on the team so far. Ackerman gets launched on as well. Delight gets a flash out as well. Encore flies through away from the Ziggs Mega. Phono Bomber's Curse is low. Kanavi jumping on the turret. Here he got the reset now. Duda came in. He thought he could add input, but no. Kanavi will take 3. Takes a chunk out of MIBR. And Humble Life are up 11-1.
And this is why Humble Life are your MSI champions. You can see it in their team fighting, in their skirmishes, in their mechanics. All of them live on such low HP, but they just continuously outplay in the team
And now Delight's ghosting in on top of Zest. He knows he's going to be trampled against the wall. He buffers nicely. Zayas with the rock almost there. Dredge line in, I don't know. Delight gets flashed on, rather so. Zest finds Zayas, but he needs a recharge. Flashing back in, Delight gives Zayas the auto attack. The engaged mastermind is 009 and is having a field day in EWC Day 1.
And they're just styling on him, Jake. I'm not gonna lie. This is
brutal.
This is crazy right now. It is tough for MIBR Lost. They need, I think, 3 miracles to be able to come back in this game. As we watch this replay, it starts off pretty good for MIBR Lost here. They have a lot of damage onto the Light, some damage onto Kanavi, and it's looking decent. The biggest win for Humble Life is that Gumayusi is coming first, and with that knowledge, Kanavi goes into Ackerman. He's able to get him really low, and then, I mean, they just clean up the fight. They're able to just continue fighting. Kanavi flashes out of the tower, takes down, hits all the Qs. Makes it look easy.
I'll take Cyclosword came early, and it's paying dividends off. But Humble Life, regardless, all lanes. Zeka, maybe. Opportunity here for Feisty, the best performing lane here for MIBR. Unleashed Power, Scout of the Week, the 1v1 continues. Twin Fang, though, Feisty gets another kill.
That's 2 solo kills for Feisty.
2 solo kills against Zeka. Not everybody can say that.
Those are the only 2 kills.
They are the only 2 kills, but he will walk away from this regardless, saying, I killed Zeka by myself twice.
That is true. That is a very nice accomplishment. We'll have to hope that they can get something more than just that.
Okay.
But for now, that's a nice silver lining.
Only one with a gold bleed as well.
Yeah.
It's Casio. Not sure. We saw before this game started, it was 0 and 2. Not sure what happened on the B stream, but hasn't had the most successful day.
I mean, it's interesting that Humble Life chose to pick the Syndra over the Casio. I feel like thus far we've seen the Syndra win against the Casio, but I feel like the Casio overall to me looks quite a bit stronger than the Syndra.
True.
Although once you get to that 20-minute, 25-minute point, it can definitely get a lot more annoying for the Casio playing into the Syndra with how much range she has with her stuns and Scatter the Weak.
Delight again, great engage. On to Feisty, want to get revenge here for their mid laners. They're going to walk on up. He bounces forward, going into Mega Petrify engage, dodge away from Naxxus Blast as well, doing damage. Kuma teleports in to run away, Dredge line in. Not a bad fight here for MIBR. Zest gets engaged on again. There's the on-call, the charm out as well, but the damage is all pretty much melee outside of Gumayusi. Mega Inferno Bomb chunks out the Gnar. And Humble Life, it's strange to say, but they're not winning this fight because 5 members of MIBR in the bottom lane, but still Curse is about to drop on down. Zayas with the auto attack, Flag and Drag goes away from him. He can't get the Cataclysm off. Guma steps up as well, gets the slow one down. Humble Life only lose Delight, and now Duda dies as well. They are 3v5ing, and they've already found up 2 kills as Kanavi is coming up to pick up the drags. And meanwhile, playing payphone in the top lane, Zeka is PVMing, while Ackerman is going to be the last to drop. Zayas lives, and the style point for Humble Life cannot be greater in their opening game.
They just won 3v5, Jake. They just won 3 versus 5. How are they able to find the outplays consistently? It looked so bad for them. MIBR Lost had them on the ropes. They could have just ran them down, but it's repeatedly outplays from Humble Life that make the game so difficult for them to play. Cest goes a little bit too deep to begin with. He gets really chunked, but they get a great 6 ult onto Guma. Now Guma's low. If we just pause here, like all of Humble Life look pretty damn dead on ice
they should be dead.
But Curse takes so much damage, he gets knocked into the wall. He tries to flash out, gets the EQ on Zeus, but Zeus dodges it, kills him in the ult animation. And then Guma is able to find the Q onto Duda as well, take him down. And it's just so difficult for MIBR Lost to be able to play anything if you can't win even a 3 versus 5.
No. Zeka was just pushing top in the meanwhile, and I think Kanavi slowly walked down from stealing top camps. I'm not sure what he was doing up there, but regardless, 7,500 gold lead. I haven't talked about dragons or objectives because naturally they are Humble Lives here in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a given at this point. Yeah. It's a 7,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. It's 2 grubs, 2 dragons, and a herald on top now. It's not going to be a perfect game for Humble Life, but it's pretty damn close to it.
It is pretty explosive regardless. Delight, is he caught out? You know the answer, probably know at this point. Duda might be the one as well. Satchel charge away, really nice movement. He has to flash in the end. as Herald is going to open up the mid-wave with a couple of orders from Humble Life to follow through as well. And the siege will begin.
I'm trying to find another silver lining, Jake. What you got?
Have
you got something for me?
We are watching the MSI champions destroy. Depth charge, 3-man from Delight.
Oh my God.
The encore as well. There's a turret there, but Delight cares not as Kanavi brings out the pack, rolls in, gets the reset, gets a double. And Humble Life haven't missed a beat off of winning MSI to them breaking the hearts of the CB LOL. The Hound in pursuit for another triple, and Kanavi let the dogs out here in day one.
You know what, Jake? Humble Life seems pretty damn good.
They're not bad. They could win an international.
They could win a few, probably.
They could win back-to-back internationals. I don't know. I don't want to be an overact Andy, but they look pretty good.
They look pretty damn good, and they're not stopping here. Now, Feisty has to try to outplay this 1v2, but I don't think it's possible.
He's going to have to turn more feisty than that. Delight, again, just finding another simple engage. No damage done. Unleash power and execute. No, not needed. Drops the orb down. And another kill. And, yeah, meanwhile, camera pans down bot after Dragon goes down. Zayas was not caught. Half HP. Zest tried to get his number.
12,000 gold lead here. 20-3 in the kill score.
Okay, is Kanavi going to die? Wardless over the wall.
They have a teleport.
He just holds his in. Hound pursuit in. Going to call the pack in. He's exhausted. Kanavi buying time. Teleport and the boys. Here's Zayas in Minina. His autos are enough. The Boomerang Blade hops over Dudar's head. Saps charge on going to save his life. Mega Inferno Bomb not even necessary because the play was already over. Delight cuts off the escape. And Humble Life, they don't have time to sit here and chat. They've got a game in under 20 minutes to win.
Are they going to end? Are we going to see a sub 20-minute game?
Surely not. What are the death timers here? Jack, 15 seconds on 3.
I think they're going to try. This would be historic. Oh, like after we've seen plates on all towers.
Encore, Feisty walks away from it. A little bit used here, but Humble Life are on the Nexus turret anyway. Under 20 minutes. Is it under 19 is the question. One Nexus turret. MIB are respawning. Scout of the week there. Petrifying Gaze does nothing. Delight gets a 2-man knockup while Zayas is dealing with Zest off the side. Cataclysm comes down, but they can't kill the Mini-Nah. Zest is going to die as well. Scout of the week on the Little Ziggs. Dudar dead in an instant as Zuckerman joins him in 19 minutes and 10 seconds. Humble Life assert their dominance, debuting at EWC 26.
And this is why they are your MSI champions. 19 minutes victory. They didn't even have the 6. They had the Seraphine.
Bro, they heard catering is serving up soon. They got to go. They want to eat before their next one.
That was incredible.
That was an absolute slapping.
I felt like after T1 versus GAM, we kind of thought, yeah, this is going to be competitive. This is going to be close. These teams can get stomped in the early game. Humble Life says, no, we cannot.
They've already had their warm-up. They had about a month of it at MSI. And now coming to the tournament, CB LOL, they're not out. They go to the lower bracket, but I would not want to be in Humble Life's group after watching that. I can tell you exactly who is because, yeah, it is Lion and JDG. The winner of that will verse that version of Humble Life.
No, that's too scary. I think that's too scary, for sure. I mean, we saw Lion up against Humble Life. They nearly took them down in a nail-biter Game 5 series. So it's possible, but this Humble Life seemed even better somehow.
Yeah. I have not in the new, especially since Baron went back to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's plating. I have not seen a sub 20-minute game for a long time as we go to the stage where Zayas is standing by with our host.
What a dominant game from HLE here, as expected. Congratulations Zeus for this first win, of course. Mesdames et messieurs, on peut applaudir HLE2, s'il vous plaît.
You, of course, have tremendous support. Literally 3 days ago, you lifted the MSI trophy. How are you feeling with an opportunity to secure another international trophy in such a short space of time?
일단 제우스 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 바로 3일 전에 사실 MSI 트로피를 들러 올리셨습니다. 그래서 다시 한번 거의 뭐 일주일 연속으로 지금 트로피를 들어올리는데 도전하시는데 지금 얼마나 좀 자신 있으시고 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
사실 이동 시간이랑 뭐 이것저것 하느라 거의 결승전 끝나고 연습을 거의 못했었는데 그냥 아직 그 여운이 가시지 않아서 그냥 그 그때 느낌으로 계속 열심히 지금 하고 있는 것 같고 경기력에 대해서 좀 걱정하고 있었는데 오늘 경기력 보니까 좀 다시 자신감이 생기는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it's almost like yesterday. It feels like yesterday. I mean, we just literally won MSI, and then we had a long moving time. So, yeah, so I think we just carry our feeling of winning MSI to here. So that being said, I'm really sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
Take your time, brother. It's all good.
Yeah. So yeah.
He's ready for the challenge.
Yeah, I'm really. He's right. Sorry about that. 다시 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
어디서부터 말씀해요?
그 끝나고 나서 제가 그 하시는 말씀 그 뭐냐.
일단 시차 적응도 하고 사실 뭐 시간이 별로 없어서 경기력 걱정 좀 했었는데 오늘 경기 보니까 아직 자신 많이 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was very worried about our performance because there was a long moving time.
Yes.
But yeah, we're very prepared and we showed a good game. So yeah, I'm feeling really great here.
Seems like it.
Très rapidement, le MSI, c'était il y a seulement 3 jours, tu soulevais ce trophée. Est-ce que tu as envie de garder un petit peu ce momentum ici? Bah ouais, j'ai l'impression que c'était hier. En plus, on a eu un long temps de trajet pour arriver ici à Paris, donc j'avais un peu peur qu'on n'ait pas forcément ce momentum. Et là, on revient en confiance. And I want to ask you, Zeus, there's nothing much that MIBR could do against you in this game, but who do you have your eyes on in this tournament? Which team do you think is the best here at EWC apart from your team?
사실 MIBR이 사실 뭐 거의 상대가 안 될 정도로 정말 압도적인 경기를 펼쳐졌는데 그렇다면은 어떤 팀이 좀 하나생명을 상대로 그래도 견줄 만한 팀이다라는 거를 좀 보여줄 수 있을까요?
아무래도 MSI에선 저희가 그래도 다 이기고 올라왔기 때문에 좀 쉬다가 온 젠지가 조금 무섭네요. 네.
I mean, we won against all the teams at MSI, so I'm a little worried about Genji because they have a very good rest time. So yeah, I think Genji.
Yeah, they got to rest. Indy, donc dernière question, tu as tes yeux sur qui? Parce que MIBR, on les a vus galérer contre vous, mais qui penses-tu qui est la meilleure équipe ici à part HLE? Et ben moi je pense Genji, ils ont eu le temps de se reposer, donc je me méfie un petit peu d'eux.
Thank you, and thank you, Maddox and to HLE. Congratulations once again. That is the end of the best of ones. Next time you see us on stage with a winners interview, we'll be crushing some keys. See you soon.
Los and the rest of the squad here not able to bounce back against Hanwha Life Esports as Zest, Curse, Feisty, Duda, and Ackerman will go back to the drawing board in their best of threes later as Hanwha Life Esports poured it on. Despite a solo kill in the mid lane, it was all HLE.
Yeah, I mean, HLE, it's not a surprise the form they've been in, but especially the fact that Zayas came out so far ahead in the top matchup. Delight on his trademark Alistair. So much in the early stages of the year, there was a lot more Enchanter play, but seeing him back on these engage picks, he just puts on a clinic.
He really does, and I think the draft here for Hanwha Life Esports was fairly risky in that it's running a Syndra, right? It does not actually have that much damage throughput. The Seraphine can do a lot of CC and can do damage later on, starts to do a lot of AP, but it can also, if it really struggles to get off the ground, be very low damage. And then you consider, if you look at the top lane matchup here between the Gnar and the Tristana that Zest picks up here, pretty risky for Zayas, tough matchup for the Gnar. So my concern going into the game was, what if Zayas doesn't get off the ground? What if the bottom 2v2 ends up struggling? This could be a rough draft for Hanwha Life Esports, but all resources were given to Zayas. He ended up getting 3 kills early on and exploded, and this game just fell apart, it seems.
I think one of the most frustrating things going up against Zayas that I've seen for teams is that you can give a favorable matchup into him, and he just ends up navigating it so well. Here, we saw the attempt to take the 1v1, and this max range, just the edge of the wallop catches, and the immediate punish with the boulder into flash auto. Just so well played.
And it's set up by Kanavi too, right? The wave gets held away. They're not able to follow up. And then here, they think, okay, we've got to punish this Gnar. We still got to play through this Tristana. Has level 6. Zayas buys time here, baits it in. And then as the rest of the team is showing up and going over here, he gets the crush in, gets the knockbacks. And essentially what was an attempt to get back into the game here is the end of the game, unfortunately, here for the CBLOL squad.
Yeah, again, just seeing the power of the winningest top laner of all time. definitely of recent history, having won all the titles. We showed that graphic earlier with them and with Zeus and Zeka, the Z's doing work. Showed his might and power there, and then it was time to see what that gold lead looked like in the mid lane at around 16 minutes there as they dove into the second turret.
I mean, this combo, this 1-2 from Guma and Delight is so slick, so flawless. I've always said, whenever Delight plays Alistair, it feels like the engages. His Pulverize has a bigger AoE, he has a longer range on the headbutt, and here they're syncing it up with the Encore. The game was done long before this, but this was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, if they were behind and made a play like this, it could have changed the whole trajectory of the game. But ahead, they ended the game in sub 20 minutes. It was around 19:02 or so when the Nexus fell, and this was really the back-breaking blow. The game was done before this, but OnLife Esports finished it in style.
Yeah, and with that, we also have the update from B-Stream, where JDG took control of the game and slowly choked the life out of Lion there. So it is the LPL squad up against the LCK squad in Hanwha Life Esports, and then we have an Americas matchup with MIBR Los versus Lion. That one will be later on today.
Yeah, and we heard Zeus talking in the interview about how, they beat all the teams at MSI. They feel confident against those. Obviously, he talked about Gen.G, but JDG, another team who wasn't at that tournament, they haven't got to test themselves against. So I think HLE definitely favored in that matchup, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in that head-to-head.
All right, as you can see behind us, it is time for some best of threes, and it will be a French affair as it is Carmine Corp doing battle against Team Secret. After this content, don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Right now at EWC at the FanFest League of Legends booth. Guys, they have League of Legends Classic, an exclusive. You cannot play this anywhere else, maybe on PvE, but right here. Now come with me. Look at this beautiful Baron. Look at that. We're going to get something monumental like that. They have a Baron Smite challenge over here. They have 5v5 booth stations. If you win the game, you have a chance to win tickets to Sunday's League of Legends final. That's sold out, by the way. It's sold out. Walk with me now. We have much more. Excuse me, gentlemen, excuse me. We have a beautiful, beautiful turret right here. Millions of likes, I swear to God, by the way, I swear. Beautiful over here, Katarina visual, monitor. Guys, and let me remind you one more time, this is an exclusive experience to play League of Legends Classic, the game that you remember from years ago, but that's like, we're talking about 15 years ago. You can play it right here, EWC FanFest. Come to the League of Legends booth. I'll be waiting. No PC. Nah, you got me messed up. I'm playing. Hey, get off the computer. No, get off the computer. Get off the Let's play.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest, I know a bit of a boring answer, and I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
what if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with 75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that 75 mil is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is 75 mil? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the 75 mil to buy some skills.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
All right, we're here at the KC booth. Now, these guys are a little bit salty because they just got bodied in their last match. Guys, how are we feeling about the next?
It's Genji. They are the winner of the EWC. How? Okay, even we got bombed, like you said. It's a good matchup. It's a good match.
This guy is absolutely coping, has no idea what he's talking about. I got They're getting real rowdy over here. Guys, be honest here. Out of 100%, what are your chances to beat Genji? Team Secret.
Oh, we won against Team Secret. So.
Any wins this tournament, what are your odds? This guy is thinking about it though. He's not even confident in his own team.
Nah, it's a free match. We're gonna free match, like you have 90% free, like for free. Maybe 10% because they're Korean. That's all day. Like 3-0. I think I can go on the. I can be titular in the match. I can play against Team Secret. We won.
What's your wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's your league rank?
Emerald 1.
You're not beating anybody. You couldn't beat an intermediate bot, brother. Oh, you're master tier.
I'm master.
Master, you don't get 20 CS in the entire game. Guys, sorry. Let's not get sidetracked. Let's keep this about KC. How long have you been KC fans, and why do we support this team? He doesn't really know. Okay, anybody?
From the start at the Div 2. We support KC because we like Kamel, we like his project to One World. We are French, it's a French organization, and we have the same dream, so we support KC. For sure with Kamel. From the very beginning, when he started streaming, we support him. And that's the... From the Div 2 to the top.
Honestly, wait a minute, hold up. This guy wants to talk?
Yeah, because we've been following KC. I mean, personally, I've been following KC since 2020, since the beginning. I've been following Kameto since earlier, even than 2020. So it's just like, following your favorite streamer, creating a team, achieving his dream. and it's just like beautiful to watch, you know. And I've been a KC fan, and I'm gonna be a KC fan until like.
Okay, well, I came here to trash talk these guys. I kind of feel bad now because you guys are like die-hard fans a little bit, but
I have a question. What related you to T1? Except the fact that you are friends with Faker, anything, you have a big reaction with Riot Game and League of Legends. What relates you to T1?
Okay, he's asking why I'm a T1 fan. I would love to answer that question. Unfortunately, production is cutting me off. Guys, I can't wait to see KC lose their next game. Back to you.
The blue wall beckons yet again, but this time for their EWC lives, as it is an elimination match, best of 3, Team Secret versus Carmine Corp. Welcome back. Degon here alongside Ox and Wadid to break this one down. And maybe a bit of a surprise here, not so much, not so much Gen G, the reigning title defenders, defeating KC. But Team Secret Wales find themselves in an elimination match after losing to the 5th placed LCS squad, who qualified in, winning the North American qualifier for EWC Sentinels. It's a elimination match now between 2 squads that found their way over at MSI.
That's the thing with best of ones. You can get those upsets. You can come in and have strong prep in the day. To be fair, I think Sentinels versus Team Secret, it's not the craziest upset. If KC had beaten Gen G, that would have been a bit bigger magnitude. But I think Sentinels came in with some good preparation in this match and managing to take down one of these MSI teams.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of random team fights, even though it's not between the Sentinels and TS. I think we've seen so many random skirmishes between the top teams. So I think there's no surprise that Sentinels got the win against Team Secret here.
I think there's one big factor that has to be talked about.
What is it?
Bro talent.
Bro talent, that's right. Hero Hambach took the lease in and got it rolling in this Sentinel squad when they found success over at the LCS. It was generally snowballing games as they did here. The snowball got big and then it kind of held on for a little bit, but then plays like that where it was accidental engages really crushed Team Secret's opportunities to work their way back on in, which is why they find themselves in this best of 3 elimination match. So I wanted to ask you, as the man that was there at MSI with Team Secret, what jumped out at you the most from their nice run over in Daejeon?
Well, I think obviously coming into that matchup against Top Esports really struggled at the tournament, but I think Team Secret, this is a team that we've always seen as very aggressive, willing to take frequent fights, willing to challenge you at every opportunity. I think they're a team that if they're setting the pace of the game, you can be really confident in them, and especially the mid-jungle are the point you really want to focus around, you want to play around. So I think having a strong mid-jungle duo, being able to lead the charge from there, spread it around the map, to me, that's really what this team is about.
And for KC, I think they have a strong counter picks on the mid and top, so I think based on that, Carmine Corp is going to have a favorite here.
All right, we'll see what happens as it is just seconds away. Carmine Corp and Team Secret for their EWC lives. It is a best of 3, so we'll see you in just a little bit. Let's send it down for the introductions.
Getting very serious here at the STC Arena. Bonjour Paris! We've had some fun already, but the best of ones are now in the rearview mirror. Right now, we step into elimination territory. And let me just set the scene, if we haven't already. All of these teams are playing for a $2 million prize pool. Crucial club championship points, and of course, the opportunity of a lifetime to make some history and raise this beautiful trophy high in the air. For one of our next 2 teams, the dream stays alive. For the other, their dreams and key shall be crushed. To welcome this first team onto the stage, I think we need to get into the heartbeat of this crowd. Lou, where you at?
Ouais, y en a des mots. Yes, Ian, I am where real stuff is about to happen with the best fans in the world. C'est l'histoire d'un shonen, d'un rêve qui est porté par Kameto et qui est vécu par des centaines, par des milliers d'ultras en France. Bienvenue, Carmine Corp!
one of Europe's biggest names, driven by one of the most passionate fan bases in esports. KC now find themselves with no margin for error in front of home support. And their opponents, Team Secret!
It's the story of underdogs. They were not expected here, but they can do good, they can do great, and they could eliminate the French org out of Paris. Do they have what it takes?
It's about to get loud. It's about to be a ruckus in here. Both of these teams have already suffered defeat today, and now they are fighting for the right to stay in the tournament, to keep their dreams and keys still intact.
Mesdames et messieurs, je n'ai plus besoin de vous le dire, mais quand même,
faites du bruit!
Okay, what an incredible introduction. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Troublelink here to get into this best of 3. And I have to say, I'm terrified about what may happen after this series because I was there. I watched Team Secret take Top Esports out of MSI. They've broken hearts before, and they may be prepared to do it again.
I do not think France can take another hit. They took one at MSI.
Are you talking about last night?
Losing to NA.
Oh, God.
Then last night losing to Spain in the World Cup.
No.
And now here we are. KC's facing elimination yet again.
I am a little bit worried for what this means, but we'll just have to see whether they can get it all together. Their first opponent was a tough one. Up against Gen G, I do feel like their early laning phase was actually pretty good. I think that Yehu especially looks like he's on form, being able to outlane Chovy for the first few levels at least. And so I think that KC should definitely be the favorites, like Wadid was talking about. But the amount of curveballs that can be thrown by a team like Team Secret is kind of terrifying, right? They've got Pun in the top lane. This guy plays volley bear. He plays set, and he looks so good when he does it. I hope he just doesn't play Cassante again, because like Cassante's just, it's Cassante, it's boring, you know? I think we need him to cook, otherwise it's not going to work, yeah.
No Cyan. I feel like Kana is so used to it though. In the LEC, there are so many weird picks that are being played over in the top lane. I mean, Broken Blade brings in whatever is played internationally, right? I feel like KC have had a really, I don't want to say heartbreaker of the year, but it's like you're almost at the finish line and you cannot make it feel like your foot is touching it, but you just can't get past it. They're always second to G2, both in winter and in spring. And now at MSI, losing to NA is even bigger of a heartbreaker. Of course, Lion made a huge run, right? There's nothing to be ashamed of losing to them.
Lion also eliminated Team Secret from MSI.
That's right.
As well. I mean, they've certainly done some pretty incredible things, even if they weren't able to win their last one. It is still, I think, KC should have their heads held high, and with the support of this gigantic crowd at the SEC Arena, I think that there is a chance that they will be able to use that to leverage a victory here. But it's all going to have to go down on the Rift. We are going to be getting into Champion Select very, very quickly, and then we'll find out exactly what they have prepared. But I think, like, Team Secret especially, right? This is a best of 3. In Game 1, I want to see them do something weird. I don't want them to save it for Game 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want them to save it for Game 2 because that's when things get really, really tense, right? I think just bring out the crazy stuff first, see if you can surprise them and try and get that game advantage. You know, sneak that one out, cheese it, if you will.
I feel like jungle will be a huge talking point for both of them. I remember Histo on Lee Sin at MSI had a phenomenal game versus Top Esports, versus no one other than versus Tien at MSI. And right here, Yag, I feel like he's been the sword and the shield for KC. It feels like if Yag cannot push himself forward when KC is really struggling, the team just collapses. And I feel like it was very apparent at MSI. It's been very apparent in a few games over at the LEC as well. And I feel like they just really, really need to pretty much boost Yike here. I need Boostio to step up and play for him. I need the solo laners to play something with a bit more priority to allow a little bit more flexibility for Yike to make plays.
Yeah, we'll just have to see whether they can actually get the picks that they want. As Canna downloading, doing a little bit of a Faker reboot. And of course, Canna did share a a slot on a team with Faker earlier on in his career. It has been a while though. He's been over in the LEC for quite some time. And we'll see. I'm just, I'm worried. I'm like nervous. I'm anxious. Not for myself or anything like that, just for what's going to happen in this arena if the unthinkable happens. You know, this is day one. It's day one. We're already eliminating someone from the tournament. It's crazy.
And it can't be KC. Honestly, we're in
Well,
Paris.
it can actually, because if they lose here, like if they lose two games now, then they are eliminated. Actually, so it can happen. It can happen.
Okay, so it's a rule that if they, if Team Secret wins 2 games, they're out.
Yes,
but it can't happen.
But it can, though. We just highlighted that. So it's definitely possible, even if it is unlikely.
It's the heart and the brain speaking of the brain.
Yeah. But I think, I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, I have this weird feeling in my bones, you know? And I often talk about this when I'm on the LCK, and that is my waters. And my waters are telling me that Team Secret have got something planned.
Okay. Is that an Australian saying or
my waters? You know, you can feel it in your bones. I don't know whether it's an Australian saying, because I don't want to like throw other Australians into this, because I've just been saying it. But
it's an Atlas saying.
Yeah, it's just one of those feelings that I have. And it's sometimes right, oftentimes it is wrong. So it doesn't really actually say anything. It's just that feeling that you get when the scary things are coming. But I'm looking at Team Secret. They did lose to Sentinels, which is a little bit of a rough one.
Yep.
Because you're not expecting an outcome like that. But Sentinels have found opportunities to overperform in the past as well.
Here we go.
You never really know. Those were best of ones. This is a best of 3, and we are into the draft for game number 1. The Nocturne, the Poppy, both taken away.
What do you know? Poppy OP.
There it is.
Big or Bun. She's the new Orianna. Ooh, the leasing ban coming out of Team Secret, actually.
That's kind of crazy. I feel like taking it away from KC was not what I was expecting. I thought it'd be the other way around.
When I think of Yike, Leeson is not necessarily the champion that pops to mind. I'm going to be honest. Kha'Zix most likely is.
Yeah.
But obviously Team Secret, they just don't want to allow the chance. I'm not sure what they have in mind that Leeson would be incredibly useful versus.
I think they just want to play Jarvan because it's his turn, and he just wants to play Jarvan at all times. Dire going to have his Rise respected, though, in probably their best game of MSI. The Dire Rise did pop off pretty exceptionally.
Here we go. What is it? Is it Jarvan? Is it Orianna? Or is it Syndra? Because something's going to have to be traded on that B1. KC are going to have to make a pretty huge choice right here. Most likely for Yehu. Actually, all 3 open. Would they want to give potentially with the Ezreal banned here? I feel like a Jarvan B1 could be a really good pick for KC.
I just feel like Orianna's too strong. So they could just play. I feel like Orianna's been left up all the time. Yeah. And I don't know whether it's a good idea. The Vi is going to be the choice, though. Yeah, going to be on his Vi this time around.
Okay, Atlas, it's our first cast together ever. Yes. And it's my first international best of 3. I am a huge Vi B1 hater. Because a lot
is that a good? I don't know why we had to do the introduction with all of those things.
It's important. It's important because you probably don't know I'm a Vi hater. It's pick B1, because a lot of the times they forget they've picked Vi and there's just no fault. And it's just a naked Vi.
What if they remember?
And it's happened to Yike when he was in G2 so much that they picked this Vi and they'd forget about it.
And wasn't Yike not so good at the Vi and has since been better at it?
But that's because it was B1. That's what people say, oh, Yike sucks on Vi.
Wait.
His win rate is fine.
But hang on a second.
Does
this mean Team Secret they could have had Camille Orianna. They've decided not to pick the Orianna just yet, as the Jarvan was up and available. Histo obviously loves this champion. And what is Yehu going to do?
I kind of see a Ziggs follow-up right here. That Camille creates the perfect box. People can't get out. Flashes down.
There's double boxes.
Jarvan is like on top of that box.
There's a lot of it's you really get to like fully insulate the box with the cataclysm.
Some extra wood frame.
Yeah, I don't know why it had to be insulation, but that'll work. Okay, the Leona going to be the answer to the Camille.
Not the naked Vi. We love that.
Yeah. So Busio doesn't really like the Leona matchup, I guess, as far as the Camille is concerned, so we'll be taking that one into it. I wasn't expecting it to be picked this early, though. I feel like you could have kind of got away with leaving that one and then picking a little bit later in the draft. But Yehu, will it just be a bottom lane pick? Will he take something like the Ari? Instead, the pick away of the Ziggs. I actually love this a lot as well.
Taking it away, especially since you've got Camille, Javan, there's just too many cages, and if you've got an immobile AD carry, you're going to get caught, especially with the Ezreal being banned away on the first 3 right here. Now, the biggest elephant in the room is the Syndra and the Orianna.
Yeah.
They've both been completely ignored. And we actually talked a little bit about Casey and how they've been drafting over the past year. It's always been Yehu being picked for in the first 3, which hasn't necessarily been the best thing for Casey because he's been countered plenty of times, and that was where he couldn't follow up with Yike and give him that freedom. So I kind of like it here that Yehu has fallen on priority to potentially get a pick that he can get away from things like the Javan and the Camille.
Yeah, unless there's going to be some weird swaps, it does look like we've got bottom lanes and jungles locked in for both of our teams so far. The Mundo going to be taken away here just to try and dig into Pun's champion pool, which I think is going to be a difficult task as this guy has played a whole bunch of different things. The one thing that I would say to Canna is don't blind pick Sion, because you will get setted and you will die. That is
a lot of times.
That's basically how it goes. Pun basically solo won that game. It was absolutely incredible, but I don't think they're going to walk into it as it has been shown so far. There is the Syndra ban, as you were mentioning before, one part of the Orb Lady duo. Let's see whether the other one is going to be taken off the board, as it is Team Secret that do have the first selection after these bans.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a deadly Wombo combo because it's also Camille that can
Javan,
carry the ball.
Javan, Camille,
even deeper,
Orianna,
right?
That's crazy.
Galio ban, they are pretty much gifting here.
I mean, Javan, Camille, Galio is also ridiculous, but I think just play ballet dancer robot lady. That's probably what you should do.
AKA Orianna, that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
However, Akali is still up in there.
But Cho'Gath was available. That's a good point. No, Cassio going to come in instead. I actually like Orianna in the Cassio matchup though. So I
really don't.
Like, I think I don't mind it.
I feel like Cassiopeia, if she lands a few Qs, she can really force Orianna off of the lane. We actually saw Yehu play a fantastic Cassiopeia into Canyon Syndra in that first match of the day.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Yehu's going to choose to go with the Orianna right here, which follows up really nicely with the Leona and the Vi, but it's not necessarily the follow-up that I want to see. When you do have the Vi. Akali is kind of the champion that I want to see here because it's very elusive to the Camille and the Javan, and she can slide into the backline to get to the Sivir.
All right, Pun's playing with our hearts just a little bit here after the Akali does come in. This is often banned, actually, when the Cassiopeias do get locked in. So interesting that Yehu does get that option, and it's been locked in. So we're playing Urgot. Pun, he's listened to me, and he's decided, you know what? I am just going to cook game 1. And up into the Gnar. Like, this has been a good matchup. I think this is a matchup that I've watched Canna play into Keen back in the day, like a long time ago.
A more recent one, we had a conversation with Flandre and Whip on the podcast, and Whip was saying that he doesn't necessarily think that those niche picks are that valuable anymore because of Fearless. Once one champion is taken out the pool, then your counter pick goes out the window with it, right? Urgot was the one that he mentioned versus the Gnar. But it's a really great pick.
Yeah, it's a good matchup.
So I'm really excited to see how Pun is going to actually leverage the early game with that Urgot to try and create more pressure through the Javan. The more lanes you've got pushing, the more freedom you give to the Javan, and he loves early game. Level 2, level 3, he can regang. There's a bunch of immobile champions on the side of Casey as well that you can very easily punish.
Yeah, I do think I kind of like how both of these drafts are looking, to be honest. And I feel like we got our wish, right? It's Pun doing something a bit strange towards the top side of the map, but otherwise it's a lot of team fighting on the side of Team Secret. And Carmine Corp have really good picks, right? Like, this is Canna on arguably one of his best champs of all time in the Gnar towards the top side. Yes, he's into a tough matchup, but if there's ever a champ that he'd be able to play against, you know, going upstream, if you will, it's going to be on that Gnar. And in the meantime, I mean, Kalist playing the Ziggs, this is his mage, the one mage that he has played, even if it was quite recently.
I'm excited for Yehu. I went through an entire year of seeing him gain picked Azir in the first 3 and getting counter-picked.
Don't worry, the year prior to that, I was doing the same thing.
The fact that they actually give him the Akali right here to be able to access the backline. I'm so happy that KC did not forget that they B1-5 for Yike. And they've actually surrounded him really well with the Leona and the Akali diving forward, plus the Gnar, and then you've got artillery coming through with the Ziggs.
Yeah, I just think that if Eddie is actually able to get online, though, this Sivir will become a very large problem. And Yike's going to have to make sure he's got that smite button ready so that that spell shield doesn't sort of ruin their day. But here we are, onto the Rift to game number 1 of this best of 3. If either team loses this game, they are not out just yet, but they are well and truly on the ropes. This is Yahoo running out first. Let's see where this first blood is going to be drawn on the Rift.
Really important. Vi suffers level 1. And Javan is pretty happy to actually enter jungle around that level 2 mark when he has the flag and drag. So we'll see if he's just going to choose to play a little bit more aggressive. He did that in the top esports series at MSI. And right here, he's actually got some pretty strong lanes that they can pressure. Because if you look at bot lane, Ziggs needs a mana item before he can outpush Sivir. Cassiopeia with a couple good trades, you can outpush Akali, who's a melee champion early on. So I feel like this Javan's going to play a huge part in this early game.
Yeah, I do think that the lane states are going to be looking pretty good. Team Secret very early on. But I think if KC can play it safely, should be all right. And there might be some opportunities for Yike to get some stuff done early, given the pushing nature of the lanes out of Team Secret this time. Still, I think it's going to be a tough time, unless Kliss just lands every bouncing bomb and Eddie just goes to no health at the very beginning of the lane.
So usually the way that we can break down sort of a mage versus an AD carry, I want to bring back the old mid lane meta, which was Syndra versus Lucian. They're pretty similar in terms of how they play the game and their spells. However, the AD auto-attacker will always outpush because their auto-attacks do more damage and they can actually push the wave without having to expend extra mana. And of course, with the ricochets from Sivir, that becomes even easier than with the Ziggs. So that's why we're saying Ziggs needs his mana item so that then he can continuously pressure with his actual spells before Sivir can push the wave.
Yep. Eddie is just, like you say, going to be hitting minions as much as he possibly can. This lane does have a Camille in it, though, and so I imagine that Eddie's probably going to be alone for quite a bit of this early to mid game.
Late trial.
Yeah, and yeah, so there we go.
Happy
Level 2,
Javan.
and he's out. There is Histo in his own jungle towards the top side, but it looks like BA is going to start the ganking a little bit earlier. Oh, okay. Dire maybe doesn't need the help. Yeah, BA's like, well, just going to leave, honestly. It looks like you've got this one. As never mind. We're just going for a real deep dive. In he comes, and even if they zone him away from these minions, it is still going to be a lot of work, because it looks like it's going to be a plate that they're going to opt into first. Hextech sweep, not a whole lot more, is going to be coming out now as Busio makes his way up. He's still in position. We'll actually get over here. Vision available for Yike as he does take down his blue buff. And now Vault breaks over, so good defensive play here from KC so far.
Yeah, and Yike has to do the walk of shame from the top side Scuttle Crab to the bot side Scuttle Crab, as the pressure from BA right here was fantastic. The fact that they actually called off the play, they might look here though.
Yeah, Busio does have that Eclipse running, so he is next to unkillable at this point in time. We've got the flag for a bit of extra damage on Yahoo here in the mid lane, who just desperately wants this wave in a different spot.
It's actually so important for Akali to get her first item. That's when she truly becomes a champion. Having that gunblade, being able to get the slow down, reach other champions. And it's just so important for Yahoo to hit every single creep. The fact that BA puts so much pressure in that mid lane, the fact that they're forced to put Busio there is just heartbreaking for Akali.
Yeah, Busio now in a fair bit of trouble, actually, as the hookshot does get the flash out of Busio. And look at that, the poison ticking down alongside the ignite. Every dot available now on that Leona. Busio will be going back to base. Now Flashless does have Hex Flash, so activating Hex Flash this early, I do very much like. But I'd probably still put it in the cons column.
You're a glass half full guy. You're like, hey, just burn both summons, but
I'm just a Hex Flash fan.
Okay.
I'm just a massive Hex Flash fan.
I will say though, that was a very successful sort of shadowing from Busio right there. Overextends, BS sticks around, Camille does so much damage with Halo Blades early on. The TPs are gonna land in. Yike is surrounding this area.
There's that Hex Flash.
That's my asthma.
And
well, that looked so good.
See? It's so useful now that it's been activated, as BA is going to stop Canna's back. might have been shopping there momentarily.
You know what's going to happen at some point?
What is going to happen?
Around the 10-minute mark, especially when you've got 2 roaming supports, the AD carries get so bored that they actually go at it 1v1. And suddenly they show up at Dragon, on second Dragon, and they have no flashes. You're like, how do you have no flash? You've been alone bot lane the whole time. They're like, well, we just 1v1.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens.
Yeah.
And Eddie's actually taken the cleanse. It's interesting. And then I saw the Leona, so maybe not as interesting as that's a great stun to get out of the hook shot. We'll get the flash out of BA. As Pun just ignoring that, utilizing the shotgun knees to do a fair bit of damage to Canna. It looks like Team Secret will be able to just move themselves back, but without the flash on the Camille, means this next skirmish might be a little bit more difficult here for Team Secret, as Busio really has unlocked himself from the map in this game. This is what we've been wanting to see from him. Looks a lot more comfortable on the Leona this time around. It's okay, the hookshot comes in this time. I may have cursed him. I'm so sorry, Busio. First blood goes over to Pun.
Yeah, Hexbox didn't help you much there. That was a 2 versus 3 as Yike headed towards that bot side of the map, and Busio, I'm actually scratching my head a little bit there, because with Yike heading towards that bot side Skullcrab to get his level 6, what is Busio still doing in the river?
I don't know, dying, as it turns out. We're going to have a look at it one more time. Please tell me.
It's such a weird angle. Busio walking around towards river, knowing that Urgot and Camille are still there. He still just makes a drive-by. They donate 1 kill to Urgot, which was already an advantageous matchup. And Canna's like, oh god, Urgot just got a kill.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of people sharing that sentiment right now.
As if it wasn't hard enough.
Okay, Busio back at it again, though. There's possibly an angle towards Dire, but he has got a whole bunch of rocks in his inventory right now. He's been on a hike, I think.
Bunch of crystals.
And
whatever he can find on the way.
Yeah, he's been mining or something like that. Not entirely sure. I think I saw something about this in Snow White. But he is now going to go back and build an even bigger rock, and that one's going to be helping him out in this laning phase up against Yahoo, who does have that Hex Tech cookie already completed.
Talking about rocks, Mountain Dragon, and BA is top lane again. Canna does a flash, and he's Meganar, so it shouldn't be too much of a threat for him. However, again, BA has been such a pain in the ass
yeah,
for every single lane.
Doesn't it?
Because everyone moving backwards means that the wave is not at the position you want it to be. You cannot CS, and Trinity Force is so important for Gnar, but so expensive. Gunblade is expensive for Akali. She has been put behind as well, and just BA has actually managed to pressure 2 lanes, but just roaming constantly.
And Eddie is just comfortably picking up waves where he can get them. He's actually ahead in farm as well, which is kind of crazy, given how happy Ziggs is to just sit towards that bottom side and push waves into the turret. Still, we've got Busio making his way back towards the top side with that unsealed spellbook. And Canna takes a cheeky little turret shot. Histo in a decent position right now, going to be spotted, as Busio will be able to convince him to leave. Didn't take a lot of convincing, to be perfectly honest. The Void Grubs are going to spawn. Looks like KC will have a pretty good angle, as BA is everywhere, man. Gonna find another hook shot, as Dire, not exactly the miasma that he wanted, but will still get the perfect execution out of Yahoo.
What a fantastic roll. It's gonna be Dragon soon. Akali cannot fight without ulti, so they've taken the pressure off of that one, and knowing that Akali doesn't have ult, they might actually contest the Void Grubs too.
Yeah, Histo might only be able to get one, and by might, I mean that's the last one that's left, so he is going to be able to get the smite down onto that last one, but KC pretty happy to grab 2 out of the 3. Dire getting another wave shoved forward, finally might be able to grab that first plate, and there it is. Looks like Team Secret just biding their time at this point. Currently 1.5k ahead though, and it looks like they really have been able to slowly but surely add on to the initial advantage that they picked up after Pun gathered that first blood. Histo down here towards the bottom side will just be able to take down the Scuttlecrab. Has started off this dragon as well. Obviously Mountain Drake with a lot of health, but doesn't have a whole lot to worry about just yet.
He doesn't have friends either though. Cassio and Sivir are both backing, so he's kind of helpless if he wants to start this dragon. However, I just want to speak about BA, because I remember his note in this game versus top Esports, and he was absolutely instrumental. His roams, and right here, we're talking a lot about, you know, the silver lining of how much aggression is the correct aggression. I felt like he's been putting pressure without necessarily putting himself in the case where he can die and be over-aggressive, and it's been beautiful as Yikes looking top, has level 6.
Oh, Pun just going to eat the CC. Very, very nicely done there.
Oh,
Gets
no.
himself out of the way as now Kalis possibly in trouble as Eddie is on the hunt. Needs another auto attack, and he just spell shields the ultimate. That turret was doing a lot of damage, but not enough to kill the Sivir, and they just walk it off.
That was so beautifully played. Kalist was pushing the lane way too far without any vision. And Histo just walks down the lane and just beats him up. Takes the flash as well, which is so important for the next dragon.
And it's crazy because Eddie didn't invest anything. He's got a cull, 21 stacks left.
Yep,
That's going to be 300 gold cashing in real soon. And we all know that Sivir can make the game so incredibly difficult if you're trying to sort of cheat waves around the map, right? Because she just does it right back and does not really care. So Eddie is in a very good position. Still yet to put that first item together, but that will be coming through very, very quickly as Yike is on the dragon first.
I like that.
And no information over to TS.
I'm not sure what Team Secret have been doing. They've created so much pressure to the both side of the map, and then they're slow on the Void Grubs. They're not getting the dragon, and I feel like they have not necessarily been syncing up their resets correctly to actually juice up all their efforts that they've been putting to take over the map completely.
Let's see whether they can remedy that now with a potential little bit of attention in the mid lane. Looks like no. As we'll check out the replay here. This was Histo just flashing on top of the Ziggs.
Okay, Kalist was very out of position there.
He did have the satchel,
yeah,
but it just didn't do anything.
But Kalist was way out of position right there. Way too far up on the wave. He was trying to get the bouncy bombs onto the Sivir for a bit of poke as well to try and trade. But walking that far up in lane with not a lot of vision allows Javan to just walk you down.
All right, that is going to be a bit of an engage out of Busio, but takes some Twin Fangs back. Histo just going to get himself out of there with a flag and drag.
Happening all game. Busio and Bia just going at it, but nothing really happens.
Just yet. But Team Secret just wanting to... They were listening to you, right? They were like, now we've got to try and get out and do stuff. Yike is going to stop that from happening. Solar Flare comes on down here as Histo's the one tanking up everything. Gets a good old shield, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. And now Pun is next on the menu. 2 kills here for KC as they come alive. The double wallop from Kana, who just sees himself out. Finds himself the Q there as well and knocks down BA. An absolute disaster for Team Secret, but KC looking way better now.
Absolutely gorgeous play by Yike. Sees the opening, calls the Jarvan as a target, and everybody piles on. We're gonna look from Kana's POV, but the Vi ult lands on Jarvan, Leona lands on Jarvan, Gnar lands on Jarvan, and there is nothing they can do. They isolate him, and it turns into numbers advantage for KC.
Oh man, beautifully played here for Kana.
And the last flash as well.
And then the flash out of the way. Goodbye, BA. And just having a look at the Ziggs on the bottom side of the map as well. Kana just poking his head in. Wow, that was better than we thought. And so KC, they were at a deficit, and they have turned that all the way around now. And by all the way around, I mean they're in much less of a deficit. 700 gold going to mean not a whole lot. And just have to find out whether they can continue on that foot, because that team fight really, really hurts Team Secret, right? Like, you lose something like that and you are feeling terrible moving towards the rest of the game. Yeah, who finding a bit of an angle. We mentioned as well about these item spikes, and that gunblade is there. Dire not going to be able to save his support, and also not going to be able to fight this Akali either. And yeah, he was just stacking up that money now. 3-0-2 on the Akali.
Add insult to injury, he killed him with the gunblade, which he very freshly
last hitting with
purchased
gunblade,
from that
that was my
team fight.
favorite thing to do.
You know, it could be a rocket bell, that's even worse.
Oh, no, I don't mind that one.
All right. Well,
I think just like being able to click on them and they die to the... Because I feel like gunblade just, it's mainly the slow, right? It doesn't do very much damage.
Well, Yehu on this Akali is actually now a champ. Team Secret, Yake see what they wanted. Skirmishes and very chaotic flanks is exactly how KC want to play the game with this composition. They choose the target, everyone jumps on that target, they isolate them and they kill them, they turn that to numbers advantage, and that's exactly what they did. Trinity Force is the next one they should be aiming for. On to Kana, however, they've caught him as mini Gnar. Booster is there to cover that.
Not sure about that flash though from Pun as he picks up the turret aggro. Busio comes on down, Mega Inferno Bomb, good night. Oh god. and Pun will be hitting the deck. The rest of Team Secret just trying to run away as Yike positions himself in that pixel brush. And it feels like the early game was going really well for Team Secret, and since then, nothing has really worked. They're going to go for another thing here as Dire is sinking the fangs in. Busio are kind of realizing that he had nowhere to go, and so he is just dead once again. Probably a price they're willing to pay, given the fact that Pun is dead.
But B is the one cashing in on that kill, so you don't really care about your level 7 Camille getting extra gold in the pocket. Yehu also had a fantastic positioning there. If Dire decided to push up on that Casio. And again, KC are just finding targets all over the place. This Sakali, in particular, the second Yehu pressed that TP down bot lane, everyone started scattering. You do not want to be fighting a Gunblade Akali at this point. They're not tanky enough to sustain through. And let's watch this one more time. They see that Kana is Mininar, but his bar is loaded up. He'll turn Mega really soon. And the flash coming through from Pan, whilst Busio was already on his way towards the bot side. Great cover by KC.
Yeah, excellently played here by KC. And yes, Busio does get caught out towards the end here, but probably happy to sacrifice himself for the good of the colony. In the meantime, though, I mean, I feel like Eddie has been still just putting items together. He's got that Storm Razor done, cashed in that Cull. That's why he's close to a 900 gold advantage. As Team Secret looking for Dragon number 2. Busio and Bia kind of fighting one another. Ricochet's flying through this mid lane as Kallista's moving on over. Yehu, so incredibly scary. And the Flag and Drag will get Histo out of there after he secures the Dragon. Mega Inferno on Bia gonna get caught. And yes, the Ricochets are bouncing through, but there is not enough here for Team Secret to stick around. Hexgate's on the rip now as well, as a Hextech Soul is a terrifying prospect for either side. But Ziggs with Hextech Soul, oh man, that is revolting.
I'm not gonna lie to you, that early game really worried me for KC, but once some of these items started coming in, after that skirmish at the Rift Herald, they've been looking so decisive. And I feel like for Yehu, that's also a redemption arc, because at the very beginning, it just wasn't so hot. Now with the Akali, very decisive, looked at his target, killed his target, Kana caught.
All right, yeah, Kana is gonna hit Mega but doing so much damage here to Pun. The shotgun knee's not going to be enough, and Histo just has to get out of there. Boulder toss not gonna land, but Kana doesn't mind. He's already taken down the Urgot, and he's looking for the turret.
He's not trapped in there with you. You're trapped in this Cataclysm with him.
They keep engaging onto Megana. I don't know whether it's a good idea, but from the results, it looks like the answer is no.
I mean, don't knock it until you try it like 2-3 times.
Yeah, don't worry, I tried it. It's never worked for me either. But I'm not a pro gamer, so I cannot judge. Yeah, they're looking for an angle towards his bottom side, just waiting, see whether he's stuck in the shop, and he passes the test. Dire goes home.
They say don't be in game one, Andy, okay? So to have some analysis, you need multiple instances of the same thing happening. So they're trying to engage on this Megana over and over to see if any of them stick. If it doesn't, they'll stop eventually.
Trying to build up the sample size.
That's right.
I don't like that. I like small sample sizes personally. I think that they're more funny. But Team Secret obviously disagree, and that is absolutely fine. 2,300 gold, though, going to be the advantage here for KC as we check this one out from Kana's perspective. And already, I mean, Pun just took way too much damage. And yeah, he lands the ulti, but you need to hit a threshold for that to ever mean anything.
Look on the map as well, Busio was on his way. So Kana was buying time for his support to get there as well. I feel like he was actually looking to kill the Jarvan too. He's so strong. The second they gave him that Trinity Force through the first couple of kills and assists, again, those champions, the Gunblade we mentioned, the Trinity Force for the Nara as well, those two champions become so strong on that one item power spike.
Okay, see, still a little bit of work to do as the 2.6k gold lead is not end of the world here for Team Secret. They are still in a great position. We were talking about those one-item spikes. I think KC will just continue to get stronger as the smite not going to quite work out there. As Wallbreaker comes in, Flag and Drag doesn't hit.
He's feeling himself.
We're just playing around, I guess.
Yeah.
Histo comes on forward. Histo is just trying to stick around in the area as Pun deals with that minion wave. BA's moving in. Trying to see where this Sivir is, and Eddie is finally going to move on over. 1-0-1 now, as he does have 2 items completed.
This is very nice play right here from KC. They're absolutely emptying his jungle on the top side whilst pushing top wave, pushing mid-wave at the same time. Yehu is catching both sides of the map as well. There is not necessarily a neutral objective they have to prepare for at this point. So they're literally just pressuring those waves, having TS to respond at every single one of them. And this time, now that they've got their resets through, now that Ziggs is back on the map with 2 items completed and the Shadow Flame, this is where Busio walks in a little bit more aggressively to set vision behind enemy lines for the next struggle that's coming up in about 1 minute and 20.
And Hextech Soul going to be a scary prospect. Only 1 dragon apiece here for either side. So I believe like TS can just give 1 up, right? Let it go. Maybe 2, but I don't know whether Soul Point is something you ever really want to give away. For this next one, they don't necessarily have to fight for. Give the Sivir a little bit more time to scale up and give you a bit more of that consistent damage, because that kind of is their forte, right? They've got Cassiopeia, they've got the Sivir. If they can avoid spells, get through the opening salvo, they will kind of be fine as the fight continues. The problem has been someone's already always dead at the very beginning of the fight, and that's largely because there is a 4-0 to Akali in this game. Shadow Flame now completed, like you were talking about, the Hextech cookies being put to work here as the Gunblade has been done for quite a while. And yes, Eddie's happily catching waves. I feel like he's just going to be collateral damage.
I'll give hope to the Team Secret fans.
Okay.
This Sivir is almost 3 items. That's when the clock starts ticking. You give 3 items to Sivir, I feel like Jarvan's kind of tanky, you know, he's got the Black Cleaver in there, same for the Urgot. If these 2 guys live long enough, you've got low CC from Cassiopeia and Camille coming through as well. A couple of auto attacks can do a lot of damage on the side of KC. They are pretty squishy overall. So 3 item Sivir could really, really break through those team fights. And of course, we'll see, you said it, can Team Secret stay alive long enough to allow Eddie to put down those autos to do damage?
Just thinking as well, like their Baron damage is kind of absurd. Sneaking a Baron is actually a possibility here, although they don't have Leandri's. It was Rylai's second here for Dire. So maybe without quite as much. We were talking about giving up the Drake. That is absolutely going to happen here as Yike just going to take that one on spawn. 5 minutes until Soul Point for KC. And their ducks are looking like they're in a row at this point in time. And are now just hitting Mega, very close to item number 2 as well. We do have Pun grabbing his Sterix, but I imagine Canna is sitting on a fair bit of gold. Busio just clearing out vision all over the map. You can have a look there, like they've lit up this map like a Christmas tree. KC kind of know everything that's going on right now. Their control of this game is kind of ridiculous as Histo finds himself a little bit of controlled vision.
They've been playing so methodical. They've not done any egregious, aggressive moves, knowing that this Akali is ahead, knowing their Gnar is ahead. They're just waiting and playing for the neutral objectives. They understand that they have the power in their hands right now, 5,000 gold in the lead. They know that they've got the Ziggs that's scaling super well into the late game together with the Gnar, so they don't necessarily have to put any extra pressure. They already have the extra items, and if they keep that gold lead, they will keep having those extra items. They'll eventually get to that Soul Point as well, which means that they can force Team Secret in team fights that don't necessarily want to.
Well, so far, I feel like Team Secret need to do something pretty soon, otherwise they will just kind of start falling apart. As BA is going to show up here, diving the Cassiopeia could be a problematic position as there's a Hextech ultimatum. Does yell at them, but I don't know whether it's going to do quite enough, as Busio is going to be the collateral damage once again as Pun finds his way in. He does manage to pick this one up. There is a Ziggs just doing some damage to the structures, but that is 2 on the floor, and the shutdown is picked up by Team Secret.
The Cassiopeia TP came through as well to try and find the Ziggs potentially through the jungle. What a fantastic play. Asking Yusala receive.
Yeah.
They need to do something. Well, 2 items on Cassiopeia is when you actually start doing something. Super tanky on the Cassio as well with the Rylai's, and Kana has found himself a crab.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an angle here. Does manage to do a fair bit of damage, but here is the Mega Gnar from Kana. Throwing the boulders around. We'll see whether the wallop is going to connect. Just keeps collecting them, but BA is going to show up. Great Gnar just to play defensively. As now Histo finds Yike, but Busio is right here. Dire, is he going to be able to do anything? The answer is no, as Histo does flash and flag drag to try and get out. They get a ward over, but there is nothing they can do, and the Jarvan just walks it off.
Dear Karthus, please press R.
Skara's not here, unfortunately.
Well, Histo gets out by the skin of his teeth. As BA is looking to play a bit aggressive on Yike.
Yeah, Solar Flare comes in, does slow him down. Mega in front of him doing a lot of damage. The flash out from this Camille as Pun just trying to hold him in position. There it is, manages to get the fear out, but it's not quite going to do too much. As it's only Yike falling down for now, but now Dire finds the Twin Fangs. Eddie's on a killing spree now. And Team Secret even out the kills. And yeah, you're right. I think that this should just be them taking down the Baron.
What a great catch. KC overextends at the red buff, knowing that they've sent their jungler packing back in base. And now Yehu and Kana are needed to make the impossible possible.
Well, they're going to have to try and kill them because they do not have a smite. Let's see whether they can get an angle in as he goes into his shroud. Now they're just looking to take him down. I don't think there's anywhere for him to go. The Baron is going to go over as Kana wants to do something. Kallista's already walking away though. As Team Secret, they secure the Baron and they are back in the driver's seat.
Just like this, the goal has swung over to TS again. KC punished for their over-aggression. This Urgot champion comes online on 2 items.
Yeah.
The second that Sterak's got locked in, you saw Pan making aggressive teleports down bot lane, catching 2 members of KC, then flipping it over on its head, getting towards the top side, punishing KC again for being over-aggressive. And now this is where Team Secret is not a squishy team anymore. Let's have one more look. Cassiopeia in base, Javan has to back. This is the perfect time for KC to pressure. Great Ziggs ult, sends BA back as well, but Pan tanks forever on this Urgot, and by the time he's out, Dira then takes over with Eddie. It is a fantastic back and forth for TS.
And then the Baron comes on through. We'll have to have a look at where the power play is at this point, because I imagine they've been able to get this Sivir into some lanes and done some damage, because they hadn't taken too many structures before this. As yeah, in the replay, I mean, yeah, absolutely nothing he could do. And now, I mean, the Dragon is going to pop up. Even if Team Secret only get this off the back of this Baron, that is still worth it. As Pun's moving in, Kanna is still pretty strong, as he's got recurve bows for days there towards the top side. Kind of crazy. Definitely does want the wit's end at least, though.
I hope you're sitting comfortably. Eddie's not sitting comfortably at all.
Yeah, well, he's going to go on the hunt for an escape, and he's not going to quite find it, but the Petrifying Gaze will mean that the Akali will be traded. Hextech Ultimatum is going to be answered here, and actually keeps himself alive. BA surviving for so long, and it's only Boostio that's here. And Dire should be able to sink the fangs in and take him down. Yike is going to die to this Urgot as well, as Kanna has been ignored until just now. Now just looking to escape, as Team Secret finding all the angles here as we get out of this mid-game.
Kana TP's out as well, but BA baiting an entire stadium. He was sub 5% HP for this whole fight. And Eddie makes a crucial mistake. He does a classic Jackulov, overextends in the mid lane on his own, gets caught.
No, you say overextends. I say baited.
True. That's when Pan gets to come around. Look at BA. He's just mocking KC right here.
Yeah, calculated.
Yeah.
Able to walk it off. And it is a little bit of a heartbreaker.
We can't believe it either.
Yeah, losing a fight like that. However, there is still a slight advantage here for KC. By advantage, I mean the game is entirely even. This could be anyone's. And we have 2 Drakes apiece. This could not be closer. But the outer turret falling down, and Team Secret having the Cassio and the Sivir means that I feel like control of Baron is going to be such an important thing for KC to make sure they have, because this Baron will not last very long as this game goes on. We saw it already as they took their first one, but the next ones are going to be even easier here for this Sivir composition.
And I feel like this was very representative of why Team Secret cannot even push with Baron right now. Fog of War gets so scary when you're playing against champions that can jump at you from everywhere. Everyone can jump at you except the Ziggs from the side of KC. So for the carries of Team Secret to push even with Baron, it gets very scary. Eddie got shut down instantly, and he was the 4-0 Sivir that was carrying them this far. So they've got to be very, very careful with their positioning and their vision. And talking about both,
yeah, Kanna is just going to hop over here as the Mega Inferno. But man, that looked like the classic Ziggs Camille combo, but they were on different teams, and the Camille just died.
talking about being aware of their positioning and vision. BA was not.
No.
Walked into enemy territory, did set up the wards, so I will say worth for now.
Yeah, he's at least managed to lay some groundwork here.
That's right.
As Team Secret still with a kill lead, but not with a gold lead anymore. As this red buff is going to be their target. We'll be able to secure that one as Eddie takes so much damage here from Kalist, who's got his death cap complete, as well as that blighted jewel.
Casey's getting deja vu from that positioning. They don't want to push again. Jackshaw completed for the Urgot. Very important. If he was tanky before, he's tankier now. And I feel like, again, with how squishy the composition of KC is.
Oh, flashing on top of Eddie, who does get the spell shield off. There's the knock up onto Yike. Mega Infernobomb comes down, though. Eddie's still alive for a moment, but Canna gets in there. Yahoo's able to shut him down. And that's a great kill onto the Sivir. A lot of that consistent damage now taken out, as the rest of KC will back away for now.
Eddie does the Jackalope twice in a row, and KC just punishes. He's too far forward from his team. Again, we said, if there's fog of war, you cannot walk up from Team Secret. There's just way too many threats looking at you from fog of war. Vi engages into Leona, and all they need to do is just keep him still for a second for that Ziggs bomb to drop on his head.
Yeah. And they managed to exhaust him. I like the spell shield. Managed to get that on the cease and desist. That was pretty nice. Might have been why he felt so safe, but wasn't able to flash his way out of there. Now has the flash up and available as he is respawning. So maybe this Sivir can do something in the next fight. The problem is, it's now a 2,000 gold advantage, and KC are getting control back of this game. Yahoo's still an absolute monster. He has a cool hat now completed, but Kalist, he's got a Void Staff. I mean, this Ziggs is just kind of artillery fire now.
Yep. Double death cap on the side of KC. And I feel like they've been very decisive every single time anyone overextends from Team Secret. They have been on the same page to engage. However, Team Secret's gonna start the Baron.
All right,
Ali,
sometimes
mid.
you just want to hit the purple one, and that's what they're going to be doing for now. As BA trying to catch Yike, making his way in. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. The smite was a little bit early, but still Histo gets it, and the massive gnaw from Canna picks everyone up and slams them against the wall. That should be KC taking game number one, and the immediate teleport says, Canna, I'm getting out of this game. We're getting to game two, and we are keeping ourselves alive here at EWC.
KC with an incredible team fight. Team Secret was looking at Baron, but KC's looking at the win.
And sometimes, I mean, Baron for Nexus, it's been a trade as old as time. And unfortunately for Team Secret, it will be their demise in this game as KC, one win away from staying alive here at EWC.
The man who walks off first, 5-0-7 on this Gnar, is the man who grabbed his head when Urgot got the first kill in the game.
I mean, like, things weren't looking fantastic at the very beginning, but man, what an impressive performance from KC, but a back and forth game. And it makes me really interested to see what's going to happen for the rest of this series. Hopefully it is a 3-game banger, because I want to see more out of these two as they look so evenly matched.
It was an incredible back and forth. I will say props to KC for figuring out their win con. They looked so uncoordinated when it came to MSI. And when you're playing a composition where you kind of all need to push your buttons at the same time, it needs a certain type of coordination, and they brought it here versus Team Secret.
That is enough from us. Let's throw it over to the stage.
Thank you very much. And there's that explosive moment that ends the game, that closes the question with an exclamation point, and it ends in French as KC take 1-0 after a fantastic mid-game here by Team Secret.
That was an explosive end in many ways, but that was a pretty close game throughout it. I feel like Team Secret put up a good fight, but ultimately KC really bringing it together and utilizing this Ziggs so much damage. I think Kana as well on the Gnar had some fantastic moments in this game.
I think initially Team Secret had the similar idea in the MSI as well, because I think Poon is the player who loves to pick some poke picks on the top side, and this time around he picked the Urgot into Gnar, but Kana be able to have insane moments just like that, and I think that kind of stopped the Team Secret from the snowball.
And again, we saw the Camille at support, but this time not in the hands of Buzio, in the hands of BA, and it wasn't quite strong early, and then it starts finding some picks, and then the one big throw where all of a sudden it's in the hands of Team Secret. They find themselves in the driver's seat. It looks okay, and KC find their fights.
I think Camille at the moment is kind of suffering from that thing when a pick emerges and then becomes really heavily into the meta, where it worked so well when it was picked later in the draft, but now that we're early picking it, teams are starting to counteract it. We're starting to see Leona a lot into it, and we're starting to see it just get blown up, and it's a pick that has a high bar for execution. Even though the pick has an insane level of potential, we're seeing a lot of our pros struggle and just kind of get exploded in these fights.
All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here, and we start over at the Grubs early on in this one, and this felt like the highlight moment. We're like, okay, job's done here as Kana gets his big moment in front of the crowd.
I think it was really great focus on the Jarvan and reposition by Kana here. He takes the pit, and I think when he gets the Mega Gnar here and lands a big ulti on 2 targets and chain CC there, it was just complete a 1v9 moment right there.
Such a tight window. He nearly went down, but gets it just in time, and then here flashing away from the Camille stun, BA doesn't get a chance to finish him off. Not the first amazing moment from Kana this game, but not the last either.
No, definitely not, but you're thinking there, it's done, but Team Secret showing some resilience, finding ways to bounce back in this one, and then they take the Baron here. It was like a pick into all of a sudden KC starting to panic.
I feel like we've seen teams so many times play in these really aggressive positions in the enemy jungle, and it feels initially good because you have that big burst of damage from the Ziggs, but just difficult to get out of here, and the miasma value in this choke is insane. They get the kill from the Urgot, they push forward, and this ends up transitioning into a Baron take. You've got to remember, this is a team with a Sivir, with a Cassiopeia, so easy to take the Baron, and with no jungler, no real chance to contest this unless you beat them in a fight when you're already down 2 members.
I mean, just not only today, I think the game is this versatile, you know. I think nowadays everyone just wants to take a risk, and I think even though you're down numbers, I think you're willing to take the fight, but this time around, I think Team Secret had such a good setup. As you said, the miasma value in the pit, I mean, in the choke right there was huge, so I think KC didn't really manage to have like a great setup towards the aggressive in the jungle side.
And I love the understanding by Team Secret knowing, hey look, there's no jungler on the other side. Yes, we saw the number drop all the way to like 583 or whatever it was, but there's no smite, we've got it. And they look composed in a way that all of a sudden you're like, oh no, is this going to be KC out early in groups, down 1-0? And then the hero moment yet again comes out for KC at the next Baron, the huge Wombo combo.
This is now the 3rd time I've seen this, and it's just insane every single time. We end up getting the big Zigzag spell shielded by the Sivir, but this gnarled, the immediate Akali punish on top. Oh, it's so slick. These are the plays you dream about, and making it on this stage in front of this crowd, just massive.
Yeah, and I think Akali ulti on the top as well. Everything was just cherry on the top right there. And I think this is what happens nowadays. You can never just play for the objective. You always need to think about the team fight and setup. Otherwise, even though you get the objective, you're going to lose the game.
I mean, honestly, going into that Baron pit against the Ziggs is so risky.
That's illegal, man.
So illegal. And then the fact that the Gnar turns up with Mega, it's just, I feel like every single time Kana was getting Mega at the perfect time for him and at the worst time for Team Secret.
Especially good for Kana there early on, that first blood that was given over by Buzio. They panned over to the player cam of Kana being like, it's okay, it's just 1 kill, and he's able to make the big play that leads to KC getting themselves a victory here in game 1. But this is a best of 3. There are keys on the line, so Team Secret still alive, but only by a thread. Let's see if they're able to bounce back after this short piece of content. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends.
a rundown in terms. And the lovely Glitter joining me today to give us a bit. What is going on over here?
Yeah,
besides
okay.
the drums.
Right, besides the drums, we've got some crazy crowds up there on the Superfan area. However, we have Free Fire starting off now for week 2. This is how it's going to work. We have 2 groups of 12 teams. They're both going to be playing 2 series of 6 matches, 1 series per day. Okay, so now we're in day 1. We've only made it through 1 series so far. What does this mean for Club Championship? How does this all tie in? Well, of course, in the first series, we already have Falcons playing. They're done and dusted. Now, in order to survive all the way through to finals, you need to end up in the top 4 after the 2 group stage days. Falcons ended up in 6th place after today. So not great, but not too shabby either. Totally doable to get into that top 4 after their series tomorrow. But another team we need to look out for is AGAL. They ended up in 3rd after their first series today, so they're already in a very comfortable spot heading into tomorrow, which could then set them up well for some CC points. But Falcons are one of the top teams. They won in 2024, and you know they want to do it again here in 2026 after missing out in 2025. So that's what we've got going on here so far.
That's a lot on the line for the side of Falcons when it comes to the club championship points. Excited to see how it plays out for AGL because we got them competing on our stage as well for the STC. They've had a banger first best of 1, so we'll see how the rest of the day is going to play out. That's it from us. Bye. Over here at the B stage, our lovely casters Logan and Pike are joining us to give us a little bit of an update in terms of what has happened over here.
We've had some pretty hectic games, if I'm going to be honest. Like, there have been some pretty spicy. The last game we just had, JDG just absolutely blew Lion out of the water. But it was, every game so far has been nail-biting, close. Everyone's hungry for those wins, and it's just really good to see really big competitors here at EWC.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, and the energy of the crowd has been phenomenal. It's been really driving us all, and we had the fortune of having Tyler One join us on the cast as well with Lion, so that was pretty hype. These games have been great, Ginny.
Are there any teams that particularly maybe took you by surprise that you didn't expect to perform the way they have today?
Ooh, that's a tough one. We were kind of expecting Lion to perform very, very well off the back of their MSI run into JDG, but unfortunately they went down against them, same as they did at First Stand in 2026. What about you?
Yeah, that was the series. JDG just came out. It was probably the most dominant performance we've seen all day long. So a team that didn't get to really any internationals so far coming to EWC and showing up how they did. Incredible.
Yeah, it's kind of great to see them play off of the momentum from that qualifier that they had over for the LPL. That's it from us over here at the B stage. I hope you guys enjoyed that update, and we'll see you around.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 2. Team Secret are on the ropes. And unfortunately, it is not a secret. It's actually quite obvious that they need to win 2 games to keep themselves alive here at EWC. And KC, just 1 win away from staying like an extra day at least. And losing the home team heroes day 1 would be absolutely heartbreaking, but it'd also be heartbreaking to lose Pun, because he's really fun. You know, he picks Urgot, he picks Volibear, he picks Set. I think that it's just going to be heartbreak no matter what.
We're still to see the Volibear in the set, perhaps in games 2 and 3. The Urgot looked really good. Got that first extra kill and then snowballed it from there. I want to say props to KC for pulling it back together, because that early game did not look hot, and then I feel like Yike pulled the trigger, called the target, and ever since that, they just looked way more cohesive. They were playing as a unit. Busio was a lot more connected with Yike in the jungle for the 1-2 and the CC, and it just looked great from there on out. I feel like they really needed that win coming off of what happened at MSI.
I would agree, and especially coming off what happened in that best of 1 against Gen G as well, where things kind of were okay and then they were really not okay a lot after that. But Gen G are obviously the EWC winners of last year, and it is a tough ask to take them down on day 1, and they should be the favorites of the group as well. But KC, I think probably looking like a pretty solid number 2, especially if they're able to put another win on the board here up against Team Secret. The problem is, this team can definitely throw some curveballs, and we'll see whether they've got some more of them ready for us as we get ready to get into the draft for the second game of this series. I think Dire probably needs to get it together, though, because I feel like the way they played around Yehu, hitting that first item was beautiful out of KC, and then Dire just built no damage at all, and then nothing really happened.
I don't mind that, because she was buying time for Eddie to be able to hit on that Sivir. I felt like Eddie getting caught twice at very pivotal points was what completely opened up the game for KC. I'm not the biggest fan of just like having more tanky items on Cassiopeia. However, in that one, I don't particularly mind. The more time you build for Sivir, the better it will be. The more you survive, the more the Sivir is going to hit. My question mark here is, what's going to happen to the Orianna?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Both teams completely ignored it throughout the entirety of Game 1, and it wasn't even banned.
Well, let's see whether it gets banned away this time around, as the Ezreal continuing to be taken away from Kalist, and the Olaf and the Nocturne. The Olaf ban is an interesting one, and that means that the Jace ban will come on through.
Pun did play the Olaf in the test series, and it looked very scary. Got the solo kill versus Zoyan as well.
Yep, and it's a pretty good matchup into the Jace at the same time, so maybe showed their hand just a little.
I think KC are going for Ashe Seraphine, where Olaf is fantastic into. It's their bread and butter. One of Busio's best champions as well from recent year. And Kalist is more than happy to pilot things like the Ashe, and it will give them a lot more time to scale into the game. Shinzao, another one of those champions that Yag really loves to play. So I'm wondering if here is going to be like a straight up V1 Seraphine.
Well, we'll see whether they do lock that one down. We have seen Seraphine being used in a lot of different ways.
Look who's there.
Instead, the Orianna has been discovered here in game number 2 and will be instantly locked in. I think Orianna with the Xin Zhao Ashe Seraphine could be an option, but Pun, I mean, his Mundo did get banned in the last one, but he's just cycling through a bunch of different picks until he probably doesn't lock away his own champion.
They're too normie, these picks.
That's what I would assume. As yeah, there is a Victor being considered. Victor versus Orianna. Oh, the classic.
All right, put on your seatbelt. I think we're going for a long game. We're scaling already from
High
V1.
Octane video games to be coming on through here, as there is a Nautilus lock for BA. So really wanting to make sure that they have the hard engage from the bottom lane.
Now this kind of disrupts the Ashe Seraphine, because Nautilus is really good. You hit a Q, you pretty much force a flash, or you get a kill. So I wonder if now Kalist and Busio have a different angle towards that bot lane. You could potentially go from something like even a Xayah, which is really good into this. His Ezreal, of course, is permabanned, or even if they want to look towards a Lucian lane, perhaps. But it is going to be a priority on locking in the Trundle, which I'm not going to lie, after the previous game, I do not want to see bot lane again.
Yeah, no, I don't think that is going to be the case. A little bit of a shout out to DK, who didn't exactly have the greatest of times in that particular match. But Yehu, see what he's going to be locking in for. Probably Canna at this stage, unless they do want to grab something else, but instead it will be that Renekton. Renekton Trundle can really bully a top lane. We'll see what Pun is going to be doing, unless they do just decide to round out the bottom side of the map or grab themselves a jungle, and it looks like it will be the jungle angle, as this Nefiri is going to be the consideration. And now picking a tank here on the side of Team Secret is going to be a real difficulty. The problem is the Trundle is being picked face up very, very early in this draft, so subjugate value might just be protected here.
Yeah, I really like the Nafiri into the Trundle as well. You get a pretty free match over here to farm around the Trundle, and especially the less amount of champions that you have that the pillar is useful into, the better for the side of Team Secret. Reminder that KC is 1-0 up, so they really need this win to keep themselves alive in this tournament, and they've still yet to lock in something for that top lane. I'm expecting that the R4 that's going to come through for Team Secret right here is going to be an answer into the Renekton. Of course, with the Gnar out the picture, things like the Jax potentially could rise into priority for Punk.
Yeah, saving counterpick for Eddie would be a crazy one. And we are going to see the first ban of the second round here for KC. We'll see what they're going to be attacking. I wouldn't mind a volley ban, something like that. But the Mundo going to be taken away first. A good matchup into the Renekton. You guys were watching MSI. There was a certain guy called Zeus who did some things on the Mundo in a Game 5, and it was kind of ridiculous.
He was pretty movable.
He was pretty good, yeah, with his barcode health bar. It was just extraordinarily large. So Pun not going to have an opportunity to do that.
And it's great, because Mundar banks up HP. That's his thing.
He does.
The Trundle doesn't necessarily do too much to him.
And do you know who else does that? Volibear. But they have an opportunity to take it away yet. The Seraphine also going to be removed.
I think we might be looking for something like a Lucian Nami lane for KC. I know that playing Nami is kind of scary into the Nautilus.
Or Lucian Milio, the normal one.
Lucian Milio, yeah, Milio also pretty scary played into the Nautilus. I feel like with Nautilus locked in so early for BA, again, he was one of the game changers in that top esports game in MSI when he was playing that Nautilus. It was played with Senna in that particular one, and it would make sense if they could lock in a tank from some of Team Secret to play it again with Senna. So I'm actually expecting to see here top lane and then keep that R5 potentially for AD carry.
Let's see exactly where Eddie is going to go, whether he's picking for himself or picking for Pun. That Volibear still there. I'm still thinking about it. Could also go for like his set from before, but it's not the Scion matchup that he does really, really like it into. And there is the bear, and they will lock that one in. So glad that we get to see this, even if Team Secret do leave the tournament here. At least we go out with the Yorick Burnison there towards the top side of the map. Shout out to Philip Pullman.
Here is KC locking in their bot lane. What do they want to play here? Zyra Khan, always an option if they want to play it more safe. Something like a Lucian lane could also work.
Yep, getting a bit of a ball carrier here with the Rel could be an option, and that is what they're going to lock in. And now what is Kalista going to be playing alongside it?
Oh, the Shock Storm.
Yeah. The Magnet Wave.
Magnet Wave.
Yeah. Well, Busio is always going to hop a vein.
Cover, yeah.
So it caught me off guard the whole tournament because it was banned a lot. You know, this is a good champion.
You could go with Jin right here. They don't necessarily have too much damage on the team.
Don't will it into existence.
But it actually sets up really nicely for wombo combos when you can open a curtain and then you get Rel moving forward with the ball. So I don't mind the Jin right here.
I do. I don't like Jin very much. I'm just not a fan. Even though 4 is my favorite number.
4.
Yeah. And I still just don't really like Jin.
Kaisa!
Yeah, Eddie going to be going for the Kaisa this time around. Feels like a bit of a freebie lane.
Can I say that? Because I called him Jackie Love in the previous one. No, he looks in the Kaisa.
Ah, but isn't that Gala's
Let's see what skin he's going to come in with. Well, one has a skin, one doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah? Jackie's one's pretty good. But now it is time to throw it over to Lou. He's got Kometo to take us through the draft.
Je suis avec le boss, il n'y a pas besoin de le présenter évidemment, le CEO de la Carmine. Kamel, moi je voulais te demander, je sais qu'il y a une grosse histoire au niveau des drafts et des fans cassés. Donc moi je voulais savoir ce que t'en penses, la règle de Calice, tout ça, ça nous inspire?
En vrai, la draft d'avant, j'aimais pas, on a gagné, donc là j'aime pas trop non plus, mais je pense qu'on va gagner, donc ça le fait. Et en plus, grâce à eux, nos joueurs jouent encore mieux.
Exactement, not a huge fan of the previous draft. Yeah, we won, so I'm not commenting too much, but the players are surely gonna win, thanks to our fans right there. Et deuxième question, je le sais, ton objectif de devenir la meilleure équipe du monde, qu'est-ce qui va faire que vous allez gagner cette Game 2 et un jour devenir la meilleure team du monde?
Bah, sans les supporters, il n'y a pas de club, donc c'est grâce aux supporters qu'on va le faire un jour, les gars. Merci comme d'habitude. de supporter le club, de nous soutenir, même dès que ça se passe mal. Et vous êtes toujours là. Le Blue Wall sera toujours là.
Merci, Blue Wall will always stand strong. Thank you so much. That's how we will finally manage one day to be the best team in the world. And let's get back to the game. Merci, Kamel.
All right, getting ready to get into the game. Thanks, Kumeto, for taking us through the draft there by saying basically it's going to be okay because we're the better team.
Doesn't want to jinx it. Doesn't want to jinx it. He didn't like the previous draft. I was a big fan, actually. I really like the Akali all-in.
I thought it was all right.
This draft kind of has sort of the same
It has Jhin,
idea.
so I don't like it.
Okay, well, I really like Jhin when you've got like a setup, right? Like Jhin, open skirt and call. You go Real Orianna. No.
Nah, it's kind of my thing.
But there's no tanks on the other side. Jhin is good.
But like, Volibear's pretty tanky.
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 There's Trundle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but the Trundle does provide a little bit of an issue here. Plus also, you do have Trundle Jhin again.
Right.
And
Healer
did you like it? Yeah, did you like it the last time?
Okay, I didn't like it together in the bot lane.
But it's together again.
It's not going to be in the bot lane. I feel like Reljin is a lot more dangerous in the bot lane.
But we are still waiting to get onto the Rift here for game number 2. I feel like Team Secret have a lot of comfort in this one. And so maybe they could bring us to that coveted game 3 and keep themselves alive here at least for one more game.
It's going to be a bloodbath. Both teams have a lot of engage.
Yep.
And they've got really great avenues for team fights.
Wow. Here we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. We've loaded in. Carmine Corp, very, very close to just winning this series. Only one more Nexus to take down. Team Secret, they could do it. And they do have a lot of potential with a draft like this, right? I really like the early lock-in of the Nautilus as well as BA. He was really good on this in MSI as well and has already hit his first anchor. Boosio going to have to crash away from it. Will be doing so.
He just walked in.
Oh, we're pausing.
That's some insane behavior from BA. Just walks in the jungle, queues whichever chump stands in front of him.
Yeah, I learned this.
His ward, leaves.
I learned this from Ox. It's the walk strategy. And the walk strategy has often been very, very good.
But you have to be confident when you're doing the walk.
Yeah.
They can't sense the fear that no one's behind you.
Absolutely.
You have to walk as if the whole team is right behind the Nautilus.
And they were, which is helpful.
Just 2 of them, but they didn't know.
Well, there's more than the people on KC at that point in time. And I don't know what this pause is about, but hopefully it is not something too disruptive.
Maybe it's the fly.
Ah,
there was a fly around.
That was a very cool camera as well. I'm going to have a look. See. Yeah, I can watch it coming down. Oh, that's really cool. All right. I can't see too much like referee support happening, so it means that something may not have completely broken. But hopefully it is all right. Hopefully it isn't an in-game issue because those can take a little while longer. But we'll let you know when we find out exactly what's going on here.
That's a great drawing from Yahoo.
Very, very cute.
K-Drill.
K-Drill fan.
Less than 3.
There as well. And obviously all the Kometo fans are now like, yeah. I like how we, in the LCK, we don't have boos. Like, boos just don't happen.
You want to know something funny?
No? What? Yes.
There was a tournament where Faker shows up and KC fans boo.
Yeah.
And he looked so stunned. It's as if he's never heard that in his life.
Yeah, I thought that was very weird. I remember that tournament. That was the Red Bull tournament a while back.
We did not understand what was going on.
Neither did I. Is it just a thing? Do they just boo everyone else?
Yeah. MKOI actually invited it. When they were walking on stage, and obviously
I saw that.
Booing, they were like, more, like fuel our hate, fuel it. This is what makes the rivalries, I guess.
I mean, it felt pretty personal after what happened yesterday. That certainly makes some sense.
True.
Yeah, right?
Plus 1 point, yeah.
But still no word as to what's going on as far as what's happening on the stage. But you can see Cannon trying to keep himself calm. Once again, going for a little bit of a reboot. Woke up there, so maybe that means the PC is back on again. Just have to find out, though. But did anything look weird in the beginning there? Obviously, Boosio didn't want to lose half of his health bar, but everything was kind of fine after that.
Yeah.
So
unless there was some interaction we didn't necessarily pick up from that rail, but it looked fine. He used his W, and that was it.
Looked quite normal to me.
Went down. They are talking.
Now talking.
So maybe that's a good sign that we're going to get in soon.
Yeah, hands are on mice, or mouses, because of course they are not the animal, and therefore it's mouses, right? The plural.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Very confusing. The English language is.
Do you know what the plural of Gragas is?
Gragi?
No. Gragooses.
Gragooses.
Yeah.
Is that actually?
I made you say it. That's so cool. You're the first one who says it.
What do you mean?
1 Gragoosie, 2 Gragooses. With IES in the end. Yeah.
But it's 1 Gragas.
No. It's fine.
But how is it the plural of Gragas if it's not Gragas to begin with? I don't understand. I like Gragi.
You're trying to understand.
What else would I do? We're in a pause. There's nothing else to do.
All right, I'll explain after.
Okay, wait, what? Explain now. Everyone needs to know.
All right, it just sounds funny. It's like Gragoosie.
Ah. But
1 Gragoosie, 2 Gragoosies. That sounds funny.
I still don't understand the 1 Gragoosie thing. Because
People do that for all champions. They just add the ending word.
Ah, okay. That still doesn't make sense, but I wanted to sound like I understood, even if I didn't.
I'll keep the round out.
It's like Nexuses, though. Like, is it Nexuses or is it Nexi?
I don't know, man. Nexuses sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, right? But they like so does Nexi, though. It's a bit of a vibe. Why is there a carrier fan in this series?
Kana. Over.
Wow, yeah, that is a lot of overs. And that guy likes Kallistan Kana.
There is a lot of Kana love.
Yeah. I mean, he's a pretty good player. Been around for quite some time as well. Had some disappointing times in the LCK, but then left, went over to the LEC and found a whole bunch of success. I think it's a pretty cool story, you know?
I feel like he's also been very open ever since he came to KC, and he talked about the struggles that KC has helped him with, and how grateful he is that he's able to play with his team, play an international tournament again, and how much they're trying for the team. So big props to Kana for being vulnerable and letting it out there. I feel like it's really cool seeing the human side a lot of the times from the players.
Yeah. And also, like, the inclusion of Yehu in this squad is something that I wasn't necessarily expecting to go well.
He's crazy.
Right? Because he's been really good over in the LEC. And
he's more Western than Korean, I'll tell you that much.
I know. He's really embraced the vibes. Absolutely. But when he was on DRX, I mean, he was trading places a lot of the time. He didn't really come on in until they were already sort of stuck in the Rise group, the more recent time anyway. I don't know whether that sign is necessarily correct.
Over.
That's a lot of overs. Maybe they cancel each other out as you continue, and that's why he remains the GOAT. I'm not entirely sure, but still. Yehu is he's a bit of a success story that I've really enjoyed watching, because even when he came in to DRX, he was actually sort of saving that team at the same time as well, who were having a lot of struggles, even though now it's still not so good because they lost it.
I feel like in Europe there's always the conversation of LEC and Caps being the GOAT, and teams are always looking to find the next mid laner that's really gonna shine going up against him. And I feel like Yehu has actually stood up pretty tall versus Caps in a lot of those iterations. And even though this time around, this year as we're going in, never mind that.
The video game, it's back!
That's what we're here for. Forget Caps for now.
I'd forgotten. I was too busy thinking about Gragooses or whatever.
Oh my god.
I think there's a drink called that. Speaking of Gragas, I feel like it's on theme. It's all right. We're going to have a look at this one. As the Nautilus Kai'Sa. This is a bit of a throwback lane. Seen a little bit more Kai'Sa more recently in the evolution of this meta since MSI.
It's just not easy to play. It's super long range.
But it's into Jhin, and Jhin doesn't do anything, so it's fine.
Well. It's like such short range. It's not very fun.
Yeah, Jhin does have a lot of range. That's correct. And maybe I should start. I know Jhin is fun.
I feel like Jhin and Rel are really good into Kai'Sa. As you can see, oh, there you go. Yep, that one.
Bit of an engagement here as we're trading aftershocks, but that is a lot of damage there from Eddie, actually, as the hook is going to land. They turn their attention towards Kalist. Good crash down there on the right-hand side of your screen, but that is first blood going over as Busio just explodes.
About that, Jin is really good into Kasa if you can keep the distance up. If you close the distance and get queued by Nautilus, Eddie and BA gain a huge early game advantage. And Pan, well, we've got Bowsy at home.
Oh,
he's doing his best impression.
Dear me. Let's have a look at this one once again. Take me through it.
Look how Eddie's kind of using the Fog of War to get his creeps once they hit that level 2. BA plays a little bit more aggressive. They take down Busio super low, which means he can't cover for Kalist. And as Kalist is falling low, unfortunately, Busio has to pull up.
Passive.
But he didn't flash in time from the passive, and all Eddie had to do is just flash pull.
And so Busio at least retains his flash, but doesn't even activate Hex Flash trouble. This is the problem. Would have even been better if he flashed, because now he gets the option of Hex flashing. And I guess the counter argument could be Flash is better. As BA trying to find him one more time. Yike moving up, but I don't know whether he's taking this crab as Histo's over here as well. Level 2 to level 3, more buttons available for this Nautilus as they do manage to stun up Busio for now. Yeah, who's moving on over? Dire right hot on his heels as the death ray comes in. There's the pillar going up, and it looks like KC will be able to bully them out of the river and take control of the crowd.
Very big from Yahoo. He ditches the wave and walks in, takes some poke from Dire, but makes sure that he's first on that river so that Yai can take the Skull Crab. Histo is going to do the Walk of Shame, gets the top side Skull Crab as well, so one apiece, but really nice aggression right there from Yahoo as Busio is looking mid.
Yeah, does manage to get the crash down here, but Yahoo is going to get zoned away by the gravity field. Really well placed there by Dire to make sure that the follow-up was not there. Oh, okay, a little bit of an animal battle. Bear versus Crocodile in the top lane as Kana does have to worry about this as the big old chomp comes out, and Pun is going to push him away. Look at that healing from this Volibear.
So Volibear is one of my favorite champions of all time, especially when he was in the jungle. He's just one of the more active junglers, but top lane, he's just so good into melee champions that like to burst, because his burst will always be better. His entire kit is just curated around taking short burst trades. He's got a stun, he's got damage output, he's got shields, he's got slows. This whole package is just so good for 1v1 interactions that he just beats straight up any melee that shows up to him.
Well, doing a pretty good job so far. 10 CS in the lead as Kana does have to try and lick his wounds, at least for the moment. A little bit of a menagerie when it comes to the top side here for Team Secret, as we've got a doggo and a bear. Kind of fun.
You could say licking their wounds. There is the dog.
Yeah, see? It kind of worked,
Perfect.
didn't it?
Poetic.
I imagine a bear would do a similar thing.
How would a crocodile do
But
that?
I haven't seen that. Swim, I guess?
No, but how would he lick his wounds?
He can't.
He can't.
He's got the big jaw, doesn't have a whole lot of flexibility.
But he also doesn't swim salt water.
Yeah, saltwater crocodiles.
He does?
exist.
Okay, cool.
They might be the Australian ones. Maybe the ones in the other parts of the world don't do
You
that.
guys have over there.
Yeah, we got two different ones. The
Everything's
little ones.
scary.
Yeah, the little ones are in the. They're fine, but we're gonna have to hold that thought as the flash forward from Busio. That cleanse, not exactly what Eddie wanted, but the deadly flourish missed. So that's not going to help. Eddie just walks it up.
Great chance though right there for Busio to take the cleanse off of that Kaisa. Again, super short range. So if you do manage to land a Q or a W, you can actually mobilize him and get some damage down onto Eddie, knowing that Yike is playing a little bit more aggressive in this river again. That Skull Crab will give level 6. It's one of the most important neutral objectives in the game for the time being.
Well, Dire taking a lot of damage from that shockwave. Yahoo just softening up the Victor where he can. As the anchor going to connect one more time. BA is obviously going in. Histo alongside, but Yike's moving in. Finds a really good pillar, but Histo going to leapfrog it. And with Yahoo in the area, I think that KC do have a slight advantage. Still, obviously, Team Secret are going forward. They know that the shockwave isn't available, and Histo is able to get that first kill very quickly, turning it immediately over towards Yahoo. As Yike does manage to take down BA. Good flash away there from Dire, but Histo, he needs to be careful. Eddie's going to get exhausted, and a tired Kaiser's going to have to flash out of the fight. Oh, the Void Seeker did not find, and Yahoo's able to walk away.
End of the day, 1 for 1, support for support, but Histo gets his level 6 off of that very much wanted Skull Crab. So big W right here for Team Secret. They get to walk back in lane, grab the CS as well, push out that bot lane. So all good for the time being. Unfortunately, he had to burn his flash in this one, which makes him even more exposed to that rel level 6. Luckily for him, Bush is about 3 levels off of that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a brawl here towards the top side. BA in here in a great timing though, as there's the jump forward with the ulti. Dominus now popped for Canna as well, as Yanka finds a minion, but BA will be able to lock down Busio. And I don't think the rel is going to be never mind. Canna finds the angle, and Histo is running on over here, does find the ultimate towards the Renekton. It's a 1-for-1, but maybe they'll take that. Never mind. It's a bit of a disaster as the double kill comes in for Histo.
It looked so good for Pun, but a full Fury Q absolutely takes him down from something like a 20% HP. Let's watch this one more time. Both supports over on the top side of the map, it's a bit towards the tail end of our skirmish, where Hitstone is the actual big winner of this whole skirmish. Getting 2 kills early on Nafiri is a great start.
Yeah, I feel like these resets could get very, very frightening as this game continues. And it does mean slight gold advantage here for Team Secret. Not going to be the end of the world for KC. And Yike now getting to work on these grubs. Trundle, very, very good at grubs. I feel like you just never lose health because of the good old King's Tribute. But Team Secret are going to be able to push them away because Histo is terrifying. With the 3 kills that he's picked up already. Brutalizer in hand. And now you've got a bear moving down from the top side of the map. That ultimate not quite available just yet, which I will be calling Ohmwrecker for this entire game because I missed that item. And it does do the same thing.
So Dire had to sacrifice a couple of creeps to make sure that his team has numbers advantage to take the neutral objective over the top side of the map. And of course, the second they see Canna over on the bot side keeping on those fire platings, Team Secret know for sure that they will be having those numbers advantage. However, Pun...
Yeah, going to be found by Kalista and Busio.
I don't know about that.
Or did Pun find them? That's the
right.
question. The lightning claw's going to come on out from the volley bear, and he just wanders away.
I feel like Busio is lucky he didn't have his ult available.
Yeah.
I think Pun would have taken his chances there.
And he will have it up and available very, very soon. In fact, 8 seconds time, and the volley bear will be pretty dangerous. Still, they're going to get a push in. Crystalline Overgrowth going to be taken as there is the plate for KC on that top side. Pun just happily clearing out these minions, though, and he will be fine. He's kindling a lot of gems right now. Tarek would be proud.
Doesn't want to overforce into Rel and Jin. They don't necessarily know the whereabouts of Yike, as they're gonna spot him right now on that wall in this bush. Yike's gonna try to wrap around inside Hitsto's jungle, and they are looking for that top lane gang. There is TP mid lane to try and back him up, but he's just moving forward.
He's just running at Kalist. Okay, and there's the ulti to try and get him out of there, but there is the root. Kalist finds the angle, and the pillar's perfectly placed. That's going to be the Jhin grabbing his first of the game.
Not gonna lie, I was a little bit worried with Busio tanking 3 tower shots on his way to the flank, but they do manage to take the Volibear down alongside his ult, and very importantly, his flash. As he sees the reset coming through, gets a little bit of time for invade a level 8 Nafiri versus level 7 on Yike. Of course, Yike has been ganking a lot, so all of that time has been given over to Nafiri to farm up.
Yeah, also has that first item completed, so definitely not wanting to tangle with this doggo. PA just going to be trucking that one, giving some money over to Dire as he passes on through. But I think the benefactor of this one has been Eddie, who's just been pretty comfortable towards that bottom side on this Kai'Sa. Not often do you get kind of a free lane on this champion.
Especially when you lose your flash.
Yeah. And so now only 50 stacks left on that cull for that extra cash in, and he will be feeling very happy. Already has more gold than anyone else on KC. So that is only going to get worse as this continues and as that item does proc. So Pun, a bit aggressive here towards his top side, grabbing that shield. He's otherwise just going to be fighting back and forth with the Crocodile.
Executioners has come through already, of course, from Canna. There's a lot of healing.
Oh, it's a big one.
Hit of Volibear, so a great early pickup, especially for their skirmishes and the 1v1 back and forths. And as we see on the screen, another big spike right here. The Trinity Force for Trundle makes him almost invincible in those early levels. It makes him super tanky, plus the extra defensive that he gets to drain through from his ult.
Anna with the dominance actually towards his top side as Pun doesn't manage to grab that shield. Executioner's doing a fair bit of work here, but I think that Pun is still pretty happy to tangle with the Renekton. Boostio's moving up. And a 2 versus 1. I don't know whether that's going to be the angle as the flash-shattering strike does come in. And there is Kana locking down another one.
That was the most perfect timing for a gank. His ult just came up just as he died. So that was so beautifully orchestrated by Boostio on the dot. They are going to lose the dragon in exchange for their top laner, but Kana absorbing all those kills, and now Dire absorbing all the pressure.
Yeah, Boostio going to make his way in once again. This Rel can do no wrong as Dire is taken down. And that's such a late first dragon as well, so that trade not really meaning too much as KC just really taking control of this game off the back of their support.
Boostio's been everywhere, getting pressure up top lane by getting kills over to Kana, then pushing that top with only 2 tower platings remaining. Then he makes his way over in mid, makes another kill happen. The important thing is that Dire did not use his flash, so that's the good news for him in terms of a repeat gank.
And the gold lead is not really much to speak of, right? 400 gold is not going to be too much of a problem. Still, I think that KC going to be happy taking this game later on, especially with that Orianna that will be scaling up. You can see exactly what they want to do with their team fight, right? It is going to be working as this game goes on. But I am a little worried about Eddie, and as he gets more and more items, will this Kai'Sa be more valuable than the Jhin? Is that just my bias? I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that Kai'Sa can certainly get work done later on in the game.
I feel like Kai'Sa is one of the better champions that when teams dive forward into you, you dive backwards into their backline. She used to be the #1 quote-unquote ADC counter to things like Olaf, for example, because he runs forward, you just ult all the way back to
the
his
leapfrog
backline.
strategy.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like if they can manage to get some sort of CC onto the Jhin and get the Kai'Sa over in the backline, that means you free the Kai'Sa from the pressure.
Ooh, okay, ulti's going to get traded as the Arcane Storm not really doing too much here. Zero just going to make sure that it's out there to dissuade Yahoo from doing anything more. Lucio just clearing out vision where he can find it. Control ward, I believe, only just went up, so BA a little bit upset about that vision being removed, but will be able to throw another ward over. And Yahoo isn't half health. BA looking for a potential angle, does have that depth charge in hand for now, and has been a little bit more quiet. I feel like he was getting a lot of work done earlier on in the game, but since then hasn't quite found as many inroads. It's been more about Boostio.
He's quietly done his job though. Every single time Yagg wanted to contest anything in the river, Yahoo would walk first, he would sacrifice minions, he'd take aggressive trades onto D-Ray, so all in all, I feel like he's just scaling to the second item plus. He's Orianna, he's always scaling into the game anyway. He doesn't die to an early Nafiri who's 3-0 will take Cycle Sword super early into the game. And he's always facilitated for his jungler, talking about it. He's now helping him as well with that Rift Herald as Team Secret might want to take a sniff in this river.
Yeah, feeling a little bit behind the play though. Team Secret as Histo does flip his way into the pit. There's another Magnet Storm, picks up 2 of them. The depth charge though, trying to play defensively as PA will be falling down and Histo just getting the heck out of there. That's the Rift Herald taken, and KC really off to the races now as the pullback from the Shockwave once again. And Pun is just taking damage after damage. Histo dives on forward. They do not lose their volley bear, but there is not a whole lot of good news here for Team Secret.
Yeah, they were a little bit late to the play and they still tried to force it. BA was a bit too far forward, gets caught in the Nautilus, not tanky enough the Solari. Histo trying to defend his jungle. He is going to manage to do that. Level 11 and engage on Yai.
Yeah, actually just ulting on forward here as he just fail flashes into the wall. Oh, dearie me. Not going to quite find the angle. Will not be dying, but it's still bad news, Bears. And I had to say the Bears part because there's a volley bear in the game.
Glass half full. He's not going to die. However, he did face splash into that wall. And you see, he walks up. I mean, that's a little bit of an overextension. Surely other KC members were going to be around if they're not showing on the map to support Yike with that neutral objective, and I feel like Team Secret, they did not really have the chance to properly set up for the objective, get some vision, get their Kai'Sa in as well, as the Kai'Sa was nowhere near the play to begin with. A bit of an overforce right there that KC instantly punished.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, when you're feeling behind the play like that, I think a bit of patience and then being at the play next time around would have been a better option. But sometimes you really can feel like you're just getting rushed and you have to make a play, you have to defend. And Team Secret are not one to walk away from a fight. Second Dragon up and available right now. Hextech going to be the next one there. And it should be KC with control, given their advantage. Their advantage isn't massive. 600 gold is not end of the world, but still, feels like every fight has been dictated by them.
I feel like the fact that Nafiri was able to complete the Black Cleaver right here gives them a huge edge in terms of the pure damage output from the champion. It's all about them finding their footing and getting into this river. You see how the Victor's trying to push that wave down bot lane to give them another avenue to enter the river, but KC are closing all doors.
Yeah, you're right. Having to catch a wave here is Histo going to get caught out. They don't have a whole lot of follow-up damage though, and there's the teleport in from the bear. And the Crocodile is not following, does have the teleport, but Busios is going to get caught out of position. It should mean double Dragon going over to Team Secret. And it's now KC's turn to be behind the play.
Pun is pretty huge, and I felt like this play didn't start great from D-Ray because he's trying to push that wave to get some priority to his team, and then he's forced to flash defensively to cover himself. But a really, really nice TP from Pun. He will be sacrificing that top lane tower and a couple of creeps, but gets that bot lane tower for D-Ray, plus the second Dragon from Team Secret, and this suddenly starts becoming the win condition. They can get their Kai'Sa to the third item. If they can get that Nafiri to third item, he really opens the door for that soul point.
Yeah, and it's an Infernal Soul as well, which could be very, very dangerous, right? I feel like a fed Nafiri going to be incredibly excited about that one, not to mention the Victor will be doing so much work with that buff if it does come in. So Team Secret, still some work to do. Need to grab another couple of dragons, but this is a soul that could do a lot of damage. As the Shattering Strike does come on forward, activates the Aftershock, and he'll be all right. As the Rift Herald is going to grab a charge on this mid lane outer turret. Still doesn't grab the kill on it just yet.
Super aggro movement right here from TS. The second they saw the Rift Herald spawning, they just walk forward. Kana is looking for Pan. I feel like I've seen this before. One level up for Kana though. And let's see if Pan can get out because KC's on the way.
Yeah, you can see the bottom lane is moving towards the top side of the map as Pan doing his very best to escape. Does have the flash available. The Rolling Thunder does get him on out of there, but still has to flash in order to get to true safety.
Really nice Q right there onto Busio to flash out before the combo came through from the Rel, but now he's stuck underneath another tower, doesn't have flash enough ult, has to back off while his team is engaged in mid.
Yeah, exactly. So Histo does throw that ulti down, but gets interrupted immediately in the bleed, not enough to get the kill onto Yike picture in picture. And in the meantime, this inner turret is just going to get taken. Not a whole lot that Pun can do.
They gave up a lot of that pressure bot lane TS to make that play happen mid, and Yike shuts it down.
All right,
Get
stealing
out.
a red buff. There you go, red buff for inner tower.
Glass half full if you're a TS fan.
Or just a bad trade.
It was a pretty bad trade right here. This is salvaging, of course. Hitler has done a fantastic job, but when things go bad, he realizes when he should be invading to try and get more fed himself, try and get more money in his pocket since he can't get it through getting those kills. The Trundle getting out, he's not getting the kill with the interrupt on the ult, so he managed to grab 2 camps off of Yike, which is very important. Again, a 3-item Nafiri is a huge threat to the backline because Kai'Sa will be joining that threat.
Still haven't really seen Eddie do too much this game. Maybe this is going to be his opportunity as KC are pressuring forward. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake though. Not a whole lot to fight for at this point in time as the Baron just spawned about 50 seconds prior to this. Kana taking some poke damage here from D-Ray. And that is going to be the Jhin getting some more work done here as these turrets are just falling over and over again. There's the engage from Team Secret, but KC just seems so durable. BA definitely not so much as the Arcane Storm goes down. And this is that pressure that we were talking about before, right? KC making the move, and then TS feels like their hand is getting forced.
Yehru didn't even have to press ult right there. It was just threatening the fact that he still was holding on to that. And TS had to get out of there BA having to flash, and it feels like KC are using the fact that they're so strong as a 3 or 4 man to then allow bleeding through the side lanes. Bot lane was being pressured by Kalist. Earlier on we had top lane being pressured by Kana. So they're playing fantastically well, which is creating more time and pressure on the other side of the map to allow Straxus to fall.
It does feel like Team Secret are just biding their time for something, and I'm trying to work out what that is. I know that they do have a lot of damage moving into the late stages, but I don't know whether it really feels all that good. Yeah, maybe.
They're not that close, I'll tell you that much. Not that close to GA.
I feel like maybe doing a little bit of fighting back could be a good idea, but what do I know? Busio is going to be dashing away from this Baron. They do get some vision down. Immediately Histo is going to be able to remove it. As Eddie is out this wave. They know that Busio is in the area as Pun is chasing Kana down the river. Meets up with the Doggo. BA getting here as well. There are 4, as Dire is going to make it 5. KC will be able to match them, but Yehu nowhere in sight.
No TP on Yehu right here, so TS know that they have the numbers advantage and they're engaging on Busio. Just a friendly tap with the Nautilus Q. They are going to get the Skull Crab one more time, knowing that this Orianna down bot lane does not have teleport to join. But this is yet another wave that's going to be pushed under a tower, which Dire cannot walk up to catch.
Yeah, I feel like this bottom wave has just been eaten over and over again by this inner turret. The amount of CS this inner turret has taken is kind of absurd. Must be able to afford a death cap by now, if that's what you'd want. Would it be an AP? Would the tower be probably AD, just auto attack? Histo goes in, immediately gets tired though. That's going to be problematic as the Magnus Storm from Busio. Fantastic. Not able to lock down the kill just yet as Kana does get his way in there. Great knockups as Pun gets into the back line. That is not where you want the volley bear, but they do take down Histo. BA's dead as well, and they are cutting through Pun where he stands. Kana's able to get himself out of the way, and yes, there's some damage here from TS, and Eddie's still alive, but they lose their front line. There's nothing they can do.
And most importantly, they lose their soul point. That was the whole win con. Get to that soul point, try to get to that third item to threaten KC. But KC, through their side lane pressure, they've been cutting TS off the map. And let's watch this one more time. Kalist pretends he overextends and walks down to his team, was waiting in the fog of war. The exhaust was beautiful right there from Busio. And this is how they've already forced out the strongest member of TS out of the fight. The snipe coming through from Kalist as well, solidifies the deal. And look at Eddie. He's trying really hard to close the gap. He will use his dash, has to force the ult as well, but he just can't catch up to all those juicy HP targets that are running away from him.
Yeah, managed to at least get the 1 kill onto Busio, but it wasn't a great trade here for Team Secret. They seem to be falling further behind. You mentioned that soul point not being available. They do have another 4 minutes and they can try again, but as time keeps going, feels like this game is slipping further away from Team Secret. Might just be their last here at EWC. As at least getting Pun towards his top side, trying to get him towards another item or 2 might work out for them. Eddie as well does have the Rage Blade. 3 items are completed for the Kai'Sa. The KC, they're looking to push this inner turret now in this mid lane. Yak takes a chomp out of it.
It's just so difficult to wave clear for TS if your Victor is not there, because I feel like it's majority of your wave clear, if not all of it. Kai'Sa has to get super close to the wave to even press Q, and she could be susceptible to potentially an EQ in the face from Orianna, which is going to hurt a lot. So far, Eddie has been playing pretty reserved in this game. Again, we haven't seen him much, but I feel like the distance that KC are holding in those team fights make it really hard for Kai'Sa to find a foot and actually use those 3 very potent items as an on-hit carry.
And speaking of potent items, the Infinity Edge is done for Kalist as well, so he is very, very scary. Went for the Ghost Blade first, but after that just buys a lot of the high damage ones. That is going to be scary, as KC have this game in their control for now. Still just under a 3,000 gold lead. Have the kill advantage, and they managed to stop that dragon stacking that had continued. Right now, I mean, the Baron is up and available. They could go for it, but their Baron is very slow. They have a Jhin, and it is not necessarily something that they can do all that safely, as Busio goes in looking for Pun. They do manage to get down the pillar as Pun holds on to the ultimate. That is the most important thing. That's what they were trying to claim. It does give them a lot more power around the rift if that volley bear is not as dangerous.
There's a really juicy TP behind Baron if KC were ever started. However, unfortunately, Pun does not have this TP because he expended it in the previous fight. Now, what I'd like to see
What about the
here...
flanking Victor? He's got his.
I mean, at this point, why not? Things have not been working out great. I'd love to see from TS to just dogpile onto one champion, choose Orianna or Jhin, press the Nautilus and then have Kaisa, Nafiri,
They have a dog
and Volibear
on
in
the
the
team.
backline. Exactly. Badum.
Yeah. Well, they could
The
bear
Pans have
pile
been
as
going
well.
hard this game. Damn.
I mean, he is in the game. As Histo does stand underneath the pillar for a few moments. Looked like he was hiding. It was pretty adorable. But they're trying to clear out vision where they can. These traps are just lying all over the rift. What it seems like is KC do have control of the Baron area. We mentioned it's going to be difficult for them to start it. Well, it's also going to be difficult for TS to get anywhere near it.
Oh my god. Histo's just stepping on every mine that's been put down. But now majority of them are clear. There's just 2 on the ramp. However, this positioning on the ramp is probably the deadliest. Any AD carry or carry in general that walks through them could potentially get caught. But BA was there to cover for the time being. Eddie a little bit too far forward. One pillar might do it here.
Yep, Supercharger might actually have to use the ulti for safety as well if they were to move further forward, but it's going to be safe for now. 1 minute left on this Dragon as Histo wants to be able to take the crab. Yike in position as well to fight for it as BA anchor goes wide. Teleport in though for the volley bear. The shockwave's good onto 2 and it's Yike that locks down the crab. Here's the teleport in as the Void Seeker will be able to find at least a target for now. BA starts this one off and Eddie grabs that first kill onto Busio. That is a lot now missing from the front line. And in goes Pun, finding the angles. Eddie layering in these auto attacks. That Rage Blade getting stacked up. The Killer Instinct is named correctly as he takes down the Crocodile and is so looking for these resets. There they go. Finally, Team Secret comes alive as Yike has to get all the way into his base. The inner turret now under fire as they're now looking for a Baron.
Eddie's been quiet the entire game until the 3-item Kaisa starts ringing the bell, weaves in the auto attacks, and KC just melts.
Absolutely fantastic. And now it's Team Secret's turn to get towards this Baron, and they have no trouble taking this one down with this Kaisa. There it goes. And this is a huge swing here in this game. Yike, though, might be able to deny that soul point once again.
BA is speed running that Dragon, but he's all alone for the time being. Let's watch it one more time. Q misses from Nautilus. However, Yike is too far forward, and when the Nautilus shows up, Renekton's all the way up top lane and lands on that TP. Busio too far forward because Pun is creating this wall that no one wants to walk past this Volibear, and when he finds the chance, he dives in, takes the exhaust, which means then Eddie is free to put down that DPS. Closes the gap, but using that ult at the right time, at the right place, and then just weaves in these ult attacks absolutely.
And it just shows you, like, this is what KC have been avoiding all game long, because as soon as something goes wrong, Histo starts to get the resets. You've got the Kaisa there to really do that consistent DPS throughout the rest of the fight. And hats off to KC, we haven't seen Team Secret be able to do this because they've had so much control. But as soon as you let it slip just a little in any of these fights, things can go wrong. Curtain's getting called here by Kalist. Last bullet does go wide though, and now it's Team Secret's turn to go aggressive. KC in that death ball, in position, trying to have each other's backs, but they are getting pushed away. And Pun is just a little bit of a domination machine here towards the top side.
He's got so many good items as well. He's so damn tanky. That Trundle is not really going to do much to him by subjugating the Volibear. They subjugated and exhausted him, and he was fine in that team fight. I feel like KC tried to play super cleverly as Kana's going in.
That was very cute. Brings the ball over, but...
No flash.
Dire, I mean, he did keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but that was a bit of a see your death moment there, as that is going to be Kalista picking up the kill. Team Secret now going to have to get themselves out of the enemy jungle, I believe, and that is going to be a bit of a dent taken out of the Baron power play here. Still up at about 2,000, which has given them a bit of an advantage, but not going to be taking more turrets.
The initial goal.
No, it's 800.
Okay, 50% of that.
Yeah. So it's still good. I mean, we've seen so many Barons be absolutely terrible.
Like negative, yeah.
Over the last few patches. It's just not been the same buff. So 2,000 gold, we take those.
That was a great play. They do realize there does not have flash, a bit too extended, kind of makes the play with the ball from Yehu. So the Korean duo really buying time on this Baron siege right here. However,
man, Eddie is getting very, very big. He's almost got an Infinity Edge done for his 5th item. That's big damage. I feel like often we see Kaisers be a little bit more hybrid and want to keep themselves alive. Eddie is like, no, I will just kill everyone all the time forever.
That's right.
All right,
no more poking with W. It's all about auto attacks. They're looking at Kana, but the rest of KC is there.
Yeah, there's the knockup as they just look to go towards Yike immediately. Kana getting into that backline, though Supercharger comes down. That is Yike killing BA, but man, that Renekton just explodes, and Eddie is indeed unstoppable. The curtains were cold, but not for Team Secret.
Support for top laner. Team Secret are happy, but KC are happier because Team Secret did not manage to get any big structures with their Baron play. So right here, BA gets too far forward, gets stopped by the Yike pillar, and then Kana sees it. Free Kaisa, no flash, but this Kaisa hurts so much. And the entirety of Team Secret just piled up on top of Eddie to free him of that crocodile burden. So it was a 1-for-1 in the end. However...
okay, the shockwave was used, so Pun is just like, I'm teleporting.
He's out.
I'm done.
Peace.
And Yike wasn't quite able to get that pillar down in time. Now Histo, 4 items done. Serpent's Fang there to try and break some of these shields from that Command Protect and, you know, all the crashing down and all that sort of business here.
Atlas?
Yes.
We're 1 minute away to potentially be able to see Set. Infernal Soul will be up. 4 TS.
Is Set going to spawn instead of the dragon? Are you giving something away? That would be so cool. He's just in there, like, doing sit-ups.
And Pun just grabs him and just swaps his champion midway. 2.2k gold lead for that Kaisa, 5 items deep.
He is absolutely massive in this game. And Team Secret, with a lot of control towards this bottom side, they're going to get this wave shoved in. And then an Infernal Soul on the table here. 25 seconds until that one is there. KC still pretty scary. I feel like the sheer DPS from Team Secret really does deserve some respect. And now they're getting closed in on here as Team Secret is trying to control where they are. The engage from Busio. It's only on to BA though, as now Histo getting stunned up off to the side, and Pun goes in, joined by Eddie, who flashes away, and Kana will find him there, so shut down as Callista's able to take him out. Yike is going to be traded, but they still have their 80 carry, and Eddie isn't there. Pun diving on forward now, down to 50% as Callista gets over the wall, and Pun is no more, and now the curtains have been called, and Team Secret have to run away. It's a double as BA falls, and there is no Infernal Soul on the cards for TS this time.
What a huge fight from KC, finding the one target that's been such a huge problem for them in the team fights. Eddie presses the R button right in the face of KC, and KC shut it down immediately. So let's watch this one more time, because Kalist absolutely smurfs this fight. You'll see that Volibear dives in together with Eddie, and then the entirety of KC instantly calls for that Kaisa. But he doesn't stop there. Second threat is that Nafiri forces the flash off of it, flashes over onto the ramp when Nautilus re-engages. What an incredible team fight from Kalist.
Yeah, beautifully done. Histo does manage to get his way over, but wasn't even worried about that. Nafiri just wanted to take down whatever is in front of him, and KC, that really could have gotten back some control here for this team, looking for the 2-0 to keep themselves alive here at EWC. Still, I mean, 600 gold is nothing at 35 minutes, very close to 36, as now Kana is running away. Any pick could be massive here for either team, as Eddie is showing up. The Void Seeker is going to get him on top of the Crocodile. He does have Culver Meek, but Eddie is still going to be able to find him here. And now they're looking for some resets, as Yike is in trouble as well. Completely out of position, and there's an Orianna in the bottom lane, but that doesn't matter when there's Baron on the table.
TS don't care about the Orianna. They'll have Volibear just back right now, or the Victor defend that wave. That was such a huge catch by Histo. Does not hesitate, knows she's stronger on that 4-item Nafiri, level 18, and instantly engages on a flashless Renekton. What a decisive play from Team Secret, and this is their second Baron in the same game. And let's watch this one more time. Kana walks up, knows Boostio is around, but doesn't expect Team Secret to all be bundled up on the top side. Wait.
Well, yeah, a little bit of a fight here is now Yahoo is in trouble. Histo finds him and blows him up. That is just a solo bolo for the little doggo.
That's not fight. Yahoo didn't fight back.
I mean, he probably tried with a dissonance or something. And it's called command attack, so that it's got a bit of a fighting vibe. He didn't move his orb at all?
Nope.
Oh, a little bit. You do get a little bit of defensive stats if you're wearing the ball. But Team Secret now with a pick as well. Very, very frightening. Eddie, that's a very scary position. Never mind. Okay, he wanted to be there as the killer instinct does come on down, and now the rest of TS are going to take control. Yike falls first, and I have a feeling that this game is just about over and going the distance here.
What's happening?
As they're moving us towards a game 3. Yeah, Histo is just racing around somewhere.
They got him.
Now they're taking the dog for a walk. In the meantime, though, these Nexus turrets are no more, as Eddie is an absolute monster. The anchor thrown away in celebration. Pun's Volley Bear here at EWC is undefeated as they bring us to that game 3.
What a flippin' performance from Histo and Eddie. Histo carrying the early game until that Kai'Sa comes online on the 3 items. Beautiful team fighting coming through, and we see literal tears in the eyes of fans here from Team Secret. This has been a banger of a series so far, and we're going to game 3.
Absolutely incredibly done here by Team Secret to bring it back. And it looked a little bit dicey here and there, but they managed to find these angles. We're going to have a look at this once again as we get the replay. And the shockwave just avoided. And from that point on, there's nothing he can do, especially with the build that I don't believe had a Zhonya's in it. But for more on this series, let's throw it over to D-Gun and the gang.
Thank you very much, Max, as it is me, D-Gun, and the gang, Ox and Wadid. And we're going all 3 here in our first elimination match at EWC 2026 League. Team Secret, the pride of the LCP, battle back in quite a dogfight, as some would say, as the big dog got rolling. Nafiri going off there, Histo, and the rest of TS push us to game number 3.
Yeah, I think really we saw Kana and we saw Kalist be the main characters for the side of KC, but really Eddie and Histo, the Kai'Sa and the Nafiri, just such big threats. And as soon as momentum got built up, they're just diving forward onto your backline, able to find these picks, and it felt like once momentum shifted, the ball started rolling and not in the right direction for KC.
When I saw the draft from Team Secret, I think if they can handle the early game, they have such a great scaling option with Victor and Kai'Sa. So I was really confident in them because they got the first lead on the Drakes. So I think if KC wanted to win this game, then they have to somehow get the control back on the Drake, but they couldn't be able to in time. So I think that was the main issue for KC, that they didn't have the early game lead.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights. That early game lead disappear that led to these mid-game fights here at 23 minutes in the mid lane.
So this was an example of them doing a great job of peeling the Nafiri and just halting that momentum. This is kind of how KC need to play it out to stop this sort of dive-in aggression, and then this shot from Kalist was phenomenal. And this was an example of a fight where Team Secret didn't really get what they wanted and couldn't just push forward and advance on the backline. They still put up a decent fight, but this is kind of what KC want to be doing.
But even then, I think it was really terrifying because your front lane is just literally getting one-shot by Victor and Kai'Sa. So I think even though they had such a great chance in there, we could see like what's going to come out later on.
Yeah, right here. It was Eddie's pop-off moment there on the Kai'Sa, 28 minutes, the big one. This is where we got to see it, really what he was capable of.
Yeah, so in this situation, we end up having a scenario TP just getting in time, could have been close. But Boostio, who peeled so well on the previous fight, kind of makes a bit of a flub here, goes for the flash, gets stunned as he does it, then Nautilus Hook doesn't get to really do anything, and with one member down, KC are kiting away, they're already down in the fight, And look at Team Secret, they just see blood in the water. Eddie approaches this so slowly, so methodically, and then just dives in, gets that first reset for the Neferi, and they're just so decisive with this play.
To be fair, even if Busio landed his engage correct, I feel like Kaisa had enough time. So Eddie could react with the flash, so it couldn't really change anything. And I think they should be able to just play with macro, not looking for the team fight, because at that point we were like already talking about they cannot win the team fight 5v5 just like that. So I think they had just wrong decision in terms of the macro.
And then finally here, that last couple of picks, it just felt like this was such a tough way to go if you're KC. A catch by the Baron pick, kind of trying to clear vision. Busio's nearby, but here comes TS.
Yeah, I think you got to the point of the game where KC started to feel pretty desperate. They're trying to contest Baron vision, but the threat from picks like the Neferi, like the Kaisa, are chasing down targets. And the setup here, the fact that not only get Canna, but get the jungler too, it's an easy transition into Baron. And then the follow-on from this is quite similar. They get the Baron, they start to move in to start pushing waves, and they just get more picks to lead into the game end. Yeah, who's trying to clear out the wave? He's like, let's get this before the Baron push comes in, and he just gets taken out.
Yeah, it was really great pickup from Histo here again. I think whenever he's on playmaking champion, something like Neferi, that's where like Team Secret finally like comes out with the insane performance. So I think it's really good that he has a favorite matchup into Trundle. On the other hand, we had KC, Yike having a negative matchup into Neferi, but this is the matchup that he chose. So I'm wondering why like there is so many Trundle hype train, especially into this EWC here.
Yeah, to me, Trundle is a pick that is phenomenal in the right spots, into the right champions, when you're countering the right things. Neferi is not that. Neferi is a champion who can very easily circumvent your pillar, doesn't have to engage in the melee 1v1 where you're auto-attacking and trading blows with Trundle. And you saw Histo's damage was insane there. He really just dominated this matchup of this game.
I think both of those in that last replay, both of those fights, Busio was nearby, but not necessarily in a position to immediately help. And I think that's what led to, although already doomed, that final semi-engage by Busio, then he had to flash out and then got chased around. It was one of those things where they intend well. I think I can help you. I can buy time while you split push on the bottom side of the map, Yehu. You can push that wave. I'll cover you if anyone's there. But it was just a little bit too far away, and those miscalculations cost KC.
To me, I think Busio has been such a star when he was in NA and since coming to EU. But this tournament so far, he's looked not in the best form. So I'm hoping to see him bounce back a little bit going into this next game.
Yeah, I think he's struggling to find a spot where he's comfortable on. Especially, he was on the engage and no one could really help him, you know. And I think it's, again, synergy between the jungle and support. And it's really important to have like a winning matchup in the jungle side again. I think it's not only just this matchup, but also just in general. Like this meta is all about getting lead in the counter jungle and so on. So I feel like the game 3 is gonna be all about the draft, but especially for jungle and support.
Ox, real quick before we toss to some content. Pun has been one of the stars from this rise of Team Secret. He pulls out the volley bear here. What do you make of his champion pool, and how does that allow you to like play differently here?
I think his champion pool is super cool. He's willing to bring out these more eclectic picks, and that's really interesting. But if I'm going to be honest, Canna has been the better top laner so far this series. He's been in pretty phenomenal form. The Gnar game was just absolutely dominating, and here on the Renekton also having a big impact. So I think as much as it's a cool role to have and provides them a lot of volume and draft, I do think Canna has been just a big force for KC, and I think Pun needs to bring out some more picks to get an advantage in game 3.
All right, well, we are going to our elimination game number 3 here. One of these squads will go home. Is it TS or is it KC? We'll find out after this short piece of content.
Honestly, look what's behind me. We got a basketball court, we got a soccer net, and we're about to get active. Show you how athletic we are. Let's go. All right, now I've already picked some predetermined teams. We're playing a game to one. Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Me too, me too.
Nice to meet you. And then here's my teammate, Big Dog. We're going against these two in a game to one. First to score wins. Let's go. I put the mic down real quick. It's just gonna be aggression. Well, we lost, and it wasn't my fault at all. He's not the best at basketball. Guys, come have some fun. Come check it out. It's crazy here.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
D plus Kia, Fudia, important match coming up. Let's see what the fans have to say about this. Guys, we have an important game coming up. Okay. D plus Kia, Fudia, what we thinking about this one?
Furia is gonna destroy them one, like 100%. There's no chance.
Me, I say D plus Kia all the way.
Definitely D plus Kia, they're the stronger team.
D plus Kia, Shoemaker gonna destroy them so hard, so hard.
This guy got nothing about that. They don't know. Few best of lane.
Come on. They are too strong, the Korean.
Stop the talk. See after the show. We'll see after the show. Yeah. The boys are gonna here, and they're gonna destroy them one for sure.
We got a bit of a back and forth going on here. I guess we're gonna have to wait and see who's taking this one home.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. It is time. The final game of the series, and of course, it went the distance. Casey versus Team Secret, and it is all tied up trouble. Who do you think it's going to be? I'm putting you on the spot right now.
Ooh.
Who is going home and who is staying?
I'll say KC is staying.
Okay.
However, the entire series, from game one, from minute one, has been back and forth. I had no idea who was going to win. Game one, KC got it together really quickly, figured out how they want to play it, more aggressive, and they went through the finish line. The second one, Team Secret. I loved a little bit of, what do you call it, passing the baton?
Yeah.
Like, hit start at the start with the Nafiri, getting fed until Eddie came online, and then he took over.
Yeah, this Kaiser was an absolute monster, but Eddie not going to have access to that moving into the next game. Maybe we get his Ezreal, maybe we get a different surprise. But I think a lot of people, if you're a Team Secret fan, your eyes are going to be glued towards the top side, like mine, because I just want to see what Pun's going to do. Are we going to get the set? Trouble, you were telling me that I was going to get it, and it was going to be in the Dragon Pit. It wasn't there, but maybe it's going to be here in this
actually lost that dragon.
Yeah. Maybe that's why it didn't turn up.
That's why the set wasn't there, because he was supposed to turn up after the dragon was taken by Team Secret, but it wasn't.
It was going to suplex its way in there. But here we are into the draft for game number 3, the decider. Who is going home and who is staying here? We'll find out right now. Well, not right now, at the end of the game. We're going to find out what champions they're going to play in it, though, right now, as we do have the first couple of bands coming in for both sides. Poppy and Rumble. We just don't like Yordles, I guess, on the side of Team Secret. And KC going to be getting rid of the Blue Man and the Blind Man.
All right, we do have things like Rise still around. Yehu really loves playing that champion, Rise and
Oh, sorry.
Azir.
I know he's red, but he is...
Oh, see, that confused me.
Yeah. I said blue man, but he was actually red.
He
but
was red.
he is
You're
blue,
right.
but he was red.
Well, Ezreal banned for the 3rd time in a row versus Kalist, one of his best champions to play. And let's see what's going to be the B1 right here. Syndra comes to mind. Mid laners have been a big favor, and this is the next one that pops to mind after Orianna.
Nocturne going to be taken away first. So that Syndra you were talking about, Dire could go that way if he would like to.
Does look like it, and a lot of the junglers have been trimmed out as well. Jin Zhao will be the one locked in. And again, Ashe Seraphine has been the go-to bot lane for Kalist and Busio. However, with Olaf open, I don't know if they want to take that trade.
Yeah, it could be a little bit frightening, as well as the fact that they don't have the Xin Zhao, which does also synergize quite well with the Ashe Seraphine at the same time. They're in danger of it being just picked away from them on the other side. That being said, I mean, I feel like at the moment, I just don't really like the Ashe Seraphine that much. Haven't seen it find all that much success more recently, as the Syndra will be the pickup here for Yehu. And will it be a Yike pick here? Will it be something else? Because you could also take half a bottom lane and get ready to have a bit of extra priority there and escape the next round of bans.
Well, I'm looking at the bot lane, and they're not necessarily talking too much. I feel like it is Yike mostly, and with Reaper right on top
the
of
looming Reaper might give something away.
A jungle pick coming through from Yike, the Wukong, of course. One of the very few junglers that remains there in this A-tier group of junglers, as the S tier has already been played or banned out, and a great combo with Syndra if you want to start fights.
Yeah, a lot of wombo combo now available, but the Caitlyn going to be the choice here for Eddie.
Caitlyn Ball.
Yeah, an old favorite of his. And we'll see what it is going to be picked alongside of, because like you say, the Bard is up and available. Instead, Dire just going to cycle through a few of his options first, and it looks like they're not too worried about what BA is going to be playing if he is going to lock in an answer to the Syndra.
I feel like when you've got Caitlyn, there's so many amazing pairings to her that have not been banned or picked at all. So you will figure something out. Yeah,
this was a favorite, though.
From the Elise to the Karma to the Lux to, if you want to go season 1 Morgana as well, which has not been played ever because it's kind of trash, but you know, she's got pairings, the bards and everything. Now, this is a very BLG-esque bot lane. That was an Elk and On special, of course, back in BLG when Elk was on BLG. So very aggressive, great stuff right here. I do like the Mel for bot lane because you can actually mirror the cocoon coming through.
Yeah, we've actually seen this as an answer to the Elise support quite often, especially used over at MSI when we did see the Caitlyn Elise bottom lane quite a few times over there. So the Mel going to be there as an answer. This will be the first time Kalista's played it, I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, at least this year. And so going to be trying his hand. If indeed it goes towards the bottom side, it could theoretically be the Syndra down there as well. That I guess the same thing applies to that one.
Now this is where tanks become a problem.
Yeah, what's that?
There's no tankulars on either of those teams, so tanks do become a problem. Olaf is going to be taken out because KC have way too squishy of carries that Olaf would potentially run down. But my question here is, what happens to tanks, things like the Casante that we have seen Pun play over on top side of the map, and by Chase ban, I'm thinking they're going for something a bit bulkier on the top side right here for TS, which for your demise, that might not mean set.
Just have to see.
You wanted to see it.
Yeah. The Olaf, though, I think the Olaf was there like saying, we want to play Jace, and so then the Jace is the response. Is the next one going to be a similar thing? As the final ban for KC will be the Galio. And I actually really like that ban. I think that the Galio syncs up really, really well with this composition, so not going to have access to that, as the Ambessa will be the answer.
I was about to say if the Vayne is the ban here, there is there is a big... what is it, big screen outside of the arena, I think, that says Kalista is not, Kalista is the best ADC, not in the world, not in LEC, not even in KC, because Kana is. Oh. They're just trying to big up Kana playing AD carries, of course, which was really funny. But Kana is a great Vayne player if he wanted to pull that one out, if Pun goes for something like a tank.
Well, it's probably not going to be the set because it's used as an answer, and it will be that classic Mel Pike towards the bottom side of the map. A dangerous matchup. I actually feel like our eyes are going to be glued to the bottom lane at the start of this one because there could be explosions down there. But like you were saying, I also don't think that I'm going to be getting my set because it's normally used as a counter pick. That's a Silas, though. There are some fun ultimates to be picked up here. Death from Below is definitely a good one. And so that is likely what Dire is going to be playing. And now Pun has to blind pick towards that top side into Kana. A tough ask.
Yeah, I think you might have to take one for the team and maybe lock something in like a Casante to be that front line. Or Mundo, anything that's like super bulky and can extend fights, because KC are super squishy and they've got a lot of burst, but they cannot kill something like a tank.
Yeah.
And this is the most annoying pick they could have gone for.
Man, that is a lot of fun. Boozy are going to hover the Vayne, or maybe even lock it in theory. Kana could go towards that if he would like to. What are the counter picks to Udyr these days?
One of your ex-casters will be very happy somewhere out there in the world. I'm talking about LS.
Oh, yeah?
He loves Udyr top.
He does. It's no Ornn, though. He does like that one as well, although he's more of an Ornn jungler guy.
All right, noodle fight.
This
Send
is,
it.
yeah, this, okay, that's different. Wait, did we actually... No, Busio just goes back to his original hover and is going to lock in the Vayne for Kana.
Kana is the best AD carry on KC because he's the only one in this draft.
That is very true, unless Callista's going to be playing it and we're going to have Mel top.
I will say this is a very squishy composition coming through from the side of KC. However, the damage output from every single champion, even their support, is crazy. So if Eddie slightly mispositions on that Caitlyn, he's 100% dead.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for both sides, to be honest. I think as soon as someone gets a lead, it's going to be so difficult to get back into this game. As there is going to be the swap, who is going to be playing that Syndra in the mid lane. Dire going to have to be a little bit careful because I think laning into the Syndra as a melee just sounds like an absolutely horrible experience. But after he does get a few levels, he's going to be feeling better.
I'm not gonna lie, I do like Silas when he gets more survivability kind of ultimates on him, or gap closing ultimates like Ahri.
Yep.
He can slip and slide around team fights. Right here, majority of the ults he can get is just extra damage on his kit, which
Team Secret probably psyched about that, let's be honest.
Which means that he's not gonna necessarily be able to stay alive longer in those fights. Sure, the champion has inherited lifesteal in the kit, but a simple anti-heal item is going to negate a lot of that, right? And without survivability from like a Mundo ult or from an Alistar ult, makes it pretty tough in those fights, especially since KC have so much damage.
They really do. And this Mel Syndra combo means that someone is just going to die real quickly. But now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to get onto the Rift for the final game of the series. Who is going home first? That is what we're going to discover here. Is it going to be KC on their home turf, or will it be Team Secret? As the Caitlyn Elise versus the Mel Pike in this bottom lane, will the rebuttals be able to keep this bottom lane alive for KC, or will the Caitlyn just get that shove? Will they find that combo that has worked so well as we go into sepia mode once again for a couple of moments? I didn't exactly see whether there was anything that did go wrong, but maybe it was Yehu, because that's who we're looking at right now.
No, he's looking at his computer, so you might be onto something. No, never mind. Just
maybe he dropped his bottle.
Just thirsty.
Because he did just pick up his bottle, so maybe he dropped it.
See,
stay hydrated,
from our experience
everyone.
with pro players, you would never let them have that ball on top of the desk.
Yeah, you need a sippy cup.
The amount of keyboards that have been changed due to that is crazy.
I want it to be known that I also just hydrated.
Saying that he did leave it on the desk, so.
Oh no, it's doomed. It's all over.
It's a closed bottle though.
At least he doesn't have a hand warmer. Yeah, the hand warmer explosions, they're the worst.
Really?
Ones. Yeah.
Wait, I've never seen any of them.
Oh no, it happens. It just like because
squeeze it too much.
Yeah, the players use it like a stress ball, and so it just kind of explodes sometimes, and that can be an absolute mess. But thankfully, it is really hot right now, so I don't think we need hand warmers. I think hands are
Of course,
well
not
and truly
inside here.
warm.
We've got air conditioning.
Yeah. But just in general, it is quite warm, and there are a lot of people here. so that is going to heat things up as well. As once again, we get that cool camera from the sky. And hopefully that means that we are getting towards getting back into the game. Yes, we've got some vibes going on. Yeah, still no word on what had actually happened. I don't like guessing either. I was about to ask you, like, what do you think happened? And
what do you think is the issue?
Yeah, but like we just don't know, and nothing really obvious had occurred either. So hopefully we get everything sorted and we're back onto the Rift shortly.
There is no ref, so we will be shorting whatever is shortly.
Yep.
Sorting it out. Now, I think this is going to be a very, very explosive game. We've got Caitlyn, Elise, which is probably one of the most aggro bot lanes together with probably Renata Kalista down there. Versus a super aggro top to bottom coming through from KC.
And I'm very worried about Pun. I know I keep going on about it, but I really like him. And Canna is playing Vayne, exactly. And I feel like Vayne versus Udyr sounds like one of the best like Vayne matchups like ever. Yeah, you've got Bear stance and stuff, but like, I don't know, man. It just sounds really rough.
I can just already see this Udyr just slamming Thornmail, first item.
I don't know. How do you get the Thornmail? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
By buying a lot of cloth armors.
Aha!
Eventually you get there, you get the cloth armor, you stick spikes on it. Eventually you'll get there.
So he's just doing arts and crafts under his turrets.
He might have to be both behind.
That sounds like a much better idea than trying to hit
Sometimes
creeps.
you look at a player's inventory that's fallen behind, and then it kind of looks like a bootyard sale where they've just bought bits and pieces from like 3 different items to try and make their laning phase a little bit smoother. That might be the case for Pun here.
Yeah, I think you might be right. If they do manage to get through that, though, I do think that their team fight does look somewhat scary. Especially if this Silas can get rolling. Like you were saying, though, a lot of the ultimates aren't necessarily the most terrifying. Unleashing the power as a Silas doesn't have the same vibe as the Syndra.
Obviously, you guys cannot see the drafts, but as a reminder for KC, we've got Pyke and Mel bot lane, Syndra mid, Wukong jungle, and Vayne top, which is pretty damn explosive.
Yep.
And on the other side for Team Secret, we've got Elise Caitlyn bot lane, which is incredible. And then we've got Silas, Shinzao, and Udyr. All the tankiness and survivability is pushed towards the top side for Team Secret.
Yeah, it is. And I think the jungle matchup is probably what stands out to me as far as when these teams can get stuff done. I think if Team Secret manage to get some advantages towards the bottom side and capitalize on the pick potential of this cocoon, if they can find a window where there's no rebuttal to get that cocoon through, then maybe there could be an angle with the Xin Zhao, who is much more capable of ganking a little bit earlier than that of the Wukong. Really does want that level 6.
And of course, we will be resolving whatever issue it is very shortly. Game 3, all on the line for both of these teams. One of those teams visiting Paris is going to be cut short. Just one day.
Yep.
Come in, say hi, play, leave.
Just home. Will it be Team Secret or will it be KC? At least if KC go home, their home is here. So that's handy.
That far.
Right?
It's like a road trip.
They won't have to leave. Well, they won't actually have to leave.
Yep,
you know,
yep.
they can stick around. It's going to be all right. And I guess
however, they do not want that. Atlas, France has suffered enough. They need something to give.
Well, hopefully they stick around, but that doesn't, like, we have to sacrifice someone. It's sad no matter what, you know?
It said a bad word there, but it was censored, it's fine.
Ah, okay, I didn't see it.
It wasn't a very bad word.
It wasn't available. Okay.
It wasn't that bad.
Oh, I can see no hands on mice, or mouses, sorry, on the side of KC, so we're not quite ready just yet to get back into it.
They're using them.
Oh yeah, just a little bit. Checking things out. And we are still working through. We'll be back in as soon as we possibly can.
Wait, is that a date? So, Kimchi Princess is a Korean restaurant in Berlin.
Okay.
So maybe they're inviting Kana for a date, for a food date.
Aha. Well, maybe he will say yes. But you know what? I've got a better option. let's go for a date in the video game.
That's right.
Because it's back up once again. Here we are, onto the Rift for game number 3. We just wanted to skip for a little bit first, as Pun is just walking at Yike. And Yike is just going to have to leave. Popcorn Chicken's going awry here.
What a great level 1.
Just being really annoying.
So annoying for Yike as well, because there is... Udyr has no job right now. Vayne is fully controlling how this first go. So his only job is to piss Yike off.
Well, it's working, as, yeah, Pun definitely doesn't want to be there in the top lane, so he may as well just delay Yike, who does smite the Raptor, and then the Udyr will be going back, probably teleporting towards this top lane to catch the wave.
Yeah, this is sort of like the Sion tactic as the first Cocoon and Q from Caitlyn going to miss. So, yes, are throwing things, seeing what sticks down that bot lane, as this is not going to be a very fun game on the top side for Team Secret. They're basically stalling out through mid and top, and then allowing probably bot lane to get ahead. This is why you also see Shinzao pathing from the top side of the map to the bot side of the map. However, Wukong can be a bit disruptive right here once he hits that level 3, since he has been forced to use full control.
They're going to be moving back towards Busio now as Yike is in this brush. I think BA knows as he gets lit on fire. Little Spiderling's gathering a bit of extra information, but he is able to back away. And Eddie going for a little bit of a cheater recall here as well, as he does get that wave shoved underneath the turret. Now you do have Histo on his red buff. Busio now moving over to pay a little bit of a visit towards this Sylas. It's looking a little worse for wear. Taking quite a few dark spheres here in this lane for the moment. Busio isn't going to show himself as Pun. Really wishes that he had the ability to, you know, walk up and last hit stuff, but it is looking real rough.
So does D-Ray.
Yeah.
That wave is stuck at the worst space. It's literally right in front of Yehu's tower, which means that D-Ray had to take the teleport of shame back to base to fill up his HP bar and get back there again, which gave Yahu the time to completely shove the wave and reset.
Yeah, going to be going for his recall now. Should be teleporting back pretty immediately as D-Ray tries his best to equalize, but it is not exactly that at this point in time. About a wave behind on this Sylas as things are equalizing. As Pun just trying to use that shield to keep himself up, but it's not quite enough to help this Udyr. Nice scout of the week there onto D-Ray, who just chains around this mid lane momentarily. BA following Busio as he looks to roam towards that top side as well, as Histo getting on in here. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a scuffle over these Raptors, but it looks like KC will just let that one go, at least for the minute. As I think Anna is fighting against Pun towards the top side as well, having a look on the minimap.
BA's presence is what has forced what's happening right now as Kalist is going to be running away.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage out of Eddie, though, as he doesn't find the Peacemaker. Cocoon going to connect here as Canner's in trouble. Lit on fire, the Condemned can only hit one as First Blood goes to the Elise.
A little bit of disrespect right there from Kana. They knew that this Elise is sort of somewhere in the top quadrant of Yike's jungle, trying to force Yike out, so this Elise would be around no matter what. Busio might walk into the
He's also here, it's back to back! But the Scat of the Week is absolutely fantastic. The Bone Skewer even better, but it's not enough! D-Ray is able to lock down the kill, and now Eddie! If only Kalist were level 6, that was a very dead Caitlyn, but this time around, he will survive as Histo is looking for Yehu. The flash on top, 3 Talon Strike, only one more there, but the flash away will get him to the safety of the turret.
You get a flash, and you get a flash, and you get a flash, and you get a flash. There's about 4 people in this entire Summoner's Reef with the flashes intact, and unfortunately Kanna's one of them. I'm saying unfortunately because he did end up dying to a 3-man gank up the top side of the map. A little bit disrespectful, however, the most important flash of them all is the Caitlyn flash. A Caitlyn lane wants to perma-push, play under enemy tower, hit those turret platings. However, without the flash, you're very susceptible to dying. Eddie and BA have to play a little bit more respectful now when they do push out a lane and make sure that they play through whatever vision they have around that area, which right now they don't really have much.
Yeah, well, they're not too worried. They're here towards this top side of the map for the minute with not too many bad guys in the area.
And look on the minimap right now.
Yeah, they are moving up there, looking for a little bit of an angle. And in the bottom lane, we've got the Udyr just back in a horrible position. It just doesn't seem like anywhere fun to be for good old Udyr in this game, as they do manage to take one plate, but I think Team Secret do need to get themselves out, and they don't quite know that their jig might be up, as there's the control ward going on down here for KC as Busio goes in, gets the flash in order to lock down the stun. Eddie's very dead, and the flash away from BA will keep him safe, at least for the moment, but the Silver Bolts stack up. This Elise does have to go home.
But that's exactly what we just said. You cannot push a Caitlyn without flash. That control ward in the pixel bush does not give you enough vision, because by the time Busio was over that bush, he doesn't care if you see him or not. He has the flash, locks down the Caitlyn, and now this is a very, very sad Caitlyn. She needs to be hit in towers, and it's not quite the case. That was the one lane from Team Secret that's supposed to be doing well.
Yeah, let's have a look at this from Busio's perspective. This double stun after the flash, absolutely gorgeous here from the pipe.
Gets the Q as well, really nicely done. For the whole bounce house feeling on the Caitlyn, and Eddie didn't get to play the game. Grabs a call from earlier, and just hopes he can cash it out at some point, because this Caitlyn is one of the few damage dealers that this team has this game.
Yep, does still have a slight lead. So not going to be feeling too worried, obviously, from that plate from earlier. There's a nice little dash away here from Dire, but the Bone Skewer is going to connect. Man, Busio having a much better performance this time around, and that is going to be Dire realizing there are way too many people here and will be taken out. It's Yike that grabs that kill, as Histo going to try and answer with a Drake take. I don't know whether that's really going to help them out, as the kills are equalized and the gold now going over towards KC.
Yeah, Dire overextends just a little bit to try and catch his wave, get his CS. Busio shuts him down on the pike. What a great performance so far. He's been putting a lot of pressure around the map, and KC really need this. We really stressed how Busio needs to play together with Yike to create that pressure, and they've both been doing that this whole game so far.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. KC do lose out on that dragon though, so nothing being gained back here by Team Secret, as the Grubs are now going to spawn, as you saw picture there.
Summoning circle.
Yeah. And no one really paying them too much attention, as Pun just desperately trying to pick up whatever he can find. He will he's got his Warden's Mail, you know, and he's building slowly towards enough armor to be able to exist in a lane. Even though, I guess, the Bane does true damage. Sometimes armor just isn't enough.
Okay. Even if he gets to his run to win Thorn hold that thought.
Oh no, Pun, abort. Oh dear, the Cyclone comes in, immediately he's thrown up, the Bone Skewer's set up, and he tries to run for the hills. But yeah, there's an ultimate there. A little bit overwhelmed is good old Udyr.
TS have been playing this game a little bit disrespectfully, knowing how strong KC is in the early game, and that if they do get fed and grab those early kills, it's going to be very problematic to deal with all of them, because they all do damage. So even if you kill one, there'll be someone else to take over.
It's a scary snowball.
He could have tipped
if it
on
does
the
get
tower.
rolling. Yeah, he could have.
Tower.
I mean, it does mean that Histo is able to grab the majority of these Grubs. Does lock down 2 of them already. Should be able to get the last one, as Yike is busy with the Krugs. And yes, did manage to get that dragon earlier on as well. So neutral objectives going over to Team Secret.
This is usually kind of how it goes when one jungler is ganking, then the other one should be taking that time to either invade, get more gold in the pocket, or...
That's an unleashed power. Not quite enough damage behind it just yet. But Dire just, he gets the message.
There is 20 CS up so far, and it's only been 9 minutes in this game.
Yeah. It's not a whole lot of fun here for the Silas.
Don't look top.
And does it get better? Yeah, no, I haven't been. I've been making sure that I'm just not paying attention to that 30 CS lead that has been built up by Kana. And KC, this is exactly what this composition wants to be doing, right? Like, just dominate. You've managed to pick all of these winning lanes, and
they've shut down
working out for now. I just don't know, like, obviously Team Secret, they have a plan. And right now, the plan isn't working.
I'm not sure what the plan is so far.
No, neither am I, but it's a secret.
Very fitting to the brand.
We might find out later. I don't think this is part of the plan.
No.
As what goes up must come down, and Itsy Bitsy Spider definitely did fall down the water spout.
Yeah, this is kind of rough. from Team Secret and a great start.
We're going to find out the plan eventually.
AD, a bit too far forward. Oh, all right, Cupcake. Yum. Busier's fine. It's a 1v2 for the time being. Kalist has managed to crash the wave under the tower. I feel like Team Secret are playing a little bit disrespectful right here, especially knowing how strong Busier is currently with his Swifties, being able to get around the map much quicker than before. Yike has always been behind him as well. Those have been pairing up really nicely, and Kalist might be playing for the time being with a little bit not much support as Yike cancels that back the second he sees BA walk into this bush.
Yeah, and now be rechanneling it. We'll see whether he does stick around as there is the snare going on out. Bliss not going to get hit by much, but does now have that on cooldown, and there is the Q out as, oh my goodness, this Elise is so squishy. There's the flash forward, the Cyclone from Yike. He is not messing around. He wants to stick around here for EWC, and KC now at a 2.3k gold advantage. This is, maybe it'll remain a secret, the win condition here.
I don't even blame them. They have to do something. It's an Elise.
Yeah.
This champion is nothing in the early game, in the late game, sorry, but a cocoon. And this cocoon has to land. And let me remind you, there's a Mel in the game.
Yeah.
You might eat that cocoon in your face.
You need to worry about that rebuttal. As we are in a pause one more time, still not entirely sure what has happened here, but we'll make sure that we resolve it as soon as possible. As let's have a look at this one more time from Yike's perspective.
Yeah, Yike has always been behind Busier, and when Busier's not there to cover for Kalist.
And it's a little bit of a peripheral situation. Sorry for the interruption, but yeah, a little bit of a mouse issue here. So we are going to resolve that as soon as possible, and then we should be back in. I have a feeling that it's a little bit of a unplug one and put a new one back in, and then we should be.
You tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, that's my theory. That's from my IT experience from my previous life.
Do you think it was the water bottle that did the harm?
I hope not.
Oh, I'm seeing...
Yeah, did you see that big mouse movement?
Oh, no, we're seeing some cleaning happening as well.
Ah, I thought that was the big mouse movement.
Was it?
I guess it's not an FPS situation.
Maybe you're right, because I think we're going back in.
All right, there you go. Just needed a little bit of a wipe of the mouse pad, and then everything is
The bottle is still there, though. See, right next to Yahoo.
That bottle is really bothering you, isn't it?
Just worried for it falling and then the whole desk full of water, you know? It's happened so many times.
We need to get a ref to move it just for you. All right, there's the death from below. Fury does manage to at least hijack that one. Is that the best ulti that he can get? Probably a Cyclone feels the best.
I would say anything with CC. Silas wants to be able to stick to the targets, and even though he is kind of mobile, more extra stick survivability is great. One he'll be.
That's what I was just thinking about. I'm like, I guess you can chase people a bit better.
Unless you could use her Q as well.
No, but like, don't you get a little bit more like approach speed from her ult, or does it actually just buff up the passive that Vayne already has?
Is it really that great?
No.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering if it does anything at all. Because yeah, you cannot tumble, so going invisible isn't really a thing that.
I'm thinking Pike ult if he wants to get extra damage.
Yeah.
Or potentially the Wukong would be great ult right there. As Busier just takes down Dira quite a bit more. And Trinity Force completed for Yike right here. Again, any Trinity Force champion that completes this item on time, and it's just 13 minutes into the game, becomes a little mini-boss for the time being. And luckily right here for TS, they are first to the play. They have set down their vision. So KC, they'll put their hands up for this time and say, it's fine, we don't have to contest that. We'll contest the next one, or we'll contest the top lane.
Yep, I think contesting the next one will be a good idea because Hextech Soul is a big deal.
4 people top.
And Pun is just wondering why he is getting abused so much in this game.
I don't know, it might be because he picked Udyr.
Maybe. And that was always going to be a bit of a difficulty. Oh dear, poor Pun. He has always really liked Udyr. I think even when he was over in the Casper Cup playing for Vietnam, I think he played this champion quite a few times off meta. It was a top laner for quite a moment, but hasn't been around for a while. Still, he likes it. He's going to be moving towards the bottom side because he saw that there was no bad guys down there. As Kalist with that Solar Snare is not going to connect onto Eddie. And biding their time, Team Secret for now, but I think they're going to need a lot of it. As you can see, there is not much of a gold lead for anyone outside of 1 gold advantage for the Elise.
That's great, man. You
Yeah.
need the Elise to not fall behind because she becomes target number 1 for Casey. I think she still is target number 1, no matter what, whether this is ahead or behind. You need to see BA sort of walk up and down that topside river, trying to set down some vision. The next neutral objective in 30 seconds, and it is spawning on the top side of that river. So they want to be able to get some vision in case they might want to contest or make a play, or at least keep their Caitlyn safe, who's now been set on the shortest lane of the map, which is that mid lane since he's flashless.
Yeah. Okay, things calming down. Probably bodes well for Team Secret as the Condemn is going to throw Pun away from the ward for a few moments, but he does manage to take it down in the end. Dire moving on in as maybe Canna could be in trouble. Still going to be a lot to contend with though here for Team Secret. He is just decorated with damage. There's the flash forward. They do manage to get the mini stun, but there's the ulti out of Canna. He's being so frustrating. The Condemn's not enough to manage to get the kill. And now Dire is looking for the angle. He's going to need to connect it as he flashes forward to lock down the kill. Still the death from below from Busio, who's going to be able to answer it as Histo diving forward. Eddie finding the shots as the rebuttal doesn't quite do it. There's the shutdown as at least he's traded back immediately. Now Yike fighting against Histo, and Bihei just lights the monkey on fire and takes him down. I think that was a winning trade in the end for Team Secret.
Team Secret with the 3-4-2, a couple of tower platings mid, and very importantly, a kill on Caitlyn that's going to get her closer to that second item. A bunch of tower platings mid, so again, we're seeing finally that action from Team Secret. I have to commend Dire right here. He had to get that kill onto the Vayne. They did commit so much onto Kana, and a fantastic flash ult from Hitster just to push Kalist further towards that Caitlyn.
Yeah, like playing Xin Sin in the mid lane, getting what looked like a kick flash with that Crescent Guard. Maybe. I don't actually know. Definitely not, based on the lore. But we could maybe try and figure something out. As Dire and Canna fighting one another, and Pun was probably like, Dire, can you please take care of this Vayne situation for me? And has been able to get a little bit of respite, although he is right now just running up the river, looking to help Histo out with Shelly, who should be taken now. 17 minutes here for Team Secret.
Team Secret have been taking every single neutral objective that spawns on the map. 3 Void Grabs, 2 Dragons, the Herald right here as well as Eddie. He's left all alone to fend 2 members of KC as they try and take down this tower. Has done well, cleared the wave. Pun is going to be helping his fellow melee solo laner.
It's like support Udyr here, making his way in towards the top side, but they do manage to grab that plate. And so a little bit more money into the coffers here for Team Secret.
None of the 2 wants to play into the Vayne.
Yeah, actually.
So they're just sharing time.
I don't mind the idea. I think it kind of works.
He's like, listen, we both suck into this Vayne. Let's hold hands and do it together.
Yeah, one of you annoy him while I get some CS. Well, we do have 35 seconds until this Hextech Dragon spawns. Would be Soul Point for Team Secret if they can get there, but right now KC kind of overloading this bottom side. They have a lot of vision available. This is going to be a tough dragon to lock down for Team Secret. I imagine KC stopping this dragon stacking is going to be a very big deal.
They are circling Pun. The tower is really low. They're looking for a dive.
H power comes down. There's going to be a free stun from the Scat of the Week as Yike finishes off the turret and then finishes off the kill alongside Busio. Yeah, Pun just really short end of the stick.
Fumble there. Pun knows that KC's playing towards the bot side of the map, especially with Dragon spawning. So he walks up to a tower that is literally 3 autos from dying. Nice poke right there from Eddie. And Team Secret, they look like they just want to play this.
Well, I mean, Histo goes in. This Dragon down to 50%. Dire moving in. Kalist looking a little worse for wear as the Solar Snare does go wide. Scat of the Week does find a nice stun there onto Eddie. And there's the rip. Carol diving forward. Dire found the Cyclone as well as they shut down the Syndra. And the Crescent Guard is gorgeous. The Drake is stolen away by Yike at 1 HP though, and that denies that soul point that Team Secret desperately wanted.
It's not a 50-50 if Yike is in the pit. He's incredible with his smites, and a huge smite right here to save KC from gifting over soul point to Team Secret. And that was best case scenario. I feel like right here for Team Secret, only losing their Sylas in a 4 versus 5. Really nice engage to create space right here from Dire. Will steal the Wukong ult, finds a fantastic Zika long chain onto the Wukong and basically creates a bit of nuisance between the Dragon and KC. Not going to be enough. Again, this Sylas is not very tanky as he doesn't have any ultimate to help him survive further. So once he's in, he's most likely gonna go down.
Yeah, this is the thing. Oftentimes you see it picked into, you were mentioning this earlier, the Alistar is the best one, but the Xin Zhao is another good option. They've got that one on their team this time. And so there aren't really those phenomenal options, but the Cyclone looked pretty good to me. So maybe he can utilize that moving further forward. As the Baron is going to be welcomed to the Rift here at 20 minutes. And 3.5 will be that next Dragon. Another opportunity here for Team Secret to try and grab that soul point. But it's a 3,000 gold lead now. Shrunk a little bit by this turret going down by Dire. And KC, I think, still with a lot of control here this game.
And a reminder that Kana has majority of the gold lead, if not almost all of it.
Death from below for the gap close there, but Busio just explodes.
It was great until it wasn't.
That was it looked a bit like a donation.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, I miss him. He's gone now. He'll be back in a few seconds' time, though. 10 seconds until Busio is back available once again. And I think he thought that there was a Caitlyn there. Didn't quite know that there was a cocoon-wielding Elise alongside her.
There was a Caitlyn there, though. He was right, Pierre. Walking into 2 members, misses the cocoon.
Yeah, going to take it right through the uprights there, but clone does come down from Yike. And Team Secret not able to find any kills, but they do have control of this bot lane outer turret. Dire and Pun doing a decent job trying to eliminate a whole bunch of the plates, but one of them is still remaining.
But you can't be bundling up 5 members down bot lane with no neutral objective in sight and just letting your other 2 lanes bleed. Mid lane, top lane, gone.
Yeah, the Bash brothers, though, are moving towards Yehu here, is desperately trying to run away. The flash forward from Pun. Not sure about that one.
They lost mid, top, and their minds.
And the flash from the Udyr.
That was the consequence of losing his mind.
Aha.
Teleport, flash, and his mind.
It's a lot of buttons.
A bit overzealous to think you can catch that Syndra. Since, who was piecing out way before that TP landed. And he's back, just to trigger them a little bit more. Pushing out yet another wave, and I feel like KC are in a pretty good spot right here. Your Vayne's ahead, your Syndra's ahead, you have 101 stacks, you've got 3 almost items onto Kalist on that Mel, and that Caitlyn has not taken off. She's not hit any turret platings. If anything, it's been Udyr and Sylas holding hands, trying to get some of those towers chipped off, and Eddie, unlike the previous game, he's been starving here.
He is. I mean, it is Caitlyn, right? You do want to just, like, get the rest of your team to hold on to the game until 4 items. And right now, he's got 2 and a bit, right? And if they manage to stay in the game until 35 minutes, then maybe they can win.
The unfortunate part is that he had to hold the game for his team. Udyr and Sylas fell behind.
Hey, I mean...
They did it backwards!
Yeah. It's not the end of the world, though, right? Like, the gold lead is,
fine.
2.6k, not the end of the world. But KC, I think they should be able to take control of this Dragon area, and the problem is they're heading towards a 4-stack Hextech Soul, as at least Pun is somewhat tanky, but from what I'm seeing here, maybe not tanky enough, as he does look to get himself out of here. Does have his Protoplasm Harness, as well as a Frozen Heart, which is good against Canna, but the rest of the team doesn't really care about it. And Team Secret just going to be pushed away from this Drake. 20 seconds until that one spawns. You're going to have to try and find an angle to get back in here. As, okay, let's have a look at this from Yike's perspective. As Wind becomes Lightning, and Wukong still waiting for an angle. And the rest of Team Secret off to the side. That's a big headshot to come on through there as Death from Below picked up from the Sylas yet again. Pun trying to find a window back in here. Still doesn't have that flash available after a Syndra earlier on. And it looks like Team Secrets are going to give this one away.
They're going for the Baron. They're threatening something. They have to threaten something on the map, and the only thing they can is this Baron. Pun is playing guard dog yet again onto this Udyr, not allowing KC to walk into this river.
Once again, we're going to have a look at Yike and what he's going to do here. Oh my goodness, the Unleashed Power is going to be able to take him down. The Cyclone is gorgeous here. but not going to be enough to grab that kill just yet. And Team Secret going to have to forego this dragon, and they are not taking a Baron.
Yeah, Pun thought he was it, but it's 5 members of KC dealing very mixed variants of damage on him. And he doesn't quite have enough defenses versus AP or AD for the time being. He has to split it up.
All right. And, you know, it looked not great, right? They lose their top laner. But 2 Drakes to 2, right, is the response. It's not over just yet. And I mean, obviously, right?
Don't look down, look
both
top.
Nexuses are alive.
All right, now you can't look top because we're looking at the replay. So
There you go.
let's go through this again. Pun thought he was the guy who thought he was. However, KC are looking top lane. They're like, look, Silas is not even here. It's a 4v5. Engage.
Cute flash from Eddie, though. Got him out of the way. So did still have to use the flash. Now has his rapid fire cannon done, but when a Caitlyn is sort of behind the clock, can feel a little bit rough. Just feel like you're shooting with a pea shooter instead of a sniper rifle. Canna with the most damage in the game so far, having been abusing Pun all game.
The positive about the Caitlyn that we've been talking about is that everyone on KC does damage, therefore all of them are very, very squishy. You get hit by a headshot, you get hit by a QE combo, then you will be chunked down more than 50% of your HP bar. Maybe not for Wukong, but for everyone else, I think this sounds true. So if they can find an angle where the Caitlyn actually connects with other champions, then this could be it. But Pun running away again. This time it's a bait. BA's behind.
Yeah, gonna make his way there. Great Cocoon is going to connect as Busio likely in trouble one more time as what goes up does come down, and this time it's right on top of the pike. BA somehow surviving there as, man, Canna does a lot of damage with 2.5 items complete on this Vayne, but not enough to even out the trade.
Doesn't do anything though. There's no neutral objective. Mid lane has been pushed again by Callisto's minions are dying under tower, so KC are really milking the time that TS are trying to play super aggro. They're sacrificing the support, so what? They're getting so much on the map by pushing constantly waves that no one soaks from TS.
Durate's trying to do it here towards the top side, but like you were saying, I mean, that advantage for the Syndra is still there. Let's have a look at this one more time, though. VA finds a really nice Cocoon.
Yeah, uses the E as well to land straight onto the pike, and the flashes after he flashes after the last auto attack has landed on him, which could have been his last.
I mean, honestly, I was pretty scared, so I would have definitely flashed in that moment as well. Canna was doing a whole bunch of damage. And now KC back out onto the map once again. Busio not going to be perturbed as he flashes and hits a Spiderling.
That's a really cool thing about the Elise versus the Pike. You've got the extra bodies. Same thing as in the Fury. Get away from the Pike, and TS again playing a bit aggro in this river. They've got 2 items on their Sylas as well. So they're feeling pretty confident to take the 5 versus 5. However, Udyr's down bot lane. Does have TP to join if he needs be.
I do think that if Pun's not there and Yehu are not there, that's probably better for TS.
That's right.
Because, yeah, Pun has not exactly had the most fun so far this game. Currently 2,000 gold behind. The biggest gold lead is on Canna right now. And KC will be able to utilize that in order to build this advantage ever further. They're playing this one very slowly, though, and very respectfully, understanding that they are certainly against the ropes here. Any kind of mistake, things could really get bad fast.
I feel like they're playing for Wukong's GA, and then they can more freely engage with Yike. He might have it right now after the Krugs. He had those 2 items for a very long time. There you go, GA completed, and I feel like now they can play with a little bit more ease, because even if he overextends, he at least gets into the GA stasis, and then his teammates can bail him out with sheer amount of damage that all of them do, that we talked about over and over again. And now it's a dance about the next dragon. It's going to be soul point somehow for both of these teams, as it's 2 apiece, and I do not see Team Secret walking down bot lane trying to get some sort of vision in this river.
It's going to be so hard. As like you were saying, like it feels like a death sentence for anyone who walks into any brush.
Pun tried.
If it's occupied by KC. And yeah, Pun tried and showed everyone that indeed it's just horrible. He was already looking a little worse for wear though at that time. Cannon pushes out this wave. Does have his Fiend Hunter bolts there as well. I love that lore accurate purchase. because, you know, crossbows, hand crossbows and stuff like that, as Busio gets himself into the Dragon Pit. Hex Tech gates taken here by Pun as he's looking to greet Busio. There's the ace in the hole. A lot of damage. Halves his health bar. Busio's health bar is not very large to begin with, as he is Pike. But still, Pun taking a huge chunk from Yehu. The damage potential and the damage taken potential on KC is almost equally as high as the flash from Pun. Okay, let's see whether they can actually find an angle, as Kana, he kind of likes his odds as he looks for it, but there is going to be the lockdown. Busio grabs that kill in the end as Yike is immediately down to the GA. Kana is running him up though, finds Eddie with Callist's help, and in fact he grabs a double as down goes the Xin as well.
And that's why the GA was so huge, because Yike can play as aggressive as he wants, play as silly as he wants, over-aggress in these types of situations, and then get out. I think KC has just straight up looking for the end.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take down this inhibitor turret at least. And that will put so much pressure here on to Team Secret. 6,000 gold the lead. And you're right, looks like they're not stopping, at least for the moment. Busio going to be catching up to the rest of the players here, as BA just desperately trying to clear out the wave. Dire goes golden, does still have that death from below, but he's gonna have to use it pretty quickly. Let's see whether he finds the angle. He does not, as he's locked down by the Syndra. BA has no health bar to speak of. Scat of the Week is fantastic. It's a naked Nexus now, but KC will not be killing it just yet as they take some gates to get themselves out.
It's the one shit.
Yeah, obviously his toe is going to be following here. As the ace in the hole will be the end of the Syndra, as Pun wants to be able to stop them from making their way out. This might actually be Soul Point going over to Team Secret for some crazy reason. And these Nexus turrets, at least they will respawn, but unfortunately maybe not fast enough here for Team Secret. As yeah, this damage is kind of ludicrous. In goes his toe, there's the Crescent Guard. Maybe that's going to be enough to keep him alive for a little moment here, as Yike going aggressive. Callista's able to take down Pun. Man, top goes the Udyr. And KC back on the front foot once again.
And TS cannot do the Dragon now. They've just lost their front line, so they cannot enter Fog of War with Yike and Pike still there from Busio. So what a great team fight yet again. And the reason why Pike stayed behind was Busio tried to find maybe canceling some teleports from the set of TS, but KC really tried to end the game right here. What an incredible exhaust from Kana onto D-Ray, seeing as he took the Pike ult as well. Going for those executes, they'll take the extra kills and then they'll back off. KC, very ballsy.
Yeah, there were some weird things that happened here. Kana also giving that shutdown over to BA is actually probably best case scenario.
And Ye was like, he can't reach me to Sinzao.
Huh, all right, well, we're onto the Baron. Immediately out of a replay into something else here, and let's see whether KT can do this one clean. As Busio has that shield, but the Edge of Night is now taken. Hijack going to pick up that death from below once again. As Team Secret, I think, kind of have them where they want them for now. KC will back away, recognizing that they're not going to give them their best team fight. They will just back away.
All KC have to do is just play patiently here. They've got a fat wave pushing down mid lane, allow that to create pressure on the map, and then potentially you can threaten the Baron. Also, Soul Point is free at this point, and it is a Hextech Soul later on, so even if something goes wrong in this game, you always have that Hextech Soul to fall back on. Not gonna be the case for the time being. Yag's gonna take the third one, which is gonna put them on Soul Point finally.
Yeah, it was sort of kind of foregone for a few moments there, but it looks like Team Secret not going to be able to get enough vision in order to contest this. As Dire here towards the top side, just trying to get as much money as he possibly can. Using that ultimate because it was wearing off, and now looking for a bit of a reset. But Busio not going to let him. He is just going to have to walk a little bit further away in order to get to safety.
Also threatening right there, because that Pike Vayne duo is very deadly if they manage to catch up onto Sylas. This Sylas has a broken Seeker, so he wouldn't be able to sustain himself until his team shows up, and he's nowhere near finishing that Hourglass as well, as he just came from base and there was no extra item purchased for the Sylas. So a pretty dire situation right here for D-Ray, which is also kind of funny because if you spell his name...
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't think of that. It just lined up.
Sometimes the best puns are the ones that we don't intend.
Right?
But that's 4 items done for Eddie. I mean, the Caitlyn has reached that point. I mean, I said 35 minutes, but 34 is close enough. And he's also got that cheeky little vampiric scepter there as well. I feel like maybe too little, too late here for the Caitlyn.
Very importantly, GA back up for Yike, and that's exactly what they needed to sort of play a bit more aggressive. Talking about playing aggressive, Lucio.
Yeah, Histo is going to go very aggressive as the Crescent Guard does go down. Pun is just being thrown around like a ragdoll as Dire gets himself in there. Canna running amok, going ballistic with so much damage here on the Vayne. Wants to land a couple more as death from below. Busio says that's enough of that. Let's finish this off and keep our dreams alive here at EWC and send Team Secret home.
Eddie and Pierre the only ones left to defend, and it is not going to be enough. France leaves another day in EWC.
KC will be able to take down this final Nexus, and they will be able to do it. Team Secret made them work for it, but in the end, it's KC with the home crowd behind them, keeping themselves alive.
KC do it, but there's no big smiles in their faces. They know that Team Secret Wales is not one of the very big boys they want to be beaten, right? The whole dream is Worlds, Internationals, beating big teams. They come straight off of a horrible loss to top Esports from MSI, straight into playing Gen G in their first game here. However, they do manage to pick up a victory in a best of 3, and I feel like this might give them a little bit of their boost back.
Yeah, and I think that last game was very convincing there as well. I think the draft was kind of cool at the same time, right? Because Kalist showing that he does have that Mel in his back pocket. Obviously, they have been practicing that one a lot because that has been sort of flavor of the last couple of weeks. And showing that they can find those performances and make it happen. Canna, though, with that counter pick, with that Vayne, and Pun, the blind pick, Udyr, oh dear, just did not quite work. We do now have to say goodbye to Team Secret as well. But first, we've got an interview with Kalist.
Effectivement, une victoire de la cassée à domicile, mesdames et messieurs. Votre prodige Kalist, c'est un plaisir, un honneur pour moi, tu t'en doutes, de faire cette interview en français avec toi devant ton public. Et justement, en parlant de ton public, on sait que les fans cassés font les déplacements à Berlin pour venir vous voir, même en Corée. Mais là, tu les retrouves à la maison. Qu'est-ce que ça te fait? J'imagine qu'il y a peut-être aussi un petit crowd puff.
Ouais, bien évidemment, comme d'habitude, un grand merci aux fans. Ça rapporte énormément. Et là, en plus, on est à la maison, donc on a vraiment pas envie de perdre. Et je pense que, typiquement, dans le BO d'aujourd'hui, ils ont fait une grande différence.
C'est clair et je pense que ça s'est vu. First question, you have your fans here. Which kind of difference does it make? Do you feel like there is kind of a crowd buff? Obviously, thank you to all the fans for the support and I think it did make quite a big difference today. Ma deuxième question, c'est à propos de cette méta. La méta, la fameuse méta, tu sais déjà ce que je vais te demander. La méta Mashbot, on t'a vu la jouer sur la game 1, sur la game 3 avec Zigzemel. T'as gagné les 2 games aussi. T'as très bien joué. Moi, je voudrais savoir si t'es vraiment passé du côté obscur pour de bon. Où est-ce qu'on joue? Parce que bon, voilà, c'est fort, c'est broken et voilà.
Écoute, moi je joue pour gagner dorénavant, donc le plus important c'est de juste un peu suivre la méta et il y a des choses que tu peux pas trop esquiver, on va dire, et les matchbots c'est un peu compliqué à esquiver, donc forcément je suis obligé de m'entraîner dessus, de les jouer, d'avoir un bon niveau dessus, donc bon.
Après, pour un mec qui est obligé, t'envoies quand même très très fort, je dois le dire. So about the AP meta, you know you played it with Viggs and Mel. What are your thoughts on it? Do you actually like it or do you do it because it's the strongest at the moment? Of course, it is very strong. I have to train on it even though it's not specifically my favorite. Et dernière question, on t'a mis dans la lumière très très tôt. Calise, moi je te le dis, cette lumière tu la mérites, tu l'as montrée aujourd'hui sur cette 3e game. Donc moi je voudrais savoir de quoi tu es le plus fier aujourd'hui et est-ce que tu te sens confiant pour la suite?
Je pense que la chose dont je suis le plus fier aujourd'hui, c'est notre résilience et aussi surtout de pouvoir jouer on stage comme ça devant notre public et de pouvoir leur donner une victoire.
Effectivement, et je pense que le public est ravi. Very proud to have been able to give that victory to Casey here in front of my crowd. Et c'est l'heure déjà d'aller au Kick Rush pour essayer et surtout pour aller casser la clé de Team Secret. Mesdames et messieurs, it's time. Ian, what are the thoughts about the key crushing?
KC fans, are you ready to crush the first key of the tournament? What's the colour Blue! What's the color? Blue! I said, what's the color? Blue! I think they're ready.
I think they're ready, and Caliste is ready as well. Allez, c'est parti pour le crush. Le petit prince des Carmines qui renvoie un secret à la maison. Ça c'est pas mal, je vais t'inviter avec moi. Caliste, on va retourner devant tes fans, devant la scène. Évidemment, bravo encore pour cette victoire. On vous retrouvera donc pour la suite de la compétition. Moi, j'ai envie de te demander peut-être tes derniers mots. On va se mettre en face de tes fans. Vous êtes... Qu'est-ce que tu as envie de leur dire à tes fans, à ton CEO, à toutes les personnes qui te regardent, qui t'encouragent avant la suite?
Écoutez, comme d'habitude, un grand merci pour le soutien. Je sais que les résultats n'ont peut-être pas été à la hauteur ces derniers temps, mais je vous jure qu'on donne notre maximum, qu'on fait tout pour gagner, pour être les meilleurs, et un grand merci pour le soutien.
Bravo, bravo pour cette maturité. I know that recent results haven't been on top, haven't been the best, but we're gonna come back and make sure that this time it's ours. Merci encore Caliste. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements. Caliste. And before we get back to tomorrow, we have one more game. So make sure to stay with us for what's next.
One of the greatest and most brutal parts of EWC, the true harsh reality of competition. There are winners and there are losers, and with 2 losses comes your key crushing down, and it is Team Secret falling short here of their EWC aspirations in a great 3-game series.
You know what it was? It was the snap when the key broke. That was guttural.
I mean, I could see the spark, by the way. I got scared, actually.
That's your first key crush. How was that?
I don't know, man. It was insane, impressive. Again, I think that's how it works in the EWC. Like, that's the content.
Yeah, absolutely, as it is. KC getting pushed here and stretched by the LCP's best, but ultimately come out on top thanks to Parisian's favorite son. It is Caliste and the rest of KC getting it done.
I mean, that's the thing, is like Team Secret, this roster at MSI took down the LPL second seed. They're no slouches, and they really made KC work for it, but a lot of resolve shown today. And for me, particularly in this last game, I think Busio really stepped up. I think on the pike was making some fantastic plays. I think he didn't have the greatest start of the tournament, but this game where it mattered, he came through.
Absolutely, as it is Caliste also impressed, not only with this play, but the crushing of the keys and how visceral it is as we welcome you back to the analyst desk. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid to break that last one down. And you know, it was still close, even in the last couple of fights, still close. Team Secret with opportunities to try and come up with a couple of wins, but just fall short there. His toe and the rest of the gang running out of steam at the end.
I mean, there were so many actions in the early game, especially I think Comincob had such an insane advantage in terms of the draft. I think there were some matchups that you already knew that Caitlyn and Elise into Mel and Pike, and this is one of the matchups that it's already got proven that Mel Pike is in favor.
And the thing is, I think the biggest weakness that KC showed at MSI was the jungle support just not being on the same page, not working together well, something that really defined that tournament. This game, they were completely on the same page. Everywhere they needed to be, both of them were there, showing up in the early game, and it just meant all 3 lanes felt that benefit from Yike and Busio just being present, and it's so frustrating for Team Secret. You're trying to make proactive plays, you're trying to make something happen, suddenly this, the little noise comes through when the Pike's invisible nearby, you see a Wukong clone just standing there, you know what's coming, but can't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, again, it was a great turnaround here. In the games where they played well, Busio and Yike on the same page. In the losses, you could see the disconnect, but that is the big difference here for Yike.
So yeah, you can see he's still couldn't really do anything at 15-minute mark, but I think it was just that his team not really playing around him, because I feel like they had such a clear game plan, because his top lane pawn as a Udyr. He punished Wukong in the level 1. I think it delayed a lot of tempo for the jungle. On top of that, he had the matchup where he has a faster item spike. He has a Thunder item spike faster than the Triforce, right? So I think if they had a clear game plan, such as just playing on your jungler, then I think it could be much easier because there was a window where he had a faster tempo and the faster farming. But you could see it from the replay. There were no Xin Zhao in the action, and I think it was the main issue where Team Secret has earlier skirmishes. They didn't really play around his jungler, and I think it's what it is. You know, like you have to play with the team, otherwise you're gonna get punished hard.
Well, with that loss, the best of the LCP is out of EWC, but the LCP still alive here in the tournament.
But it will be
early on, this is our first elimination match, and we have the biggest upset that we're going to see in a little while. GAM Esports defeating LEC number 3, MKOI, in fantastic fashion. Glory in the mid lane on the RE, takes on over, and MKOI have no answers. And GAM Esports of Vietnam, we had TK Nguyen earlier, get the job done, and they qualify on to day 2.
And I want you to note, MKOI had Hextech sold that. This game was crazy, so intense, so down to the wire. And even though LEC dealt a blow to LCP for us on our stream, on the other side, it was the other way around, neck and neck throughout, but GAM come through huge, clutching it in those big end game moments.
The downfall from MKOI, they couldn't really manage to go to MSI, and also in the EWC, they're out after the day 1. They just played 3 games and they're out. It's such a depressing moment for MKOI, but again, we got KC alive, so at least we are safe.
Yeah, surprises already in our first elimination matches, but we're not done yet. 2 more series to go on A stream and on B stream. After this short bit of content, you're watching EWC 2026.
O que você votou? Mid. ADC. For me, mid's just easy. ADC is also easy, but I'm like, on competitive, maybe not so much. In League, I think it's ADC because you kind of just need to hit and do damage. People just say most ADCs is just dumb because they just need to hit and do damage, so they don't lose a lot of brain. So this is for me. I'm on mid again. Support. Mid because I don't know, I find it fun to play. It's like my second role, and when I'm out of field I always have fun and I find it easy. Yeah, support because when I start to play in competitive, I play support. I started playing support, but now I'm in ADC, so support if I choose another role. Tem que ser isso. Tem que ser. Mel. Yumi. Mel is just, I don't know, it's just a bad design of a champion. She doesn't work, she should not be on the game. Yumi because it's a support, but just enter into ADC or, I don't know, into jungle or other person, people just say, when you play Yumi, you don't play League, you are just waiting and do other stuff, and I think Yumi is a good choice. Gigo. Juju. I can't say it's me, so it's Gigo. He's always saying like dumb stuff, and I'm always laughing.
I think it's Jojo because he always laughing about everything, but he used a lot of sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of funny.
Passion.
Special.
I think Brazilian players are really passionate about the game, like casual, pro, so that's it for me.
Kind of the same thing, but I think in Brazil we kind of just like to play a lot of champions. I think you can see we play a lot of stuff and try new things. For me, it's kind of special because of that.
I have no idea.
I think I have a good one.
A knife.
Knife?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I might need it. I don't know if there's like animals, I don't know, might be useful.
I think of League of Legends, no? Oh! I choose Zonias because you can stop the time and just wait for help.
That's a good one. I'm not sure if I can write it right. Psychologist.
Doctor.
I used to study for this actually. I don't know, League just happens in my life, so I was like, yeah, let's try League, and it worked.
Yeah, I choose Doctor because I like medical stuff, and when I was young, I liked to watch series about medical stuff, so I think it's Doctor.
Como I use it?
Carrier.
I'm a fan, so not much to say. I think he's really good.
Yeah, I'm also a fan, and he wins a lot, so I think it's just the right choice.
去年我们是整体积分拿到第6名嘛，那我们今年肯定是希望能够更进一步的。
因为我们 EGL 有很多分部，就希望大家一起加油，拿到最好的成绩，然后提升更多的名次吧。我们 EGL 有15个项目，然后很有自信去冲击更高的名次吧，就希望大家一起加油。
É algo bem grande, assim, porque como é um time muito grande, muito famoso e tem muitas modalidades, então tem um significado muito grande. A pressão é algo que me agrada também.
An incredible victory here for Gen.G.
젠지가 7위 이상의 기록을 달성하면 좋은 일이라고 생각을 하고, 하지만 저희가 할 수 있는 일은 저희의 종목에서 최선을 다하는 것이기 때문에
이제 젠지 롤팀이 젠지가 7등을 하는데 좀 큰 도움을 줬다면 되게 기쁘고 올해도 그렇게 큰 도움을 주고 싶습니다.
저희 T1이 이번 EWC에 굉장히 많은 투자를 하고 있는 만큼 저도 이제 리그 오브 레전드 팀의 일원으로서 최선을 다하고 그리고 많은 분들이 관심을 가져주시는 롤 종목에서 좋은 모습을 팬분들께 보여드리고 싶습니다.
어쨌든 EWC 대회에 많은 게임 대회가 열리는 걸로 알고 있는데 그것들 좀 저희는 T1에서 나가는 모든 팀들이 다 잘해야 된다고 생각하고 있고 저희도 다른 팀에 대한 관여를 하지 못하기 때문에 저희는 저희 스스로 최대한 우승을 하면 더 좋은 성적으로 가지 않을까 싶어서 뭐 잘해야 된다는 부담감도 있겠지만 잘 재밌게 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello,
everyone. Welcome back to Paris for EWC 2026, presenting League of Legends. As you see, D+Kia returning to the arena after that tough loss against last year's finalists in AGAL. And Fúria, the pride of Brazil, their first prize was to play against G2. Now they gotta go up against D+Kia, a tall task for the Brazilian squad. As we take a look at the Group A bracket, it was G2 and AGL successful in their best of ones. They will play tomorrow for the qualification match in the uppers in a best of one. But now we've got our best of three between Brazil and the LCK, Fúria and D+Kia. Welcome back to the analyst desk, Digon, alongside Jack Spectra and Wadid. Let's get into it, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Fúria is the underdog, but when we look back at MSI, it was a 3-0 against T1, but that was a damn close series, and I think Tatu is the man that I'm looking at. He played in Nasus and really carried Fúria, so if there's a player that's going to carry them today, it's going to be him.
It's fine, man. D+Kia is struggling now on the top side. CU is consistent in a negative way, so I think we are going to have some impactful match this year.
Yeah, absolutely, and in their match earlier, there was no deaths by IU, 3-0-0 on the Jhin, and looking to have a little bit more of an impact from that last one. As we take a look at the highlights in that last game, it was very much G2 favored, and they kind of ran into just the mage bot, Hans Sama, pulling out the Syndra, and you can see how he sets up the rest of the squad and Skumon to clean it up.
So I got heard from BB because I got the chance to interview him after the Fúria versus G2, and he said it was really rough all the game. It was kind of like fine that like after the early game we got the comeback in the mid-late game, but that means Fúria has some fundamentals. So I think D+Kia need to kind of worry about those kind of fundamentals.
I think drop the Camille. I've seen so many Camilles now and they always keep inting. So for me, just pick a normal engaged support and you're good to go.
Yeah, our last best of three of the day. It is our elimination match here. D+Kia trying to climb back to that LCK Cup form against CBLOL's Bright Star in Fúria. Let's see how it all goes here onto the stage.
For the first time when it comes to League of Legends at the Esports World Cup here in 2026 in Paris, we have truly witnessed the brutality that is involved with being a participant in this tournament. We can't talk enough about how the greatest teams of all time have been here and have put their reputation and their gameplay at risk. Are you just, Tyler, you're everywhere. You look hyped. Are you ready?
I'm ready to see more of the keys crush, baby.
See, I think the key crushing is pretty brutal. Do you enjoy it?
Absolutely.
Should we crush one more before the day is done?
One more. Let's bring out Team Fallujah.
Talk about an intro from Tyler 1. Fúria, their opening match did not go their way. But the fight is not over yet. Fúria now stand one series away from elimination, with the hopes of Brazil resting firmly on their shoulders. Their opponent is DK! A world championship winning organization now finds itself in unfamiliar territory. One loss has left D+Kia with no margin for error. Win today, the journey continues. Lose, and it is an early flight out of Paris. Brazilian belief meets Korean pedigree. Fúria are fighting to keep a region's hopes alive. DK are fighting to protect a legacy built on winning. Let's get into this.
Another losers bracket and our last matchup for day one of EWC 2026, Fúria versus DK. Hopefully, Fúria are able to retrieve some of the pride that was also lost earlier when MIBR also lost their best of one. I'm Hysterics. I'm joined by Wolf for the first time.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Excited to cast with you, Hysterics, and this is a banger series, actually, that we have coming up here
a key to be crushed here at the end of the evening in Paris as D+ Kia lost a close game to AGAL earlier on. G2 dispatching of Furia, but, mentioned earlier, IU ending with a 3-0 scoreline. 0 deaths in a loss as an AD carry. Pretty impressive stat line. We'll see what happens draft-wise here because we've seen a lot of very clear priority across our best of ones. Champions like Syndra, Camille being very heavily prioritized. Toots has not played a single game of Syndra thus far this year, whereas it is one of Showmaker's all-time favorites. So I think the priority will be very different on that champ coming into this one. But we still have all those bans, the Orianna, that's been heavily focused. We're seeing a lot more of the Bruiser junglers coming through here. We even saw Wukong in our last series. So I'm curious to see how the clash of styles will happen here. As the desk mentioned, though, D+ come into this series as favorites, but we've already seen some fragility, right? We've seen some teams who came in as favorites fall down.
Yeah.
And this could be a moment for Furia to actually seize the upset.
And if I asked you, Wolf, can you trust D+ Kia? What is your initial reaction? What is your initial response?
My honest initial reaction is early on in a tournament, always.
Okay.
It's later on where the problems start,
All
but CVMAX has already given us some wonky stuff. We saw the Trundle support. The Trundle Jhin did not quite work out.
It did not.
The win conditions they had in that draft against AGL were super narrow, and yet they still were almost able to pull it off. We saw, unfortunately, a few errors in that final team fight where they had such a huge opportunity. They had caught Shanks, but the final shot missed for Smash. We saw Shock Blast go wide for Shiu. The execution was not crisp. I think there's a lot of really young talent on this roster that still has not yet seized the big stage in a big way. They haven't lifted that international trophy. Sure, Showmaker has, but the rest of this roster is very different.
They got to follow as we're about to go into pick and ban. I'll raise you also a pick maybe of this series. The Lee Sin's on the back of my mind for people like Lucid, for Tattoo as well. We talk about what Tattoo can do as that very carry style oriented jungler. Well, Lucid might share a champion pool with him, and so far we see a Narband actually very early on.
Yeah, really interesting to see that. Be some priority on some of our picks that we see often counterpicked by the Gnar. The Renekton comes to mind. The Ambessa, which is Gigo's most played as well. So we will see. Syndra going to be taken actually for Toots. So I mentioned earlier, hasn't played it yet this year. It'll be his first time. And he also denies it in this Fearless Best of 3 from Showmaker for the rest of it. So see what else they can build around with this. The Ambessa does pair really well with this Syndra, so I expect that's where he's planning to go next. But D+ Kia now have the opportunity to get a counter pick here as well as grab a jungler for Lucid.
Yeah, it is normally something like the Jarvan first pick. Obviously, that's banned away here by Furia, so I love the respect that they've given. Victor comes in nice and early as a match to try and deal with the range from Toots. But question is, early junglers, as Wolf just alluded to, or setting up for that bot lane support, which the desk didn't really like, talking about this Camille, and we're not doing it again, surely.
There's a lot of things CVMAX is known for, but one of them is running it back. And before Fearless, he would often keep playing the same draft over and over in a series, but maybe extending that to the day, but not in this game, as it will be the Camille to come through here. And in response, it looks like we're going to see that Ziggs Leona. We have seen this so many times today.
Yeah.
The Camille is so fragile, and the Leona is so durable. So when they match up, especially when we get to later stages of the game, sometimes the Camille falls over.
I feel like a pretty standard draft for Furia. Very meta-heavy dependent draft that we're seeing, especially with that bottom lane mage. And the long range from Jojo is going to fit nicely. This Nocturne being thought about. And remember, Orianna has been banned away, so there's no pairing there. But taking out the Lee Sin early does feel like for Lucid would set the tone of the series, especially when it is a favorite by Tattoo as well.
I think Lee Sin, obviously with the Victor mid-jungle, a little bit sketchy there.
Yeah.
But you have the Camille set up in this draft, and you have fairly immobile carries, right? The Syndra, extremely immobile, and the Ziggs has only one satchel to work with, right? So there's a lot of agency for Lucid on this Lee Sin in the matchup we have so far. So a lot of picks, I think, that work well with Furia or anything that's single target, right? The Ambessa I think it's the one that's number one on D+ Kia's mind here for Gigo, especially considering his history with the champion. So I imagine that'll be the first one to go. Instead, it'll be the Nafiri first. We've seen this so much today. To mixed results.
Yeah, very mixed results. I think pairing has been really important with it so far, of course, is with that jungler taken away, Tatu is losing some diving options. Trying to think about where he goes. You pulled out the Zinzao before. Also raised potentials like the Skarner maybe. That could align with the Leona. Jace taken away to add range. Worried about Shu's Jace as one of his favorites to split.
Yeah, did play it earlier today. Unfortunately for him, not successful. Did I think die over 6 times ultimately.
Oh,
by the
yes.
end. But still, taking it away is a wise choice. See this final ban. Ambessa really sticks out to me as so obvious considering they have the Syndra, either setup or follow-up. But they're so focused on the jungle instead. So CV Max makes the call once again to pull out the Xin. So thinning that pull out does make the rest of this draft a little bit more tough for Furia.
Yep. Wukong left, Sejuani left, Maokai, Skarner, just rattling things off. That could be a tank engage here for Tatu in this first game. Or if he wants Viego, which is a bit more explosive.
It's not even impossible. We could see Pantheon jungle as well.
Yep.
As the Renekton is taken away here. It would be interesting if Shu just takes, because they do have pick priority, the Ambessa themselves.
Yeah, because that's such a fish here from Furia. Take away Ambessa, and then what are they going to pick themselves? As hold on, no. Sure.
We've seen a lot of mage bot
it
lanes,
could be
but
Victor
not this
bot.
one.
And then Showmaker takes his historic most played. I mean, right now they're saying
it's
Victor
happening,
bot.
Hysterics.
Victor bot, right?
It is going to be Victor bot,
okay,
100%.
Yeah. I would assume not the Ari. That seems like the horrible of the two.
Unless she was like, I've got a mean Ari top counter pick for this Ambessa.
We cook even more.
I think it is going to be Victor in the bottom lane, which is quite interesting. See what ends up pairing with the Skarner you mentioned earlier. It looks like it is going to be the jungle of choice. There is a lot of setup in this draft. The Ambessa was so obvious from the outset. When it wasn't picked here for D+ Kia, we knew it was coming through. So this draft here has a lot of burst damage and a ton of lockdown. It does not necessarily have consistent damage, but that may not matter, as the response here looks like it is going to be the Vayne that has been left open here for Shu. This will leave the Camille Victor bottom lane, which has a lot of damage output, but it's not a traditional Camille setup.
Yeah.
What a weird game and weird draft here that we're heading into for D+.
Are we locking this? Because I was going to say, the front line not existent, very volatile. I guess this is just putting in some more teamfight control, and control being the key word.
I'm going to be honest with you, Hysterics. If I took the nameplates off, I would just say, well, the team that the Ziggs Leona draft, that's
great.
a real draft.
That looks like a real draft.
That's a real draft.
Well said.
That's 5 champions that have synergy together, work well together.
I like that draft.
I like that draft. I look at what D+ Kia have, though, in reality, and I'm like, it's a solo queue game after the AD carry said that he heard that mages were meta, and he auto-filled AD carry, and he was like, I guess I can play Victor. There's a lot of scaling in the Victor. There's a little bit of pick in the Ori. There's a front line with the Cassante. There's Camille for setup. But this draft is kind of all over the place.
Yep.
It's not necessarily a scaling draft. It's not necessarily a pick draft. It has a front line.
We want to
dive. It doesn't have great front to back. It doesn't have an AD carry.
Where do we front to back here? It's a little bit cooked. Maybe overcooking from D+ Kia.
It's a CV Max moment. We'll certify that. I think when you're the expected favorites, you could take this as I'm hiding strategies or I'm experimenting in some ways. Smash does not look super comfortable about playing the Victor in this one, but you could also look at it as an insane risk, and if you end up losing this first game, the momentum is against you. It could backfire in a major way. They already experimented with the Trundle support earlier today. That failed, so caliber of opponent here, I think, very different. We can all acknowledge that, but a risk has been taken. We'll see if it pays off.
I've just been told there has been a monitor problem on stage. We're going to fix that shortly, or at least give you an update as to when that is getting solved. Not sure from who right now, but you'll see tech on the screen. Maybe it's on Furia's side. You're right. Experimentation, though, from DK. That's something quite interesting. And I'm just going through Smash's history because obviously with Mage Bot, we have very small sample size of meta, right? And as I'm going through, and I've just accidentally gone to Showmaker, I want to know if this is his first ever Victor game bot.
I think it may be. You might have to go as far back to Challengers to really check.
I'm going his whole career.
Because we've seen a lot of experimentation out of Smash. A lot of people aren't familiar that Smash used to lane with Reckless back on T1, and they played a lot of Ash Rumble bottom lanes. You know, Reckless was cooking a lot. They played a lot of Janna lanes.
It's his first. It's his first ever Victor game bot. He's played, things like Casio bot. We got Rumble, as you mentioned there, which is 1-1. We've even got a Lee Sin bot, Yasuo, bit of Neela, Mel even. But, of course, there is no Victor bot here. First time for DK in an elimination series.
Yeah, there was a notorious Victor bottom game in the LCK when we had an emergency sub of a player called Ophelia for Gen G, who was a mid laner, but he had to play bottom lane and did not go well. We've seen some Syndra bot experimentation in the LCK, but Smash known to be quite an aggressive player in the early game, but we'll see if he can make that playstyle work here with Camille Victor. And not a common pairing, to say the least.
I wonder how the damage profile is going to pan out. As we finally get that monitor issue fixed, we're going to jump into our last BO3 of the night. It's been a long stream. I think, Wolf, you've been here longer than me, since 9 o'clock this morning. But on my 9th or 10th hour now, Wolf's 12th hour, we're going to run you through in what could be a barn burner. DK versus Furia. One more elimination, one more team for their key to be crushed and to bite the dust as Fury start with an invade up in top side, going to be channeled nicely here by Lucid and Shiru, who are just hovering around the choke to jungle. Showmaker decides to face check and has the flash, though, into a Leona, so it's a rough start here for the mid laner of DK.
Certainly not a level 1 where you feel very happy to meet a Leona, and so Showmaker will be flashless here in this matchup, already taking a bit of damage here as well. Can be very frustrating into Syndra. If Syndra hits every single Q, find yourself pushed out of the lane quite quickly. He took Airy for additional harassment, as you guys can see here, and Showmaker is not going to be enjoying his early game.
No, he's not. A couple of Dark Spheres down, and Toots winning out the trade. Pot used for Toots here to get up nice and healthy. Showmaker's probably going to have to burn his second one as well. Another Dark Sphere. Yeah, it's going absolutely horribly here. Remember, with that flash down as well, makes him even more volatile in this lane as he finally dodges one.
Imagine if he was Ignite Ari.
Oh.
At least he's not. He does have teleport, but he's going to try to heal up here a little bit, get level 2. Toots is smashing him.
Toots is destroying him so far, so that teleport probably going to be used shortly as all the pots are gone as well.
Yeah, we'll be able to get straight back to lane and should be able to recover, but still a nice lead here. A lot of tempo advantages here for Furia. This matchup can be quite volatile on the top side. The Ambessa into Cassante. This is the matchup I'm most interested in, right? Is how is this mage battle going to go? This is the Ziggs that he is laning into, with the Leona being more durable, as we mentioned before. They have the push in the lane so far, and we'll see if Career can find any angles, right, to punish. I don't think it's going to be a dive we see anytime soon.
I think I'm always worried about Leona running into Camille, or rather Camille running into Leona. And it feels like Jojo will be able to keep his AD carry very safe, and for Career, angles are a minimum, maybe now as Jojo walks back to defend Tattoo on his Krugs. Just a quick side note on that mid lane interaction we saw, TB used for both. Dark Seal picked up here from Toots versus Refillables is all Showmaker could carry.
Yeah, so Toots just trying to get a little bit of extra tempo advantage here from that, getting the Dark Seal, which is very cost-efficient stats for the early game, and obviously could scale up if you can get a nice lead. Career going to come over here and look for an early gank with this roam onto Toots.
Okay, gonna get sent back though. Good scout of the week, and Career didn't burn his flash for that, but wanted to find an angle as Jojo's made the roam now as well, but Lucid's coming in, good safeguard. Looking for the Sonic Wave, and Resistance gonna fall off in a second. There's that Sonic Wave, but will not be taken with the Resonating Strike. Lucid, if I can speak properly, is just gonna cross through and look for topside Scuttle with a contest versus Tattoo.
It's a crazy draft. It's been a long day, Hysterics.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
I'm waiting for my moment to mess something up. As, look, the E was used for Tattoo in that last exchange, so he couldn't actually come over and look for a punish, but Lucid now...
Gonna pass safeguard though, goes over the wall. Tattoo's still gonna find a wall of his own as Lucid looks to face check. He gets stunned on up. Jojo comes in here strong. Sonic Wave gonna land. Lucid not gonna take that Q once again. Help from mid lane was big as Career, I think, tried to find something on the bottom side. Ayu hasn't burned his flash though as we come back to look at the lane. and just has to walk it back.
Ayu offering a lot of damage here just by himself, as we will see Jojo head back to the lane. Both of our supports even in experience. Seen a lot of roaming early on. These, you know, sometimes when the enemy doesn't have flash in the mid lane, you want to make something happen there, but Career was the first to roam, was matched there. And the game has been very action-packed, despite obviously no kills going over here.
It's been off the back of, you know, that mid lane play, starting off for the individual lane. Obviously, Career's roam and tried to come in clutch, but all summoners still remain up and available. Jojo's walking back to the bottom lane. Career going to hook shot, wall shot, flashes, ignite down, looking for the kill threat. Ayu's going to flash away. He'll survive, but Career gets a key summoner out of the Ziggs.
Yeah, such a great timing for Career to come in there. The execution was crisp, and this is going to force a back. Ayu has already used his teleport, so it's going to take him a little while to get back to the lane. But he did react very quickly there and was able to avoid dying, so still major for him as Tattoo.
Hook shot, wall shot, the drive not going to find its mark. Tattoo just walks back instead. Toots half the way, or rather a little bit more, to level 6, so a bit of kill threat here if he's able to find any play with these roams from Career. Jojo also trying to match as well as Lucid's getting in the thick of it with Tattoo, paying him respect, and Lucid's just going to find his way out through Drake.
One of the things you guys will notice right away, if you look at the bottom lane, is Smash has a pretty massive CS lead as well as a huge experience lead. And that is something that's really going to matter if he can get level 6-4 in early fight here, even potentially on this Dragon would be massive. You're contesting for it.
Ooh, out of the way. There is killed right here. Zenith Blade going to be followed up. Shield of Daybreak as well. Jojo close to the damage as Lucid safeguards his support. Jojo thinking about that next Zenith Blade to find the mark and unleashing power from Toots as he has flash available, but it's not going to be committed here. Fury still deep in enemy territory, but Jojo's roams obviously right now seems to be better.
You see a back from Showmaker as he rushes back in here. Smash getting so close to level 6.
Look at the wave. Slow pushing. Smash does get level 6, as you said.
There's a level 6, but they're not set up for the Dragon just yet. He has no mana, so we'll need to back. Unlike, you know, traditional AD carries, you really do need that in order to fight.
Yeah. He's going to stay, though. I guess the idea is receive the wave, then base. Obviously, without the TP, wants a neutral wave. And not lose that CS advantage that he's gained over this lane so far, as Showmaker's making a roam. He's level 6. He's got the Spirit Rush, but Tatus is going to get out of there before he thinks about pressing the buttons. And DK are just going for a lovely stroll with waves pushed out or neutralized.
They're really just trying to get some pressure on with the prio that Showmaker had very briefly there, but it is not really going to lead to anything. Smash can't back because another wave is coming through, so he's just chilling in the bottom lane, and it looks like this Dragon is just going to have to wait.
Yeah, for the time being, both supports are just going to sit around the mid lane. Bit of vision dropped in the river as well as Career, now level 4. With Jojo matching out as well, sapping some experience from these mid laners. And yeah, bit of action as you said earlier, but it has slowed down a little bit. And at the end of the day, I think the players are tired.
Yeah.
You know, they've been here, I think maybe longer than us.
Probably, with all the content they've got to be in, but Showmaker has stabilized really well after losing his flash early, right?
Yeah.
Having to teleport early. He has actually maintained CS parity in this game so far. He's going to get some honey fruit to heal up. And the big break point in this early game is going to be when that Dragon actually is started. We got such a late start of the Dragon that everybody has ultimates going into that fight, of course, with the exception of the supports. And it's been an early game that's been a lot of tempo, a lot of back and forth, but again, no big battle just yet. No real traditional fight or skirmish. And it's the kind of game that is a slow burn that fits the state of the evening, right? We've been such a long day here, and players have waited for this moment for quite some time after a grueling best of 3 that was played before. But when I have that skirmish now...
Maybe Scatter does connect. Unleash power not yet. Jojo again makes a roam. Both supports love this lane. It just means everything gets neutralized and a little bit more boring for the time being. Grub's going to spawn as well in the meantime. It might just be a cross map as Jojo heads up there now. Career covering a little bit. She was getting the push in top lane in the meantime as well. Guigo just chilling. I mean, to be fair, this Cassante, he's done okay. I mean, a lot of the time you see this matchup go 10, 20 CS down with the Ambessa finding success, but so far, maybe it's just because we don't have that Eclipse yet. We'll see at the very least.
Furia start these grubs first in response to the Lucid Dragon take on the bottom side of the map. So it's going to be an even exchange in terms of the objectives. How much value these grubs will get remains to be seen. Obviously, having a Ziggs is pretty valuable.
Oh, it's not bad.
When you have 3 grubs and a satchel at your side to eliminate turrets, so even a small win can lead to more, but Lucid.
Oh, I use the trouble Sonic Wave. How easy is that for first blood? We pop on down, Ayu's popped out, and Smash is just going to take some plates for himself.
So fairly late. First blood here, just before 9 minutes. If that Sonic Wave doesn't hit, maybe the bomb clears the wave and they at least will have a little bit more commitment to actually get the kill there, but it does hit, and that's Lucid's Lee Sin for you.
Yeah, he can see. And that's, you know, first blood, and it leads to a Sundered Sky. So, yeah, easy as that as well. And it comes off the Smash lead that we talked about, that you kind of highlighted, Wolf, that the spot lane has just slowly been chilling. Smash has just been maintaining that lead, and obviously the option into the Zig spot so far is a bit of a success for his first game of Victor Bot.
Career is going to be seen on this ward. I don't know how much it matters, though.
Yeah, it doesn't, because he gets flipped out. The Pathmaker, after going all out, Quigo's going to flash away. See where he pops that without burning his own flash, though, as Lucid's coming towards mid. Now the action continues on. Spirit Rush already used the charm as well to kick back, and Lucid hits everything with a Tempest Cripple. At max range, Showmaker will take the kill. Blood on Summoner's Rift looking mighty fine for DK with a 1.6k gold lead.
Yeah, Took's looking a little bit frustrated on the player cam there. Committed his flash to try to look for the outplay, but I don't think it was ever going to work out for him. Nice scatter placement, but he still goes down at the end of the day. And so a big win again on both sides of the map here for D+.
And it's going to happen again. I mean, Ayu does have his flash available, but Lucid's in his way, so respect has to be paid. Wave has to be lost. He was going to get the flip back. Oh, no. Ulti to get him out, though. Quigo saved his life by pressing the R button. Otherwise, Siwu had his number, and it would have been misery across the whole of Summoner's Rift.
It does look like Ayu is going to survive there on the bottom side. Does have Jojo coming down. As we'll watch this again, Showmaker going into point-blank range to guarantee the charm. Lucid gets the kick Q combo. And even with the scatter attempt to get him off of him, this is always going to go down there. It's all about the charm setup, which is why we saw Showmaker's first-person view there.
Yep. The Smash is going to interrupt the base. There is a 2-level lead. Chaos Storm down, flash away from Ayu. And the Arcane Storm, rather, is just going to travel. Ayu going to get tagged out. Hextech Minefield through. He avoids. Goes back to his own turret, but Ayu on this Ziggs, I repeat, 2 levels down. Let's call it 1.5, but still, sure. I think the word misery can be used once again.
Absolutely. At least he has his teleport.
Yeah.
He is going to try to greed for this wave, and I think he'll be able to get away with it.
Yep.
As Lucid is top side right now. But this is what happens with Korean Lee Sins, you know, especially players like Lucid. He almost does go down there. Is you end up getting a nice tempo advantage, and you just kind of surf from lane to lane and create misery for your opponents. As D+ have a 2k lead, but you do have a bit of a scrap up your top side.
But buffered, nicely done. Hookshot, wall shot gets Career out, but he's got the Hextech ultimatum, so Lucid originally was walking towards this red buff, going towards mid instead, where Showmaker's looking to path. Ayu teleports towards the top lane. But Fury trying to overload for now.
And we do see a response here from the rest of D+, as Showmaker is also coming up. Smash heading back down to the bottom lane right now.
Showmaker, damage on Tatu first. Siwu's fighting it out with Quigo while the stun comes up onto Jojo. Quigo getting low. Siwu's going into all out. Teleport going to be channeled. Showmaker flashes forward. Sets up perfectly with the charm of DK. They get suppressed. They get impaled. It's nice, but there's no damage from Furia. Not enough at the very least. 2 more kills over to DK as Furia are routed with their overstack.
Yeah, that was a really nice try. Especially the impale was very clean there, coming through from Tatu, but unfortunately D+ still have too much, and there's not enough damage, like you said, despite the numbers advantage here in the initial setup.
Oh, just happened in the meantime, I think.
Yeah, you had a great scatter for the defense, but Lucid is just too sticky. Denies the blast cone. Oh, it's a lot right now for Furia to try to deal with. This is now a 4,000 gold lead pre-13 minutes.
We've had one Korean team today win in under 20 minutes. This is not on track for that, but it does feel like in under 30 is realistic right now as 4,000 gold lead. And Smash is having a great day, or at least I should say a great game. And everything else is falling into place here.
And it just does feel like, kind of like we alluded might happen. The draft plays some part in this, but it's not about the draft, it's just about the individual play backing up the team play, right? They're at the right place at the right time, but Showmaker's hitting these charms. Got the point-blank charm earlier, got the charm there onto Ego at the last moment to help secure that setup on the fight on the top side. Lucid hitting these Sonic waves, playing an incredible mechanical game of Lee Sin, and D+ are just having fun.
As they do. Showmaker waiting for Ayu to step up. He's obviously seen though, but you can see Career's moving down. Smash around mid has push. IU keeps trying to base here, and this is going to be the third or fourth time this game that he has to be careful. As I say that, he does get away. Korea wasn't there in time, drops towards his Tattoo. And IU, without teleport available, is just going to have to run towards this mid lane to catch away from Smash while Dragon starts again.
Yeah, looking like a double Dragon here. Jojo caught.
And Jojo will have to flash away. Impale over the wall is going to miss as well. Lucid stopped the Dragon for that, but DK are not stopping the run. Tatu found out a gravity field over the wall as well. On the red buff respawn, Lucid's going to start that, and Tatu will have no business being in his own jungle in this.
You can see the lack of vision here is super frustrating for Smash isn't even going to spend the time clearing out that ward. He'll leave that to Lucid, and D+ should be able to, albeit delayed, take this second Dragon start here for them. And these grubs, you know, they might eventually be worth something. This team hit the turrets.
They're going to get towards the turrets first. Wolf dead right on that. Attacks that Ultimatum on Toots with the charm. How easy to dive this game. We said there's a lot of different moving parts, but there's the dive element, Wolf. There it is in the flesh.
And it's what we mentioned before, into this decent agency is high, is they're going to get the Dragon now.
Buffett uses the ulti. Perfect execution is quite public, actually. Is Ziwu up against the wall. Solar Flare going to be flashed away from. Everything from Furia thrown into this Kasasa. And they're going to try and take the turret down with it as well while Dragon goes down and Bot is under harass.
That's a really common setup to leave the Cassante alone when you are in this type of setup because it is very difficult to kill him, but bring this many people. They will also get the bounty here as they pick up their first turret of the game, which is also first brick here for Furia. So I think the best cross map they could have ever hoped for is going to be in trade for that second Dragon and a lot of damage on the mid turret.
And Scatter as well. Lucid has to get the kick down. Gravity Field helping out. Lucid gets out with a breath of fresh air. Only just a bit of health. He's not going to die yet. In Yan, excuse me, the turret shot helps out to shut down. It's good for Furia so far, but Tatu was on the Herald. And now he's going to have to pull off. Showmaker and Korea on the way. Obviously in front of his face right now as Orb Deception does good damage. TP is a double. Looking for the Herald for the play, but the charm connects. And down it goes. In the end, the smite wasn't enough. The Showmaker who got the Herald and Zero picks it up. They're on the chase for more kills. Ayu's been found out. He flashes away, but Showmaker's got one more in him. Satchel charge to build the space. And it's a DK win in the end as well. The objective down in their favor. Guigo will not be able to find the kill here on Shiwu.
It's a disaster here for Furia. Nothing is going right. Showmaker here, looking for his opportunity to deny this. He does have some help. Obviously, the TP is coming through for the contest here, but they're matched. Showmaker gets the charm here, denies the ability for him to smite that one down, gets the steal, and then the eye is picked up by Shiu.
Speaking of, Jojo saving with the Sulfur, and IU actually has to walk it out yet again. This Ziggs gets no reprieve in the game as we look towards top, and all-out use, and once again, a public execution from Guigo. He's going to Herald every time, and you're right, the Herald is now going to be dropped.
I think they're just going to look to take this whole turret out. That's why Showmaker is indexing towards the top lane, and Guigo is so low. Going to have to be careful here. He does have his teammates coming up to defend in the meantime. Lucid looking for a 1v1 in the bottom lane.
He is onto Toots. Sonic Wave connects. Scatter the Weak does a bit of time saving, but Lucid's still on the chase. Orbs are getting dropped down, but Toots going to get kicked in the wall and destroyed. Lucid's Lee Sin reminds me of how good he is on the champ, as Showmaker now has to deal it out. Gets the charm here on the enemy support, but as he pulls out the Spirit Rush, Guigo's going to look for the chase. One more left than take for Showmaker as Siwu runs back into enemy lines. Impale will find his mark though as Korea needs to save the play. Hook shot, wall shots into Guigo, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to help get the kill. Guigo's only got one. DK now running for their lives on the top side, but Smash has joined in the battle. Guigo is very low as he takes out the wave. He's got to run to dodge, and DK do lose Siwu once again. But in the end, that bot lane solo kill still happened.
They get the turret. They save the turret, rather.
Ash. No Impale. Solar Flare slow Smash down. He flashes away. Still following up his Tattoo. Showmaker's got to help on out, though. Fury on the chase. There's no turret here for DK, so they're going to run for their life. Smash gets a bit of move speed, and with the poke coming through from Victor, that'll safeguard DK's escape.
Certainly will. I said Ash. I meant to say Ari, but the Ari didn't get involved. See, I told you I'd mess something up in this game. The Showmaker is, at this point, only 650 gold ahead. He has the smallest lead of any role right now, but has made such a big impact in these skirmishes. He and Lucid have run the Rift. The Smash is just scaling up, right? He's 0-0-4, but he is this Victor who's been given so much time to scale up already. He is 3 levels ahead of IU. You said 1.5 earlier, now it's 2.5 basically. And it is just a growing advantage. And D+ just looking now to surgically remove this top turret off the map. using their prio to now get into the jungle here of Furia and fish for those picks. Jojo going in.
Zenith Blade. Career is going to hook shot, but he's out. Jojo is 2 levels ahead of Career for what that matters to some people at home. Obviously, Jojo's been sapping a lot of experience and I think has been in the lane a little bit more for IU to defend. But
and technically, we don't really talk about support scaling, but Leona's going to scale better in this game if they can survive.
That is true. I don't think Jojo's going to survive, though. That's the problem. Solar Flare only gets 1. And a Gravity Field down, a kick as well. Jojo flashes out. He's alive somehow. But what can we say about it? It's good scout of the week. Maybe saves his life, but Showmaker's coming in with a Foxfire. We'll find the Orbit Deception as well. Unleash Power wasn't enough. Tattoo looking for the Impale when? That's the only question here. Didn't see it used. Is now under 2. Guigo trying to bring in his gold into the equation. Chaos Storm still ticking away into the wall. Lucer gets caught on out. Tattoo's alive. Jojo's alive. IU find Showmaker or just about. Guigo getting poked on out and Korea gets autoed. Fury getting some gold back in this game, and it is anything but clean for DK's gold advantage.
D+ playing a little bit fast and loose there, but more than that, I feel like Fury are playing such an incredible game in this deficit. Everything we saw in that last exchange was super crisp and clean. Sure, Toots gets focused down, but they turn it into an opportunity. Tatu also walking a tightrope in that fight at low health.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to set up for a miracle defense, and IU ends up getting that kill. They're putting a dent in the massive gold deficit he has over Smash. So we'll watch it again here. It's Jojo who really starts this off, right? He's very durable. He is 2 levels up. If he were not, I think he would not survive this exchange, but is able to use his Eclipse here to buy a bunch of space, gets over the wall and survives. And then D+ want more, but look at this. Toots gets the scatter. Tattoo buys space, as we do see that teleport go off here for Gigo. Ends up showing up in this fight, and D+ are not willing to just concede, and as a result, they stay for too long. Try to focus down this tanky Skarner. He pushes into the turret. And then the Zig shows up and does massive damage as Gigo is able to teleport in. Career goes down. He's not so durable as the Leona.
But he did have a shutdown, and IU does finally get a bit more gold on his side as well. Shadow Flame soon to come. DK, however, still on soul point after getting this dragon, so they're still firmly in control. But as you said, at this deficit, Furia are finding themselves a couple of windows. Let's just see how that develops here, as next dragon is a must. And Baron now up on the menu means 1 more mistake, and DK will advance a little bit more.
Yeah, it is really, I mean, when you think about the Infernal Soul, it is very terrifying to think of what that would make this already a scaling comp do, as Jojo, once again, he's the only one who could step up, obviously, so he is obviously going to take a lot of abuse here, but he is kind of a human ward, effectively, in this game, trying to find angles. If D+ are out of position, they do have a lot of tools and pick potential if he can set up for it, but D+ are not really making too many mistakes here.
Outside of that top play, I mean, it's only been trying to abuse Seawoods, abusing the top lane that's made any kind of difference. The Showmaker's going to teleport set to top side and wait for this next wave. Observers like to go fast.
They zoom.
They do like to zoom. We've had some banger moments. The POV during team fights today, that's kind of been pog. Shout out to the observers.
I really have enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's a new way to watch League.
True. And you're in the middle, you're like, whoa, I'm looking at Wukong now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is cool.
Maybe we'll get some in this game, as it is looking fairly simple to follow the fights in this one. For the rest of it is Jojo once again. He's Leona.
So is Lucid. He's at least in on top of Tattoo. Jojo does go in. Zenith Blade's deep. He gets charmed midway as well. Pulls out the Eclipse and wants to be tanky. Does so. Career tag a little bit here by Tattoo as IU's joined in the fray as well. 5 members up on the top side means that Zero gets an open bot. Career found out his hookshot wallshot doesn't amount to anything. He gets Mega Inferno bombs, but not enough damage yet from IU on this Ziggs to one-shot.
At the same time, we do have Shu pushing the bottom lane.
Top Mega. So is he okay? He's the question I've got.
He will need some help.
Yes. That fan praying, maybe a DK fan. I don't know how many there are in Paris. They would be on the edge here today.
A lot do travel. I was actually on the flight with D+, and there were many Korean fans waiting to see them when they got off as Lucid's caught.
Well, maybe the fans need to give more energy to Lucid, because you're right, Impale takes him down. Big tip from Tattoo.
I mean, I'm not saying that the dominoes are starting to fall here, but we're starting to see these mistakes and these picks stack up a little bit. Jojo's having an incredible game. I mean, he has just been a punching bag, but he's so durable, right? It's not, the sand is not coming out.
Yeah.
His career is also playing with fire here a little bit. So we'll go back to this moment here. It's these small things, right? It's these really either over-aggressive plays from D+ or just the constant vigilance in which Furia are playing with here to look for those punishes. As there's control vision here, right? Tattoo's trying to see, can we see if we can bait him in? Can we actually trick him to come in here? And he's not alone, right? Lucid gets caught here. The combo comes through, he's suppressed, and then Jojo comes through. This comp is a pick comp.
Yeah.
So if you are alone, as mobile as you often are as Lee Sin, eventually that CC will stack up and get you.
I bring back what you set up in draft. We took nameplates off. We'd say very standard current meta comp, or rather, I mean, maybe favorable comp for Furia, right? Can they get to those scaling points? Well, the Zig's almost at 3 items. Toots is now with the Proto Belt with a Blighting Jewel as well. There's some key items coming up, and remember, Guigo had a decent enough laning phase, got attention from Tattoo. So there is a bit of gold in this Ambessa as well, if he can get to those backline targets and actually play the game.
And the longer this game goes on, the gold lead has shrunk a little bit for D+, but the leads mean less and less.
Yep.
And with the Ambessa being one of the champs with the lead and the 3 grubs they have and the Ziggs, all it takes is 1 or 2 fights here and Furia start taking these turrets off the map. That gold lead can vanish. Now D+ wanting to control right now the space around Dragon because Infernal Soul is worth more than gold.
Oh yeah. Jojo found out again. Sonic Wave going to take him over the wall. DK moving his 3 members. Showmaker's got the angle as well. The pinch out. Solar Flare. Meanwhile, Smash though found out. He flashes over the wall while Lucid takes down Toots. Both mid laners are down, or rather, both mid lane champions. As meanwhile, Guigo has the 1v3. He's already pulled out the public execution. Now Tattoo needs to help his top laner out. Sonic Wave yet again, Lucid on the back line, finds Ayu, what a kick! Career runs into him as he flushes over the wall, though he survives. Sapphire Charge builds the space, but DK are healthy enough to continue the fight. Furia, lower health bars in a 4v4, Assyrian pulls out the all-out, and Guigo has to run on top of Career. He'll trade his life, but a top laner for his support is always better here for DK. Tattoo followed up with a Sonic Wave. They are on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, and Lucid's on the chase as Furia have lost the fight. If this continues, it might be a wipe. Tiwu looking for what he can pinch here. Sonic Wave over the wall. Standard Blade is janky, and Jojo's now isolated. Tattoo has to re-engage. Ayu's left alone, and DK liked those odds. This time around, the Impale used out. Showmaker flashes so he doesn't die in the rock. He's out of range.
And Toots is here.
Tattoo's hit up. Toots has come on back. He has the Proto Belt through. He's the damage dealer, and he'll find that damage onto Shiwu. But once again, Furia's core target is isolated as he runs for his life using the Cinders. A turret's in his way. The range enough from the Victor, and an ace, however long the fight was, from DK.
And ultimately, this means the Infernal Soul will go over to D+. And I think not a single D+ fan watching this is liking what they are seeing.
No,
I think they're not feeling very great about how this has gone, because you might be saying, and some people watch this might be saying, well, I feel like Furia is playing way better League of Legends. Some might say, I think they have the better draft.
Right.
Some might say both, okay?
Yeah.
But ultimately, they're so far behind that even with their heroics, and they have been heroic Hysterics here in this game. I mean, these catches, the pick on the smash, Jojo, just having a phenomenal game. We said it earlier, but he's really making so much of an impact here. Gigo, the one who has the gold lead. They play around this. This is going to be a long replay, so strap in if we're going to go all the way to the end of it.
Oh yeah, speed it up.
But rather than breaking this down, talking about the overarching state of the game and what we have seen here from Furia, might make you worried about the rest of this best of 3 of what could happen if they weren't this far behind, if Lucid hadn't accelerated the game this much here. But he is a major part of why they win this extended fight. They get the Infernal Soul, and Furia fans, that might have been the last hurrah in this game.
Was that a Furia fan or a DK fan? We'll never
We don't know.
We'll never
don't
know. I think both teams are stressed at this point, but a 6.2k gold lead, Infernal Soul acquired. And now it's up to Baron. As you said, well, so aptly so, Jojo's engage has been great. A good dodge, though, from Career, from the public execution. Tattoo looking for the Impale Soul Flare. Flashed by Career, but they've used a lot here. Furia in a choke as well. The Arcane Storm is out, and Tattoo has to run out of there, but a Charm connects on the top laner first. Showmaker has found the pick. Now Tattoo versus 3 will not find his mark. Instead, Jojo's the new target. A Charm again from Showmaker, while Lucid takes care of business, and Impale just delays time. And DK have caught Furia napping.
He was looking back at the Baron saying, back me up!
Yeah.
I got the Impale! You got this, Baron!
Where are you?
Yeah, well, D+, I think with that win in the jungle and the Infernal Soul, are looking poised to take this game not going to be the sub 30-minute you predicted earlier, which I think was a reasonable prediction.
I think until we saw a couple of those fights, it was, yep.
And we'll watch this one again. I mean, in moments like this, as Furia, they're trying to get the pick onto career, right? They're trying to find anything they can because their comp is a pick-based comp, especially from behind. That's all they can fish for, but D+ there for backup, as the Baron is not there for backup for Tattoo in this case, as it's a neutral objective that D+ have now claimed, and it's being used against them. You can see the power play up to 1,500 already here off the Baron Slay alone. 10,000 gold lead here means D+ have doubled what they had in the mid-game, and now it should be smooth sailing to start breaking open the base.
Tattoo looks for a target. Career's just going to pace it out. Level 11, he gets scattered the weak. Maybe inting a little bit here, but Tattoo needs to find a kill. Soulflow's going to help with that. Meanwhile, Lucid finds the kick. Onto Toots to follow up with Tempest Cripple. One more bit of damage needed. Lucid gets over the wall with Safeguard. Meanwhile, it's Showmaker with 25 stacks on the Magi's, who takes down Ayu, who's had a really tough time being alive in this game. Tattoo found by the rest of DK, who are trailing narrowly behind Lucid, who is on a PVM journey right now in Furia's base. Tattoo on the run, and this one is done. Charm in the face, and it is Showmaker who is taking down Tattoo to end this fight.
Yeah, and potentially start to end this game. As that's a lot of damage coming through from Smash. Drops down the Chaos Storm, and the base is being broken on two fronts here, as it's going to be two inhibitors to fall, but perhaps more. Lucid taking out this bottom one. And if anyone tries to defend these Nexus turrets and dies, the game will end right here. TP coming through as well from Shiyu. They want to end it right now.
They do with the Baron buff, they can do that, and at least we're close to the 30-minute right now, as Shiyu's going to jump on in, taking enough to take the charge in front of the turrets. He's taking no damage. Fury lose one more. Toot's about to go. Double flip on back is beautiful as well. In for the mosh pit. Guigo is just going to fall up next as DK's top laner finally gets some numbers on the board, some bigger than when he started. Triple kill for him, and DK had a lot of fun, I think.
I would say so. You know, I was concerned about the draft, and I was thinking, as I think many were, that maybe CV Max had cooked too much, but maybe it was just that CV Max gave the okay to the players who wanted to have a pretty eclectic one in this one.
Yeah.
As it was certainly a far-fetched comeback, right? The idea that they could come back from that 4,500 gold lead, what seemed unbelievable, but when you watch the play we saw from Furia, you could kind of feel it. It was a near comeback in so many moments, but ultimately D+ did end up taking it home.
I think props to Guigo in the top lane. You know, decent start of the game. I think, as you said, Jojo was kind of like a meat shield that they needed to rely on to find some of these engages. Tattoo on his Skarner actually had a lot of impact as well. It was just unfortunate that some of those last fights weren't clumped, so that the Syndra could find value if she was not dead, so that the Skarner couldn't drag towards that Ziggs. And it does feel like a lot of this game started on the leverage of Smash on this Victor bot, finding an individual lead, and the constant dive that came through as we throw back to the AD.
Thank you very much. Hysteric says, yes, it was a battle and a brawl here, but D+ Kia come out on top, and they are up 1-0, one win away from moving on.
I'm starting to think Showmaker and Lucid are kind of good. I mean, that was...
That's a good thought.
That's a good thought. That's a good mid-jungle. I mean, if you're going to play Ahri Lee Sin, you're going to take over the map if you do it well, and they did just that.
Yeah, I think this is the peak moment from D+ Kia as well. Like I mentioned it before, even the pre-show, that I think whenever Lucid and Showmaker are active together, they are actually a good form. So I think it was one of the games that we could actually see it from D+ Kia when they were really good in the regular split as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of those plays that Lucid made throughout that last one. As you said, he took over, was back to that old Lucid of on this Lee Sin as he normally does here with Did, just constantly making plays.
Yeah, making plays on the bot side. He got clean kill for Ziggs as well. And on the mid lane with Showmaker, chain CC with the Showmaker, it was the play. And I think this top lane skirmish kind of decided the game by itself.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see Lucid popping off on the Lee Sin again, because I remember when he joined DK, filling in the shoes for Canyon.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's always had this Lee Sin that he pulls out, and Showmaker on the Ahri as well, landing the flash charms. It was a huge Skarn roll, but they're not not quite able to pick them off, and Showmaker's able to survive as well. This was really the fight that put the nail on the coffin for Furia, unfortunately.
Yeah, and again, I think Xiu, he was really consistent in a negative way, I said, but I think now he's back on Kasante duty. The tank duty is back, and that kind of makes D+Kia making a simple plan for them, and I think they are now back to just making it really simple, and again, Showmaker Lucid making an insane impact in this game.
Which I think is good coaching, you know? As much as we call out CV Max for some of these crazy and wacky experimental drafts, when things are going bad for a team, what do we say? We go back to basics. And it's like, all right, someone's got to play tank here because we've got a playmaker in the mid lane. And they were able to do so. Shiwu back on that Kasante, made it simple for the rest of the team to function.
And I feel like putting Tatu on a tank was a mistake. You saw that he had 20,000 damage on Skarner. Like, that feels wrong. He nearly had the same amount of damage as the Lee Sin. I really think you need to put him on a carry so that he can be the person to step up for Furia, because on the Skarner, even if you land the ultimates, if your carries are so far behind, like in this game, you can't do much.
I mean, still some concern about the D+Kia's draft, though. I think the Victor bot lane is not really ideal option when you play against Ziggs, because I think it's a lot easier to punish Victor on the bot side because you have support, you have jungler. So I think they have the enough tool to play against it, which is Skarner and Leona, but they didn't really play into it. So I think that was the issue that they had for the game one.
Well, D+Kia aren't the only team playing right now that are up 1-0 currently over at the B stream. MIBR Los, the CB LOL representative number 2, come up huge here against Lion. It was a close series and a close match in this game number 1 until a Baron steal, then forced Inspired out. He gets caught, and then MIBR Los now charging in.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreboard looks pretty normal up until you look at the top lane.
What?
A 13-0 Vayne, 6,000 gold lead, just an absolute 1v9 from Zest, and it's such a big contrast to what we saw against HLE, where Zest was playing the Tristana. He couldn't find really any sort of lead, but you see now that if he's able to pull out these range chops and get that lead, he's going to carry the team.
Is Dokla back on tank duty after that game? Because that's what we figured out with D+Kia, right?
I mean, that feels like a Dokla classic, I'd say.
Yeah.
You know, there's times where you flip the coin and Big Dokes is showing up big, and sometimes you got baby Dokes. That was
also Esports,
that was a baby Dokes right there.
Esports sometimes doesn't make sense because Leon took Life to 5 games, super close, and then MIBR Los just got stomped by Life in 19 minutes.
That's true.
And now MIBR Los just beat Leon.
So that means Lion are gonna beat Hanwha later? Is that what that means?
I think so.
If they're able to overcome MIBR Los, let us know in the chat what you all think. Let's refocus here on our series at hand. It is another CB LOL squad in Furia, falling short here against D+Kia. They are going to bounce back here for game number 2 in just a bit. But I wanted to get your thoughts on one of the biggest changes that you want to see for Furia in the next game.
I think no mage. I think for me, it felt like because Ayu was on the Ziggs, they thought we shouldn't play around bot at all, just leave him on an island. And we saw that Smash was super actually comfortable on the Victor, getting a huge CS lead, and that they just could kind of snowball and play around that. That's where Lucid got the first blood as well. I think if you have the bot lane from Furia on a more winning lane that they can play by themselves, then that allows Tatu to play more of a greedy style and then still impact bot lane and help them out.
I think people kind of forgot how to punish the bot lane. I think if enemy bot lane is standing next to turret by himself, then you can just literally dive him. I think all the teams that struggle in the MSI is because they actually try to punish the bot lane, and then that kind of made your support to stick into the bot lane. So I think if Furia can just play on the bot lane, try to play around their AD carry, I think they have a good chance, as Zach said.
Well, speaking of someone who knows a thing or two about punishing bot lanes, we have Tyler One standing by right now with some Brazilian fans. Tyler, take it away.
I am here with the faith of Brazil. They sadly just seen Furia drop down to 0-1, 0-1. Do you guys think they have what it takes to bring it back? What can they do?
I think it's kind of impossible to win against DK, but we believe if you have 1% of chance, we're gonna believe it forever. So let's go Furia, and we already won. The other game, Brazil won. So let's see. Maybe we can go to the next stage tomorrow, right?
MIBR is up 1-0 right now against the A. He's not wrong about that. Do you think they're going to take that serious as well?
Sorry?
Do you think MIBR is going to beat NA on the B stream?
Yeah, I think they came really for real today, so perhaps they're gonna get it.
We already won in Brazil, the America's Cup. We're gonna win again.
Okay, this isn't a trash talk segment. I'm trying to root for you. Don't rile me up, please, guys. I'm rooting for you guys to win. Let's see if they can do it.
Thank you very much, Tyler, as again, you love the Brazilian fan and passion. And maybe it'll be enough to get Furia over the hump here. We know that they've been able to do it again against a major region, especially last year. That was when they did it against Cloud9. But D plus Kia, a little bit of a different beast.
It's
here,
for sure
Jack.
a difficult opponent, but I remember back in 2023, there was this young prodigy ADC who came to Europe. They were boot camping there, and he reached rank 1 with 75% win rate, and he was just stomping everybody, and that was Ayu. Ayu, for me, is a player that has really, really high peaks, and I do think that if they put him and facilitate him more, that it is an avenue for success, especially as, DK, for me, seems like the most inconsistent LCK team you guys probably have. Maybe KT is more consistent. I'm not
Nail
sure.
on the head right there.
Man. Gotta be careful, man. But I kind of agree. I think that's what most of the AD carry players most struggled, because I think the AP bot lane meta is really annoying to adapt on, because you can't really be the main carry. But I think Ayu, he's also really good on some DPS majors, something like Casio or that you can actually deal some damage in the mid-late game. So I think even then, he can't play the AD carry. Just let him play the mid-late game scaling champion. Then I think you have such a simple plan that you actually have some kind of insurance of the bot lane. Then I think you can have more space in your thoughts, in your plans.
Yeah,
and I think it's going to
and
make
I
it
think
simple.
one of the toughest parts here about all of that is the fact that on the opposite side, you've got Smash, who is another AD carry that can be played through. He proved it when he was on T1, and when they facilitate those marksman-type mechanical champions, he can step up here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I was watching Smash sub in for Gumayusi, I was like, for sure T1 are making a mistake here. There's no way Smash can be that good. And then he just had some insane performances. I remember the Zeri, the Kaisa, a lot of good S-rolls. I do think, though, that for Furia, there is one plan that they can go for. That's the Sibu Irelia.
Oh, man.
I mean, that could work.
I mean, now he's back on tank duty, Speaking of which, I think on Smash, he's really weird rookie player on the AD carry, because he's the one that is vocal, I think it kind of makes him really unique, but at the same time, he had some issue with being vocal, because he couldn't really focus on himself, right? So I think now he's trying to figure out with his teammate, again, his support career. I think he's being really active on the map with his Camille. So it's really fun to watch how they kind of mash up really together,
One of those old classic, at the mechanical role, you lose some of the thinking power, the mind power, when you're also shot calling. As we revamp some of the things that happened today, let's take a look at KC versus Gen G at the top of the day, where KC and Gen G did battle. It was fantastic to see the fans and audience fully behind it and enjoying that matchup, but ultimately it went the way of Gen G despite a couple of opening moments that KC had.
Yeah, it was a really good early game from KC, especially Yehu and Kalist having the solo kill as well on Ruler. I was really impressed with how they played, and then it kind of felt like they slowly faltered, but we see the early laning phase. I mean, you turn off the nameplates and this looks like it's Chovy versus some random solo queue mid laner, but the Syndra is the Chovy, and Yehu is the Casio, who's absolutely styling on him in the early game. So that was really nice to see and gave me a confidence boost. But of course, I think Busio's been really struggling in this tournament thus far, so he's the big player that I really need to see step up from KC.
I mean, it's just a first match from each teams, right? And I think in EWC, we have a rough schedule. You have to wait until you play and I think there's so many ups and downs in terms of like the schedules. So I think you have to be really consistent about what you want to make and what you want to play.
That's right. When you win, you get that benefit. If you win, you play tomorrow. And then if you win your best of one tomorrow, you're into playoffs. No worries about best of threes. Whereas once you lose, you're into those best of threes and you've got to grind those games out, which is what we're currently in right now with D plus Kia up 1-0 over Furia, the CB Law outfit. Let's see what happens after this.
Ok, tô indo.
Eu tô dando uma volta aqui por trás.
Fizeram licença.
Tem que dar uma volta aqui.
Então,
a área vai conectar antes.
A Leona começou.
Ela me levou pra longe.
Tem último Victor aqui?
Eu tenho só se você lá. Tá?
Tô cozinhando aqui só.
Quer dar um commit aqui?
Posso soltar esse cara aqui?
Eu tenho ult aqui ainda.
Tô voltando bot.
Vou botar o cara aqui.
Inspired is the director of the train, the conductor, I suppose. He steers everyone in the right direction, keeps you going where you need to go, and he'll always be that voice of reason.
It's great playing alongside him. He's a very vocal player, doesn't sugarcoat anything, really. Will tell you exactly what he's thinking, and he knows exactly what each player needs to do and what their role is, and he vocalizes that very well, so.
He just know that what's the most important like situation gonna be. Let's say just second dragon is like really important, then he just like shot calling this game changer, so everyone just be ready.
He's a very objective guy, and he will not sugarcoat your answers, so having that just sense of direction always in game and outside the game is invaluable.
He's great to be around outside the league. He's very passionate about football with the World Cup going on. He's got a lot of opinions on that. We share a similar sense of humor. Easy to get along outside the game.
He's a funny guy. Someone who is blunt and comes from a different like European background and not something that I grew up with. So he brings a new perspective on so many things, and it's fun to have him around.
A quick insight there on Inspired, who looks a little bit like Oni Pixel, if people are familiar. Just randomly, my name's Asterix, I'm joined by Wolf, and we're about to get into Game 2. Game 1 was a bit loopy, Wolf.
It certainly was. It left a lot to be desired on both sides. I think Furia.
We got baited. They're 0-1 down, by the way,
they
if you haven't seen the B stream. So they are moments away from potentially getting knocked out by MIBR loss, which would be huge.
Furia had a strong draft and actually played really well, but just were too much in the hole to recover. And for D+, they had a very fun draft, and it was very interesting. And it worked because Lucid worked and because Showmakers already worked. So
a lot of working.
I do wonder, in my mind, I feel like I'm going into the first game, right?
Okay,
because I think in some ways D+ really smashed that game when it was one-sided, but in other ways, Furia were winning a lot of that game, right? So see what this draft looks like here in Game 2 and see if things can change or if Furia is going to be eliminated. If you're just tuning in, this is the lower bracket. Your key is crushed if you lose this best of 3.
Yep, out of the tournament on day 1. That's what is on the line here. Already MKOI have had their key crushed. They were the first, were they not? Well, technically, because their match ended first, and then KC managed to keep themselves alive a little bit before that as well, versus Team Secret. So 2 teams already out. We're going to find out who joins them, as that Cassio's been taken away again, Wolf, with the Poppy as well.
The Mel gone, so taking that one out of the hands of Smash, and we will see a Nautilus ban.
Jarvan's also gone, so
Yeah,
maybe
Jarvan
priority
gone.
jungle here for DK. What are your thoughts?
If they want to, they can just take the Xin as a safe first pick, but I think they probably have something else in mind.
Ori is up as
Orianna
well.
available, and the Nocturne was teased in the last game, but not picked, so Orianna Nocturne does seem like a pretty strong setup here, unless Furia can find a way to deny it. We have seen a lot of Anivia counter picks to the Orianna. Has great wave clear, but it's definitely not as explosive. We'll see what sort of scaling Furia can build around this.
Might need something a bit skirmish heavy in the jungle as well. As you said, the Nocturne has been flexed.
Ooh, I like the Bard more as a response to something like an Orianna. Just try to build out a strong bottom lane instead of just getting a counter pick.
Caitlyn is up and available here if IU wants something a bit more pivotal for the 2v2 this game. He was shut out last game on his Ziggs. So this already leads to maybe a little bit more success. Let's see if they lock it in now or they look for a response. No, Orianna response with a potential flex here with the Galio locked in.
Yeah. Instead of going for the Nocturne, it looks like Lucid is more interested in the Neferi that was banned in Game 1. Similar theme. We have seen Xin find a lot of success with that Orianna and is obviously very robust as a frontline champion. So a lot of options here. It's very open-ended when you have the Orianna. You don't have to go for Nocturne. You don't have to have that Neferi ball set up. They will opt for it, though, and now I'm curious to see if they want to look for a very strong blind top pick for Shiu and then protect it, or if they want to go for, okay, well, this was banned last time around. He's hovering it. He's doing it.
A poor start today on it, but she was looking to make up for that.
I think he's definitely going to lock this one in and then look to try to protect it with Yorick ban, for example. I think is extremely likely. And what is IU's pick going to be here? The Caitlyn you mentioned is a very strong option. Do think that with the Galio, you could play the Caitlyn, but you could also look for even more scaling with the extra protection the Galio can provide you. See what that look is going to be here. Instead, just going to go for the Vi. So now some of those top tier 80 carry picks will be taken away here from IU.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily, because they want to protect the Jace. So it actually works out here with the Jace pick.
I mean, they take away the Yorick, and then the question is, do they double down? What else does the Jace really care about? Or does it split in the middle with a Caitlyn ban as well? The question to be answered soon. Furia, let's see where they go with their direction, because they don't have an 80 carry yet either. Same as Kia, but they've got that pairing with the Bard.
So taking away a potential Kalista Renata lane feels very strong here. And obviously Renata's very good into Vi compositions in general with Galio to follow up. So that's a smart ban. I think it's very tricky to try to ban out 80 carries, especially with how D plus Kia have been playing their bottom lane this tournament so far. You just don't know what you're going to get. But this Caitlyn was the most obvious pick. Because they went for the Vi, it will cost them that strong pairing there in the bottom lane. This is the tough one. This ban is not easy.
Yeah.
Maybe an Ezreal ban could fit the bill if you're worried about the range they already have and Ezreal's safety into the Vi. Xayah, same sort of situation.
Vi, yeah. But next question I have is that Yorick going to disappear that we talked about before?
I think it's the safest ban, right?
Olaf instead. Yorick is available. I guess the question is, does Guigo play it? Because here, with the comp that is playing very heavily towards dive so far, do they need more buddies?
He doesn't have any games played on it here in 26, so perhaps something he shies away from. I'm not as familiar with the CBLOL region to know about the counter picks there, but I think it's a pretty known pick.
Yeah, and apparently he does. So, first game in 26.
The other thing we mentioned earlier, I said about Toots was he hadn't played Syndra, and he had an incredible mechanical game of Syndra,
a great game
you
on
could
Syndra.
say. All right, well, this is why you don't ban 80 carries against D+ this tournament, because they're pulling a page out of Viper's book with this one.
They've seen enough of MSI, and they're like, you know what, this is here to stay.
This would change the equation a little bit, though, potentially.
What, Jace? Do you think it could be a Jace bot?
No, I think it'll probably still be Shen support.
Yeah, okay.
But does that mean we get more of a traditional 80 carry that the Shen protects? Or will we see something crazy here with this Jace? I don't think so.
I've also seen Orianna at bot, so I mean, I'm just going to throw that one out there.
You don't start with me on that one.
It's just anything goes down there, and so does Talia. So no traditional 80 carry. The 80 damage is going to come out from this Jace Neferi, and technically it'd still be Orianna bot, but it does look like Talia bot is more likely.
It could play Misfortune here. Furia could.
Yeah.
With the setup they have, with Bard ultimate, with Vi. But instead, looking for an Ezreal pick. I just thought perhaps that with the Talia bottom lane, just having a little bit of a strong pushing bottom there with the Bard could actually really limit the agency of Smash. Well, it got a little bit weird again, but it's less weird these days, right, to see the mages in the bottom lane. In fact, we saw it earlier today, and D+ have been experimenting, and they have had a lot of time since they did not go to MSI, but had that incredible run through the EWC qualifiers, which is why they are here. Just for those who don't know, didn't follow the Korean qualifier to this tournament, D+ were playing better in that qualifier than they were domestically in the LCK, and better than they had played in the LCK Cup playoffs where they went to Hong Kong. So feels like EWC has a little bit of magic for them this year. With the Shen Talia lane, there's a lot of CC down there, but Ezreal can mitigate a lot of that with his Arcane Shift, and it's not a dash, so the Talia rocks aren't going to bother him either.
Maybe give time for this Bard to roam as well, because it does feel like, as you set up, Wolf, that Yorick pick needs to find success up in that top lane. The counter against the Jace needs to kind of roll ahead and put pressure on side lanes. As match point here for DK, it's only a best of 3. Fury at that key. Be crushed under the weight of this tournament if they lose this one here.
I would love to see a 3-game series here. I know D+ is from my region, and Cast usually have a lot of regional pride, but they could still win Game 3. But I'm excited about how Furia looked in Game 1 despite the deficit. They looked super clean.
They did. I think Furia can be proud of the takeaways from Game number 1. Bring that into Game 2 and see if they can extend the series as we get onto Summoner's Rift. It is a self-sufficient bottom side of the map that'll try and survive out and survive this craziness that's come from Smash and Korea once again in another League of Legends game in this season. As Shibu got Jace again. Now, if you are unfamiliar with their opening day, which was today, obviously, against AGAL, top side, was this not exact matchup. Obviously, there is a Shen on their team this time, but it wasn't a super favorable matchup. Shibu went 0-7, I think, at the end, or had a kill or 2.
He did end up getting a lead in gold after being left to farm alone, as Lucid will actually sneak in here. It did not go well for him in side lanes, though, where he was repeatedly picked by the Shen, counter pick, actually, in that game. As early game Galio, he doesn't have a ranged attack, so he often does kind of...
He presses that button and then hopes to clear the way.
Down here, the Talia has a little bit of harass that she could do early on in this lane. And her rocks on the ground in bottom lane matchups work a lot better into supports that are not ranged and or are trying to dash at her, but still can get a little bit of control at level 1. I think the trajectory of the matchup, though, will change after level 2 based on how Career plays the early prio.
Yep. As that top lane invade still happening. It's Lucid full clearing the top side of the map right now. He's going to take this opportunity to back, and pings are going down towards his red.
He's pinging that he's going to the red buff, and we'll see if this gets sussed out here by Tatu. Otherwise, should be a very strong 3-buff setup here for the young jungler of D+. At this point, he's getting closer to veteran status, Lucid that is.
Yep.
Tatu does cross the river here, and we'll have a little bit of a clash on Raptors.
We'll be seeing, that's right. Tatu going to walk away. Reset here for the Raptors. Smite was available here for Tatu. He's going to walk back in. Lucid is trying not to use the Smite, instead trying to bridge it towards red, so he'll hold on to it, move down, and Tatu doesn't have anything to clear in his jungle anymore. So he is going back empty-handed, and this jungle lead is going to build.
It's harder to use bottom side prio on red side than it is on blue side, so even though
well said,
he had control here with his bottom 2v2, just no control in mid, so the collapse is just so much easier for D+, so he just has to concede the point. It looks like he wants to go for a cross here on the northern side of the river, at least going for this early scuttle crab, but it is a huge farm lead for Lucid right now. And something's going to have to give here if Fury are going to come back in this early game.
And I mean, red's going to be taken now. Beeline up from Lucid. For the Gromp, it's a long path from Tatu to try not get spotted. There's a flash Shadow Dash, a flick back, Smash has found the perfect target. Ayu has to flash himself. DK's 2v2, a success here as Jojo has a magical journey out, but there was a heal burn, sure. Korea did burn his flash, but a health advantage is massive here as Lucid is just going for the Raptor respawn in the top side while Gromp was stolen by Tatu.
Tatu here actually looking for Shiu though.
Cage is down, the Ghoulie Walls, Atlas would call it. Siwoo's gonna get the hammer out onto Guigo, who's low on mana. Guigo wants to kill here, and he will find it. First blood as Siwoo walks into the turret.
He avoids the assist, so he denies Tatu that assist gold, which is why he went for that rush into the tower. Also make him respawn a little bit faster the faster he dies there like that. And we'll be able to head back to the lane with a teleport. But a nice successful gank there from Tatu, even though he didn't actually get the assist. He was able to cause Shiu to die that way.
As Toots going to Justice Punch away. He's okay. I think Lucid was there just in case there was a Justice Punch into Showmaker. But as we talked about, big lead, topside camps have not been cleared. Lucid's going to go check that out, it seems, with the pathing right now. So even though that was a successful gank from Tatu, remember, jungle is still in a hole right now for Furia, as the respawn Raptors was a big one for Lucid to take as well.
And the bottom lane, you know, Career had to expend his flash to get back that control, but they did get back that control. Now, like you predicted, they're leaving the Taliyah to the lane alone, and we'll see what Career can get done right now, just getting a lot of information around the jungle. And for D+, they're very comfortable with this position despite the Jace pick there. Shiu didn't even commit the flash. It was like, all right, expected this, going down, denies the assist, and just heads straight back to trying to put that pressure back on in the top side. See what Jojo can get done here, because obviously with the range advantage he had early on, had a little bit of control until that flash came through. He has flash advantage, but that doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot for a Bard, who is a range champion who's not looking to flash on people in most cases.
Yeah, very true.
So kind of calculated what Career did there, and like how he played that.
And now, almost level 5, getting close to that 6, so he will have a bit more global pressure in a few minutes' time. Jojo picking up some chimes in the meanwhile. And in terms of that jungle pathing, Lucid is now towards the bottom side of the map, halfway to level 6 himself. Experience lead because of what happened. And I'm curious if he goes for the Raptor respawn a third time here. Showmaker will receive the wave, get the push out, and the cross is coming now. Lucid is beelining. Pings are going down from Lucid again. He's jumping in that Raptor respawn, you better believe it.
Yeah, and Shiu just conceded the point there on the top side. The wave was frozen away from him, but he knew, okay, I think we all know, everybody's aware, all 10 players are like, okay, Lucid's going to Raptors, Tatu's taking the top side of the jungle, and I got to back. I'm just going to back away from that wave, not going to try to contest it, just going to let that experience go. You can see he's half a level behind or so, and finds himself almost 20 CS behind as a result of it. So good wave management here by Gigo to at least allow Tatu to put that pressure on, and Shiu will not die a second time, but it will come at a hefty cost.
Bumpers go down, Tatu takes something. Pings went down, assuming that Tatu was there. He based, but obviously Lucid now knows he's level 6. So he has that call of attack to pull on in, as next Scuttle's going to be spawning bottom side of the map here. Tatu will be able to find level 6 shortly, as Dragon will be the next port of call. Career moving up with Smash as well. There's the Weaver's Wall to try and pull him off, and they successfully do so. Again, that pressure.
They just know he's going to go for this crab. They had the control ward set up. They're like, well, if he's not on the control ward, he's probably on the scuttle. They come over here and deny it. And Lucid is just locking him out of farm, keeping him poor. And because of the assist denial, he doesn't even have that gold to his name in that top side gank. D+, it's a small gold lead, but they're playing this early game very, very clean.
Hold down, avoided here by Shiu. Topside move here from Career, still without level 6, but you might find it here as he moves up for the wave pushing in. hovering around Fog of War. We'll take the long way around. Guigo goes for the push in. The hammer's down, getting the slow. Maiden about to die. Catwife is dropping 50 gold to Shiwu. And Korea is still trying to be sneaky with it. With the Weaver's Wall from Smash as well. I think this is turning into a play. Smash holding his ground. Guigo going to be found out now. There's that Weaver's Wall. Smash needs a flick back, but he's on the wrong side of the wall, and Smash doesn't find anything.
Hey, I have to really give it to Furia here. They're playing, I think, around the early jungle pathing of Lucid really well.
Yeah.
I mean, they know that Tattoo is just going to be behind on farm, right? They know that, but they're not going to let this turn into something much worse here. Good reaction, good game sense there from Vigo to realize what was happening very early on there and avoid that in the lane swap we saw. Now looking for a grub contest.
One goes down. Dark and Dagger's already out. Lucid gets chunked a heavy bit. Here comes the POV. See what can be found here from Tattoo. Vault Breaker. No, going to go for the grubs instead. Thank you very much, observers.
Love to see stuff like that with the first-person view of how he was hovering between looking for the engage, but also then just using his charged Q to go back.
Oh, the transition, though.
That was clean.
Pretty slick. And he's going to find his first Raptors of the game. Great time to have an overview.
Finally!
Tattoo gets a meal in his own jungle, it feels like. First time on that side of the map in a while, outside of the Krugs.
Still a lot of tension up here on the top side of the map, as we do see Tattoo from Raptors could look to try to collapse in here, as we do have Lucid on the bottom side right now looking for that first dragon. As soon as he's seen on that ward, he may make a play here after that buff is taken on the top side here for Tattoo. So he is going to take these Krugs, see what his next move is. If he wants to go straight for Dragon after clearing his own red buff. Limited information, but has been missing for a while, so we'll just be Tattoo taking the back here, not looking for the punish. The backs already came through. And we just go to another quiet early game here. Only one kill to Furia. They've stacked up. D+ have significant lead through the farm advantage, but it's not that they have this game fully under their control until we start fighting.
Yeah, I feel like with those fights, having a Galio with Vi, very easy ways to initiate and follow up. And again, the side lane in an okay spot. Ashiru is going to get some plating here by himself. The rotation quicker there.
Yeah, exactly. D+ having the tempo advantage of the lane swap, so they get the faster swap back to bottom, then the faster swap back to top, so they get a lot of plate gold out of this. As you guys can see in the bottom lane as well, IU kind of under threat, as Career does have this wraparound here, just getting tons of information, tracking Tattoo, allowing Smash to know, okay, this is the time I'm going to have to pump the brakes for a minute and back off and look for a little bit more Dragon contest rather than trying to push this. Ezreal, who is down 16 CS. Again, not the end of the world, but it's these small advantages that have stacked up to be the 1,300 lead here that D+ currently holds.
It's the differences of items as well, or at least some of the building blocks of it. Tattoo around Dragon. I don't know if he's thinking about starting this one. Ward goes down. And now that it's cleared, okay, Tattoo on it. Draws the Dragon out. But Showmaker does have push in mid, so I just wonder how long this is going to last for, as Lucid is beelining it as well towards either Raptors or that objective.
IU, like you mentioned, is sitting on some components here. Super threatening in an early skirmish. This is all going to come down to this timing window. Lucid is here for the punish. So close!
It's so close, but he gets flash Shadow Dash. Career has found the angle, and it's stolen. Here we go. Here's the Hound's pursuit on top of his head. Tattoo Vault Breaker's in. Saved out by the Galio, but the flick back is beautiful. Smash opens up a kill. Jojo is in the thick of it as well, and Lucid will take the blood. How nice is that? DK continue their pursuit.
Huge, huge win here for D+. This is the culmination of everything they're working for in this early game, and the timing, the understanding that they have. As Showmaker will get taunted, but we'll just jump into the replay because I don't think it'll lead to much here. Is look at how low this gets with the taunt engage here. 30 HP. But it's not about the smite, it's not about the security of the Dragon, it's about the timing of the punish that Lucid could set up a 50-50 here effectively, and no matter what, Dragon or no, they know they're winning this fight. That's what they were really playing for. The Dragon was just a bonus, but the timing was so crisp.
And if you thought that Tattoo was behind before, look again. You're going to have to blur out the score difference here with a 1,000 gold lead and a 30 CS lead just about here in jungle. That kill only added insult to injury, as Lucid is now charged with a Phage picked up even after the Voltaic Cyclo Sword. Tattoo doesn't even have his first item yet, and that is just showing you the state of this game that is now ballooned to 3,000.
Not to mention that he hasn't finished his jungle quest either. Just a few more stacks away from that one. Bit of a scrappy fight here.
Tempered Fate going to be dodged out. A nice W button. Call of the pack now brought in as Jojo flashes away to the blast cone. Will save his life, but Lucid eviscerates over. He's looking for a chase. He's going to find Guigo, and he sends out the Dark and Daggers with a Hound's Pursuit on top of his head as well. Guigo is bleeding to death with Smash. Looking for an angle. He'll find it even after the flash from Guigo. The follow-up was beautiful from DK, and top is now open.
And this is just how this composition can run the map. Just has so much global power, right? You have a Shen, you have a Taliyah, and if you decide that you can overload one side and look for these picks, as long as you hit the abilities, you're going to get those picks, you're going to get those kills. It's impossible for Fury to match in kind. You can see IU, he's really the only one who benefits here. The cross map is just a little bit of plate damage here on the bottom turret because it's just not possible to match even with his teleport.
Okay.
Speaking of teleport.
Smash doesn't have the Weaver's Wall. It's about 10 seconds off a cooldown. He's trying to buy time, get that passive rock surfing to get away. Guigo is in his way. He sets down the Ghoulie Wall. It's catching on Atlas. As Smash at half HP against the wall. Binding great. Guigo with a shutdown bit of gold. 476 feels nice when you're this far behind.
It's really huge. He has that ward to TP to get the punish. I think that's something that Smash didn't calculate for, but he also knows, like you said, he has that passive. That may have been enough to get him away, but it wasn't in this case, as the shove does not hit. D+ on the cross map, looking to race for this first turret. And they are definitely winning the race in the short term, but as this wave fades away, it's perhaps Guigo who will actually be the one to take it down. You're known to be quite the turret demolisher with his shovel.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot of digging to do, though, as we look at the replay and the TP.
The TP, or the ward rather, here is the critical part of this, as Jojo is also here for the follow-up. Smash has to leave early. Wanted to get that first turret, is unsuccessful here. Greeted a little bit for it, but again, I think he thought he was safe to surf out if anyone comes over. Stun comes through here from Jojo, and Guigo picks up the kill there. Did not secure the turret, though, as you can see there on the minimap. Got it very low, but did not quite finish it off, as he wants to maybe look for something here on the shield. Does have Tattoo coming over.
And the Maiden is available. Guigo now going to drop it down. Tattoo not spotted out on a ward. Shiwu gets a big push. This Maiden was just dropped. If Shiwu finds a shock blast and a couple of autos, she will die. There's a mini one that missed, by the way, from Shiwu. So
big point of contention here is that turret is so incredibly low, and it's a lot of money that D+ want to pick up here. So we're seeing big rotations across the map, as we'll have the Rift Herald spawning at the same time. Top is where it is at right now.
There go Raptors again. Tattoo going to face check, Shadow Dash from anyone. Infiltrate on top of the head, double Dark and Dagger and Hound's Pursuit sure to come. Lucid pulling the trigger now. Tattoo tries to buffer and does so successfully, but what are you going to do? Tempered Fate onto 2. Tattoo going to get caught out, but Smash is there waiting with a seismic shove. A magical journey taken by Lucid. The dog's running down Jojo next. Dark and Dagger number 2. And a killing spree for Lucid, who is running yet another game in this series.
And now they're looking to turn their eyes onto the Yorick.
Weaver's Wall, a shove out. The wall is down, but it's not enough. Shiwu just stands there and waits until Guigo gives him the kill. Smash will take the turret, and this one is even more convincing than the last.
Oh, absolutely. With first brick on top of everything else they just got in that exchange. I mean, it's only 16 minutes into the game, but with a lead that big, it starts to feel like Furia fans everywhere are really concerned that Key may be meeting a hydraulic press in the next 20 minutes or so if something doesn't change. And unfortunately, the Vi ultimate there from Tattoo just wasn't able to change the fate of that scrap in the jungle. Speaking of, he may be in trouble himself.
Cosmic Binding saves his life, but he is Smash as well. With the rock surfing, he'll be able to catch up. Jojo's going to get flash Shadow Dash and the seismic shove back with the Unraveled Earth. How easy is it for Smash to find the burst? Yet again, another good mage bot lane game for him as DK moved to 5k ahead.
0.4 career, just helping run this jungle, clearing out the vision. As these turrets start getting removed one by one. Top turret down, bottom turret down, and the final turret here in the mid lane has a Herald to be dropped onto it. And they don't even necessarily need to do that right now. The Dragon is up. They can use it for a combat Herald here defensively if there's a contest. If you look at the minimap, that doesn't seem likely, Hysterics.
No,
at this point. They have no room to move on Summoner's Rift right now in D+.
Okay.
Maybe an angle here.
Do it again. Make the TP play. Tempered Fate going to miss here, but Guigo comes to the exact same ward spot to find a kill yet again. and put in that ghoul wall all on up as Toots is going to ulti as well. They used a lot here for Shiwu, but a taunt does still connect, and a shutdown again to Guigo, who's the only one with a lead this game. That Herald is going to open up mid, not once, but maybe twice here, or at least get some damage down. Instead used to disengage and move between jungle here for Lucid.
And they have a huge push with Showmaker in the bottom lane, so okay. Well, it happens to all of us.
Yeah.
You can see Showmaker's not phased.
No.
He's seen Lucid drive before.
Yeah, he knows. Been in the car with that guy a couple of times before. Jojo, Double Dark and Dagger is a half HP up. There is a 4-level difference between Lucid and Jojo.
The shutdown that went over to Gigo means, once again, just like in Game 1, he's the only gold lead. He is a Yorick that could be a side lane threat.
Are you backing here? There's the Dark and Daggers again. Is it going to be a Hound's Pursuit? Magical Journey taken. Lucid can do that 1v2, even with Tattoo nearby. I don't think Lucid cares much about this fight, as he's shown all game long. He's even forcing Guigo out as Career is making move. So is Showmaker, and with the Weaver's Wall, they know that Smash can even the odds in an instant.
Furia just have to sit back and try to farm, and in their best case scenario, they want to match D+'s rotations, but have Guigo on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, D+ know that, so they're following the Yorick, so he is constantly locked down under turret instead of hitting the turret to try to get bounty gold. As Shiu is saying, well, I'm happy to be the one who's alone hitting the turret since where everyone else is following the Yorick. And this Jace that had the Yorick counterpick is losing his deficit. He's chipping away at it. And in a moment here, he will take that gold lead here for the first time in a while. There it is. And it doesn't look like Fury going to be able to punish, but it's not because they didn't try. Tattoo comes over here, but they're just not fast enough. Lucid avoids the knock-up, and that's that.
Tattoo got a camp. True. Many times this game in front of Lucid, and it's not been the case, but every time it feels nice.
It's been just D+ faster on the play.
Oh, yeah.
So much of this game has been about the early pathing, but also their lane swaps, the double global. It hasn't been about, you know, the Orianna that we had early in the draft necessarily. 0-0-1 as Showmaker as Toots is just trying to absorb the pressures. Finally, the Yorick might get to hit a turret.
That would be nice. If Shiu has anything to say about it, though, might not be there. Career looking Shadow Dash again, going to get mid-justice punch. Toots there. Tempered Fate slows the play. Jojo coming in, looking for a Cosmic Binding, but even in 2v2, I don't know about that one. Shockwave held onto for now. Well, meanwhile, Tattoo is dead. The follow-up here from Lucid and Smash is enough. Raptors are going to drop again. And, yeah, we keep turning the camera and just finding, I think, a better play for DK.
And the other part of this is Guigo, he was like, maybe I need to come up and help. He doesn't, and he lost all that damage on the turret.
He could have had turret plating.
He could have had turret plates. He could have had maybe some bounty to his team. He rotates up, doesn't find anything, goes back down to the turret. But while he's going to get this turret and the bounty associated with it, D+ are going to get something way more valuable here in this Baron. So sure, he's going to get this. He's going to get it, right? He's going to get it.
I think so. Shovel down. Okay, but will he get out alive? I guess Showmaker's not going to press the Shockwave again. And yes, Guigo does get the turret. But Baron drops for DK. As we look at the replay and find out what the hell happened down here.
So Smash gets engaged on here, and then Tattoo essentially isolated himself by doing so. As this series has really been quite one-sided, Hysterics, and it's unfortunate for Brazilian fans everywhere watching Fury here, having hope, especially after some of the things we saw in Game 1. Career, maybe down.
Easy shot, not going to connect. Guigo finds the mark. Flash away from the Cosmic Fighting. 4 members of Fury trying to overload, but look, it's a Hex Tech world. And DK, no, they've got the mark. They're set up for the seismic shove after the Shockwave. The Galio ulti out of there. Fury, I think maybe now is the time to run as Lucid's on the chase. Shiu is not even joining in. Stand United used by Career to get on top of the dog. And 4 members versus 5.
As Lucid, or rather not Lucid, Shiu is pushing the top lane with Baron. He's going to get this inner turret, and he's going to keep pushing if there's no response.
But if they're not here as a 5-man unit, and even after they use the ulti, I fear for Fury here in this now 4v4. Jojo poked on out, Career thinking about an angle. Dark and Daggers used. Fury back away. And that's that. Showmaker will go back to farming, as by the way, he does have a 70 CS lead over Toots, with 270 CS at 22 minutes into the game.
Showmaker is 1 of 8 KP.
Yeah.
He has not been the main character.
The earpods are in.
He's practically not even been a side character.
No.
he's kind of an extra in this game.
He is.
In terms of where the fighting has gone, but again, it's been more about the smash rotations. It's been more about Lucid running the jungle. I think if we would be to give an MVP of this series, it would absolutely be Lucid, who ran game 1 with the Lee Sin and now is going to get soul point here for D+ in this game 2, where he has just out-camped and out-rotated Tattoo. 0 deaths here.
You know, Showmaker is that extra who's getting paid more than the main cast in this game. He's just walking behind in the background, and he's on the screen for 5-10 seconds, but he's getting banked. Mid turret going to be opened up by the rest of DK as well. Fury coming in to defend, but inner turret seems likely to go down in the next wave with the way Lucid's hovering around. Shiwu is up in the top side doing a bit of that Showmaker cosplay as well.
Yeah, there's just such an ebb and flow with the control that D+ have right now. They can play through, and as soon as you try to answer one lane, you know, they spill through the cracks. And, you know, Showmaker gets this push here, then they try to collapse on him, he backs away, and then suddenly Shiu's pushing into that inhibitor turret as this inner in mid is where the rest of D+ are, and with this Baron buff, they take it off the map as well, as this power play without any kills has reached nearly 3,000 as this Baron fades away. It doesn't get much more one-sided than this in professional play in an international event.
Still been a good day for Korea in the grand scheme of things. T1 found a win, Humble Life found a 19-minute win. And this series looks to be a 2-0, so no drop games here with Korea performing at the peak. And Showmaker, I'm just going to count it, he's about to get to 300. He takes the Hex Gates onto Summoner's Rift.
And losing to AGL is... there's no shame in that.
Sorry, yeah, there is that one guy I forgot. Of course, DK played earlier. AGL picked up the 1 win, so that's the 1 loss.
Yeah,
LCK.
It has been the team to plague the LCK, with the exception of Genji last year, as they took out Hanwha and T1. But not going to eliminate D+ just yet, as in this double elimination format, they get the opportunity to play against Furia, and unfortunately for Furia, they have the opportunity to play against D+, and have not been able to seize it. Now, in these final moments here, what can Furia look for, right? I mean, the Ezreal hit the 2-item spike, but so late that it doesn't necessarily matter. They need to play through with this Galio comp. I think Ego is the only one who really has money. Is they're going to look for this pick onto Shiu here. He's isolated.
Decent assist. The dive is going to commit, though, from Lucid. He's shown up. Tempered Fate onto Shiu. They're going to Vault Breaker in, or at least they seem to want to yield a Daybreak as well, setting everything up. It's a Galio. He's found the taunt, but Shiwu's not dead. Lucid's opened up with a jungle kill himself as his daggers keep hitting the mark. He's going to press W. Eviscerates over the wall, followed up by Guigo. Now a flash from Lucid. The Ghoul's also following up as Guigo takes a Hexgate himself. Lucid still being chased up. Joe's going to flash on in. Misses the Cosmic Binding. Eviscerate is such a pain. The slow going to come through from the meat zone, but Lucid still able to land the poke himself. The thumbs are up. The smite for the slow. Lucid is running away, and Guigo can't catch up. Jojo dies in the back end, and I think Guigo, his long chase is going to fail. He gets taunted, he can't TP out, and Lucid is laughing at them.
And what a frustrating way to get knocked out of this tournament. Chasing the tail of Lucid, known as Luwawa in Korea by his fans because of his incredible Nefiri games, and also sometimes how he aggressively makes spaces. But all the while, Showmaker got the bottom inhibitor turret. Now, this and the inhibitor, rather, I should say.
Yep.
Now this mid inhibitor is incredibly low, and we're back to just resetting to Baron here. As you can see it on the players' faces here for Furia. They know they have been outclassed in this one.
They do, and they were laughing as well. And they know this one is in the dirt. Lucid, almost 4,000 gold up at this point.
He gets to keep his perfect KDA.
He does.
At least for now. I mean, I suppose there's a world that he could die somehow for the rest of this game, but I wouldn't bet on it.
No. I think right now, this one is just going to be a slow burn in the next 5-6 minutes to round it out. Hextech Soul going to be free as Tatu, lucky to be in his own jungle at any point in
the only regret I think any D+ player has is Showmaker with a Dark Seal by still 0-0-1.
Maybe it's a wasted buy at this point. Toots, he's about to die as well. Korea's got the damage. We go to the POV one more time. And it's just calling the pack in. More dogs are going to join in. And it is a feeding frenzy right now. that DK are serving up on a silver platter to each other. Inhibitor going to drop, but it is an open Nexus soon to be. The turrets soon to drop in whichever order DK choose.
So much pressure here, and there's just no way to defend. Furia do not have the tools. They don't even have True Shot Barrage anymore as these Nexus turrets are falling.
Well, Showmaker's got 2 assists now. Will he get anything more? 3-man Shadow Dasher flick back from Smash, catches the flash. Quigo's gonna die. It is 0-0-3 on Showmaker as he crests 341 CS. He gets a kill as well. He will not die, but DK will not fall as they eliminate Furia from EWC 2026.
It is the end for Furia, but for D+, the hope is alive after a tough loss, a close loss to AGAL. Weren't able to get it done there, but a much more dominant and one-sided showing this time around as they will cross the stage. Eclectic drafting in Game 1 and Game 2, keeping it a little bit more standard. Game 2, the much more one-sided game.
Definitely was. Clean things up. The DK fans are rewarded. And there actually are a few of them in the audience here to round things out, as Lucid had a field day on the Lee Sin. And then the Neferi was a stomp. The Invade really took over and made sure that Tattoo didn't get to play the guy. I felt sorry for the guy. That was rough.
Yeah. We are going to hear from Showmaker on the stage here with Lou, so take it away, Lou.
In a moment. Apparently. In a moment. Showmaker's got a...
I jumped the gun on it.
It's okay. I think he's got a fist bump. You know, it was funny as well because on the stage before, after DK won Game 1, they all ramped up. We'll tell you in a second, though, as Lou is now standing by with Showmaker.
It's getting late here in Paris as Showmaker takes down Furia. Congratulations, Showmaker, for this victory. And it feels good to see you back on the international stage because it has been a long time. So I want to know how it feels being back at those global events and what do you enjoy the most in those events?
이제 쇼메이커 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 쇼메이커 선수 국제전에서 본 지 꽤 오래된 것 같은데 그래서 오랜만에 이렇게 국제전에 다시 돌아와서 경기 치르신 소감이 좀 궁금합니다.
오랜만에 이렇게 많은 팬분들 앞에서 이렇게 승리하는 모습 보여드릴 수 있어서 너무 기쁘고 또 이렇게 열기도 끼워갈 수 있어서 너무 행복한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's so good to be back on the global stage and playing in front of the whole crowd. Yeah, it's definitely genuinely good feeling that I feel been a long time.
And we're very happy to have you back also, of course. Donc effectivement, qu'est-ce que ça te fait d'être de retour? Ça fait longtemps que tu n'as pas joué sur la scène internationale. C'est un trop bon feeling. Je suis trop content d'être de retour, évidemment. And today was a great team performance. You guys were above, but I want to know deep down in your heart, who is your MVP from your team of today?
이번 매치에서 정말 좋은 경기를 보여주셨는데 이번 매치에서 좀 수훈 선수가 있다면 좀 어떤 선수를 꼽으실 수 있을까요?
뭐 저를 제외하고요.
뭐 포함, including him?
Yes, including you.
네, 저를 제외하면은 그래도 루시드 선수가 제일 잘한 것 같아요.
Well, I'll pick Lucid.
So of course, Humble King and Lucid did have an amazing game. Pas besoin de vous traduire cette question. Le MVP pour lui, c'est Lucid. And we've seen Korea doing great so far. LCK teams doing great so far in EWC. So, you know, I kind of want to ask you who is the best region, but I think we already have the answer, right?
사실 이번 EWC에서 정말 LCK 팀들이 정말 좋은 모습 보여주고 있는데 그래서 쇼메이커 선수의 입으로 한번 가장 최강의 지역이 어디인지 좀 말씀드릴 수 있을까요?
네, 저는 LCK가 제일 강하다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I'm definitely sure LCK is the best.
Of course, you're the best and you're gonna get to crush the key of Furia. Showmaker, you can come with me. Maddox Showmaker, let's get into it. For this key crushing. You guys have earned it, you guys deserve it, as Furia are going back home. Are you ready, Showmaker? Ready for it?
이제 준비되셨나요?
네, 준비됐습니다.
I'm ready.
Showmaker, la figure historique de DK, qui va renvoyer les hauts. On a une petite erreur on stage, it's okay, no worries. It's fine. We'll get the key crushing later. Showmaker, you can. Oh, Can we still get it done? Oh my God, Showmaker is too good at it. He's broken the machine and he's gonna break the key of Furia. It's just amazing. Congratulations, Showmaker, on this. You can come back with me on stage, of course. I think you are just too strong at this point to carry on. The power of Showmaker here on stage, il est juste trop fort. Il arrache la machine, il arrache la clé. On peut l'applaudir. Once again, the LCK shines on the international stage. And it is time for us to say goodbye. We're going to see you tomorrow for some more league, more bangers. Merci à tous. À demain.
He still got the handle. He just didn't let go of the handle. He broke the machine.
I have done a lot of Esports World Cup. I can't say it's never happened, but I don't know if I've ever seen a key crack like that.
Yeah,
Usually it bends and is smashed. That was Showmaker, I think, making a statement in some ways, breaking the handle, breaking the key as easily as they broke Furia there.
Oh, yeah.
They will face off against the loser of G2 or AGL, so we might have that potential rematch in that best of 3 against AGL, or a matchup against G2, who Showmaker has said for years that he loves watching G2. He's a big fan of G2. He's studied a lot from G2 and from Caps. I mean, he's been saying it as far back as when he won the World Championship in 2020, so definitely it would feel exciting no matter which matchup we get, as we'll watch a replay of the handle break.
He's just like, what?
But don't worry, the Keymaster knows how to take care of
it. And I love that he's helping him do it. He's like, here, put it back in here and you can do it. He's not taking it away from Showmaker.
So these are 2 matches that we have tomorrow, of course, our best of 1s.
Yep.
And then we have 2 best of 3s, of course, for our final matchups to see which teams are eliminated. Every elimination match is a best of 3. It's also a qualification match in this case for those last 2. So whoever wins these 2 best of 1s are going to advance.
It's great. It's a good lineup as well. So 4 matches tomorrow for day 2 of EWC 2026. It has been a pleasure, Wolf, casting with you for what was Yakety Sax game
Likewise.
1. But absolute clinic from DK to round us out. We will be back same time tomorrow, as you see, 11 a.m. CEST for T1 versus BLG, a matchup that every eSport fan knows, loves, is filled with revenge. We're sad to BO1, but we're happy that we get to have it. It is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow for more EWC.
ドキしようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ Hey